Chapter 939. Knowing that his life was in danger, Watanabe didn't seem to want to return empty-handed, but he still said this to Xiaobei. Even though Xiaobei was a genius, he couldn't figure out what Watanabe was thinking. He wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that Watanabe would think he was scared, so he tried to maintain the demeanor of an official and nodded. Go ahead. Watanabe was waiting for this effect. His psychological activity was actually very simple. He was unwilling to fail like this, and he was unwilling to fail in front of a group of children. He was afraid that once he left today, he would no longer have the courage to stay in Tang, or rather, the face. Come on, I have something to do. Xiaobei saw that Watanabe was not happy to speak, so he urged him. Hearing Xiaobei's urging, Watanabe became more confident, thinking that a child was a child after all and was not calm enough. So he suppressed his unhappiness and asked, Lord Zhang, do you really think that your Zhang family and Wang family are invincible? Xiaobei thought it would be a difficult question. When he heard the question, he curled his lips disdainfully, reached out to ask the person next to him for a jelly, sucked it into his mouth, rubbed it between his cheeks a few times, and smacked it a few times, saying, You were scared just now. What do you mean that my Zhang family and Wang family are invincible? You should say that Uncle Emperor's Tang Empire is very powerful. I don't know whether Tang Empire is invincible or not, but I know that it's very easy to deal with Japan. Are you done? Then you can go. Watanabe couldn't help but gasp. This little girl was not ordinary. She even knew this. He didn't know that what he said was the most common thing in the Zhang family and Wang family. Xiaobei and the other 8 people had heard their brother and sister tell them more than once that they couldn't stand out. Unless it was in business, no matter what they did, they had to think of the Emperor and Tang Empire first. Even if they met a person on the road whose dry rations had become moldy and needed to give him something, they had to represent the Emperor and the Tang Empire. That was why Xiao Yuan said under the leadership of Zhang Xiaobei, so smoothly during the meeting of the Standing Committee. His sister, Wang Wan, understood this very well. Even Xiao Yuan understood this, let alone Xiaobei, who specialized in this kind of problem. Watanabe Jichiro realized that he had miscalculated. He shouldn't have asked such a question at all. Thinking about how Zhang Xiaobei had just agreed to let him go, he regained his courage and asked again, Lord Zhang, don't you worry about your family. As if he was afraid that Xiaobei wouldn't move, Watanabe Jichiro explained, for example, if someone from the inner yard goes out to do something or buy something, they can't possibly bring hundreds of people with them like you, right? We can't. Our family can't spare too many people to protect all the members of the inner courtyard. The only thing we can do is help fight back when the inner courtyard is bullied. Not to mention the inner courtyard, even the villagers are the same. For example, a few days ago, my family's farmer had his leg broken by someone in the vicinity of Luoyang. At that time, the area under my family's control was not enough, so I only received the news when I entered the small river. Afterwards, my family dispatched the most elite people of the DE medical school to receive him, and within 24 hours, they went to the place where he was beaten and broke many people's legs. Then there were people who paid the price with their lives. Our family wants to tell others that they must not have any ideas about our family. Otherwise, we won't rest until we're dead. Even if it's a dog in our family, not just anyone can provoke it. Our family strategy is that if people don't offend us, we'll offend them first. If anyone dares to stare at us, we'll confiscate their property and exterminate their family. Xiaobei followed his words and waved his hand. Watanabe Jichiro heard the sound of a gunshot, and 4 bullet holes appeared under his feet. Looking at the 2 people beside Zhang Xiaobei who were using special guns, Watanabe Jichiro understood that the 2 of them had each fired 2 shots. Because they were too fast and fired at the same time, he only heard 1 gunshot. Watanabe Jichiro was startled. He took 2 deep breaths and calmed down. He wasn't afraid that Zhang Xiaobei would kill him. Zhang Xiaobei had already said to let him go, so he thought that Zhang Xiaobei wouldn't go back on his word. He was surprised by Zhang Xiaobei's intelligence. She immediately understood what he was going to say. He was just about to threaten the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family, and she said that it was the village. And the truth was so. Didn't the Zhang family and Wang family dispatch their elites for a village? It turned out that at that time, the Zhang family and Wang family thought about what might happen today. They told the world not to use their family servants to open a gap. Bien ichi. Xiaobei decided to go all out. Bien ichi, do you want to touch my family's people? You can try and see if my sister's words count. What words? Watanabe Juchiro was still thinking about the village. If you kill one of my people, I'll slaughter your village. Xiao Yuan said from the side. Suddenly, Watanabe Juchiro remembered what Wang once said when she was killing in Tubo. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses were piled up like mountains. In that battle, all the countries around the Tang Empire were afraid. She asked if they dared, and all the men bowed their heads in fear. Even if Watanabe Juchiro was afraid, he didn't want to admit it. He argued, then what if your people are in Japan? Now there are already people in Japan, and they are the family of the guilty official. They have been taken in by you. After a while, you will know the result. Brother promised sister that within a month, he can mobilize the logistics of 1 million soldiers for sister to go on an expedition. I'm not scaring you. Xiaobei spoke to Watanabe Juchiro with an expression that said, I'm scaring you. After hearing Xiaobei and Xiao Yuan's words, Watanabe Juchiro decided that when he returned, he would reformulate his strategy and put the 9 children in an important position. Those things will be taken care of by others. Watanabe Juchiro no longer talked about topics that didn't benefit him. He changed the topic. Lord Zhang and Zhang family are rich and can win people's hearts more than ordinary people. However, what if a certain country can win people's hearts with the power of a country? What certain country? You're talking about Japan. How much money do you have in Japan? Give each person 5 coins or 10 coins. Xiaobei took another jelly and stuffed it into his mouth. Give each person 50,000 strings of coins. How much meat did Lord Zhang say it could buy? Watanabe Juchiro vowed to suppress Xiaobei and regain some face. Xiaobei stretched his neck and swallowed the jelly. My inner courtyard doesn't need to spend money to eat meat. How many clothes can you buy? Watanabe Juchiro asked again. My inner courtyard doesn't need to spend money to wear clothes. Xiaobei waved his hand. Then how many medicinal herbs can you accumulate? My inner courtyard doesn't need to spend money to treat illnesses. How about building a house? My inner courtyard has a wedding reception building. And, okay, don't say any more. It's useless. You don't have anything in Japan. You're so poor. How can you treat illnesses? Do you have the medical skills of our Dei hospital? Our family is very good to the inner courtyard. If there's a small matter in the inner courtyard, everyone will help. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. When Han Xianfeng fell ill in Tubo, our family sent people from Lingnan Road to deliver sesame oil. We'll specially develop a food called instant noodles for an inner courtyard member who's allergic to canned food and let him eat it on the road. You can't imagine it at all. Your self-righteous small favors are useless. Xiao Yuan, you tell Bien Yi. Xiaobei appeared to be impatient. Okay. Xiao Yuan continued, you just said that Japan can't take out much money in a year. You want to bribe my inner courtyard? Do you want to bribe the people of the dragon with pigs? Do you want to use barley to buy meat? Do you want to use coarse hemp clothes to give brocade pouches and jade belts? Do you want to build a straw hut and give silk mattresses and satin quilts? Our family values loyalty, but we don't use loyalty to coerce loyalty. If our family is loyal to us, we will be loyal to them. Loyalty to one side is not loyalty. Loyalty to one side is mutual loyalty. Loyalty to one side is standing in the middle. Those who are in the middle are neither right nor left. Those who assist the master have not forgotten and have a gua in their heart. When the gua protects the subordinate, it is difficult for the subordinate to rebel. Water can't cover the floating waves, but it doesn't worry about fish passing by with the wind. Silkworms can't stay in the mulberry trees, but it doesn't suffer. When the rain comes, the ants move their nest, and the swallow pecks at the clouds. How can small prophets hide the moon? The stars have their own harmony. Xiao Yuan was finally satisfied. Her tongue-twisting words made Shuichiro Watanabe take a few steps back. He tripped and sat on the ground. It seems that they've already taught me. Since I was a child, I've been told to be good to the servants. In that case, the path of bribery won't work. It's better to go back quickly and think about it at length. Shuichiro Watanabe stood up. He didn't care about his dirty clothes and said to Xiao Bei, "Lord Zhang, I still have something to do. We'll meet again in the future." "Okay, we'll meet again. Next time, bring enough money. I'll sell you something more fun. I'll give you a 20% discount." Xiao Bei waved his hand. Shuichiro Watanabe left with the doll he bought for 3,000 strings of cash. The only other thing he gained was that he knew that he had to pay attention to the 9 children of the Zhang family and Wang family. He's leaving just like that. The children in the village looked at Shuichiro Watanabe across the bridge and asked Xiao Bei. "I can't treat him to a meal. I'm afraid he won't be willing to pay for it." "Wait a minute, I'll change my clothes," Xiao Bei said to the children in the village. He asked someone to set up a temporary shed and went in to change his clothes. No one knew what happy things he thought of, but he giggled from time to time. He seemed to be very happy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Hongnong County didn't know what happened in Old Willow Village. They didn't receive the news that Xiao Bei sold a doll for 3,000 strings of cash. The two of them were still dealing with the mess that the Japanese had created this time. The entire Hunan province was under military control. The officials involved were arrested one after another. Some of the officials didn't know what was going on when they were arrested because they didn't receive timely information. Information was constantly being gathered in Hongnong County. There were endless cases of embezzlement. Fortunately, there was no one as bold as Yan Jing who dared to destroy the embankment. This was a consolation. From top to bottom, they're rotten to the core. Even after so many layers of relationships, we still can't find a clean one. Only now do I realize that Li Longji is a good person. He's willing to be ruthless. He's not afraid of causing a negative impact, and he's not afraid of making a big deal out of it. At the very least, he's willing to admit his guilt. He's never shirked his responsibility. He's not the kind of person who feigns ignorance and acts innocent. He's also not the kind of person who spouts empty words to deceive his own people. Zhang Xiaobao was speaking smoothly when he was interrupted by Wang Wan. Okay, stop insinuating. Even if you don't like it, you can't control that time and space. You made Li Longji sound like a flower. Is it that exaggerated? I didn't see how ruthless he was. How is he not ruthless? If he wasn't ruthless, he would have sent our Xiao Bei here. If we didn't come, Xiao Bei would have killed her way to the seaside. If she had a boat, it wouldn't be strange for her to kill her way to Japan. Anyway, she doesn't lack people to command. With Xiao Bei's personality, she doesn't care how big the situation is. She will kill anyone who dares to stop her. Speaking of his sister, Zhang Xiaobao's mood became cheerful. Wang Wan's lips also curled up. Of the 9 children, only Xiao Bei could make a fuss. With her brother and sister behind her, there was nothing she didn't dare to do. What about the Japanese? Do we arrest them too? Wang Wan suddenly asked. There is no reason to arrest the Japanese, unless there is evidence to prove that the Japanese knew that their actions would cause great losses to our Tang Empire. However, I don't think they will admit to it. At the same time, our Tang Empire didn't explicitly state that the Japanese were wrong. They just wanted to sell futures and buy futures warrants. Yes, it's not mature and perfect. They didn't force Yan Jing to destroy the dikes or force the other officials to keep all kinds of money. Zhang Xiaobao was very distressed. He didn't want to directly accuse the Japanese of some groundless crime, and he didn't want to accuse them of criticizing him. That would make him appear too incompetent. This time, he had used the army and official positions because it involved the officials of the Tang Empire. If there were no officials involved, he wouldn't even use the army and official positions. Wasn't it just a flawed futures and warrants? He couldn't deal with them. Wang Wan also understood Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. She advised, "Are you troubled? Why don't we stop and let someone else arrest them and accuse them? Speaking of which, I really admire the Japanese for coming up with such an idea. Do you think we can set up futures in the Tang Empire?" Absolutely not. With the current production technology and communication technology, if we really manage to produce futures, I don't have to do anything else other than collect information every day to see who is maliciously speculating and who is a farmer who has wheat soaked in the rain. Then, due to the lack of information in the process of hedging against losses in futures, I won't be able to make the delivery in time or increase the cost or be pressured into selling short. Then what should I do? Just watch and do nothing. If they really know, I really can't do anything. I'm just afraid that they don't know much. If I teach them, they won't be able to learn and they will be used by others. Then, the stocks will appear again. Well, at that time, I began to constantly improve the system and constantly compete with the smart people. Then, tell me, if I saw a big cake in front of me, and others were looking for delicious cream in it, would I personally take a bite? Even though Zhang Xiaobao often used this to make money, he also had a headache because it was impossible to have a perfect system. He didn't think that the people of Great Tang were stupid. It was just that he had gathered the wisdom of many people. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that it wasn't the Japanese who thought of this idea. In fact, many businessmen in Great Tang also knew that they could set up futures to cheat money. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't allow it, so they didn't do so. But as more things were opened up, it would be more difficult for him. He wasn't afraid of any competition. Who was he afraid of in the past? He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it. He wanted to control the entire economy of Great Tang. At the very least, it couldn't be chaotic now. Thus, the simpler the rules, the better. Wang Wan nodded. That's right. If that's the case, it will tire you to death. You can only manage one side and keep blocking the loopholes. I believe that the smart businessmen of Great Tang will keep taking advantage of the loopholes. The talents we need haven't been nurtured yet. Otherwise, when there's a problem here, you come over. When there's a problem elsewhere, you go over. In the end, you can't do anything well. It's like a screen of brains appearing at the same time in a game of whack-a-mole. It's scary just thinking about it. That's right. I'm not a god. You let others set the rules while I speculate. That's too simple. I can make a lot of money. But you let me set the rules and guard against others. That's impossible to guard against. Just the Great Tang Bank alone has taken up a lot of my energy, and this is because the bank has few functions. Zhang Xiaobao was a little helpless. There were times when a person's strength was limited. After thinking about it, he said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Capture the officials involved and hand them over to the imperial court. Let the Japanese go and speed up our plan. Let the businessmen of Jiangnan East move faster. Vigorously develop tourism in Japan and help them find more jobs. At the same time, help them sell more raw materials in exchange for Great Tang's foreign exchange. Wang Wan wrote down Zhang Xiaobao's words in her notebook. After thinking for a moment, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "If you want the businessmen of Jiangnan East to enter Japan faster and more smoothly, you can't directly say to let the Japanese go. You have to put pressure on them. Let them feel afraid. When the time comes, let the businessmen of Jiangnan East to talk to the Japanese. They can talk to you and help you get rid of the disaster by spending money. You won't really use Beibei's money and not give it to them, right? We agreed that the Japanese would bear the losses of our country. Yes, in the end, we have to return the money to Beibei and the others. It's not easy for them to earn money. The New Year's money is all kowtowing during the New Year, but they can take it out for the people. They are the real descendants of the Red. Compared to, stop. Don't mention things that are too far away. You can't change anything even if you scold them every day. In this absurd era where people have lost faith and morality, everything is irreversible. You finally admit it. I'm very happy because I feel that I'm not a criminal. At least I have a trace of nobility. I'm not a judge, but I won't allow you to continue. Otherwise, I'll make you look at the moon." Xiao Bei and the others didn't know that the money they had taken out would be recovered, but they didn't care. Money was only useful when they were doing what they wanted to do. It wasn't usually useful. How could they not eat when their pocket money was gone? They still played when they wanted to play and have fun when they wanted to. After changing their clothes, Beibei and the others once again joined the work of making dolls. After solving the problem of the cost of the cement road in Old Willow Village, Beibei began to discuss with others how to spend the rest of the money. 3,000 strings of coins. It's not enough to build the road. 1,000 strings of coins is enough. Think about it, what should we use it for? At this moment, Beibei's pierced hand didn't hurt anymore. He pressed the grass seeds into the dolls one by one and asked for others' opinions. "You're the one who sold it. You can keep it for yourself." The little girl who helped Beibei with the dolls earlier suggested. This time, she was completely relieved. Beibei didn't put on the airs of an official anymore. He was still the same Beibei who said that the fried mushrooms were delicious and took out oil. When he ate the fried mushrooms together, his mouth was covered in oil. Beibei, who was pressing the grass seeds, pressed a few more. "Let the hair grow longer. That money doesn't belong to me alone. It belongs to our Old Willow Village International Development Group. Besides, 2,000 strings of coins is useless to me. It's not enough for me to renovate the house. Sister Beibei, they all said that you have a big house and it's very beautiful. They can even follow you, right?" The little girl was curious. Beibei didn't know how to seal the dolls, so he passed them to others and nodded. "Yes, there are two. One is small, and the other is big. The small one can't enter. The small one is actually better than the big one. It has a matching dynamic balance. This time, we came out in a hurry and didn't bring the house. I have to think of a way to go back and ask Uncle Emperor for one. 3 million strings of coins. Will he give it to you? If he doesn't give it to me, I'll stay in the capital every day. If there's a court session, I'll attend it and scare the officials to death." Beibei waved her fist. The other children only knew that there was a morning court session in the capital, but they didn't know the specific situation. They felt that it was very strange, so a little boy came over and asked, "Morning court session? I heard that they are all high-ranking officials. Who is afraid of you?" It should be said that who is not afraid of us. We are also high-ranking officials. We patrol the Tang Empire and can impeach all the officials. Last time, when I went against my father, I was almost beaten when I went home. Fortunately, I avoided it quickly. The 9 of us together can even remonstrate with Uncle Emperor. It's just that we don't have the chance. Uncle Emperor is actually very easy to talk to. All the officials that the 9 of us arrested have all been heavily sentenced. We can't embarrass Uncle Emperor in front of so many officials in the court, right? Bebe still didn't understand the cruelty of the struggle in the court. None of the officials in the court would do anything to her. First of all, they didn't dare. It was easy to bully children. No matter how smart Bebe was, when they thought of the consequences of bullying Bebe's 9 children, all the officials would remain silent. The officials believed that whoever bullied Bebe and the others would definitely face the overwhelming attacks of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. First, the benefits would be withdrawn. Then, there would be people gathering comprehensive evidence. It would definitely be a situation where they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Second, of course, it was a crime to bully such cute children. If one thought that they were capable, then they could directly deal with Zhang Zhong, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan. In the end, they vented their anger on the children and made Bebe speechless. No one would think that they were capable. Even the emperor would look at them differently. The consequences would be very serious. Chapter 940. The children tried hard to imagine the awe-inspiring scene of Xiao Bei and the others in the imperial court, but they could not think of it. The most direct impression was when Xiao Bei faced Shuichiro Watanabe. At that moment, Xiao Bei was definitely not the same person as the Xiao Bei in front of them now. When the girl who was holding the doll thought of Xiao Bei's dignified, noble, and official prestige, she felt uncertain. She asked Xiao Bei timidly, "Xiao Bei, are we friends?" "No. We're not friends." Xiao Bei shook her head. "We're sisters." "You can't do it, Enlu." "I can't do it. Let's work together. I am in charge of the official matters. Lu depends on you." Xiao Bei and the others had always been educated like this. There would not be any mistakes. Of course, Xiao Bei would not be perfunctory. For example, Zhang Chang was the son of a mountain villager in Luzhou, and he adopted him. There were also Zhang Gang and Zhang Fang from Wing Province, as well as De Nan and Xiao Nan. The 5 children, no matter what their original intentions were, at least did not have any prejudice. They ate and dressed the same, and received the same education. The Zhang and Wang families treated them equally. Even if they made a mistake and got beaten up, they would only slap Xiao Bei twice. They would not be slapped once, and they would still have to suffer 2 slaps. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had never hit their younger siblings. It was not that they did not know how, but they did not care. Zhang Xiaobao always believed that if the children were disobedient, it was the adults who were not capable. Parents with low self-esteem would only beat their children. A child was a clean piece of white paper. If they wrote wrong or drew crooked, should they blame the paper? Therefore, Xiao Bei, who had received such an education, was not lying. Naturally, she was this sincere. The little girl who asked the question had not received the corresponding education. For a moment, she was touched. She bit her lip and nodded vigorously. "I'll definitely do a good job." "Xiao Bei, let me ask you. During the morning court, are there so many high-ranking officials sitting on very beautiful chairs? Is it not easy for the county magistrate to get there?" Xiao Bei was stunned for a moment and shook her head. "No, the county magistrate can't get in at all. Only grade 5 officials can enter the court, let alone the chairs. Even if they stand outside, the row on the right is mostly military officials. The row on the left is mostly civil officials. There are also some who are not military officials. Have you seen the steps? They just stood at the bottom of the stairs. When they reached the bottom where there were no stairs, they were all rank 5 officials. When it was raining or snowing, the officials in front of them who were rank 3 and above still had a canopy or umbrella. They should thank my older brother and older sister. My older brother and older sister set up a heater under Hanyuan Palace Hall, otherwise, they would freeze to death in the winter. In the past, when the weather was warm, Uncle Emperor would be outside. When the weather was cold, he would be inside the hall with a heater. As for Uncle Emperor and them, there was always the Jinwu guards between them and him. Now, the Emperor and Uncle are all outside, sitting on big, wide, thick chairs. My family made them for us. There are many people, so we have to do this. When there are not many people, we can go to Xingqing Palace. I don't go to Hanyuan Palace Hall often. I'm afraid that my father will beat me, saying that I'm always causing trouble. I also don't go to Xingqing Palace Hall often. It's not fun there. The place I go the most is Hibiscus Garden. When it's open to the public, there's a lot of people. The surrounding children blinked their big eyes and listened attentively. They had never been to the capital, let alone participate in morning court. Usually, no one would tell them. Now that they were listening to Xiao Bei speak, they naturally had to be more careful. At least Xiao Bei wouldn't lie. Then what does the current emperor eat? Is it the dragon meat from the sky? A child asked. What? I don't even know what a dragon looks like. The food, how should I put it? How about this, I'll get someone to arrange and mix some ingredients. Let's taste it together. It's just that. The food is good, but there's not much. Especially when my brother cooks, Uncle Emperor eats whatever my brother cooks. Xiao Bei tried hard to recall the food he ate and found that it was not as good as what he ate at home. But in order to satisfy others, he had to think of ways to mix ingredients to cook. Little sister Xiao Bei, where do you stand when you go to court? And your brother and sister? Me? I don't stand. I sit in Uncle Emperor's arms, and I usually turn my head. Why? I'm afraid of seeing my father. My father will glare at me when he sees me, so I can only go down and let my father hug me. Hugging is not as comfortable as sitting, right? Xiao Bei said. The other officials don't object. Who dares? I deliberately made a few mistakes, hoping that the censorate will impeach me. Did they impeach you? No, if I didn't impeach them, they would be burning incense. A bunch of cowards. Then why? Because I dared to stand in front of the civil and military officials in Hanyuan Palace Hall and pat my chest and say, I, Zhang Xiao Bei, did not take a single copper coin from the common people. I, Xiao Bei, will not compromise with any corrupt officials. I have never done anything to harm the common people. My loyalty is as clear as the sun and the moon. But they did not dare to say the same thing as me. It's that simple. Xiao Bei proudly puffed out his chest. Xiao Yuan echoed from the side, yes, yes, elder sister said before, the officials do not fear my strictness, but fear my honesty, the common people do not fear my ability, but obey my righteousness. The children had never heard of it before, but they could understand. They nodded one by one. One of them praised, Elder Sister Cuckoo is really amazing. What she said is so right. Xiao Bei shook his head, but after Elder Sister said it, Elder Brother said, I would rather have an official who can raise the standard of living of the common people by 10 times, and who is corrupt by 2 or 3 times, than an honest official who makes the common people live a hard life and who also cannot live a happy life. Elder Brother said, I don't hope for the officials to think that I am honest, I only hope that the officials will provide food and warmth to the common people. I don't ask for the common people to obey my righteousness, but to cover the children in the cold winter with duck feathers, to ruin my 1,000 years of reputation, to build prosperity for thousands of years. In the storm of abuse, my heart is calm. The children were at a loss for a moment. Io, look at this shaking, this old man's bones are about to fall apart. Just as the children were listening to the story, an old man's shout came from the suspension bridge. Xiao Bei turned his head to look and was suddenly stunned. The old man on the bridge did not seem to have any intention of shutting up. He continued to complain. It is said that the Xinjiang construction group of the Zhang family and Wang family make things with iron bones. Could it be that today's broken bridge also has iron bones? This is shaking me so badly. When the children heard someone complain that the Xinjiang construction group's products were not good, they immediately became angry and glared at the old man. They did not care if the old man had many people protecting him or why he was not stopped by the seedling protection team, but they could not speak ill of the Xinjiang construction group. Grandpa Bai, why are you here? Ha! Xiao Bei opened his arms and ran towards the old man. Xiao Yuan and the rest followed closely behind. Let Grandpa report. So heavy. I'm old, I can't carry you. The person who had just crossed the bridge was Bai Go. He should have died long ago, but because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came, he was still alive and well. He carried Xiao Bei up and weighed him, then put him on the ground. He supported his waist with both hands and said, "Old." Even so, Bai Go carried the other 8 children one by one and patted Xiaohai's head. Where are your elder brother and sister? They are dealing with people in the county, Xiaohai replied. Grandpa Bai, why are you here? Xiao Bei grabbed Bai Go's hand and looked up to ask. Bai Go waved at the guards behind him and asked them to stay away so as not to scare the children. He then smiled and said, I came to find your brother to fish. The fish between the clouds and the water are too stupid. It's not fun to fish. I heard that there is a lot of water here, so there should be a lot of fish. The Hongnong River was man-made. That guy Yanjing dared to destroy the dam. He made me so angry. Xiao Bei pouted and muttered. Oh, that's right. When I return to the capital, I will also impeach him. I heard that there are people from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family here, so I came over. You are here for... Bai Go thought that Zhang Xiaobao was here, but he met Xiao Bei and the rest. The county is going to be rebuilt. The children are in the way, so I brought them here to hide. Xiao Bei looked proud. Bai Go pondered. He had not seen the situation in Hongnong County with his own eyes. Before he came, he had only heard about it from others. He could not make an accurate judgment, so he asked, Xiao Bei, tell me, are there many damaged houses in the county? Xiao Bei shook her head, not many. Most of the county is soaked in water. The highest water level is here. As Xiao Bei spoke, she reached out her hand and gestured a position above her head. Obviously, she was telling Bai Go that the highest water level in the county was higher than her height. Xiao Bei measured it with her body, Xiaohai added. The so-called measured with her body naturally meant that Xiao Bei walked to the deepest part of the water to measure. Bai Shu rubbed Xiao Bei's head and looked at Xiao Yuan. He said, since everything is fine now, I think the county will be finished soon. Before I came here, someone told this old man that Hongnong had suffered a great loss. Xiao Yuan shook his head and then nodded, Grandpa Bai, it's not just a great loss. Most of the county is still soaked in water. Fortunately, the rain has stopped. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaohai also stood up. He was not as coquettish as Xiao Bei, so his closeness to Bai Go was not obvious. He greeted Bai Go out of courtesy and said, Grandpa Bai, my brother said that the real problem is not how Hongnong County is. Hongnong County is not like the capital Chang'an or Luoyang. There are too many important shops and mansions there. My brother said that if he had a choice, he would rather the county be washed away. The villages outside the county remain and the transportation of the Honglu River can be preserved. After saying this, Xiaohai did not say anything else. He did not mention the details, and the other children did not add anything to Bai Go. Bai Go pondered for a while and figured out the reason. Zhang Xiaobao meant that if the county was washed away and the surroundings were stable, it would be easy to rebuild the county. This was because Hongnong County was an agricultural and water transportation county. The county was nothing more than a temporary residence and negotiation location for merchants. If the county was gone, so be it. It would not affect the merchants. They could change to another place to discuss business. It would not affect the flow of agricultural products. Xiao Bei, tell Grandpa. Did Hongnong lose too many crops? Also, the various livestock and poultry that your brother mentioned in the breeding plan that he came up with later also lost a lot of them. Baigo thought of the severity of the situation. If the information he got from Xiao Bei was consistent with what he thought, then this winter would not be easy for Hongnong. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously. Before she said anything, she cried. She was very sad. Only when Baigo comforted her did she rub her eyes, pursed her lips, and told Baigo what she saw in Hongnong. When Baigo heard Xiao Bei's explanation, his eyes could not help but turn red. Xiao Bei said that when she came to Hongnong, she saw a vast ocean. Baigo understood the ocean. He had been to the ocean before. What Xiao Bei saw was crooked or fallen trees. In the fields that were supposed to be harvested in autumn, there was not a single grain growing. They were all gone. Some were floating on the water, and some were washed away. There were also houses outside the county. Some had strong gables left, and some were even villages. Only floating logs could be seen squeezing together. The water was muddy. When one swam on the water, one did not dare to breathe easily. There was white foam between the grass sticks, dead pigs, dead dogs, dead chickens, and a few scattered ducks and geese looking for food. Even the mice were floating. Some places could not be drained, and the water became dirty and smelly. There were also a few people who were drowning. Grandpa Bai, if I did not know that this was Hongnong when I came, I would have thought that I came to the wrong place. Grandpa Bai, do you know? It was not a problem of how much money was lost. It was a problem of how long it would take for Hongnong to recover. There was no grain in the surrounding area. Everyone was crowded in the county. My family transported goods here by cart. My brother had ordered to hire people from the surrounding areas to send necessities to Hongnong. The water transportation had been stopped long ago. The dam was not blocked yet. A cart of stones fell down and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As Xiao Bei spoke, he started crying again. Baigo gritted his front teeth. He finally understood the real situation from Xiao Bei's words. That was to say, the foundation of the entire Hongnong had collapsed. If there were no corresponding strong measures, it would take many years for the people of Hongnong to recover. Their savings of many years were gone. Some of their family members had died. Their houses had to be rebuilt. They had to live in debt for a period of time. The most terrible thing was that the people of Hongnong had just gotten used to planting the new seeds distributed by the Sinongsi temple. They had just increased the yield per moo. Furthermore, they had just understood how to breed animals in sets and had started to breed livestock in large quantities. It was the year of harvest, and they knew that good days were coming. Suddenly, a man-made disaster came, and their hope turned into disappointment. The kind of heartache caused by the government's inaction, no, the persecution by the government officials was the most difficult to heal. Xiao Bei, don't cry. Everything will get better. Baigo sighed. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He patted Xiao Bei's head and comforted him. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously. I won't cry. Crying won't solve the problem. I will take care of the children in Old Willow Village. I promise, not only will I let them live peacefully here, I will also not affect their studies. Wait for me. When I return to the capital, I will bring Yanjing back too. See how I will deal with him. That's good. Xiao Bei is the best. Bai Go did not doubt Xiao Bei's words. He believed that Yan Zheng's disaster had come. The final outcome would be Yan Zheng going crazy. As for the specific situation, he still needed to go to the county to see Zhang Xiaobao. He could only hope that Zhang Xiaobao could turn the tide and support the affairs of Hongnong as soon as possible. He wanted to solve the problems of the people's lives before winter came. Winter is not good, Bai Go said angrily. It's okay. Winter is fine, Xiao Yuan said firmly. Oh. Why? Bai Go looked over and asked. Because we have spent money. We have put in our own pocket money, more than 1.3 million strings of cash. Brother is mobilizing resources from the surrounding areas. A few construction teams near Xinjiang Construction are also rushing here. The follow-up construction materials will be delivered soon. Brother said that this time, we must let the people of Hongnong live in warm and sturdy houses during winter. This is because the disaster this time was caused by the officials. The officials cannot lose their credibility. If there is no food, they can plant. If the house is collapsed, they can rebuild. If the people's hearts are lost, it will be very scary. Within half a month, all the accumulated water must be drained. Within a month, the houses must be built. Within 2 months, all the livestock and poultry that the people lost must be compensated. At the same time, the land and water routes must be unblocked, and better than before. If the local people in the county are not enough, they can be transferred from outside. If there are not enough people, the army will take over. Even if they have to use their mouths, they must drain the accumulated water. This is to let the people of Hongnong know that the imperial court values them very much and has never given up. Only by doing this can we eliminate the negative influence of Yan Zheng and the other officials. Xiao Yuan said one thing after another to Bai Go. His eyes were filled with confidence. It was as if what he said could be realized immediately because the decision was made by his brother. Bai Go was stunned. He did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to value this so much. Of course, after knowing Zhang Xiaobao's decision, he was relieved. Since Zhang Xiaobao wanted to do it, he would definitely be able to do it. Oh, you have put in your pocket money. Is your family unable to make ends meet? Bai Go was curious about this matter. Could it be that the Zhang family and the Wang family could not even transfer 1.3 million strings of cash? Xiao Bei waved his hand and said, "No, how can my family not have money? I came here first and saw the disaster situation, so I made a promise to the people. Anyway, I don't need much money." Xiao Bei is a good child, Bai Go praised. That's true. Xiao Bei nodded. Well, I won't stay here any longer. I'm going to the county city to see your brother. I have something to discuss with him. I'll leave the matters here to Xiao Bei. I believe he can do a good job. Bai Go planned to leave. No problem. Goodbye, Grandpa Bai. Xiao Bei puffed out his chest. After Bai Go left, Xiao Bei and the group of children continued making dolls. All of them were even more motivated. On the road to the county city, Bai Go saw barren fields on both sides. When he was tired of walking, he stopped to rest. He looked at the sky and sighed. A man-made disaster is worse than a natural disaster. Xiao Bao would not do this just to appease the people. Why do you think? Bai Go asked the housekeeper next to him. The housekeeper was still young and was the grandson of the old housekeeper. He was still a young man in his 30s. Bai Go wanted to bring him to see Zhang Xiaobao. As he had just become the housekeeper not long ago, most of his understanding of Zhang Xiaobao came from other people. Hearing Bai Go's question, the housekeeper replied respectfully, "Master, is it because Zhang Xiaobao wants to build up his reputation? I heard that the current emperor specially added an autumn imperial examination for him and Wang Wan. However, something happened and it was postponed for a month. With a reputation, he has a better chance of becoming the top scorer. Hee hee. Bai Go looked at his young housekeeper and laughed. Chongqing, Bai Go said the housekeeper's name, Xiao Bao needs Hong Nong's reputation. The top scorer can't be anyone else. Xiao Bao has always been a scheming person. If he didn't come to Hong Nong personally and let Xiao Bei and the other 9 children do the work, it might really be because he wants to rebuild Hong Nong. However, he came, and so did Cuckoo. You're saying that Xiao Bao can't mobilize the army by himself. Don't just think of him as a civil official. Back in Tubo, he and Cuckoo cooperated with each other. Even if he didn't know how to command the army in the past, wouldn't he learn a thing or two from being with Cuckoo every day? That's a fool. How can Xiao Bao be a fool? The reason why he doesn't show his military talent is the same reason why Cuckoo doesn't show her economic and political talent. Unless it's someone close to them, other people's impression of them is that one is a civil official and the other is a military official. When they deal with the two of them, they will target them. They are waiting for the people who want to deal with them to feel that the time is right. The moment they make a move, they will let the other party know that civil officials can change into military officials at any time, and military officials can change into civil officials immediately. Do you understand? The housekeeper called Chongqing was frightened by Bai Go's words. After thinking carefully, he admitted, when the time comes, it's indeed very scary. But I still don't know what's the difference if Zhang Xiaobao comes personally. I thought of a few points. I'll tell you. Bai Go didn't really approve of the new housekeeper's ability. The reason why he still used Chongqing was because he was loyal enough. It had been a long time since he guessed Zhang Xiaobao's motive. Bai Go was a little excited. In the past, he and the other old guys, including the emperor, liked to scheme against Zhang Xiaobao the most, but they always failed. Xiaobao always does things with antelope horns. Bai Go cracked a smile and said to the housekeeper. First, Xiaobao wants the Fan Metro Cavalry Battalion to adapt to the environment in the interior of the Tang Empire. If I'm not wrong, the other 6 battalions will follow. The most terrifying soldiers are not only good at fighting in the designated environment, but also the Miao Protection Team. In their words, they are all-terrain and all-weather fighting forces. In water battles, they can't compare to people who specialize in water battles. In mountain battles, they can't compare to soldiers who specialize in mountain battles. It's the same for grasslands and deserts. However, they were not inferior by much. Under the command of the same general, 1,000 against 1,000, they would definitely lose, but they would definitely not lose miserably. However, as long as they were given 2 more teams, they would have the advantage in terms of numbers and they would be able to win. The biggest problem is that the general who is commanding them is not an ordinary person, but Cuckoo, who gives military lessons to the Tang Empire's generals. Outsiders give Cuckoo the title of devil because she kills a lot of people, and she is not soft-hearted when killing people. She often laughs when she kills people. Our great Tang's generals gave her the title of Demon Fox. They all said that she was as cunning as a fox. When she had the advantage in numbers, there was no hope of defeating her. Even when her forces were weak, she would always find an opportunity. So, they want to train the Iron Cavalry Battalion. They don't need the current 8 battalions to go to the original Tufan area. There is no battle there. Moreover, they have transferred the 8 battalions because they still have troops there. After saying the first point, Bai Go paused. The housekeeper quickly served him water. Master, according to what you said, isn't Wang Wan invincible? Our Tang Empire can't find a general who can deal with her. The housekeeper was not convinced. Bai Go waved his hand. Cuckoo is not invincible. She also lost in the sand table simulation. Even if she lost a few times and escaped successfully, it is still a loss. However, with Zhang Xiaobao as her adjutant, cooperating with her to carry out the sand table deduction, she must be invincible. That's why us old bastards, including the Emperor, have been studying this matter. Master, have you studied it? The housekeeper was puzzled. Yes, because when cooperating with Cuckoo, Xiao Bao is in charge of logistics and intelligence. Many times, it is Xiao Bao's logistics army that determines the final outcome of a battle. When Cuckoo is unable to break through the situation, what he likes to do the most is to analyze the enemy's generals for her. In the end, we found that Xiao Bao can actually calculate people's minds. Huan Huan's ability to command and Xiao Bao's grasp of people's hearts have created an invincible army in the Great Tang. If they were to arrange for their family's military commanders to be placed in the sand table as battalion commanders, captains, or company commanders, then they would be able to work together with tacit understanding. I have seen it once, and they have only fought it once. In the capital, with the same number of soldiers, even the team leader on the general's side was a 7th-ranked military official. In the sand table of the Shannon-ish circuit, it could be said that they had sent out all their elites. Cuckoo was the enemy's main general, and Xiao Bao was her adjutant. The leaders of the small teams under them were all commanders from their families. That battle could be said to have changed the color of the mountains and rivers. You can't even guess how savage Cuckoo's command was. The general's side was filled with communication soldiers, but Cuckoo didn't do much communication at all. Sometimes, she just gave a tactical order and didn't care anymore. She didn't even ask where her troops were. In this way, without any communication, Cuckoo led her people to fight beautifully one after another. Xiao Bao's logistics team was also able to accurately deliver supplies to every key location. The general's side could only defend and couldn't fight back. Have you ever seen a team of more than 100 people dare to force their way through the mountains without any orders? Have you ever seen Xiao Bao send supplies to a place without any communication, and when the generals launch a sneak attack, a large number of soldiers suddenly appear to counter the sneak attack? Baigo said excitedly to the housekeeper. When he reached the most interesting part, he started to dance as if he was the one who was commanding the troops. The housekeeper was already dumbfounded. He shook his head blankly and kept muttering, "How can this be? How can this be? You haven't seen it before, right? It's good that you haven't seen it before. When the autumn quarter examination comes, maybe I can get you a place to watch it. I'll take you to see it. Cuckoo is going to be the martial arts champion of the autumn quarter examination. The generals want to take revenge. Cuckoo will lead a team of cold weapons to fight the general's gun and artillery team in the Jiangnan circuit with the same number of people." Baigo's eyes lit up, as if he couldn't wait. Using cold weapons to fight guns. Why? Weren't the guns made by the Zhang clan and Wang clan first? They should be more familiar with it. Why don't they use it? The housekeeper didn't understand. Because Cuckoo and Xiao Bao both said that weapons aren't everything. They wanted to teach the generals of Great Tang a lesson so that they can't be too proud. Losing on a sand table is better than losing in a real battle. Baigo sighed again. As for why Cuckoo and Xiao Bao were able to defeat each other last time, he didn't mention it. In fact, it was very simple. It meant that Cuckoo and Xiao Bao would usually bring the commanders at home to do sand table simulations when they had nothing to do. They had probably used the sand table to simulate every place in Great Tang. When they encountered a situation, they knew how to deal with it and how to deal with it. Thus, they didn't need to communicate much. They were already familiar with the terrain and fighting style of each other. Master, I know the first reason. It's to train the soldiers. What about the second reason? The housekeeper also looked forward to seeing it with his own eyes in the autumn. Bai Su stood up, stretched his legs and feet, and continued to walk in the direction of the county town. As he walked, he said to the housekeeper, "Second, I guess it's to deter people from other places who still want to scheme against us. Japan needs to pay something for this before Zhang Xiaobao will let go. So there are these two reasons. Master is really good." the housekeeper praised at the right time. However, Baigo didn't appreciate it at all. He frowned and said, "I can only think of 2 reasons. But Xiao Bao definitely has more than 2 reasons. He won't become more stupid as he lives. When we get there and see him, you will follow me. Then you will know how good his calculations are." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know that Baigo was coming. Both of them were busy. Zhang Xiaobao mobilized materials from all over the country. Wang Wan, as Baigo guessed, also tried to let the people of the Iron Cavalry camp adapt to the food and climate in the interior of the Tang Empire when she commanded them to work. As for counting the disaster and verifying the compensation, it was enough to arrange for the people in the inner court. They were busy until the evening. They didn't have the appetite to eat a big meal. Even if they had the conditions, they didn't dare to eat a big meal. Also, the common people could only eat half of their usual food every day. Zhang Xiaobao took out the leftovers from lunch and fried them with salty Chinese tune sprouts. He also boiled 2 bowls of egg soup and spicy cabbage. He and Wang Wan had a good meal. After taking a hot bath in the big wooden barrel, they sat at the 2 ends of the table and spread out the map to study the next step. From here, we can lay railway tracks all the way to the north of the river. In this way, Hongnong can be connected to the Yellow River and also become a hub for land transportation. In the past, we wanted to lay railway tracks here, but it cost too much. Now that the disaster has happened, it's time to rebuild it. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at a place on the map and told Wang Wan his idea. Wang Wan measured on the map with her palm. Why not next to Luoyang? Luoyang can be the center. Luoyang is already the center. It's not enough to only have one distribution center for the distribution of materials. It will allow the local merchants to monopolize the distribution, which is not good for the development of the entire Tang Empire. Especially when the railway is laid to Luoyang first, Luoyang's economic and political status will be higher than Chang and for a period of time. It's not in Li Longji's interest. Transportation has always been a problem. Most importantly, there is a lot of coal in Hunan, which is not inferior to Shaanxi. The railway needs coal, and we can use local materials. When the time comes, we can build a pier on the opposite bank of the Yellow River. When the goods are transported from the railway to Hongnong, they can immediately change to water and be transported directly to the opposite bank of the Yellow River. We can't build a bridge to connect to the railway. It's not worth it. The cost is high, and the efficiency will not increase by much. When the time comes, the railway can be connected to the north of the Yellow River all the way to the northeast. The 3 provinces in the northeast will pay for this, which is the north of Hebei province. There are many plains in Hebei province, and that part of the railway is the easiest to lay. There is also coal in the northeast. The most important thing is agricultural products and Dalian sea products. If we only use the river to transport the goods, it will be too much of a delay. How can we prosper if we can't sell the goods? In the future, the northeast will become the center of heavy industry. The population there is small, so it's fine if there is more pollution. While Zhang Xiaobao was speaking, he had already picked up a pen and drew a line on the map. It was the line from the northeast that passed by Hebei province, the line that he wanted to build a railway. Wang Wan frowned. Looking at the line on the map, she couldn't feel happy. This line looked simple. It was just money. Even if the imperial court didn't spend money, her family's wealth was enough. Of course, she couldn't fork out the money herself. The problem wasn't money, but the smelting technology. Most of it was used to make guns and cannons, and some was sent to the shipyard. The steel used for the railway couldn't be used, so where could they get it from? There was another point. The line could be drawn straight, but the railway couldn't be laid out that way. There were mountains in some places, so they had to dig caves. There were also places where bridges had to be built, and large amounts of stones were needed. blasting stones and so on would kill people. Xiao Bao, no matter how advanced the technology is, it can't prevent people from dying when building the railway. Not to mention, the technology now can't compare to the technology we had back then. The difference is too great. How many lives do you plan to use to make up for it? Wang Wan didn't want the Tang Empire to lose a lot of people at a time when it needed people and there was no war. Zhang Xiaobao held the pen and suddenly smiled. He said to Wang Wan, "Of course I know people will die, but I can't bear to let people of the Tang Empire die. I can't be a pacifist in the world in my life. My idea is that I can't come here for nothing." "Where are you?" Wang Wan couldn't think of a place where people could come from. In Japan, the Japanese have a good point. They are willing to work and do things. When they were defeated and surrendered, the women in Japan could also bear the heavy burden. Just like the women in North Korea, they are all good people. Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the east, which meant that he was pointing to Japan. "Then how do you plan to get the Japanese to come over?" "I don't feel bad for them if they die, but they are not stupid. How can a fool create futures?" Wang Wan was even more puzzled. "Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, I'm here. Xiao Bao, come out and meet me." Before Zhang Xiaobao could explain how to get the Japanese to come over, an old man's shout came from outside. Hearing the sound, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and said at the same time, "Why is he here?" The two didn't dare to delay. They got up and went to see Baigo. Seeing that Baigo was still so healthy, they felt a sense of pride. They had changed the time of Baigo's life. "You've grown taller." Baigo also looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The smile on his face didn't stop. He looked left and right and couldn't get enough of them. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed and walked over with Wang Wan. One on the left and one on the right, they helped Baigo into the house. "Grandpa Bai, why are you here? You should stay in the capital. Why go to the disaster area and suffer?" Zhang Xiaobao helped Baigo into the house and arranged for him to sit down. Wang Wan brought snacks and tea, put them on the small table and asked Baigo. Baigo was in a hurry and didn't eat. He first picked up a piece of cake and put it in his mouth. Then he blew on the tea and swallowed it. After swallowing a piece of cake, he felt much better. He said to Wang Wan, "I'm tired of staying in Sanshui County. I'm also tired of fishing between the clouds and the water. Look, my body is not bad, so I came to find you guys to fish." "Don't be modest. How can you say that your body is not bad? You're young, you'll be 70 years old in a year. Grandpa Bai, if you want to fish, you have to wait. The dam has just been blocked, the water is still muddy, and the fish won't come." Zhang Xiaobao followed by the side and picked up an orange to peel it. Baigo didn't stand on ceremony. He opened his mouth and asked for a piece of orange. He smiled and swallowed it. He asked, "Xiao Bao, you didn't come here in person just to take care of the reconstruction, right?" "That's right." Zhang Xiaobao didn't admit that he had other thoughts. "Why?" "I think Cuckoo wants to train the soldiers in Japan. You also want to get some money from Japan. Could it be that this old man thought wrong?" Baigo asked with a look of victory in his hands. The housekeeper who had been accompanying him and arranged for protection also went into the house to listen. He wanted to see if Zhang Xiaobao was really as magical as the old master said. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled and said to Wang Wan, "See, I told you. We can't hide it from Grandpa Bai. With Grandpa Bai's ability, we can't hide it even if we want to." "You didn't believe me. Don't push the blame to me. What am I hiding? But our Grandpa Bai is indeed amazing. He saw through our thoughts the moment he came. I think Grandpa Bai will be 65 next year, not 70. Wang Wan said and filled Baigo's teacup with water. She smiled and asked, "Grandpa Bai, did you bring fishing gear?" I didn't bring it. I waited for you two masters to prepare it for me. I didn't find anything else, but I found that you two are getting better at fooling people. You can't only think of the 2 points that I can think of, right? Xiao Bao, tell Grandpa what other plans you have. Don't hide anything. Bai Go acted like a tycoon and began to ask Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao put a piece of orange into Bai Go's mouth and said sincerely, I really don't have anything else. Grandpa Bai, you saw through my little plan. Grandpa Bai is better than before. Keep fooling me. I knew it. Why am I so tired of staying in Sanshui County? I'm not used to not having people fooling me. Bai Go was unmoved. He pretended not to see the sincerity on Zhang Xiaobao's face. Alright, actually there is one more thing. Since I am here, I can't come here for nothing. The reconstruction can also be done with the railway, all the way to the north bank of the Yangtze River. A large amount of goods can be transported to Hongnong by the railway. When people see it, they will think that the railway is so convenient. It will be more convenient when the railway is laid. There will be more people supporting it. Zhang Xiaobao said one thing, and Bai Go nodded as he listened. He then turned to look at his housekeeper, and met his housekeeper's gaze that seemed to say, what else? Bai Go asked happily. What else? What else? Grandpa Bai, I really can't think of anything else. I am here to provide disaster relief, not to make a fortune. That's all. Zhang Xiaobao refused to admit. Bai Go was like a child. He turned his face away from Zhang Xiaobao, which meant that he did not believe him. Wang Wan could not help but laugh. Grandpa Bai, you are staring at the snacks. You haven't eaten, right? Let Xiao Bao cook some dishes for you. Drink some hot wine to warm up your body. No need. I am in good health. I will be 60 next year. The snacks are good. They are soft and delicious. If you don't tell me the truth, I will not die in peace. Bai Go was stubborn. He turned his head back and stared at Zhang Xiaobao. He had to say something. Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands helplessly. Grandpa Bai, I really have to hand it to you. You're clearly putting a duck on a perch. Alright, since you asked, I've come up with an idea on the spot. I'll tell you. Not just one. Bai Go shook his head. Who doesn't know that Zhang Xiaobao is a serial schemer? If it were someone else, it would be good if they could think of 2 or 3 related ideas. If you, Zhang Xiaobao, did not have a series of ideas, would you come to Hongnong personally? The autumn quarter examination will be delayed for a month. All the expenses will be borne by your family. If you really do a business that is at a loss, the Tang Empire will have lost all its money. Then you have to tell me one by one. Zhang Xiaobao was still so sincere. Say it. Bai Go had a look of, I am right. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, besides the 3 points just now, there is one more point. Put pressure on the Japanese and make them admit their mistakes. This way, we can increase the tariffs on Japanese exports. At the same time, we can promise to sell them more technology. So that they can buy it back and study it, but they can only use the Tang Empire's money, and the price is very high. If they want to get more money, there are 2 ways. First, let the Tang Empire's businessmen go to Japan as soon as possible to open tourist attractions. When the Tang Empire's people go there, they will naturally spend the Tang Empire's money. Second, sell more basic resources, such as silver, copper, high-end seafood, and sulfur. Otherwise, they will not be able to take out the money to buy our products and go back to study the technology. In this way, the Tang Empire's plundering of resources in Japan will be smoother, more convenient, and faster. Now that Xinluo can no longer make waves, I will deal with Japan as soon as possible so that I can continue to expand and plunder more resources. Otherwise, when the people in other places become smarter and more powerful, it will cause too many casualties in the Tang Empire if we want to plunder. The oil we dug out is a lot in other places. Even after many years, it is still very useful and will become a national strategic item. Before Baigo, who was listening at the side, could speak, his butler could not help but say, "I don't agree with you selling technology. What if they figure it out?" After saying that, he saw the three people looking at him in surprise, so he immediately lowered his head. He knew that he was wrong and did not have the right to speak. Zhang Xiaobao did not pursue the matter. The other party had good intentions. He smiled and explained, "Technology needs to be sold. Our Tang Empire's technology is developed step by step. Many of the technologies that are good for the Japanese are actually outdated. Outdated technologies waste a lot of materials and are not worth it. Also, some technologies have a great impact on the environment and the human body. We need the movements produced by that technology to be processed by another technology, but we don't want to cause too much damage to our Tang Empire, so we can only let the Japanese do the rough processing. When the time comes, I will provide a part of the technology that Japan needs a lot of raw materials. Japan doesn't have raw materials, but our Tang Empire doesn't. Even if we have it, we can't sell it to Japan. They have to obtain it themselves. I rented them a ship and found a way to let them learn how to make the oldest generation of steam engines. This is to let them go overseas to search for resources. When they arrive at a new place, they will clash with the local natives. No matter how advanced the weapons are, people will die. The Japanese can be the vanguard, understand? I understand. Go on. Baigo continued. Chapter 941. Baigo's expression was calm. He was used to Zhang Xiaobao's power, so he was not surprised by Zhang Xiaobao's idea. The other housekeeper was shocked. No wonder the other party had a higher status than him at such a young age. It was because the other party was thinking about different things from him. He was still thinking that he couldn't hand over the technology, but the other party was already thinking about why he should teach others. Zhang Xiaobao took a sip of tea and glanced at the housekeeper, but he did not say anything. Baigo thought for a while and said to the housekeeper, "You will meet more officials in the future. Remember to listen, remember, and observe. Speak less. Many things are not as simple as they seem. The game behind the scenes is very difficult. Of course, it is not difficult for Xiaobao, and you can't talk about it." After talking to the housekeeper, Baigo said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, what's next?" Zhang Xiaobao understood. Baigo trusted the housekeeper. He was not afraid of him revealing the secret, but he also had a way to prevent him from revealing it. "I also want to set up a technical training class for Japanese civilians. There will be no salary, only food and lodging. First, there will be a preliminary training. Those who perform well in the training will be rewarded with a point. Then, they can use the points to exchange for skills. The initial plan is to accept 200,000 people. They only want men. They must be strong and know some skills. They can also be weak, but they must not be too weak. They must be able to walk at least 30 to 50 miles a day without any accidents." At this time, a ray of moonlight shone in through the window and shone on Zhang Xiaobao's face. Zhang Xiaobao felt more holy. No matter how Baigo looked at it, he thought that the ray of moonlight was warning Zhang Xiaobao not to be too black-hearted. The so-called not too black-hearted meant that Zhang Xiaobao had to sell others so that they could count the money for him. When the moonlight left Zhang Xiaobao's face, Baigo said, "Can you tell me in detail? What are the basic skills that we need 200,000 Japanese to do?" "No details. It's very simple. For example, leveling the road, strengthening the foundation, laying stones for shock absorbers, and there's also the sleepers and the tracks, right?" Before Zhang Xiaobao could finish, Baigo had already finished his sentence. Ah. So, Grandpa Bai, you also know technology. Zhang Xiaobao was surprised. What do I know about technology? It's not like I haven't seen railway construction before. Not only is it tiring, but there are also dangers at any time. Just the laying of the railway from Chang until Woyang cost more than 40 lives, and even more were injured. It's impossible to guard against the dangers. When carrying the railway, one careless mistake could result in an accident. You're worried about the people of my great Tang, so you plan to use someone else. In any case, in your eyes, the lives of foreigners aren't worth as much as an ox. You're too ruthless, but I support you. As long as you don't kill any of my great Tang, I won't feel uneasy. Bai Go didn't need Zhang Xiaobao to explain more. He knew that the most ruthless person was Xiaobao. Although Cuckoo had killed a lot of people, she was still not as ruthless as Xiaobao. Xiaobao was ruthless because he didn't want you to die immediately, but tortured you. Xiaobao was also the most soft-hearted. He couldn't bear to see anything happen to the people of Great Tang. Just like Sanshui County, as long as the people of Great Tang went to Sanshui County, even if they were penniless and had not eaten for days, once they entered the territory of Sanshui County or were seen by the people of Sanshui County, they would not die unless they were seriously ill. There were many small houses for people to rest in Sanshui County. As a Great Tang citizen, you could spend money to buy good things, eat free food, and drink free soup. The free things were not so good, but they could fill your stomach. If you were sick, there would be someone to treat you. It seemed that Xiaobao felt that too many people died in the construction of railways, so he didn't want to do that, so he went to deceive the Japanese. The Japanese probably didn't know that before they came, and thought that they could take back the advanced technology. When they started to work, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. Xiaobao, when the Japanese come, do you care if they fall ill? What about their meals and accommodation? Bai Go asked. Fall ill? Of course. When the Japanese come, they are not allowed to leave the designated place, in case the sick people of Great Tang infect them. I'm kind-hearted and can't bear to see the Japanese get infected. Besides, the Dei Medical College will send skilled students to treat their diseases. Zhang Xiaobao touched his heart to show that he was kind-hearted. Students? Not doctors or medical doctors? Bai Go asked again. They will be led by doctors and medical doctors. When they encounter special and serious diseases, they can teach the students on the spot. For example, if they need to perform an operation, the doctors and medical doctors need to show the students. If there's a wrong cut, they have to explain to the students in time and tell them how to cut. Zhang Xiaobao put his other hand on his heart to show how kind-hearted he was. What about their meals and accommodation? They have the best highland barley as their staple food and delicious salted vegetables. You said that radish and salted vegetables are very delicious. You don't eat much meat, so they are the same. I can't be so cruel to let them eat meat every day, which will make their bodies unhealthy. Every half a month, I will give them nutrition. You know bean cakes, right? They are the leftovers after the oil is squeezed out. They can be used to make tofu and feed. Our technology is not very advanced, so there are a lot of nutrients in the bean cakes. Every half a month, I will make bean cakes for them and stew them with wild vegetables. There's oil and protein in the bean cakes. It's okay if you don't know about protein. You can go to the medical school and ask. Zhang Xiaobao counted with his fingers and listed the benefits one by one. Bai Go had a strong mentality, so he did not have much reaction. Wang Wan did not care at all, but Bai Go's butler's face started to twitch. He found out how evil Zhang Xiaobao was. People who raised pigs could still let the pigs eat leftovers with oil. Cows and horses could even eat eggs. Zhang Xiaobao could actually say that the Japanese could not even compare to animals, and yet he was so righteous. How much hatred did he have for the Japanese? Unexpectedly, Baigo nodded. That's right. I can't stand the oily and fishy food. I know about Highland barley. It has a unique shell fragrance when cooked together with the shell. I didn't expect Grandpa Bai to know so much about life. I'm not as good as you. I didn't think of that before. I even wanted to remove the shell. I admire you. Zhang Xiaobao gave a thumbs up. It's okay. Baigo said modestly. Wang Wan also understood and said happily. Xiaobao, we can save a lot of money now, right? The butler understood and decided to listen to his master in the future. He would not make any mistakes again. He could not be punished to taste the shell fragrance. The accommodation isn't too bad. There are pillows, piled up to block the wind, and use the best straw to keep warm. Zhang Xiaobao casually mentioned the accommodation. All right, I'm relieved that you could treat the Japanese well. Continue. Baigo nodded. He was indeed relieved. Xiaobao had not changed. He was still the same black-hearted and ruthless Xiaobao. That's it. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect Baigo to change the topic again. Continue. Baigo was not moved. Why are you like this? Wife, you tell Grandpa Bai. Zhang Xiaobao gestured to Wang Wan. Wang Wan rolled her eyes. Who's your wife? Call me madam. Grandpa Bai, Xiaobao wants people from the Sinangxi temple to come over. Normally, there are still a few crops that have not been harvested, especially the late rice that was developed 2 years ago. Now that all the crops have been washed away, the Sinangxi temple has developed a new variety. They have only conducted one experiment. The new variety needs to survive the winter. It is said that once it succeeds, the yield will be very high. Wheat, let's call it winter wheat. It is slightly different from winter wheat. But it is not suitable for planting north of the Yellow River. There is no need for the north. Anyway, there is only one batch of grain in a year. Xiao Bao and I are in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. The new variety of rice there is delicious. You will be able to eat it this year. Therefore, Xiao Bao wants people from the Sinangxi temple to try planting in Hongnong. The area is large and the climate is suitable. Anyway, Hongnong is already like this. No matter how bad it is, it can't be too bad. Especially what Xiao Bao has done for the imperial court. Not only did the people's impression of the imperial court not worsen, but it also improved. That's right. The people don't ask for much. In fact, as long as the officials are dealt with, the people will admit that the emperor is good. Moreover, you have to compensate for all the losses. If the crops are bad, you have to continue to compensate, right? Baigo could understand. They were using Hongnong as an experiment. Whether it was good or bad, it depended on Hongnong. The people were the most obedient. An emperor who could force the people to rebel was not an ordinary emperor. The current emperor, Li Longji, was very ordinary. Otherwise, there was no need to force the people to rebel. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could have done it. The emperor also admitted this point. Fortunately, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not have the intention to seize the throne, nor did they threaten the emperor. They even encouraged the emperor to eat good food, wear good clothes, and use good things. They could create luxuries that the emperor could not imagine for the emperor. They could also get entertainment that the emperor could not think of for the emperor. Other officials were afraid that the emperor would spend a lot of money when he went on an inspection tour. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo encouraged the emperor to go out for a walk when he had nothing to do, even if they had to pay for it. There was really no better official than them. However, the emperor himself had said that there was a prerequisite. That was, the emperor could not be muddle-headed and muddle-headed. He should not hinder Xiao Bao and Cuckoo from doing things. It's hard to understand what the two of them are thinking. If other people had this ability, they might not be able to bear it and rebel. The two of them are actually enjoying it. Do they really think that being the emperor is too tiring and not fun? It makes sense. The emperor is indeed not as carefree as the two of them. Bai Go did not speak for a while. He was thinking about something. Zhang Xiaobao did not know what Bai Go was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely tell Bai Go, "Is it so easy to be the chairman and premier? Don't you see that people in those positions age quickly?" Seeing that Bai Go did not speak, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. "Grandpa Bai, actually, the businessmen of my dynasty are very smart. I want to build a few more distribution centers. My family can't always pay for it. Some money can't be earned. When it's time to delegate power, it has to be delegated. I want to build a distribution center in Hongnong and let other businessmen see the opportunity. They would follow the example of other places and build a place for the circulation of goods in order to gain benefits. Only the goods that were circulated were considered goods. The faster the circulation, the more taxes the country would collect. It was not wrong to hide wealth from the people, but the central government must have more money to control the local areas. Otherwise, with the development of technology, there will be imbalance in the development of the local areas. The local areas are strong, and the central government does not have the power to control them except for the military. If they continue to support the local areas, it is actually tempting the local officials to rebel. The financial and military power must be firmly controlled by the emperor." Zhang Xiaobao finally spoke the truth. Wang Wan sighed. Bai Go also sighed. His sigh was different from Wang Wan's. Wang Wan knew too many facts and sighed for history. Bai Go sighed for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "So you and Cuckoo are here?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao said in a heavy tone. "Yes, what?" "No, continue." Bai Go turned his face and asked about Zhang Xiaobao's calculations. His butler thought that Zhang Xiaobao had already said the last thing, but he did not expect his master to not let go. He began to feel that his master was too much. How could there be more? Zhang Xiaobao was also a person, and he could say many things. But just as he was about to sympathize with Zhang Xiaobao said unhappily, "Grandpa Bai, you can't ask about everything. No matter what, you have to leave me with some secrets. There's more. There's really more." The butler's eyes widened. While he was frightened by Zhang Xiaobao's calculations, he admired his master more and more. This time, Zhang Xiaobao did not need Bai Go to force him. He said, "Grandpa Bai, the entire Hunan province, and even Luoyang, officials are involved. A large number of officials have to go down. I will stay in Hongnong until the fall imperial examination. What do you think His Majesty will ask about?" "Of course, it's about the governance of Hunan province in the imperial examination, especially the subject of Mingjing." Bai Go answered directly. "Yes, so now the students of Jinjia Academy are preparing for the examination. You also know that most of the students of Jinjia Academy are in the combat category, so I have to create some opportunities for them. One person has to be replaced by another person. I think the students of Jinjia Academy are better, don't you think?" Zhang Xiaobao showed an expression of, "I'm very honest." Bai Go was stunned and pointed at Zhang Xiaobao. "You. Xiaobao, you. Cuckoo, why don't you scold him? He even interferes with the appointment and dismissal of officials." "I don't know." Wang Wan looked very innocent. "Xiaobao, Grandpa Bai is scolding you. Let go. Hunan province belongs to the imperial court. What does it have to do with us? If there are vacancies in the officials, there will naturally be people anxious to get in. Why do you care if they are capable? When there are no students of the academy, Hunan province is no longer Hunan province. It's useless for the students of the academy to be capable. Someone has to think that they are capable. Let's get them to work in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion. They can also do something. Grandpa Bai, look, I'm talking about Xiao Bao. Bai Go was so angry that he laughed. Ha, cuckoo, you'd better talk about me. We are indeed from the same family. You have to be biased when you speak. Yes, in recent years, the imperial court has been suppressing the students of your academy. The officials are also afraid. As you said, they are all practical. If they really join hands with you, how can the imperial court control them? I don't care. Hunan province is developing the best, but it has always been the most chaotic. There should be a clear stream. Baigo had no choice. The students of Jianjia Academy were extraordinarily capable. Unlike the students of other academies, they were very strict in selecting talents. They didn't want those with low IQ or those who were unwilling to learn. When it was time to take the imperial examination, they still had to go through the internal selection of the academy. The selection of Jianjia Academy included economic, political, military, and diplomatic aspects. It could be said that there was a constant struggle. Only by passing the selection could one get a place to take the imperial examination. As a result, all the students who could sit in the examination hall were the best, because those who were not good enough had been eliminated. Since Grandpa Bai supports me, I'll say something else. Zhang Xiaobao said happily. Chapter 942. Under the expectant gaze of Bai Go and his butler, Zhang Xiaobao slowly said, "It's really the last idea. It's not a big deal." Xiao Bei, Xiao Yuan, and the others suffered a lot in Hong Nong. Fortunately, they followed me and Cuckoo around and saw a lot. Otherwise, if they were ordinary children, they would often have nightmares when they saw floating corpses, even if they were not scared silly. They were willing to take out all their savings for the reconstruction of Hong Nong. More than 1 million strings of cash is not a small amount. If they were businessmen, the imperial court would reward them, not to mention children. Don't be silly. The words that come out of your mouth sound different. What do you mean by all their savings? According to your words, Xiao Bei and the others will have no money at all. They won't be able to live in the future. It sounds very pitiful. Bai Go was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. If it was someone else who said more than 1 million strings of cash, it would be scary, but when it was Xiao Bao who said it seriously, it only gave people a feeling of absurdity. To Xiao Bao, could more than 1 million strings of cash be considered money? Wang Wan chimed in to help. Grandpa Bai, you can't deny the kindness of the 9 children just because our family is rich. If it were other children, they would take out their savings of 100 copper coins, and Xiao Bei and the others would give 1 million strings of cash, which is 1 billion copper coins. I won't comment on how much money is, it's too vulgar. I just want to say that they are the same, giving everything they have. That's right, but don't use 1 billion copper coins to pressure me. I used to be a minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and I've seen money. Bai Go nodded and admitted. He looked up at his butler, Chongqing, say something. The housekeeper had seen the world today. When the master talked to Zhang Xiaobao, he talked about money in the millions. He was always scheming against the country. Hearing the master's question, he pondered for a moment and replied, "Master, compared to Zhang Xiaobei and Wang Xiaoyuan, I'm not as good as them. My food, clothes, and accommodation are all paid for by the master. However, I still can't bear to give all my money to others, even if it's used for disaster relief. If I only take 1/10 of it, I might be able to do it." Embarrassing. Bai Go felt that the butler was embarrassing him. It was not like he was asking him to take it. To put it nicely, this butler was too honest. As soon as Bai Go had this idea, Wang Wan said, "It's human nature. The steward shows his loyalty by telling the truth. Since the steward said he would grit his teeth and give 1/10 of the money, I thank the steward on behalf of the people of Hong Nong. I will send someone to the steward to get it. The butler immediately trembled. Fortunately, he had said 1 in 10 just now. She really wanted it. Bai Go was speechless. When he saw the smile in Wang Wan's eyes, he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. If the butler had cooperated and said that he would take everything, he would probably be crying now. She was serious. Bai Go did not intend to continue to let this pair of shrewd people talk. The housekeeper paid for the money, and the master paid for it. Bai Go changed the topic and thought, Cuckoo, Xiaobei's money was paid for by the imperial court. We can ask the emperor for it later. How can we count it on them? Grandfather Bai's guess is correct. I also think so. However, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Since Grandfather Bai has the same idea, when we return to the capital, can Xiaobei and the others ask the emperor for money? Grandfather Bai needs to help more. A few days ago, Xiaobei said that she missed Grandfather Bai and wanted to sing and dance for Grandfather Bai. She said that Grandfather Bai is the best grandfather besides her biological grandfather. Zhang Xiaobao quickly took over Bai Go's words. The meaning was very clear. Didn't you say that you could ask the emperor for it? Well, go and ask for it. See if you can get it back. Don't make Xiaobei sad. Ah. Bai Go regretted. His mouth was cheap. Even if it was 100 copper coins, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would not be able to get it from the emperor. For so many years, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family paid for it, but the imperial court did not give it to them. This had become a common practice. It could be seen from Xiaobei's official robes. The double gold and silver fish bag could be written into the history books. Of course, there should be a small line of words at the end. Because the imperial court was short of money, it was ordered to self-control, so it became a mistake. That. Bai Go raised his sleeve and wiped the non-existent sweat to cover up. He said that, Xiaobao, you said that you have another idea. What is it? Zhang Xiaobao laughed secretly. He did not expect to get back the money that his family spent for the Tang Empire. Basically, all the money was given to him by preferential policies. After laughing secretly, Zhang Xiaobao said, this time, the county magistrate of Hongnong County, Yan Zheng, dared to destroy the embankment because he thought that no one would pursue the matter. I want to use Xiaobei's name to build an amusement park on the Honglu River. A water amusement park does not cost money. There are specific activities in it. If you want to play, you can spend money. However, the person who manages the project will definitely have nothing to do with my family. My family is only in charge of the maintenance and repair of the amusement park. We also collect some fees for the land. In the name of Xiaobei's 9 children, I believe that the new official will not dare to do anything when he knows that Honglu River is under the care of Xiaobei and the others. Don't you think so? Bai Go pondered over Zhang Xiaobao's words and had to agree. Indeed, no official wants to be targeted by Xiaobei and the others. Otherwise, during the evaluation, even if he did not do anything wrong, he would be demoted by 3 grades. If he is guilty, he will be punished. However, if we build an amusement park on the Honglu River, how long will it take to earn more than 3 million coins? This old man knows that it is not easy for Xiaobei and the others to earn money. Other than the small business they came up with, most of it is the New Year's money and tips that they kowtow to the elders during festivals. Even if your family gives more, because of your family, the other elders are embarrassed to give less. For example, when Xiaobei and the others pay New Year's greetings, I can't take out less than 100 coins. However, this is their hard work money. The only thing this old man did not expect is that Xiaobei and the others are willing to take out their hard work money just once they come to Hongnong. Your Majesty really did not spoil the wrong people. In Hanyuan Palace, Xiao Bei is sitting on the dragon chair. I want to see who dares to talk behind their backs. In fact, Bai Go was not used to it. When Xiao Bei and the others arrived at Hanyuan Palace, they ran to Bai Go's side. Xiao Bei sat on the armrest of the dragon chair and even squeezed with the emperor with a smile. Even the crown prince did not dare to touch that place. However, after this incident, Bai Go thought that it was fine to sit there. The chair would not break. She did not want to be the emperor. She just felt that the view there was broad. Bai Go's attitude made Zhang Xiaobao feel very embarrassed, so he said, "Try not to spoil them." "So, Grandpa Bai, you also agree to build an amusement park in the name of Xiao Bei and the others, and be responsible for the maintenance and repair of the Honglu River, and collect a little land fee?" "I agree. How many people can there be in Hongnong County? I am only worried that the money earned is not enough to maintain it, and you will have to pay extra," Bai Go said. His housekeeper also nodded. Wang Wan could not help but laugh and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. "Cuckoo, why are you laughing?" Bai Go was puzzled. Wang Wan shook her head hard. "No, nothing. I just thought of something else happy, so I laughed." "Really? Xiao Bao, you can't lie to this old man. Tell me the truth. Can the amusement park make money? How much money can it make?" Bai Go finally figured it out. Zhang Xiaobao stared at Wang Wan, and got Wang Wan to roll her eyes back. He looked even more embarrassed than before. "Grandpa Bai, there are two sides to this matter, right? Don't talk to me about other things. I just want to ask you, can the amusement park make money?" Bai Go was not fooled. Logically speaking, if we give it to others, we can't make money. You see, we don't manage the specific projects of the amusement park, and we also need to take care of the maintenance and repair of the Honglu River. That's not a small amount of money, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked tentatively. "Don't try to reason with me. If you really want to reason with me, then this old man will tell you. Logically speaking, you, Zhang Xiaobao, have never done a losing deal. Just now, I was fooled by you. If not for Cuckold's sudden laughter, I would still be in the dark. If you want to blame it on Cuckold, you two can fight in private. Now, I want to hear the truth. According to Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make money, it is impossible for him to be your idea to come to Hongnong. I feel sorry for Xiao Bei and others, but I don't feel sorry for you." Bai Go reacted and did not believe Zhang Xiaobao's nonsense. He was careless. He was fooled. It was really impossible to guard against. The housekeeper didn't understand and was puzzled. They were talking, but why did the master have such a big reaction when Wang Wan laughed? Wang Wan continued to laugh. Zhang Xiaobao shrugged helplessly and said to Wang Wan, "Wife, let's be more reserved. You see, when you laugh, I am isolated. You are a lady from a noble family. You should pay attention to your manners. You are still laughing. I am so smart. Xiao Bao, I have seen through you. You have been fooling me since I was young. Now, you are getting smarter and smarter. I have decided not to stay in Sanshui County anymore. I will go out and be a liar. After being fooled by you for so many years, I have finished my apprenticeship, right?" Bai Go was furious. He was not angry at Zhang Xiaobao, but at himself. After so many years, he had been fooled again and again. Why didn't he learn his lesson? Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao twice and finally stopped laughing. She wiped the tears from her laughter and said to Bai Go, "Grandpa Bai, you can't be a liar because there are no liars in Tang. Yes, where there is Xiao Bao, there are no liars. I found out. If he is not a liar, the world will be peaceful. Xiao Bao, don't try to hide. Tell me, how much money can you make?" Baigo kept telling himself that it was not the first time he was fooled. Only then did he suppress the anger in his heart. Actually, we can't make much money. You know, my family has invested a lot of money in researching technology. We have electric lights, flashlights, washing machines, fans, and now there is something called electronic machine tools. We haven't finished researching them yet, but there are byproducts. So, we have some entertainment projects. I plan to put them in the amusement park. We will not operate them directly. We will rent them out and charge them for the land. In the past, there were only so many people in Hong Nong. But didn't I mention before that there will be a railway connecting Hong Nong to the north of the Yangtze River in the future? We will build a distribution center for goods. At that time, we can have a little more people, right? Just a little more. The hibiscus garden in the capital is too empty. My family is going to give a set of equipment like the Hanglushui amusement park for free. When it is open, we will charge a fee and give it to the emperor directly. Those who don't have the opportunity to go to the hibiscus garden can enjoy it in Hanglushui. Does this count as benefiting the country and the people? I don't want a single cent of the money I make. I will give it all to Xiaobei and the others. Even if they donate it tomorrow, I will not stop them. Cute and sensible children should be rewarded. Zhang Xiaobao explained his plan. He did not mention how much money he could make, nor did he mention the prospects. But Baigo, who had been the Minister of Revenue, immediately knew how profitable this industry was. I found that what Cuckoo said was not wrong at all. Where there is Xiaobao, there will definitely be no swindlers. Xiaobao has thousands of ways to make money, but he will never cheat. How many people in the Tang Empire and the surrounding countries dare to cheat in front of him? Chongqing, do you see? Sometimes, one can make money with confidence. Baigo had been in contact with Zhang Xiaobao for many years. He immediately thought of the future profits of Hanglushui. It would definitely be many times more than what Xiaobei paid. That was because the hibiscus garden was not open often, but the amusement park was always open. Moreover, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao could make a lot of money from it, but he could not stop it. Not to mention him, even the people from the censorate could not say anything. Since Xiaobao said that he would give the money to his younger brothers and sisters, he would never ask for a single cent. Others could not attack Xiaobei and the others. Although they were rich, as long as the people of the Tang Empire needed it, they could take it out immediately. After a slight estimation of the traffic of the merchandise distribution center, Baigo felt that the money invested by Xiaobei and his 9 children could be earned back in 3 to 5 years. Compared with Xiaobao's investment, the return on investment was still low. He decided to support him from the side. Master. Baigo's butler was different from Baigo. He was in contact with the bottom of the society, so he knew the development prospects of Hanglushui amusement park better. He could not help but want to remind the master. Say it. Baigo asked in front of Zhang Xiaobao. Master, this. The butler was hesitant. Baigo's face suddenly darkened. Chongqing, you just heard a lot of national policies. If it is spread out and delayed, your whole family will be annihilated. The butler immediately felt that his back was wet with sweat. The master's meaning was very clear. What he just heard was national policies. If it was leaked, his whole family would be annihilated. Now he was playing tricks in front of Zhang Xiaobao. What would Zhang Xiaobao think? Wang Wan said very cooperatively, Grandpa Bai, if your butler does this again in the future, don't blame me for killing him. This time he is not sensible. You have to scold him more. Baigo was relieved. He was really afraid that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would not say anything. It was just a small matter. He was afraid that if they did not say anything, it would be called estrangement. If so, he would not have the face to live in Sanshui County. Say it. Go back and get 10 whips. Baigo scolded the butler. The butler knew that the master saved his life. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave the yard. He was so scared that he cupped his hands. If it was not to protect the master's face, he would have knelt down. Of course, he did not know that if he really knelt down, he would be dead. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan respected Grandpa Bai. They would not allow Grandpa Bai's servant to lose face. Master, they will make a lot of money. Maybe in less than a year, they can earn back more than 1,000,000 strings of coins. Don't you want to share? The butler had to tell the truth. Can they really make so much money? Xiao Bao. Baigo did not ask the butler. Instead, he asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand at the butler, indicating that he would not pursue the matter. Then he said to Baigo, Grandpa Bai, what do you enjoy in Sanshui County? When others go there, they only know that between the clouds and the water is good and that the pond between the clouds and the water is big. What about you? Me? Of course, the mountain is in the middle of the water. The best scenery is not between the clouds and the water, but Zhuangzi, the mountain behind the Zhang family and the Wang family, and the water surrounding the mountain. Also, the best place to comprehend is not the Jinjia Academy, but the children's school. What the academy has, the school must have. What the academy has, the school may not have. The sound of reading is definitely not comparable to the cheerful laughter of the children. I also know that the academy usually eats pork and chicken. The children of the Zhang family and the Wang family usually eat beef and mutton. But I eat pig's stomach, chicken delicacies, lamb liver, beef bay, fish roe, fish float, and foie gras. Xiao Bao, you're so considerate. It's all thanks to you that this old man is still alive. I didn't know where I lived at first, but after asking around, I found out that the temperature there was always 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Every day, I had to drink a small bowl of fishy and fresh bone marrow kombu porridge. Every day I am alive is because of you and Cuckoo. But what does this have to do with the Honglu Water Amusement Park? How can making money compare to between the clouds and the water? Baigo was not stupid at all. He knew very well what kind of treatment he enjoyed. It could be said that it was meticulous. Therefore, he was biased toward Xiao Bao and Cuckoo without any psychological burden. Wang Wan fed Baigo a small cake and said, Grandpa Bai, that's what you should do. In fact, Xiao Bao means that once a businessman comes to Hongnong County and knows that there is a place like the hibiscus garden that only the emperor can enjoy, if the seller doesn't take the buyer to the amusement park, it can only mean that the buyer's status is too low. All businessmen who don't know how to behave have been eliminated. Those who stay will definitely take people to the amusement park. The amusement park is free, but the projects inside charge money. Who cares about that little money? Xiao Bao doesn't need to calculate this point. I can tell Grandpa Bai that after this winter, the distribution center will be built. From the beginning of spring to the middle of summer next year, we can earn more than 1.3 million strings of cash in 2 seasons. This is because there are only 2 places in the Tang Empire that have the same project. The amusement park is not only a place to relax, but also a place to show one's status. We won't run it independently, but we will raise the cost of the technical equipment and the land cost of the individual projects. Our publicity is that we can enjoy the life of an emperor through several journeys in the human world. Listening to Wang Wan's explanation, Baigo finally understood how the amusement park made money. No wonder Zhang Xiaobao suggested that they could earn back their capital in 2 seasons. It was true. The hibiscus garden couldn't be opened often. People rarely saw what the emperor played. Cuckoo, according to what you said, there is a possibility of overdoing it, Baigo advised kindly. Yes, Grandpa Bai is right. That's why we want Xiao Bei and the others to discuss it with His Majesty. If His Majesty can say to Xiao Bei, you kids should take out the New Year's money you got from kowtowing and not get anything in return, then we'll accept it. In that case, we'll accept it. We'll immediately cancel the Hanglushui amusement park. Wang Wan spread her hands. Master, the emperor can't say this, the butler reminded him. Nonsense, of course I know. How can His Majesty say that the country will be destroyed? When he said this, he didn't mention the people of Luzhou, the people of Yutufan, the people of Sanshui County, the reaction of Shuzhou, the indignation of Yizhou, and the entire northern part of Hebei province. How many people wouldn't be worried about the people in other places of the Tang Empire? Even the ministers would be bitterly disappointed. Xiaobei and the others represented loyalty, faith, glory, courage, honesty, justice, sacrifice, and fairness, just like the knights in the story that Xiao Yuan repeated. Of course, this was not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing was that Xiaobei and the others were not adults, so other words such as cute, sensible, lively, smart, naughty, and so on should be added. How can His Majesty refuse? Do you think it's a joke to reduce the punishment by 3 grades and add punishment for every crime? You haven't seen what Hanyuan Palace is like. When others walk on both sides, Xiaobei and the others jump in the middle and jump up. Baigo finally knew the plan of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Master, can't others walk in the middle? The butler didn't know anything else but this, so he asked curiously. No one has ever walked in the middle. There are no steps in the middle, and there are big pieces of land. How can one walk? When His Majesty goes to court, he will either appear at the back or at the front, and there will be people carrying the carriage. The people carrying the carriage also have to walk on both sides. The middle is carved, so who will walk in the middle? His Majesty doesn't summon people easily now, and when he does, he will use binoculars. From top to bottom, it is more than 100 meters away, and you can't see anything even if you raise your head. Do you think it's the story that Xiaobei and the others told? When they say that His Majesty is at the top and ask the people below to raise their heads, His Majesty will be able to see their delicate features. Unless His Majesty is farsighted. His Majesty doesn't have that ability, so he uses binoculars. Xiaobei and the others don't care about that. Sometimes, they even run to the back. When His Majesty summons them, they are next to the dragon throne. How can you reason with them? Except for Zhang Zhong's scolding, the other officials are all silent. Baigo told the butler what happened in the court. The butler didn't know who Zhang Zhong was, so he asked, Master, what rank is Zhang Zhong? Is he so powerful? Is he more powerful than the legendary Master Gao? Zhang Zhong is the Minister of Works, and he is Xiaobei's biological father. Master Gao. Gao Lisher is Xiao Bao's godfather, so he is his godfather. What can he say? Do you understand? If you offend Xiao Bao will reason with you. If you offend Xiaobei, you can't say anything even if you are right. Bai Mao instructed his steward earnestly. Chapter 943. No wonder Lord Zhang Zhong is Lord Zhang Xiaobei's biological father. No wonder he dares to scold Xiaobei. The steward felt that it was a good thing that there was someone in the imperial court who could control Xiaobei. It depends on what the matter is. If Xiaobei is serious about something, she dares to go against her father. After quarreling in the imperial court, Xiaobei will go home and hide before the court is dismissed. Ha! Baigo laughed heartily when talking about this. Zhang Xiaobao winked at Wang Wan and went to the kitchen to cook. After all, he couldn't let Baigo eat some snacks to fill his stomach. Wang Wan accompanied Baigo to the table and told him the importance of building a road to the 3 northeastern provinces, the northern part of Hebei province. She listed the mineral resources in the northeast and talked about the characteristics of the northeast land. She especially emphasized the benefits of planting potatoes brought back from outside in the black soil of the commander-in-chief's mansion in Bohai. She also mentioned the precious medicinal materials that liked cold weather, delicious birds and beasts, beautiful and practical animal fur. Of course, she didn't miss the important strategic locations. Oh. You mean, if we move the heavy industry to the northern part of Hebei province and put the large docks around, Jili province can be connected with Deng province and Lai province in Hunan province. A large area in the middle can be used for naval training and formation before meeting the enemy. However, in the northern part of Hebei province, only your Jili province has some people. The other places are uninhabited or sparsely populated. Who will occupy those places when attacking the Tang Empire? What's more, except for our Tang Empire, I haven't heard of any gunboats in other places. Although Bai Go's thinking was more advanced, he didn't think of the same thing as Wang Wan. He had many doubts. Wang Wan heard Bai Go say that the 3 northeastern provinces were not important. She opened her mouth and didn't know what to say for a while. She looked at the map and pondered for a while. Then she said, "Grandpa Bai, do you think it's easy for Xiao Bao and me to clean up the northern part of Hebei province?" Bai Go nodded. That was exactly what he meant. It did not take much effort. There were a few small skirmishes and they only used the gunships once. Even if they did not use the gunships, it would not have been a big deal. Grandpa Bai, that's because Shandong, the Hunan circuit, is in the hands of our great Tang. Otherwise, even if Xiao Bao and I mobilized our elite soldiers, we wouldn't have been able to attack them. Once they had a ship like ours, or even a smaller one, it would have been connected to the Hunan circuit's Dangzhou. I can only lead my troops to attack Deng province first. Deng province is not in my hands, so I definitely don't dare to attack that place. Unless they don't resist, hiding millions of soldiers in the vast mountains to the north is like child's play. Back then, I led the soldiers of Yi province. Why? Why didn't I bring the soldiers from Jiangnan? Without Lu Zhou's wolf soldiers? Because I'm afraid that they will hide. If they hide until winter, the soldiers of Yi province can still resist the cold. Wang Wan was not from the northeast. To be precise, she was not a pure northeasterner. She was originally from Beijing. The climate was the same as the northeast, and the area was close to Hebei. However, she knew the importance of the 3 provinces in the northeast. Otherwise, how did the capital of Beijing come to be? Who built Shanghai Pass for? The 2 capitals were unparalleled, and the first pass of the Great Wall was just a joke. Bai Go lowered his head and pondered. His steward was at a loss. He did not know what the northern part of Hebei province looked like. He only knew that the ginseng there was good, especially when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were there. They sent a lot of ginseng to the old master. Oh, there was also kunbu, which could be planted. There were also pearls, fungus, and so on. According to the old master, ginseng was also planted near Jili province. For the magical Zhang family and Wang family, it seemed that there was nothing they could not plant. Maybe one day, they would be able to plant millions of soldiers. After pondering for a while, Bai Go said, "It's indeed not easy to fight. Otherwise, it would have been directly under our control. Why would we build so many protectorates? You and Xiao Bao have been troubled. Grandpa Bai, you finally speak the truth. Xiao Bao, add 1 more dish for Grandpa Bai. Oh, add 2 more. Add 1 more dish to scold people." Wang Wan pretended to be moved and shouted to the kitchen. Bai Go said again, "Cuckoo, I see that you and Xiao Bao went there very easily. Didn't you go there to make money by planting kunbu?" Humph, if Xiao Bao wanted to make money, why would he go to Jili province? Jiangnan province, Huainan province, Shannan East province, and Lingnan province. Which one can't he plant kunbu? Xiao Bao and I felt uncomfortable because there was an important place with a small population that was not under the control of the Tang Empire. Don't doubt the importance of the north of Hebei province. If Xiao Bao and I want to rebel, we will definitely choose to do it in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. Give Xiao Bao 1,000,000 people, give me 100,000 elite soldiers, and let the imperial court gather all the soldiers of the Tang Empire to fight. Let's see if we can take it down. When summer comes to attack, I will fight if I can. If I can't, I will retreat to the north. When winter comes, I will fight back. This winter, I will take you there for a walk and let you see what the elite soldiers are like in the snow. Wang Wan had heard the story told by her grandfather. Her grandfather said that her grandfather's grandfather was in the northeast. The Japanese immigrants were often bullied by the local landlords. The 3 provinces in the northeast held back a lot of Japanese forces. That was because the warlords didn't see the situation clearly and adopted a passive strategy. Every time she thought of the story and read the real historical information, Wang Wan would sigh. The North military camp, as long as they fought back, could form a crossfire net at any time. They didn't need to prepare during the day. Even if they were attacked at night, they could get up and quickly form a firepower position. Not to mention people, even tanks would be trapped. Even if they lost in the end, they could eliminate the living force of the Old Nose. What kind of soldiers were they? They were the direct subordinates brought out by Zhang, just like the strong protection team in her family. Who dared to say that they could easily attack the position defended by the protection team according to the terrain and firepower deployment? Baigo didn't know that Wang Wan thought of this history. Seeing Wang Wan's sad face, he thought that he didn't trust Wang Wan in his words and made her sad. Then he said, "Cuckoo, what did the commander of your army look like?" "What?" "Nothing. It's just the Xiang army given by the emperor." "Oh, it's the soldiers of the Jiangnan and western provinces. Now they have begun to adapt to the climate." Wang Wan calmed down and said with a gesture, "I'm talking about the winter clothes." Baigo knew that His Majesty gave Xiao Bao and Cuckoo the soldiers. The reason why he gave them soldiers they were not familiar with was that he was afraid that they would dominate. Speaking of clothes, Wang Wan smiled. "If you go there, you will be scared." In summer, they wear the normal gray-green camouflage clothes. In winter, humph. After it snows in winter, they wear white skis, duck down, a white cloak, a snow hat, and a pair of snow glasses. The gloves have 3 parts, one for the thumb, one for the index finger, and the other 3 fingers together to make it convenient to shoot. Everyone carries a simple medical kit, a flat bottle of strong liquor, a multifunctional white military shovel, and a pack of spicy jerky. "Grandpa Bai, I let the Tang Empire choose any general to fight with me after it snows in winter. With 10,000 soldiers, I can easily defeat 100,000 of them. I participated in 3 maneuvers there. At that time. I thought about how to fight many times. Anyway, it's very powerful." As Wang Wan spoke, her words slipped out of her mouth and she hurriedly corrected her. Baigo didn't think too much about it. He thought about what Wang Wan had said about the soldiers' equipment. He thought that in the snow, they would be dressed in white from top to bottom, which should be useful for hiding. As for what Wang Wan had said about 10,000 against 100,000, he still didn't quite believe it. The premise was that the one commanding the 10,000 was not Wang Wan. If it was Wang Wan, there was a high possibility of winning against 100,000 people in any place. "Cuckoo, you are too modest. If you have enough space, I also believe that you can win if you fight against 200,000 with 10,000. Baigo commented. "Grandpa Bai, you don't understand what I mean. Even if it's not me, Xiao Bao can also win if he commands. You don't understand the cruelty of the forest and snowfield. For people who are not used to the environment, it's good enough that they can still breathe after entering." Wang Wan could not use words to describe the weather in the northeast, especially after passing Liaoning and heading north. It was bone-chilling and the wind was like a knife. Droplets of water would turn into ice. The Xiang soldiers sent by Li Longji were all men. In the first winter, how many of them cried from the cold? Their hands and faces would be covered with cuts and blackened by the wind. In the middle of the cuts, there would be fresh red flesh. That was Jili province, which was Dalian. It was warmer and close to the sea. Let's try heading north. Bai Go heard Wang Wan's words and did not dare to make a conclusion. Is it really that cold? You can go and take a look during winter. I will prepare some protective measures for you and let you experience the feeling of snow in the north. When Wang Wan thought of standing under the snow without any protective measures, she could not help but shiver. Only a group of heartless children like Xiao Bei would be able to make a snowman even when their hands were red from the cold. Bai Go had never experienced such a degree of coldness. He gave himself courage and said, Okay. I will leave my 50 kilograms to you. If I freeze to death, you will feel guilty for the rest of your life. Oh, who dares to freeze our Grandpa Bai to death? I will be the first to not let him off. Grandpa Bai, the dishes are here. Zhang Xiaobao came out of the kitchen with a big tray and said with a smile. There were 5 dishes on the tray. There was no soup because there was a northeast pig slaughtered dish in the middle. There was soup, pickled vegetables, white meat, blood sausage, vermicelli, and a smashed hind leg bone. There was also a small bowl of garlic sauce on the side. The other 4 dishes were stewed meat, steamed pork knuckle with chopped green onions, potato braised eggplant, and braised chicken nuggets with mushrooms. Zhang Xiaobao originally planned to stew chicken and mushrooms, but he thought it would take too long. The 5 dishes were all typical Northeast dishes. Zhang Xiaobao actually planned to make them even more shabby. For example, he would change the pork knuckle into sliced salted duck eggs, change the chicken and mushrooms into egg and onion pancakes, change the stewed meat into stewed vegetables, make the potato braised eggplant into eggplant with chopped green onions, and make the pig slaughter dish into stewed pickled vegetables. In the end, he was too embarrassed to do so and had to serve them as planned. When Wang Wan saw the dishes, she immediately recognized which cuisine they belonged to. It was not winter yet, so the taste and feeling of eating Northeast dishes was not so good. She glanced at the 5 dishes and asked, 5 dishes? There's also a spicy stir-fried intestine. I can only stir-fry it after boiling water and blanching the intestines. My speed is already fast enough. I turned on 4 stoves at the same time, so the pig slaughter dish and pork knuckle took more time. The water for blanching the intestines hasn't been boiled yet. I'm afraid that Grandpa Bai will be anxious from waiting. Zhang Xiaobao explained. All right, go back quickly. It's not easy for Grandpa Bai to come here. Even if it's a simple meal, it can't be too shabby. Grandpa Bai, I'm sorry. Xiaobao's hands are really not fast enough. Wang Wan chased Zhang Xiaobao back and said modestly to Bai Go. Bai Go did not move his chopsticks. He waited for the wine to be warmed at the side. At the same time, he was also waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish the last dish so that they could eat together. After hearing Wang Wan's words, he said to his housekeeper, Did you see that? The dishes are slow. After returning to the residence, tell the chefs that they don't need to make 5 dishes in that short amount of time. If they can make 4 dishes in front of them, I'll consider them doing their job well. Don't learn from Xiao Bao and waste time cooking. Master, if we really do that, we won't have any chefs in our residence. Master, I understand. No wonder you said that Her Majesty is willing to eat the dishes cooked by Jidushi Zhang. How fast does he have to be to manage 4 stoves at the same time? Other than using a spoon, he also has to use a knife to cut, right? To be honest, if I had the money to invite Jidushi Zhang to cook, I would be willing to pay 100 strings of cash just by looking at his knife skills. The housekeeper was deeply shocked. While he was speaking, 5 dishes were already out. Wouldn't the knife be flying? Bai Go chuckled and said, 100 strings of cash. Is Xiao Bao so worthless? Do you know how much money he earns when he cooks a dish? What's that saying again? Oh, it's in minutes. Tens of thousands of strings of cash. Do you think anyone can eat the dishes cooked by Xiao Bao? Have a seat. I don't know when I'll be able to eat them again. Thank you, master. The housekeeper hurriedly found a seat at the end of the table and sat down. To be able to eat a bite of Zhang Xiaobao's dishes, regardless of the taste, just based on his status, he would gain face if word got out. Just as the housekeeper sat down, the fragrance of the hot wine wafted up. Zhang Xiaobao came back from the back with a plate in his hands. Grandpa Bai, don't say that. It's just a dish. It doesn't matter who cooks it. Xiao Bei can make dolls with his friends in Old Willow Village. Can't I cook a few dishes with the commoners? The weight of one's status has nothing to do with being reserved. It's not difficult to eat the food I cook. Yesterday, I stood on the street and roasted more than 60 caddies of meat skewers. I didn't even get a single copper coin. You have the nerve to say that. I helped you roast the meat skewers. My hands are swollen. How can you manage a grill that's 10 feet long? You roast big skewers. 1 caddy of meat is 20 skewers. You roast 7 to 8 caddies of meat at once. I have to bring 6 maidservants with me. How tired am I? Wang Wan complained. She even opened her hands for Bai Go to see. Next time, let's roast properly before we roast the meat. Madam, do you find that they enjoy the food? Zhang Xiaobao was surprised. I also enjoy the food. It tastes cheap. It's free. Wang Wan said. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. This shows that the commoners' lives are not easy. Rich people will not take advantage of this. One person can only eat 1 skewer, and they have to line up. Is it easy? Xiao Bao, pour the wine. I will also eat meat skewers tomorrow afternoon. Find a place and accompany me to fish and roast the meat. Bai Go had not moved his chopsticks. The master did not even serve the wine. How could he eat the food? Zhang Xiaobao obeyed and poured the wine. He held it up and gave Bai Go his blessings. Then, he filled Bai Go's chopsticks with food. Only then did Bai Go start eating. Early the next morning, Bai Go called Zhang Xiaobao and asked him to find a place to fish. He also brought the meat skewers that he had asked his men to roast for lunch. Looking at the color of the meat skewers, Bai Go was puzzled. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, "There is no mutton or beef." "The mutton is not here yet. We have beef, but we don't dare to eat it. The commoners are waiting for the compensation." "Do you want to eat beef?" Zhang Xiaobao explained. "No. I am afraid of being scolded behind my back. Other than transporting livestock and poultry, you also have to send food to the commoners. It's really not easy." Bai Go was just asking. He basically listened to Zhang Xiaobao when he came here. He believed that Xiao Bao would adjust his diet. Zhang Xiaobao carried his fishing gear and headed towards one of the water bubbles. That place should be able to hold some fish when the flood hits. When he heard Bai Go's question, he replied, "There is no need to prepare food for them. Humans cannot eat the food inside, but the livestock can eat it. I only need to hand over the pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese to the commoners. Even if the commoners have to wade through the mud, they will still collect enough food for their livestock and poultry." I know. With livestock, the commoners would rather be frugal and feed them well. Many commoners couldn't afford cows and sheep in the past, so they would buy pigs. They would add a cover on top of the pig and that would be their home. Only with a pig can there be a home. If I don't represent the imperial court to compensate them, they will not be able to have a stable winter. Especially those who raise cows. They basically raise the cows as their children, so I don't dare to kill the cows. In a few days, I will find local laborers to work and pay them. As for the old people and women who can't work, they will find ways to collect food for their livestock and poultry in the flood. I will give them some hope this year. Next autumn, there will be a bumper harvest. The rent that they should pay will not be less, so the incompetent officials should get out as soon as possible. Bai Go continued. Grandpa Bai, you know how to live. I admire you. Zhang Xiaobao praised. Then, when the people from Jinjia Academy come to be officials, no one can stop them, right? I don't know if they can stop them. I only know that when the people from the academy come, I will skin them alive if they don't manage the place well. I have told them this before the imperial examination. Since they have acknowledged themselves as Jinjia Academy, don't make a fool of yourself if you can't be one. The mediocre ones should get out of the way and the capable ones should stay in the middle. Zhang Xiaobao said very impolitely. Chapter 944. Xiaobei's ingredients were not delivered from Chang'an. There was not enough time, nor were they delivered from Luoyang. Xiaobei had transferred them from Shanzhou. Shanzhou was next to Guizhou, which was also Hongnong's capital. Compared to Hongnong, which had a river that entered the Yellow River, Shanzhou was located beside the Yellow River. Between the clouds and the water and Bihai Silver Sand restaurant faced each other. There was no shortage of ingredients inside. Even if they had to provide food for Hongnong, they did not need the restaurant's high-end ingredients. Xiaobei sent an order through the radio. Yesterday afternoon, the two restaurants in Shanzhou sent people to deliver the ingredients to Old Willow Village at the fastest speed. The ingredients arrived early this morning, followed by a few sous chefs who were tired from riding horses. The head chef did not come and had to stay in the restaurant. The children did not know that the ingredients were not easy to come by. They had almost emptied the two restaurants' reserves, and the two restaurants had to apply for more from other places. The children only knew that Xiaobei was very loyal. If she said that she would treat them to a meal, they would be able to eat immediately. Let the chefs rest first. There are many people, so we can only eat at night. Let's eat at noon. Xiao Hai saw that her sister wanted to arrange lunch for the children, so she stopped her. Yes, it's tiring to come all the way here. Let's rest first. We'll deal with it ourselves at noon. Xiaobei hurriedly ordered the servants to make arrangements. She even patted the belly of a big-bellied sous chef. You must have eaten a lot. Xiaobei is wise. The sous chef readily admitted. Who didn't eat secretly when they were chefs? When a master taught his disciple, he would specially set aside a dish for his disciple to taste. Xiaobei revealed an "I'm very awesome" expression and turned to help move the goods. Some of the goods were fresh, such as specially fed pigs, reared pufferfish with low levels of poison, fat autumn crabs, and hazel grouse used to make soup. They were also flying dragons that were transported from Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. The children also came forward to take a look. They had not seen many of them, so most of them could not recognize what they were. A child asked Xiaobei, Sister Xiaobei, what's that shrunk into a ball? Let me see. It's called a sea cucumber head. It's dry. It's from last year, or the year before that. The new sea cucumber head this year doesn't taste good. Xiaobei had eaten a lot of good food, so she recognized it at a glance. Little sister Xiaobei, what is this? Another child asked. Xiaobei leaned over to take a look. The abalones that I said I would treat you guys to are not easy to deal with. Looking at the size, there should be 6-headed abalones, and there are only 20 of them. The rest are abalones with more than 10 heads. How are we going to split them? Xiaobei, why is there a cut on the abalone? It's convenient to dry. The 6-headed abalone I'm talking about is 6 abalones per caddy after drying. 6 fresh abalones per caddy is not worth much. Xiao Bei, are those big pieces of beef? Let me see. Oh, it's roe deer meat. It's used to stew the hazel mushrooms. The hazel mushrooms have been marinated. And the one beside it is shark's fin. I don't know what kind of shark's fin it is, but it's not the heavenly 9 fins. Xiao Bei, there are toads with red bellies. My brother calls it forest frog. The most delicious part is the toad oil. It's probably braised or steamed. It doesn't taste good when fried. The crabs are so big. I heard that the crabs in Lake Tai are delicious. Are they from there? No, the crabs in Lake Tai are in a row of wooden basins next to it. There aren't many of them. What you're looking at are big sea crabs. They're not worth much. My family raises them. I wanted to bring some drunk crabs over, but there are too few drunk crabs in the restaurant. My brother doesn't want us kids to eat too many crabs. Xiao Bei, I know this. It's called kanbu. Grandpa Muramasa bought it before. It's very expensive. It's used to make prescriptions. It won't be expensive in the future. When our village makes money, I'll go to Jili province to buy it. The cost of breeding and transportation is covered. But you're not allowed to sell it. You can only eat it yourself. Xiao Bei was surrounded by people and kept asking questions. Even so, she was not stumped. She could name every dish and even a few recipes. She must have eaten it often. The children looked at Xiao Bei with even more admiration. Sister Xiao Bei, does the current emperor really eat these? A child looked in the direction of Chang Hen and asked uncertainly. Xiao Bei nodded twice. It's true. The difference is that the person who cooks it is not the sous chef I transferred. It's the imperial chef from the palace. Then the emperor must be eating the best, right? No, I'm the one who eats the best. The imperial kitchen doesn't have as many dishes as my family's restaurant. I mainly have a good brother. Uncle Emperor wants to eat the dishes made by my brother, so he has to find my brother. I'm with my brother every day, and my brother is always trying his best to cook good food for us. Every few days, my brother will take out a new dish for us to eat first. When we're done eating, he will send it to the palace and the restaurant. There are also a lot of expensive snacks. My brother doesn't let the emperor know. Xiao Bei said proudly. The children were full of envy. It was good to have a capable brother who spoiled them. When Xiao Bei showed her skills and the children were looking forward to eating delicious food at night, a group of people appeared at the opposite end of the iron chain bridge in Old Willow Village. Compared to the Japanese Shuichiro Watanabe who had directly crossed the bridge, the other side seemed to be very honest. Not only were there people, there were also carriages with horses and donkeys. The group stopped there. A round-faced man in brocade walked out of the crowd. He did not dare to cross the bridge directly, so he stood at the end of the bridge and shouted. Is that Zhang Xiaobei, Lord Zhang Xingzai? Are all the children of Hongnong County here? Who are you? The guard on this side of the bridge asked with a gun. Great Tang people, don't shoot. The voice from the other side was obviously frightened. Identity. The guard was unmoved and continued to ask. Shanzhou, Zhou City, Linhe Street, Yui Qiu, the head of Yu's Qing Miao Trading Company. The other side immediately replied. What are you doing here? The guard asked again. Sending cucumbers, garlic sprouts, spinach, and cabbage, plus a batch of literature and ink products. The other side answered. Come here yourself. The guard was still vigilant. Okay. The person on the other side walked towards the bridge by himself. A gust of wind blew, and he was fat, so the bridge shook. He was so scared that he squatted down and used his hands to support the bridge, giving people a feeling of being blown by the wind and rain. With great difficulty, the self-proclaimed Yu Chio climbed over the bridge. He put his hands on the bridge pier and gasped for breath. His face was pale with fright. One of the guards at the end of the bridge leaned over. His voice was not as strict as before. "We need to search him first." "Understood, understood." "Search, I understand. Our Xiao Bei is precious, we can't be careless. If someone really wants to harm Xiao Bei, I will be the first to disagree." Yu Chio was very easy to talk to. He raised his arm and stood there motionless, waiting to be searched. After he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and let them check if there was anything in his mouth. The guard was very serious. He pulled out a stack of papers from the cloth at Yu Chio's waist. He opened it and looked at it carefully. It was a copy of the Yu family's Qing Miao Trading Company. It even had the seal of Shan Province. It seemed like the business was not small. Otherwise, it would only have the seal of the county. "Brother, there is more. It is between the second and third paper." Yu Chio did not forget to remind. The guard followed his instructions and turned it over. Inside was a piece of hard paper with oil prints. The picture was of a rising sun shining down from between two white clouds. Below it was a field with rice seedlings planted in the field. Each seedling had a small face. Looking at it from the side, there were 3 kinds of light seals that were constantly changing colors. There were 2 words written on it, "Morning Sun." There was also a portrait of Yu Chio. It was very realistic. There was a steel seal at the bottom right corner. "Boss Yu, please wait for a moment. I will go and report to Xiao Bei." The guard's attitude changed. His tone was not so stiff, and there seemed to be a smile on his face. Of course. I am not in a hurry. The vegetables are covered tightly. The weather is not cold. I won't freeze." Yu Chio felt honored that the guard's attitude had changed. When the guard arrived in front of Xiao Bei and the group of children had already stopped talking. They were looking towards the bridge. "Who?" When the guard came closer, Xiao Bei asked curiously. "Shan Province, State City, Linhe Street. The boss of Yu family's Qing Miao Trading Company, Yu Chio. He said that he brought vegetables and a batch of stationery. In addition to the state government seal, there is also a ticket to participate in the Morning Sun operation. It has been checked. It is real." The guard did not speak nonsense and reported concisely. Xiao Bei was very surprised, then let him come over. "Oh, don't come over first. First, send a message to Shan Province. Verify. Since it is a merchant from the Morning Sun operation, I want to talk to him at close range." "Yes." The guard accepted the order and went to the bridge. He began to gossip with Yu Chio, but did not let him come over. Someone else sent a message to Shan Province. Shan Province's response was very fast. They confirmed the message and described Yu Chio's appearance. "Okay, go over. Try not to move your hands and feet too much. Otherwise." The guard moved aside and warned Yu Chio. I understand. Otherwise, if there is a misunderstanding, I will kill you on the spot." Thank you. This is worth it. I can finally see Xiao Bei's appearance with my own eyes." Yu Chio added with a flattering smile on his chubby face. The so-called close range was different from Shuichiro Watanabe. There was no restriction of 10 steps, and there was no need to kneel. Xiao Bei also did not change his official uniform. Yu Chio walked in front of Xiao Bei and stopped 2 steps away. He put his hands behind his back and smiled even more sweetly. It wasn't easy for a man to smile like this. Xiao Bei also smiled, but his smile was more beautiful than Yu Yiqiu's. Hello, boss Yu. You are a merchant from Chaoyang operation, right? Yes, yes. Xiao Bei, you are really beautiful. My granddaughter is 1 year old this year. In the future, she will be half as beautiful as you. I am satisfied. I brought a lot of vegetables. I heard that there are a lot of children here, so we can't lack vegetables. They are all covered with cotton quilts. Not even a single garlic sprout will be damaged. Yu Yiqiu held his stomach and said with a smile. Xiao Bei also smiled and nodded. He suddenly asked, "Can you tell me, how did you know I was here?" The surrounding children nodded and agreed with Xiao Bei's question. Yu Yiqiu took a step back. Because Xiao Bei's words were full of suspicion, he had to avoid suspicion. I often go to Blue Sea Silver Sand, and I am familiar with the shop assistant on the 3rd floor. Yesterday afternoon, Blue Sea Silver Sand suddenly gathered a lot of things and left. Between the clouds and the water on the opposite side. That is all your business. I was just about to eat, so I was puzzled. What happened? I casually found a reason with the merchants I invited. I came out and asked Xiao Fan. He said that you were nearby and needed ingredients to cook. There were also a lot of Hong Nong's children. I know about Hong Nong's matter. Half of my officials in Shanzhou were arrested. Hong Nong's Chaoyang operation merchants must have suffered a heavy loss. I thought, Shanzhou's children are children, Hong Nong's children are also children, right? In autumn, there is still a lot of money left in the family. In addition, there are a lot of vegetables. The vegetables and the merchants can't be sold at a good price. It is considered off-season. Last time, your brother made a lot of garlic sprout, and now it has become a signature dish. I thought, since there are a lot of vegetables in the family, I will send some. I told Xiao Fan that I will send the vegetables in the family to you. In the end, Xiao Fan did not agree. He said that he was afraid that I would poison it. I am wronged. Even if I had 100 guts, I would not dare to poison you. Even if I did, you can't detect it. Who doesn't know that your family is the best, right? I think it is not easy for Xiao Fan. Fine, I will send it myself. I asked my younger brother to answer the merchants. I went back home to pack up and formed a team. I came with your team. On the way, when we passed by the province's Babao Zhai, I wanted to ask Old Chen to accompany us. His family is also involved in the Chaoyang operation. Guess what? Old Chen is sick. He is on a drip in the clinic. I thought about it. No, I couldn't force him to come here. What if he died on the way? I comforted him and wanted to leave, but he stopped me and asked me to go to his son and bring him some stationery. It would be perfect for the children to study. Look, I've wasted some time and walked slower than your group. I've only just arrived. I'm in the first group. I know Old Chen's mouth. He's a loose cannon. I reckon that the others will all know about it soon. The people who will deliver the other gifts will also arrive one after another. That's all. I came here personally to ask the children what vegetables they want to eat. I have a lot at home. I will ask someone to send them to the village later. It is the off-season. Food is cheap in the off-season. If the children eat well, I will accumulate good karma for my family. Yui begged Luoluo to say a lot of things, but the meaning was clearly expressed. He also forgot what the guard said just now. When he spoke, he gesticulated with his hands and feet. Following his movements, his fat body shook back and forth, and it was quite rhythmic. His smile was still flattering, but Xiao Bei's smile changed. It became more sincere and sweet. He tilted his head and listened to him. He asked, "Uncle Yu, why don't you make more sauerkraut while there is a lot of cabbage?" There are also garlic sprouts. They grow slowly in winter. You can make them into canned food. I want to. Last year, I made sauerkraut, but it always turned bad. I don't know how to make canned food. Not everyone can learn how to make it. Speaking of this, I regret it. I thought that it would not make money, so I did not participate. No matter, my family's vegetables are selling well in winter. I bought a lot of land to make greenhouses. Now, the cost of greenhouses is lower. I have many cucumbers and spinach. They can be sold for a lot of money in winter. Yui Chio's regretful expression disappeared. He seemed to be a cheerful person. Otherwise, he would not be so generous and fat. Then what do you do after you earn so much money? Xiao Bei did not understand what she could do with a lot of money. She was confused about her family's money. She was not confused about the million strings of coins she spent. She was a little sad and a little sweet. But if it was 100 million strings of coins, she would not spend it. She only knew that money was important, but she did not understand how important it was. Give her 10 million strings of coins, and she felt that she could do everything. Yui Chio rubbed his stomach and laughed. When I have money, I will open shops in other places and earn more money. Then, I will participate in more Chaoyang activities. In addition to a 1-year-old granddaughter, I also have a grandson who is not even a month old, my eldest grandson, and my eldest grandson. After I earn more, I will leave it to them. When my granddaughter and grandson are older, they will go to school. The teachers there will treat them well. Even if they are stupid, they will teach them well so that they will not be bullied. When others talk about them, they will get this. Yui Chio gave him a thumbs up. Just like you, Xiao Bei. Wherever you go, who dares to look down on you? You are a good child, but your identity has nothing to do with you. It was created by your brothers and sisters. Now, I will do it for my juniors. Xiao Bei nodded in agreement. She was still very reasonable. She said, Uncle Yu, your money is clean, and you are willing to take it out to help others. You are a good person. To be honest, I don't want to earn clean money. In the beginning, I also wanted to cheat people, but I was afraid of your brother. My family's business is big. If I really want to cheat people, it will not be small. It will be easy to be targeted by your brother. The officials are afraid of you because the 9 of you are righteous. In fact, the officials are afraid of your older brother and sister. The merchants are more afraid of your older brother than the officials. If you find fault with the officials, there is still a place to reason with. If the merchants cross your older brother's bottom line, losing all of their family fortune is a light punishment. Let me tell you, you might not understand, but if your elder brother wants my company to donate all of our vegetables, I must give your elder brother a definite reply within half an hour. I don't dare to delay until noon. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Your family's medical school has a saying among the people, if the king of hell wants people to die at midnight, if I say 5, it will be 5. The merchants also have a saying to your brother, if the judge writes a ghost, there will be no soul in Xiaobao. People who do business hope to be remembered by your brother because they are righteous. There are also people who are afraid of being seen by your brother because they are crooked. Yui Chio continued to display his talkative ability and told Xiao Bei the truth. Then what about you? Xiao Bei laughed and asked. I dared to come today because I am not afraid of being remembered by your brother. In fact, I hope that your brother will remember me as firmly as possible. Yui Chio patted his trembling chest. Xiao Bei also made a few gestures on his body and found that he could not tremble. He shyly said, Okay, I will tell my brother that there is such a person who sells vegetables. His name is Yui Chio. I don't know whether he is good or bad. I only know that he at least acts like he should. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Bei, I will definitely act well. Thank you. Yui Qiu was at a loss. You are welcome. As long as there are not many rotten vegetables in your vegetables, I will recognize you. Do you know why your pickled vegetables always rot? Xiao Bei blinked his eyes and asked. Yui Qiu shook his head, I don't know. If I know, it will not rot. In fact, it is very simple. The jar that you use to pickle the pickled vegetables first needs to be boiled with boiling water. The cabbage that you choose cannot be rotten. The salt that you use needs to be boiled with boiling water. Then, add a lid to cool it down. After the cabbage is put in, don't let it come into contact with the air. The stone used to press the jar needs to be fine. Also, it needs to be brushed with boiling water. When you are pickling the pickled vegetables, you need to scoop out the bubbles and foam as early as possible. The room should not be too hot. If you find a bit of a stench, immediately change the jar and add some wine. I am not clear about the technology of making canned food. Next time you come, I will tell you. Okay, it is not easy for you to come here. Stay for dinner tonight. Xiao Bei told Yui Qiu the secret of pickled vegetables and made his own judgment. He asked Yui Qiu to stay for dinner. Yui Qiu's eyes widened. He took a deep breath and tried hard to recall what Xiao Bei had said as if it was a joke. He believed that Xiao Bei would never lie to him. The canning technology could be obtained later, and the pickling method could not be wrong, because Xiao Bei did not need to lie to him. Hearing Xiao Bei invite him to eat together, he said with some uncertainty, there is no need for dinner, right? I can find a place to eat by myself. Then it's decided. Uncle Yu, you go rest first. Someone come, take Uncle Yu to a comfortable place. Xiao Bei decided. Yui Qiu left. The vegetables he brought were also transported to Willow Village. Someone made a rough estimate. Yui Qiu brought at least 50,000 jin of vegetables. Not to mention the price of the vegetables, just the transportation cost was not small. There was also that sick old Qin. His stationery was also very timely. Xiao Bei had people send electricity to Shanzhou, so that the medical center there would be better for old Qin and waive his fees. Of course, old Qin would not care about the medical fees, but Xiao Bei had to show his attitude. Xiao Bei and the others were often with their brothers and sisters. Otherwise, they would not know how to do things like this. Even if he was a prince, sometimes he could not know his place. Following that, just as Yui Qiu said, all kinds of goods were sent by the merchants of Shanzhou. Various sizes of clothing, meat, firewood, utensils were sent to Old Willow Village by horse carriage or donkey cart. Every merchant took out the invitation card for the Chaoyang operation. The merchants who did not have the invitation card were too embarrassed to come and deliver things. This was because Xiao Bei had sent a message to the merchants of Shanzhou through the radio. The merchants who did not participate in the Chaoyang operation would not receive their goods for the time being. There was limited manpower, so they could not carry out a thorough investigation. The merchants understood. Xiao Bei meant that the merchants who were afraid of spending money and did not take out money to participate in the Chaoyang operation were not qualified to see Xiao Bei this time. Xiao Bei did not trust them. In an instant, the merchants in Shanzhou discovered that a single invitation could actually become a golden signboard. Lil Bei was giving you face by accepting your goods. Because the Zhang and Wang families didn't lack these things, no one forced you to send them. However, Lil Bei would have people record the names of the merchants who sent them. Zhang Xiaobao found a place to fish and began to hang the bait. He still did not know what his sister was doing. If he knew, he would sigh. This era was really good. The merchants did not dare to interfere with the government. They knew their place. Bai Go was as leisurely as usual. He followed the rod, put the bait, shook the float, and then waited for a fish to bite the hook. Zhang Xiaobao accompanied by his side. His face was also indifferent. He knew that he could not show his fear. Grandpa Bai was not here to fish. How many times had he experienced the same scene since he was young? It was not easy to fish with Grandpa Bai. Grandpa Bai came all the way here. How could it be as simple as catching a few fish? It was time for a battle of wits and courage. Bai Go's luck was not bad. The float moved. He shook the rod and a 3-inch-long grass carp came up. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about whether his float moved or not. He took a deep breath. He knew that the business was coming. He smiled and said, Grandpa Bai's prestige is still the same as before. Good method. Ta. Bai Go picked the fish and put it in the net. He smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and said, Xiaobao, what do you think this fish is? It's coming. Zhang Xiaobao thought. He tried to guess what Grandpa Bai was going to say. He said, grass carp. I'll fry it for you later. Do you want to make soup? What do you think? No hurry. It's just one. Bai Go put the bait again and threw it into the water. Well, I'm not in a hurry. What can I do? Do you think I'm scared? Zhang Xiaobao smiled reservedly. His eyes swept across the water and the sky. The float in front of him suddenly moved. Zhang Xiaobao nimbly lifted the rod. It was still a grass carp. By rough estimation, it was half an inch longer than Bai Go's. It was hard to tell how wide it was. He took it down and put it in the net. He adjusted the fishing line, put the bait again, and threw it into the water. Xiaobao, are you a grass carp too? Bai Go asked knowingly. Zhang Xiaobao acted as if nothing had happened. Yes. Maybe there are many grass carps here. It's normal. Bai Go smacked his lips and said in puzzlement, Xiaobao, why do I see that the fish we catch are all small? Is it? I don't think it's small. How big can a grass carp be? It's just a bubble. It's not a big river. Zhang Xiaobao's mind turned quickly. He wanted to avoid the topic. You mean it's not small? Bai Go was surprised. It's over. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this question, he immediately regretted. It was the same word that Grandpa Bai used to describe him. It was impossible to guard against it. Indeed, old people were shrewd. Xiaobao, is it a yes or no? Bai Go asked. Zhang Xiaobao was using his hand to grab a blade of grass beside him. Odd numbers meant yes, even numbers meant no. Yes, no, yes, no. When he grabbed the last leaf, it was yes. He then replied, what Grandpa Bai said makes sense. It's not small at all. Xiaobao, in your opinion, is a grass carp not small? Is it young or old? Bai Go did not see the blade of grass that Zhang Xiaobao had pulled and continued to ask. Ah. Grandpa Bai, I was in a daze just now. What I meant was that the grass carp is still young. Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had made a mistake in his judgment. Grass carps were not accurate. He quickly denied. Oh, I understand. Xiaobao, you have been too busy recently. You are always in a daze. You mean that it's young, right? Am I right? Bai Go followed Zhang Xiaobao's words and asked again. Zhang Xiaobao touched the blade of grass that was pulled and wanted to cry. There was only one blade of grass beside him, and all the leaves were gone. If he had known earlier, he would have pulled half of it. He nodded and admitted. Grandpa Bai, you are right. It's small. It's really small. When Zhang Xiaobao was replying, he really wanted to change the topic. For example, the futures that the Japanese had created, or the prototype of warrants. He believed that he could definitely fool Grandpa by, as if it was a game. But now, that had nothing to do with it. Now, he was fishing. Baigo suddenly showed a pained expression. He frowned and said, Xiao Bao, look, you also admitted that the fish you caught are small. It's not too small. It's edible. I will wrap it with noodles and fry it. It tastes good. Grandpa Bai, have you eaten cumin steamed fish before? Zhang Xiaobao tried his best to change the topic. At this time, Baigo lifted the rod again. It was still a grass carp, and it was only 2 inches long. He also kept it. As he was baiting, he turned his head and asked, No. Tell me, what kind of fish do you want to make? Do you have any requirements for the size of the fish? No. Zhang Xiaobao answered against his will. Okay, that's good. I am afraid that the big fish will be treated differently from the small fish. Tell me, if the fish were human, according to your cooking method, would it be eaten by both young and old? Baigo did not intend to change the topic at all. He followed whatever Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was really here to fish and relax. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, was facing a formidable enemy. He knew that the only explanation for Grandpa Bai to do this was that the topic was still within Grandpa Bai's control. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was gambling, It's not like that. If the fish is too old, the taste won't be good. Yes. Xiao Bao, when you said that, this old man sighed. The fish is too old to make the dish you said. It's also troublesome to be old. Sigh. Baigo sighed again and again. Zhang Xiaobao regretfully pulled out the grass beside him. He followed Baigo's topic and said, Grandpa Bai, you are still young. Chapter 945. Zhang Xiaobao replied to Baigo's words. He shook the fishing rod and let it float up and down in the water. He said to Baigo, Grandpa Bai, do you not want to stay in the academy anymore? Are you unhappy? Yes, I am happy. Baigo retraced the line and threw the hook into the water. What do you mean by happy? It's too happy. There are other academies in other places and the head stewards are always busy. Once your academy is settled properly, the stewards don't have to worry about it anymore. Just like your business, the rules are very detailed. Even those who don't know how to manage can manage it well by following the rules. I find time to teach you every day and have a good life. Later on, a bunch of old men came down from the imperial court and wanted to teach. It's good to have an old man in charge of other people's academies. But your Jinja academy is better. There are more people than classes and you can't squeeze in. Zhang Xiaobao understood. Grandpa Bai was the kind of person who couldn't find anything to do. He was so bored that he was annoyed. He then suggested, Grandpa Bai, how about this? I'll arrange for all the old men to go out and let you have time to teach. There are many academies in Tang now, but there are not enough teachers. For example, in Hongnan County, the teachers in the small school don't even have the status of a high scholar. Even after studying for years, they can only memorize the Analects of Confucius. They can only explain a few things and then turn around and teach the children who can't read. Baigo listened to Zhang Xiaobao quietly and understood. Nowadays, schools for children to teach were all over Tang. Schools were not short of money. Merchants were greedy, but not only were they greedy for money, they were also greedy for benefits. According to Xiao Bao, if there were benefits, they would dare to do it. In the end, the children were happy. In places where there were many merchants, the children's meals, clothes, and utensils were compared. If you were in charge of 5 days of meals and made fat fish head to nourish the children every day, I would eat braised pork every day. Who was better than who? If not for Xiao Bao's strict rules on the children's meals, the children would have become fat pigs by now. The local merchants were rich, and the schools were better than the other. There were not enough teachers, so those with a bit of knowledge dared to sit in the classrooms. According to Xiao Bao, he intends to send the other old men to other academies. Bai Go thought about it and denied it. Xiao Bao, that won't do. You don't understand us old geezers. In the past, when we fought in the imperial court, even if we didn't fight to the death, we were close to the point of swords and weapons. If it weren't for you and Cuckoo, we wouldn't have interacted with each other. He hadn't fought enough in the imperial court. What should he do? Now that I'm at your place, you can continue to fight. Even in a game of chess, you have to fight for supremacy. If you arrange for others to leave the academy, who would be willing to do so? The main thing is that other academies are not as good as your Jinja Academy. If you go elsewhere, it will be a fight between academies. Knowing that it was not enough, who would walk the path of certain defeat? Rules can be learned by your father. You can't learn from the confidence behind Cuckoo. The beautiful surroundings can be created as long as you have money. However, you can't create the awe-inspiring and strong character of Jinja Academy. Many students are proud to be able to enter Jinja Academy. Now, no one in Jinja Academy is here to waste time. They all feel that they don't have enough time. In the past, they competed about status and spending. Now, they are competing about ability and knowledge. It's too vulgar to say that they are rich. No one dares to say that they are rich in your academy. Bai Go's words made Zhang Xiaobao feel embarrassed. Although he knew that the academy that his family had set up Grandpa Bai had a bad reputation, he had to be humble. Of course, he also knew that the reason why a famous school was famous was not only because it occupied a large area and had good teachers, but also because of its foundation. For example, West Point, Cambridge, and other schools that were valued in China in the past and named Shuemuzhan and Tsinghua Academy. It seemed that in the future, his Jinja Academy would also become Jinja University. If it continued for 1,000 years, who would dare to refuse to accept it? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao laughed to himself. Until Bai Go repeatedly called out, "Xiaobao, a fish has bitten the bait." Zhang Xiaobao finally woke up from his dream. He looked at the water. Indeed, the fish was biting tightly, struggling to move the float up and down. He quickly held the bottom of the fishing rod with one hand and used the other hand to test the strength. A foot-long fish was pulled out of the water. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to throw the fish to the shore, the water splashed everywhere. A black shadow jumped out and went straight to the foot-long fish. Bai Go was shocked. His eyes widened instantly. Before he could see clearly what flew out of the water, his line of sight was blocked by Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao half-squatted in front of Bai Go with one leg in front and one leg behind. He held a black dagger in his left hand and a gray revolver in his right hand. He held it on his left forearm. He looked at the other guards around him. They were either squatting or lying down. They pointed their guns in all directions. Following the sound of something falling into the water, bubbles appeared on the surface of the water. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and put the gun back into the holster on his leg. He turned around and smiled at Bai Go. "Ha, Grandpa Bai, it was a false alarm. It was a big black fish. Did it scare you?" "You scared me. I didn't see the fish at all," Bai Go said angrily. When he saw that the guards he brought were still confused, his anger burned even more. He lectured them, look, I was counting on you to protect me. If a team like Xiao Bao fought me, this old man would definitely die with a grievance. It's good, right? In the blink of an eye, you will have to say goodbye to this beautiful world." The butler, Chongqing, was shocked. He moved closer and whispered, "Master, I have already asked the leader of the guards to take care of them. Usually, they are not bad. There are not many teams in the world that can be as good as Jidushi Zhang's guards, right?" All right. When Xiao Bao's team first came out, my guards were slightly better. Later, when they came to Shuzhou, my guards were slightly worse. Now, let's not talk about it. Baigo waved his hand dispiritedly. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao began to take off his clothes. He took off his clothes until he was only wearing a pair of shorts. He held the dagger in his hand and said to Baigo, "Grandpa Bai, don't worry. I will go down and catch it. It is about 4 feet long and has become a demon. Don't say that your guards are not changing. They are not changing." As soon as Zhang Xiaobao's voice fell, he drew a beautiful arc in the air and plunged into the water with a splash. Baigo curled his lips. "My ass. If you don't practice, you will become a demon. You will not change until you die. Prepare the net for me. Do you expect other people's elites to do the work?" The second half of Baigo's sentence was directed at his guards. He directly regarded them as his assistants. He also understood why the emperor directly asked Xiao Bei and the others to come over, and why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not object. Xiao Bei's 9 children's bodyguards, compared to Xiao Bao's bodyguards, should only be stronger. Baigo guessed correctly. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have the 2 fast gunmen that Watanabe Jichiro saw by Xiaobei's side. They only trained 2 qualified people and gave them to Xiaobei and the others. When Baigo's guards pulled the net left and right, planning to help Zhang Xiaobao, the water on the surface of the water began to churn. There was a faint dark red color in the water. After a while, it stopped churning and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. It waved its hand toward the shore. Its elbow was bent as it pushed something toward the shore. When the water became shallow, the figure of the black fish was revealed. Zhang Xiaobao threw it into the water and no longer cared about it. He swung his left arm and walked to the shore, cursing, "Want to bite me? I broke its teeth and hit its face. The skin on its pads is broken." Bah! Zhang Xiaobao spat out another mouthful of blood. It seemed that his teeth were really broken. Baigo saw Zhang Xiaobao was injured, so his face sank. "If you don't have the ability, don't go down and show off. How old are you? You are still like a child." "I didn't show off. I just wanted to catch a live one. Otherwise, how could I be hurt by it? Let's not talk about the black fish. Let's see if a small shark dares to eat me. Unfortunately, you can't eat fresh fish. Take it back and I'll make half-fresh sashimi for you." Zhang Xiaobao looked very regretful. In the end, he still stabbed the black fish to death. The person in charge of carrying the fish saw that the black fish's eyes were obviously not pierced by a dagger. There were only 2 deep holes left, and the eyeballs were gone. Zhang Xiaobao probably pierced them with his fingers. There were a few wounds on the black fish's head. Wei Wei moved a little, but it would not come back to life. Baigo saw that Zhang Xiaobao was not seriously injured, so he pointed to the stool next to him. "Let's send the fish back and chill it. Let's continue fishing." Where were we just now? The weather was not too cold, and it was almost noon. Zhang Xiaobao did not put on his clothes. He sat down in his pants and replied, "We were talking about the academy. I said that my academy was good. I didn't ask you about the latter part, the former part," Bai Shu reminded him. "Before that, you said that there were many old men and that they were fighting for classes, so you had no classes. Before that. That's it. Before that, I asked you if the fish was too old to cook dishes. Is that true?" Baigo said it out by himself. Zhang Xiaobao tried to recall. It seemed that time had passed too quickly. When Baigo was about to lose his patience, he finally showed a look of realization and said, "Yes, Grandpa. You have a good memory, Grandpa Bai. That depends on what kind of fish it is. For example, the black fish we caught just now was about 4 feet long. It was definitely not young, and it tasted better. What if people are old? Can they only eat and wait for death? Bai Go said with a sigh. Oh. Zhang Xiaobao understood that Grandpa Bai was suffering from the after-effects of retirement. In the past, he followed him everywhere. Later, when he went to the north, he could not take the old man with him. After a long time, the old man had nothing to do. People who had been officials for a long time were not like ordinary old people who could take care of their grandchildren. They always wanted to do things that were in line with their official status. Although between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County was good, it was not a place they could stay all year round. Grandpas all think so? Zhang Xiaobao asked as he clumsily assembled the fishing rod with one hand and tapped it on his face again and again. Everyone thinks so. Bai Go looked depressed. It's simple. If you want to find something to do, just send a telegram or get someone to send a signal through the radio. I'll give you an idea. Why do you have to come here personally to fish? Zhang Xiaobao slapped his thigh and complained. Bai Go glared at him. If you don't come here, do you think this old man can't even walk? Tell me, what's the job? Is there a salary? Yes, there's a lot of money. They will take the initiative to give it to you. Our Tang Empire's tourism industry is booming now. There are many places in my house. You can go and take a group of old men there. When you reach a place, you can praise them. For example, the water is good, the mountains are beautiful. If you want to move your arms, write couplets, or compose poems, just the money to polish your pen will be 10 times more than others. Eat, drink, and play. You won't have to pay a single cent. After a while, our tourism industry will open up in Japan. There's also Xinluo. If you're not afraid of storms, you can also go there. Zhang Xiaobao did not need to think too much. His eyes turned, and ideas came out like a gushing spring. Bai Go did not care about his fishing rod. He felt that by the water, the autumn cold was heavy, which was the opposite of what Zhang Xiaobao thought was warm. He took out a flat glass bottle from his arms, shook the wine inside, unscrewed the cap and drank 2 mouthfuls. He exhaled deeply and said, I regret it. If I had known, I would have brought Yao with me. I'm too old. I can't play tricks on you young people. Grandpa Bai, you came here and asked me to give you an idea. I gave you an idea. How can you say that I'm playing tricks? You make me so sad. Zhang Xiaobao put the fishing rod on the shelf. When he waved his hand, someone brought him some clean water. He began to wipe his body so that he could change into dry pants later. Bai Go did not believe Zhang Xiaobao's words. If you're not sad, why do you have so many tricks? You took too long to recall just now. You even tapped your face a few times. Did I? Oh, the black fish hit me. It hurts, so I tapped it a little to stimulate the blood flow. It's the same as cupping and scraping when you're sick. Ice chips, give me ice chips. My face hurts more when I hear Grandpa Bai's words. Zhang Xiaobao splashed water on himself and asked someone to find ice chips for him. Bai Go gave Zhang Xiaobao a look of disbelief and asked, Tell me, what's your purpose other than to play? Grandpa Bai, you're wise. It's a long story. Make it short. Well, in fact, not all places in the Tang Empire are suitable for tourism. You always praise me for being smart. I won't let people waste money to invest. Firstly, tourism has requirements for roads. It's not too expensive to build roads, and it's not all cement roads. Rich people can go over and say that they're willing to fork out money and talk to the local people. The people who are free will take the initiative to build roads. You're in charge of the money for the gunpowder and food. The people are willing to build roads in front of their homes. The power of the people, oh, the power of the people is very strong. They will quickly build a road that is cheap and convenient. The imperial court will then fork out money to build the main road, and all the roads will be connected. Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger and explained his original intention of developing tourism. What's the second reason? Bai Go felt that he was back in the yamen and asked. The second reason is that the Tang Empire has many special products and minerals. When I asked people to draw the map, I had already explored it. With the development of technology, there are more ways to explore. The resources that were not discovered in the past will be valued by the businessmen who invest money after the tourism industry. We'll note it down, but not mine. If we can plunder it, we must plunder it and leave some for our descendants. When technology reaches a certain level, there will be an explosion of resources. The Tang Empire wants to encourage plundering. Zhang Xiaobao was almost done washing. He stood there and waited for the clothes to dry. He raised another finger. Bai Go closed his eyes and pondered. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao changed his pants. He opened his eyes and said, "Yes, but what does it have to do with us going on a trip? Help you note down the location of the resources." Something like that. When you go on a trip, bring professionals with you. Most importantly, Xiao Bei is a patrol inspector of the Tang Empire, but she can't really put down her studies to patrol. My family's business is not omnipotent. When you go on a trip, help me take a look. I don't believe that you can be bribed. You just said that you've been fighting with each other. Whoever gets benefits will speak up for him. He can't afford to lose face, right? Zhang Xiaobao raised another finger. Bai Go nodded and signaled to Zhang Xiaobao to come closer. Zhang Xiaobao had just put on his clothes and came over with his eyes open. Bai Go grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's hand and pried open all 10 fingers. He said, "Don't wait for me to ask you one by one. Say it yourself. Say it all the way to the 10th finger. How can there be so many?" Zhang Xiaobao was unhappy. Also, count in the toes. Bai Go did not let go. Chapter 946. Bai Go pestered Zhang Xiaobao and asked Zhang Xiaobao to tell him all his plans. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, insisted that life was not easy. When he was asked too much, he would answer perfunctorily. For example, the purpose was to let a group of elders find local specialties during their trip and bring them back to him so that he could consider whether he could plant them, especially the precious medicinal herbs. Such a small matter was not worth Zhang Xiaobao's attention. As for whether there were more important matters, of course, there were, but Zhang Xiaobao did not want to tell Bai Go everything. Otherwise, when traveling, there would be too many things on his mind and the elders would not have a good time. Only when there was a need, Zhang Xiaobao would ask someone to send a message to the elders and ask them to help. Bai Go saw that he could not get an answer, so he could only give up temporarily and continue fishing. Today, he caught a grass carp and consecutively caught a few more grass carps. Finally, his interest was exhausted. He said that the other fish in the water had been eaten by the black fish and went back with Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao accompanied Bai Go back to the yamen. At the same time, he asked someone to pull the net and catch a lot of fish. All kinds of freshwater fish added up to 300 catties. They brought it back as an extra dish for the guards at noon. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao was not the only one who ate fish. Hong Nong also specially formed a team to catch fish. When the water rushed, many fish directly flowed into the fields. When the water receded, it would be even more difficult for them to come out again. In places where the water was deep, they directly used nets. In places where the water was shallow, they rolled up their trousers and used hooks to fish. In other places, before the food Zhang Xiaobao gathered arrived, they boiled the fish into soup and let the laborers eat it with steamed buns or rice. Bai Go came in a hurry and received an answer. However, he could not rush back immediately. He found a job in the yamen as an accountant and used his remaining energy. During the day, he took an hour or so to walk around the streets where the water receded and see the bustling scene at the construction site. Every time he saw a commoner who worked hard, he would first sigh with emotion. Their families had been destroyed, and they had lost their relatives. Not a single one of them had ever complained. They were all working hard. The more this was the case, the more Baigo gritted his teeth as he looked at Yan Zheng, who was standing outside the south gate. He wished that he could use his knife to slice off Yan Zheng's flesh and cook it. However, he knew that it would only benefit Yan Zheng. Xiao Bei is really smart. She's a good child. Another day, Baigo arrived at the south gate. He looked at Yan Zheng, who was firmly tied up and exposed to the elements. Yan Zheng's hair was messy, his skin was cracked, his eyes were lifeless, and his mouth was puckered. He felt very relieved. The reason he praised Xiao Bei was because when Xiao Bei first saw Yan Zheng, he had his teeth knocked out and said that he would not let him die a quick death. If Xiao Bei hadn't been sensible at that time, it would have been too easy for him to kill Yan Zheng with one sentence. Yan Zheng was behind the south gate and had never seen Baigo up close. At this time, he saw that there was another person beside him who was still standing there. He thought that it was another person who had come to scold him. He struggled to turn his head to take a look. Perhaps he could gain some sympathy and leave a way out for his family. He saw an old man with a head full of white hair and a frosty beard. He stood there with his hands behind his back. He knew that he was not an ordinary person. He said in a hoarse voice that was almost inaudible, "One person's crime, one person's punishment. His family does not know." Baigo saw that the other party did not even know who he was inside. "Yan Zheng, do you still remember me?" You are." Yan Zheng opened his eyes and looked at the person beside him. He suddenly realized, You are the Minister of Revenue, Crown Prince Zhan Shi, Baigo, Bai Longzhe. You are responsible for your own actions. I am the former Minister of Revenue. I was also the Hunan magistrate. When I was the Hunan magistrate, I did not encounter anything like Hong Nong. I admit that I am not a good person, but I am not as cruel as you. Don't tell me about your crimes. I don't care. Baigo had planned to scold him, but suddenly he was not in the mood. But, protect my children. In the next life. Don't mention the next life to me. I only ask about this life. I am a farmer. I can't protect anyone, let alone your children. If it were anyone else, I would not dare to protect them. His Majesty personally appointed Zhang Xiaobei and the other 9 people here. Who dares to interfere? His Majesty's edict has been sent to Japan. His Majesty's edict will come out soon. If Japan dares to not let your family come back, Wang Wan dares to gather the elites of the Tang Empire and attack Japan with the help of the gunboats. She does not care about the blood staining the mountains and rivers. However, maybe Zhang Xiaobao will be soft-hearted and can be flexible. But you have to live like you are now. Otherwise, when you die, Zhang Xiaobao will make your family suffer for you. Eat and sleep as you should. Don't let others force you. Baigo threatened Yan Zheng and his family. Then he walked away with his hands behind his back. A glimmer of hope appeared in Yan Zheng's dim eyes. He shouted, I want to eat porridge, I want to live. Baigo really did not know. When they were on the train, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had discussed the countermeasures. They would pretend to drown Yan Zheng's family, but in fact, they would take them far away from the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao really did not want to kill Yan Zheng's daughter. But he was afraid that if he did not destroy the whole family, it would not be a deterrent. Baigo was afraid that Yan Zheng's mind could not keep up and he would die. In that case, he would not be able to show others. He needed him to live so that every official who worked in the local government could see him. In the Yamen, Zhang Xiaobao had just sorted out the files. This time, the officials of Hunan province were involved in the case. There were a total of 613 people, from the top to the bottom, from the top to the bottom, from the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the bottom. Their crimes were different, and they could be sentenced to life or death. However, all of them had to be sent to Chang'an. Some were already on the way, while some nearby were temporarily locked up. A large number of people will be sent down. No matter how light their crimes are, after Li Longji's edict, he can't continue to be an official. I plan to put the people who passed the entrance exam of Jinjia Academy in important positions. How should I tell Li Longji? Zhang Xiaobao put the list on the table and was worried. Wang Wan touched the list with her hand and shook her head. More than 600 people. It's shocking. It's really shocking. Okay, don't say that it's shocking. Hunan province is not Hunan province. There are other places, such as Shandong. There are only 600 people. In the whole Hunan province, there are no less than 10,000 officials. I'm very relieved. It's not a big proportion, so I still dare to arrest them. What I'm most afraid of is that there is not a good official, which makes me worry about whom to arrest. Of course, if we meet an international swindler, we must arrest him. He is rich, but he doesn't have the foundation of the higher-ups. I'm not afraid of him because the higher-ups can clear his name. But this time, I won't arrest the Japanese. If I do, it will make me look too incompetent. Do I need to arrest them to deal with them? I can cooperate with you to attack Japan because I don't like it, but I will never admit that I don't have the ability to directly attack a small figure who can't be found wrong. In the Great Tang, we must destroy a country when we attack, instead of fighting with words. Zhang Xiaobao's face was full of disdain. He shook his head like a teacher. Go and cook. Yesterday, Xiaobei asked people to send a lot of willow mushrooms from Old Willow Village. I want to eat willow mushrooms stewed with chicken. When Wang Wan heard that Zhang Xiaobao was going to talk about something else, she quickly asked him to cook. When Zhang Xiaobao walked to the back kitchen, she said, "If the country is not good, who do you blame? Every man has a responsibility. If the country is righteous, it will not change. If the country is not righteous, it will not change until death. I'm just saying. I didn't change. Don't you know how I spent the money I swindled? Some officials are not as good as me. They changed first. Willow mushrooms stewed with chicken. Even Xiaobei can't say such a stupid thing. If willow mushrooms stewed chicken, what about hazel mushrooms and pine mushrooms? These are mushrooms that grow on real willow trees. The children of Old Willow Village gave them to Xiaobei. On average, several willow trees can produce one mushroom, and I stewed it. Wait, I'll make malatang today. People say that there are 3,000 willow branches. Willow mushrooms should be boiled to eat. Stewed dishes should be eaten with the soup. Boiled dishes should be eaten fresh. Boiled dishes should be eaten fresh, and eaten with willow mushrooms should be eaten fresh and tender. If you don't believe me, you can boil the pine mushrooms, which are red mushrooms, to see how they taste and taste. How is this the Tang dynasty? I'm a man full of talent, but I'm actually ordered around as a cook. The human heart is not what it used to be. It's really not what it used to be. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and pushed the door open, leaving Wang Wan sitting there and laughing. After laughing, she looked at the back of the kitchen and murmured sweetly, "I'm bullying you. Full of talent. I think you're full of evil tricks. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, even if you run to the primitive society, you'll still have to cook for me. I'm depending on you, humph." Since they said they were going to eat malatang for lunch, they definitely had to eat it. However, Zhang Xiaobao was not stupid enough to make all the skewers himself. He found a few helpers to make the skewers, and he made the malatang soup himself. All kinds of things that could be used as traditional Chinese medicine were fried as seasonings. He also asked someone to extract pepper oil. He didn't use oil to fry pepper, but squeezed out pepper oil like how he squeezed bean oil. After that, he used lamb bones to make soup. When the soup was done, he used chicken to make soup. Then, he used another pot to make cushion carp soup. Finally, he mixed them together and used them to make malatang soup. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to make soup with water and seasonings. Zhang Xiaobao was busy preparing the ingredients for the malatang soup. Just then, Bai Shu came back. As soon as he entered the door, he took a deep breath and praised, "It smells good. The cushion carp that I caught with great difficulty yesterday is not cooked, right? I plan to raise it in a wooden basin and eat it." "Grandpa Bai, the cushion carp you mentioned was made into soup by Xiao Bao." Wang Wan immediately complained. Bai Shu looked at the soup and shook his head. "No, the cushion carp is milky white. Don't bully this old man because I don't understand. Your soup doesn't count the color of the seasonings and chili oil. It should be clear soup." Zhang Xiaobao came in with a plate of mushrooms. He pursed his lips and said, "Grandpa Bai, have you ever seen anyone who doesn't have clear soup? If you don't believe me, don't eat it first. I will continue to make the soup into clear soup for you." "I believe you, I believe you. This old man is hungry and can't afford it. Even if you say you're going to change the lake you and Kaiwan bought in Anxi from a saltwater lake to a freshwater lake, this old man will believe you." Bai Shu didn't care how Xiao Bao made it. As long as there was something to eat, he believed that Xiao Bao would make it delicious even if it was a simple scrambled egg with garlic sprouts. A small plate was placed in front of Bai Shu, who had just freshened up. There were tahini sauce, shrimp sauce, oyster sauce, a little bit of yellow wine and fermented bean curd, as well as chopped green onions and minced garlic. There were also rows of small bowls with various things in them, such as ginger juice for seafood, coriander and pepper paste for mutton, wasabi and soy sauce for sashimi, and so on. Wang Wan chose the seasonings herself. Zhang Xiaobao's plate was simple. There was only garlic sauce. Although hundreds of seasonings were made by him, he didn't like to eat them. He put some soy sauce and garlic because there was mutton liver in the mutton soup. Otherwise, he wouldn't put anything. If it was bland, he would put some salt. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Wan had a heavy appetite and liked to eat things with strong flavors, he would have made a seafood hot pot with clear soup. He would only eat that fresh and not even salt, or eat it raw after killing the bacteria and parasites. Bai Shu was enjoying himself. He didn't care how little Xiao Bao put in the seasonings. He knew that Xiao Bao's mastery of seasonings was unparalleled. It was the same for cooking. He didn't put in things if he could. He emphasized that the big things were invisible and the big things were silent. Ha! Who? Wine, put more ice fish. Ah! Spacey, Xiao Bao, there are only 5 days left until the fall imperial examination. You should be back in the capital, right? Ah! Bai Shu put sesame oil and chili oil in the plate and kept breathing. Beside him, someone also had to serve him wine with ice at any time. Zhang Xiaobao was very helpless with Bai Shu's behavior. He said, "I'll be back tomorrow." Then he got up and went to make cucumber skin and stir-fried bamboo shoots for Bai Shu. He was really afraid that Bai Shu would have problems with the spiciness. All kinds of materials had been sent to Hongnong. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to follow them, so the inner courtyard took over. The people of the Sinongxi temple came early and signed a contract with the local people who had land. After the new seeds were planted, no matter how much they were produced, they couldn't be eaten by the people. Secondly, they couldn't be sold by the people. They had to be handed over to the people of the Sinongxi temple. If the yield was high, they would spread it elsewhere next year. If the yield was low, they would bring it back for research. The people only had to serve and get paid. The Sinongxi temple had money. The people in charge of building the railway had already planned the place. Wherever the railway passed, no farming, no building, and no deliberate destruction or digging. There was also a large area where the market would be built in the future. They circled a large area for farming temporarily. If necessary, they could dig it up at any time. In Old Willow Village, Xiaobei and the others waited for the person in charge of taking care of the children. They packed their bags and brought many dolls to be sold in the capital. They said goodbye to the other children with tears in their eyes. Xiaobei made an agreement with the other party. When the weather warmed up next year, either the 9 of them would come or get the children to play in the place where she lived. In the future, every time someone came to pick up the dolls and send them elsewhere to be sold, they would bring all kinds of seafood. Early the next morning, Xiaobei's team rushed to the train station and met up with her brother's team. They boarded the train and headed for the capital amidst the rumbling sound. "Brother, didn't you see that guy called Shuichiro Watanabe? He's a fool and wants to treat others as fools. He wants to bribe us with 300,000 strings of cash every year. Tell me, what can I do?" Xiaobei sat opposite her brother and rolled a boiled egg on the table in the middle, showing off her cleverness to her brother. "You can't do it. Our family Xiaobei isn't stupid. Eat it quickly. You promised to eat a boiled egg a day. I heard that you didn't do it thoroughly when you were in Old Willow Village." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the egg in his sister's hand and wanted to take it and peel it. Xiaobei hurriedly stretched out her hands to protect it. Wait a moment. Let me adjust my mood and eat it with spicy sauce, okay?" "Brother, who told you that I didn't eat the egg?" "I said it was a joint report and a fingerprint. Do you want to take a look? Do you need to adjust your mood to eat a boiled egg? Throw it outside the train. I'll make you steamed egg cream." Zhang Xiaobao was about to get up and go to the dining car of the train. "No, I don't like to eat the yolk of boiled eggs. I like to eat salted eggs. I'll drink some water and eat it. I can't throw it away. I won't look at the joint name anymore. Actually, I know who it is. Whoever cares about me is the one who told you first. Brother, can you think of a way to make the yolk of boiled eggs better? You're so good." Xiaobei couldn't bear to throw away an egg. She knew that there were people who couldn't eat eggs, so she turned around and gave her brother a difficult problem. She felt that it was very difficult. Unexpectedly, her brother Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much and immediately nodded. "Yes, it's very simple. Cut the boiled egg and take out the yolk first. Stuff the concave area between the 2 egg whites with meat stuffing and cover the yolk. Put the yolk where the egg whites are fried until they're golden brown. Steam the stuffing and pour the juice over them after they're cooked. Both the yolk and the yolk will be delicious. Do this in the future and make all 9 of you together." Xiaobei nodded repeatedly as she listened. Her eyes were full of worship. For the sake of eating yolk, they could do so much. Wang Wan took Xiaobei's egg and peeled it. She said to Xiaobei, "Look at how much your brother spoils you. Xiaobei, I heard that you almost compromised with that Shuichiro Watanabe." Xiaobei took the peeled egg and dipped it in the chili sauce that was brought over. She took a bite and swallowed it. She said, "I thought he was going to take out 100 million strings of cash, not 100 million yuan. I was so happy at first, but who knew that a poor thing like him couldn't take it out? It made me angry. In the future, if there's a situation like this where someone really gives you 100 million strings of cash, we don't want it," Zhang Xiaobao said. Xiaobei didn't understand. "Why? He gave me 100 million strings of cash to atone for his crime. It'd be a waste not to take it." "Xiaobei, let big sister ask you. Did he take out money to bribe the people of the Tang Empire because he harmed them?" Wang Wan asked. Xiaobei nodded. "That's why we can't take that money. Look at your brother. He's never used the premise of harming the people of the Tang Empire to earn money. Wang Wan continued to teach. What's the connection? Xiao Bei clearly didn't understand. There's a connection. Xiao Bei, Xiao Hai, all of you, remember this. Your brother has countless unconventional methods to earn money, but he hasn't used any of them in the Tang Empire. If he's really using methods that harm the interests of the Tang Empire to earn money, your brother doesn't need to borrow the hands of others. Their little tricks are not worth mentioning in front of your brother. Wang Wan smiled smugly and pointed at Zhang Xiaobao as she spoke to the 9 children. Really? So the Japanese aren't powerful? Xiao Bei looked at her brother as if she had found a new toy. Japanese. Your brother doesn't even need to do anything about the Japanese's little tricks. I'll deal with them. It's just a small trick. But I've never seen futures and warrants before. Moreover, the Japaneses are full of loopholes. Xiao Bei, do you still remember the world in the story I told you? Wang Wan looked down on the Japanese and asked Xiao Bei. I remember. They're so powerful. The people from that world have huge iron birds in the sky that can even throw things to the moon. If a few people from that world come to our great Tang, will you and Big Brother be able to deal with them? Xiao Bei blinked her eyes. Her mind was filled with the pictures that Wang Wan had described to her. She was very worried. Wang Wan curled her lips and said disdainfully, there are indeed powerful people there, but even they tremble when they know that their opponent is your brother. Among that group of people, your brother may not be the first, but no one dares to treat him as the second. Over there, if your brother were to go bankrupt, countless of his enemies would follow him and lose everything. So, in the future, if someone uses the premise of harming the interests of the Tang Empire to bribe you, we won't accept any amount of money. Our family's money needs to be earned steadily. When the land produces more, there are more livestock and poultry, and there are more things we plunder from the outside, our family's money will naturally increase. Xiao Bei's blood boiled when she heard this. Sister, so my brother is so powerful, but how did you know? We haven't competed. Ha, you and my brother don't come from that world, do you? Xiao Bei told the truth. You guessed right. Your brother and I come from that world to protect you guys. If we don't come, who will pamper you, right? Wang Wan followed Xiao Bei's words. Yes, then you can go to a more powerful world. Remember to take me with you. I want to compete with them. I want to stand on the sword and fly to the world where the stars are. At that time, I will have the universe-suppressing will in my left hand, the star 8 trigrams banner in my right hand, and my feet. Xiao Bei entered her own fantasy and told her brother and sister about the dream she had created. The full moon shone in the sky. As soon as the train arrived at the station, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately led their younger siblings into the palace. The palace gate, which should have been closed, was left open. Li Longji was still awake and waiting in Xingqing Palace. He wanted to get the latest news and the most accurate details from Zhang Xiaobao and the rest. After all, the news that came previously couldn't be too specific. Xiao Bei represented the 9 children and was the first to speak. She told Li Longji how she received the order to rush to Hongnong immediately, how she swam across the water and saw a child from the school. Then, she told him how Yan Jing tried to cheat her and how she taught him a lesson. She even promoted the dolls from Old Willow Village to Li Longji. Finally, she mentioned that she had lent him 1.3 million strings of cash. Li Longji listened to Xiao Bei's introduction and was furious. He said a few harsh words directed at the officials and praised Xiao Bei and the rest. However, he seemed to have forgotten about the 1.3 million strings of cash that Xiao Bei had mentioned. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to explain the reconstruction situation to Li Longji, Xiao Bei stuck close to Xiao Yuan and muttered, "It's obvious that he doesn't want to return the money to us. Let's bring a few more dolls tomorrow and exchange them with the concubines in the palace. Even the worst of their things cost more than dolls. I knew he wouldn't give it to us." He'll probably stay at home and study tomorrow. Don't think about coming out. How much money can we get by exchanging dolls? When we were on the train, didn't brother say that he wanted to build an amusement park under our management? That's the most profitable. After the Japanese compensate us, perhaps brother will give us the money. Xiao Yuan had an expression that said, I understand. Xiao Bei hesitated and said, Brother, if you really give us the money, let's not take it. When I said that I would take the money, I didn't expect anyone to return it. You guys support me, right? Yes, we support you. But if the Japanese compensate us, why don't we take it? We have money. The next time no one pays us back, we'll take it out. Otherwise, if we encounter an emergency again, we won't have any money to use. Xiao Yuan expressed her opinion. Alright, if they really compensate us, we'll take it. Tonight, we'll go back and sleep. After we've slept enough, we'll discuss the matter of the amusement park tomorrow. I plan to take out our small house and rent it out. Xiao Bei also began to plan to work hard to earn money. That's agarwood. We can build it according to our house using other wood. As for the decorations inside, we can replace them with cheap things. Xiao Yuan was obviously reluctant to rent the house to other children. That's true. We'll think of other ways. Xiao Bei lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Zhang Xiaobao was still talking to Li Longji. He didn't mention too much about the captured officials. He didn't need to care about them when they were sent to the capital. He needed Li Longji to cooperate and put pressure on the Japanese to send 200,000 railway workers to the Great Tang as soon as possible. He also needed to improve the tariff system so that they could engage in unequal economic trade and plunder more. Li Longji listened attentively and had people take note of it one by one. Now, under the influence of Zhang Xiaobao, he had become more pragmatic. He wasn't good at boasting about his reputation. He was willing to build up his reputation. The so-called building up his reputation was what Zhang Xiaobao told him. If he had money, he could build as tall as he wanted and as grand as possible. When he had nothing to do, he could travel and experience the magnificence of the rivers and mountains. He could go to Hainan and experience the winter and summer scenery. He could also play sea fishing and personally go to Lake Tai to fish for crabs. He could also look at the tides in Qiantang and go to the grasslands to admire the clear skies. This was his reputation. Compared to giving a lot of money to his subordinates and having them call him a fool behind his back, it was better to spend the money himself. Li Longji was fooled just like that. If someone were to ask him who was the best person in Great Tang, he would definitely say himself. The next person would be Zhang Xiaobao. The other officials were all afraid of him spending money. They had to persuade him to build a garden or go out for a stroll. How could they be compared to Zhang Xiaobao? Not only did he not persuade him, he even encouraged him and thought of ways to get money. Even if the imperial court couldn't fork out the money, he was willing to fork out the money himself. Thus, in order to go against that powerful country in the future, in order to be able to travel and build beautiful houses, Li Longji placed more and more importance on technology and money. Oh, he was placing more and more importance on the development of technology and economy. As for the construction of spiritual civilization, Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried about it. Great Tang had very strict requirements in this regard. If a person did something immoral and was criticized by others, their face would turn red. The emperor also knew that if an official didn't do a good job and the people in the area suffered, he would have to issue an edict of guilt. Li Longji hadn't learned the ability to be righteous and not admit his wrongdoings. In Zhang Xiaobao's heart, he was a good emperor. Xiaobao. While Li Longji was imagining how fragrant the pie Zhang Xiaobao painted for him was, he asked, is it because once the railway is built, it will take less time to go from the capital to the north of Hebei province, and there won't be too many guards? Your Majesty, you can't just think about going to the north of Hebei province. There aren't many good sceneries there. You can see the ice shallows, the fish breaking through the ice, the snow and dew, the tigers roaring, the mountains quiet, and the horses galloping. Zhang Xiaobao belittled the northeast. Wang Wan immediately played along. Xiaobao is right. Moreover, the north of Hebei province isn't very beautiful. It's nothing more than the scenery of the northern country. Thousands of miles are covered in ice and thousands of miles are fluttering in snow. The mountains and rivers there aren't very beautiful, although it has attracted countless heroes. Xiaobao, tell me the truth. How long will it take to go there? After the railway is built. Li Longji was tempted by the two people's words. Let me estimate. According to the current power of the steam engine, it will take about 10 days to go from Chang and to Jili province. There is a place in Jili province where the sand is fine and the distance to the shallow water is very long. There are white seagulls as light as clouds and silver fish as hanging quilts under them. The reef is not beyond the horizon and pearls are in the clam everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao said casually and then said to Wang Wan, you've seen too much of it, right? Wang Wan nodded. Not far, not far. It's only 10 days. Plus the sightseeing, 1 month is enough. We can go there next time. At this moment, Li Longji wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly there to have a look. Zhang Xiaobao struck while the iron was hot. Your Majesty, the Tang Empire is yours. Isn't it easy for you to go there? You're the emperor. It's normal for the emperor to look at his own empire. 10 days is too slow to travel to Jili province. The new steam engine is coming out soon. When the time comes, even if you go to Luzhou, as long as the railway is built, I guarantee that you'll reach there in 5 days. That's right, Your Majesty. When you reach Luzhou, you'll be able to see the real blue sea and silver sand. You'll be able to see the coconut grove at night, the sea and the sky merging into one, and the fishing boats singing at night, Wang Wan chimed in. Li Longji knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were tempting him, but he also knew that they were not lying. The place they were talking about was indeed beautiful. That's right. I'm the Emperor of Tang. Why can't I go there and have a look? It was just money. The imperial court's treasury was getting more and more money. Even if the officials objected, Xiao Bao's family was rich. Spending some of his money would not make him poor. Especially with the radio station, where could he not govern? With that thought in mind, Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao, if the imperial court can't pay for the railway, will your family? Li Longji did not finish his words, but his meaning was clear. Xiao Bei pouted at the side. Xiao Yuan, how can you do that? Uncle Emperor didn't mention our money, and he wants our family to pay for it. Fortunately, I can make money. What if I can't? Xiao Yuan smacked his lips. If brother can't make money, we'll have to live a hard life. We won't have so many guards when we go out. The inner court can't change shifts every few hours. We'll have to work from morning to night. It's terrifying just thinking about it. Perhaps Xiao Bei was thinking about the consequences of not having money. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He said fearfully, fortunately, life now is not a dream. Zhang Xiaobao could not hear his younger brother and sister's words. After Li Longji finished speaking, he replied, Your Majesty, if you need my family to pay for it, my family will definitely do so. However, my family and the national treasury do not need to spend money. It's very simple to raise the cost of the railway. Money is not a problem. Li Longji nodded. We like to hear Xiaobao speak. The servants around them agreed. Who wouldn't like to hear Zhang Xiaobao say that money is not a problem? Then, go and get it done as soon as possible. Li Longji urged. Your Majesty, the matter of money is easy to solve. The Great Tang Bank has a lot of money. If you don't want the money, I'll help you with the operation. The annual profits won't be any less than the national treasury. Furthermore, when the deposit, withdrawal, and loan reserves reach a certain ratio, there's a lot of money that can be withdrawn at any time. In fact, the railway can be directly issued with bonds. Once the railway is built, the trains can be operated. Whether it's transporting people or goods, as long as there's not too much personal profit involved, and there's not too much that's harmful to the public's interests, the railway can be quickly recovered. So, Wang Wan continued, so, Your Majesty, in the future, when you look for Xiao Bao, don't worry about money. Xiao Bao is afraid of many things, but he's not afraid of a lack of money. Xiao Bao's meaning is that if the railway is built, people will die. Parents will lose their children, wives will lose their husbands, and children will lose their fathers. For a family, this is too heavy a burden. The reason why I fight so viciously is because I want to intimidate others so that in the future, I won't fight so many battles. Not fighting doesn't mean that I'm afraid. I just don't want to do it. If you force me to do it, Great Tang's men don't lack hot-bloodedness. If Great Tang's soldiers arrive at a city and surrender, they will be provided with food, clothing, medical care, and education. If Great Tang's soldiers arrive at a city and don't surrender, the city will be destroyed and slaughtered. Wang Wan's first words made Li Longji feel very gratified, but the second half was a bit frightening. Li Longji knew that Wang Wan valued the lives of her soldiers. She gave them a lot of compensation, so much so that some people were willing to take the initiative to die in battle. And Zhang Xiaobao was ruthless, not caring about internal matters. Thus, he said, with Cuckoo here, I'm worried about Great Tang. Didn't you say that 200,000 people would come from Japan to build the railway? Not enough. How about this, there are still the strong Kunlun slaves. I'll think of a way to get people from other places to help build the railway. My Great Tang's people can just watch from the side. How about it? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about how history evaluated Li Longji. He only knew that the Li Longji in front of him made him feel very comfortable. He was the emperor, so he had to act like one. What kind of emperor was an emperor if he didn't love the people? With Your Majesty's words, this subject will forge steel. Even if I have to use part of Great Tang's reserves, if Your Majesty can mobilize 1 million non-Tang craftsmen for this subject will make a military pledge. Within a year, this subject will build 30,000 li of railway. This subject isn't worried about money, but this subject is afraid that there won't be enough manpower. Zhang Xiaobao said fiercely. 1 million workers to build 30,000 li of railway. On average, 100 people would need to build 3 li of railway a year. 3 li, not 3 kilometers, was less than 1,500 meters, or 1,400 meters. 100 people couldn't build 4 meters in a day. Li Longji did not want Zhang Xiaobao to make a military pledge. He said, there's no need for that. Just do your best. How far can you go with 30,000 li of railway? From the capital to Jili province, and from the capital to Luzhou, we can still build other places. Zhang Xiaobao did some calculations and felt that there was still some left. Can we go to Tubo? Li Longji asked again. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head like a rattledrum. That place doesn't have the technology to build railways. If you want to go, it's better to take a boat. Wang Wan nodded as well. Tubo won't do. Moreover, it's impossible to cross the Yellow River and the Yangtze River by bridge. We'll have to change to a boat. Chapter 947. When Li Longji saw that Zhang Xiaobao was adamant about not being able to build a railway to Tibet, Wang Wan chimed in as well. She seemed very disappointed. In truth, he wanted to build a railway with Chang'an as the center and extend to the entire Great Tang. At that time, he would be able to transport goods during normal times and soldiers during wartime. He would also be able to roam around everywhere. The main reason was that it was convenient. He believed that with the development of technology, trains would be able to run faster. Then, every trip he made would be like a trip to the hibiscus garden. If there were enemies at the borders, he would be able to deploy his troops from Chang'an to Lingnan. The fastest time he could take would be 10 or even 8 days. When he thought about this, Li Longji could not help but think about the problem of another country that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's master, who was in hiding, had mentioned. Xiaobao, it's rumored that there's a very powerful country. Apart from being able to fire cannonballs from Luzhou to the capital, how fast is that country's troops? Can they reach Luzhou in 5 days? 5 days. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan in shock. Wang Wan replied to Zhang Xiaobao with a "Li Longji is already daring enough" expression and helped Zhang Xiaobao to answer, "Your Majesty, it's said that they can reach Luzhou in 1 day, including when they receive the news, order the troops to be deployed, prepare the weapons and supplies, arrive at the location, set up the defensive line, and complete the first wave of suppressive attacks. Don't tell me they can fly." Li Longji suddenly felt his joy fade away, and a sense of pressure washed over him. Fly? Why would they need a day to fly? I only have a rough guess. Wang Wan did not dare to tell Li Longji how fast her and Xiao Bao's troops were. A day. A day was enough for a bomber to bomb a country on the other side of the world twice. Li Longji panted heavily and gradually relaxed. He thought about it. What else can I do? Fear alone would not solve the problem. Speeding up development was the most important thing. When the time came and the military could not keep up, he could at least submit to them. Xiao Bei whispered to Little Yuan, "Is there really a powerful country?" "Perhaps." Xiao Yuan didn't dare to be sure. He then said something very philosophical. "When we use a small stick to push aside a small stone to look at the ants hiding behind it, perhaps someone is thinking of pushing aside the earth to observe the sun that is like a firefly in their eyes. What about the moon?" Xiao Bei began to worry. Seeing that Li Longji had nothing else to do for the time being, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Your Majesty, it's already late. Your Majesty should rest early. The technical department is currently researching something that's even more useful than the steam engine. They're also thinking of a way to refine petroleum. When that time comes, our military's combat strength will be further improved." "Ah, good, good. Tomorrow morning, I will order the Supreme Court, the Censorate, and the Ministry of Justice to interrogate criminals. It's time for the fall quarter examinations. You and Cuckoo should rest well for the next few days." Li Longji was so agitated that he was no longer sleepy. He could not think of anything to say, so he waved his hand and ordered someone to send Zhang Xiaobao and the rest out of the palace. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood. He even made a few snacks, such as stir-fried squid, grilled mutton, and other snacks that could be eaten as teeth-grinding snacks. He brought his younger siblings to eat supper, washed up, and then went to bed. There were still 3 days before the fall quarter examinations. The news of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returning to the capital spread like wildfire. Some of the candidates who participated in the fall quarter examinations were happy, while others were disappointed. Those who were happy wanted to show off their talents. Even if the top scorer had already been decided, they could still fight for second place. Because of Zhang Xiaobao's participation, the second place in the fall quarter examinations might become the top scorer in the hearts of others. Those who were disappointed were easy to understand. They did not intend to pass the examinations this time. They just wanted to familiarize themselves with the atmosphere of the examinations. Free food and lodging for a month did not seem to be enough. Chang'an was expensive. There were even some candidates who took advantage of the time to go sightseeing. They belonged to the category of people who were well off and did not care about saving money for free food and lodging. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, near the evening, they organized academies near Chang and sent their students to the capital. Just as the evening lights were about to be lit, a large ship sailed from the west on the waterway south of Chang'an. The flag on the ship fluttered in the wind, welcoming the afterglow of the setting sun. The words Jinja could be seen on the flag. Immediately, the noise at the docks disappeared. The students did not make a sound because they wanted to see how the people from the Jinja Academy looked like. Usually, the teacher and the teacher often talked about the Jinja Academy. It made people feel unsatisfied and wanted to compete. Sanshui County had a waterway that led directly to the capital. Seeing that the Jinja Academy did not take the shortcut instead of the main road, they did not know what to do. The workers at the docks were silent because this was the first time they saw a large ship on the water. They had seen many bigger ships in the past. However, no matter how many ships they had seen, they could not compare to the ship in front of them. The ships they had seen in the past were either for trade or goods. There were countless cables on them and most of them were worn out. There were officials and rich people on them, and they were as bright as spring. There were also soldiers in formation, and they were as black as iron. The ship that was approaching the shore gave people a special feeling, but they could not tell the specific difference at the moment. The color dyed the fruits of autumn, like leaves and branches. When the wind blows, the glow is warm. It is soft but not soft. It is hard but not dissatisfied. It is end but not strong. It is clustered but not tight. Before the dance, the heart is moved. It is surging without waves. In a trance, the sky echoes far away. It gives people the feeling like. A student was helping the workers at the docks analyze the differences between the incoming ships. Towards the end, he didn't know how to describe it. Beside him, there was a child holding a yellow bristle grass in his hand. He jumped over and continued the student's words. Like the Jinja Academy, the white dew is frost. The so-called lover is on the other side of the water. Yes, that's right. How is the layout of the attic on the ship arranged? How are the colors applied? It actually gives people the feeling of spring and autumn, as if it has lived through the 4 seasons and has never forgotten the cold and warmth. This is the Jinja Academy. The student shook his head and sighed. He was not facing the sharpness, but the depth. The ship and the water were in harmony. It was both distant and near. The ship of the Jinja Academy slowly approached the shore in silence and anticipation. It was only when someone on the ship called that the workers at the docks woke them up. They were busy throwing ropes and helping. When the ship came to a stop, a staircase came down and people began to walk from the ship to the shore. The students of Jinja Academy lined up in 2 rows and walked down steadily step by step. Their eyes were clear and unbiased. They were neither arrogant nor pretentious. Just like the ship they had just seen, they were calm and unperturbed. The people on the shore stared at them. They saw that the people from Jinja Academy were wearing brown shoes and bright gray robes. When they walked, they could see that they were wearing light black pants. Their hair was tied up loosely with a silk scarf on their heads. On their chests, there was a light green word Jinja. When all the students of the Jinja Academy got off the ship, they split into groups and boarded the carriages that came to pick them up. So this is the famous Jinja Academy. A student stared at the people of the Jinja Academy without blinking. When the carriages moved toward the city gate and gradually became small dots, he said enviously. Yes. Another student said, while we were worrying about whether we could pass the exam, they already knew how to be an official. It has been 7 years. Not a single person from the Jinja Academy who came to take the exam failed, and I have never heard of anyone resigning. The only one who left his position was the county magistrate who commanded the people to save themselves on the banks of the Wei River during the heavy snow 5 years ago. He died from overwork. After that, the Jinja Academy immediately added a class to recover a lot of energy through a short period of deep sleep. The Jinja Academy is called the Jinja Academy for a person. The Tao is vast, but but it is in the center of the water. The arrival of the students of the Jinjia Academy made some of the students who wanted to take advantage of the fall quarter examinations lose confidence. The students who had not seen it with their own eyes at the docks heard that more than 100 people from the Jinjia Academy had come this time. With them here, the requirements for admission would definitely be raised. They were under great pressure. The scholars of the Jinjia Academy had no time to care about what others thought. After they were arranged to stay in a courtyard with 4 entrances behind the savant's restaurant, they bathed, ate, and rested for a while. Then, they received the information sent by Zhang Xiaobao. The content of the information was about the current situation in Hunan province. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan listed some ideas and asked them to look at them and improve or change them. The scholars looked at the information very seriously. To them, compared to the matters arranged by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the fall quarter examinations were not that important. This was because the two of them needed people who could succeed when faced with adversity, not people who only had good results but would say that they had not adapted to the situation when it came to concrete matters. Only when the sun was about to rise and those who had memorized the contents of the materials and had their own ideas fell asleep one by one. At noon, Zhang Xiaobao brought a few chefs over to personally cook for the students. There were a total of 120 scholars in this year's fall quarter examinations. A portion of them were lacking in various aspects, so they continued to struggle and study in preparation for next year's spring quarter examinations. Because the Great Tang had developed too quickly in recent years, many officials could not keep up with the pace. Thus, Li Longji was not satisfied. After discussing with Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and 10 some other important officials, they decided to change a batch of officials. As a result, there would be imperial examinations every year. Some of them even had the ability to do things, but they did not understand the various scriptures well enough. Thus, they were given a chance to become an official. As for the previous officials, they would have to relearn something like the party school. The shortest would be half a year, and the longest would be 3 years. They would be paid, and the land that was given to them would not be taken back. Those who had completed their studies would be rearranged. Those who still could not complete their studies would be given a pension and allowed to retire. Thus, those who had the ability and the will to fight were not afraid of not having a chance. Zhang Xiaobao did not care too much about the details. The reason why he asked for a chef to come was because he did not want to let the 120 scholars eat from the same big pot. Otherwise, he would just take a spade and choose a big pot to cook for 120 people. It was very easy to cook 1 dish per pot. In the past, when he was in the labor camp to learn new skills, he had done this many times. I don't have money. The food in there is really not good. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, who had come over to watch him while he was cooking. Why is it not good? Wang Wan did not understand clearly enough. Let's talk about the food first. It makes people speechless. Zhang Xiaobao weighed the dish with a spoon and then put the chopped green onions into the oil. Eat cornbread. Wang Wan was puzzled. You wish. How expensive is the corn flour? How big is the price of 2 cornbread per person? It makes people look like they are being abused. What we eat is the sponge cake. The sponge cake is big, and we use the worst flour. As long as it is fermented well, we won't be able to tell anything from the appearance. When we are cooking, we use whatever is cheap. If there is an early morning market nearby, it will save money. We can pick up some vegetable leaves and get some coarse salt. Have you seen the frozen chicken rack? The cost is 80 cents to 1 renminbi per chicken. Many people buy them because they are not a good breed of dog. Put 2 in a pot and fry the vegetables until they are done. Finally, scoop a spoon of gutter oil and pour it into the pot to stir. Well, this is called the oil slick. When Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he put the spoon out of the pot. Wei Wei followed the spoon. The charcoal fire below was strong enough. With a whoosh, the whole pot was on fire. Wang Wan felt distressed and said, "You only eat that." "I won't eat it. I've tasted it twice, and I won't eat it in the future. Only poor people eat it. I'll give some of the money I stole to discipline them, and they'll be treated well. What's the point of being a leader? I'll respect whoever can teach me some skills, and I'll beat those who can't. If you are so good, why are you still cooking? I am still moving bricks. My body needs exercise." The vegetables in Zhang Xiaobao's hands were done. He washed the pot, put in the oil again, and prepared to cook. "Listening to you, it is quite interesting." Wang Wan's knowledge of that place came more from the publicity. She had not experienced it personally. It is a pity that you don't have a chance to try it. Over there, the rich are the masters, and the poor can't fight. Even if you want to be a grandson, you have to line up. You also have to give half of your cake to those who can fight but have no money. In that place, you are not afraid of tiring work, but you are afraid of no work. No matter how tiring the work is, you can eat your fill. You are either beaten or beaten. Zhang Xiaobao cooked the new dishes and told Wang Wan as if he was telling a funny story. The cooks worked hard. In less than half an hour, the dishes were ready. 8 hot dishes, 1 soup, and 4 cold plates were served to the table where the students ate. The students were already in their seats, but they were standing next to their seats. Zhang Xiaobao cooked personally, so they did not dare to sit and wait. Zhang Xiaobao carried a dish and put it on the table closest to him. He clapped his hands and said, "Okay, sit down. Everyone can have at most 3 cups of wine. White wine is not allowed. First, allow my wife to speak to everyone. Please." The students felt much more relaxed. They looked at Wang Wan and did not dare to look at her for too long. Wang Wan was dressed up today, so she was too bright and dazzling. What is there to say? During the exam, write well. After you finish the exam, you are not allowed to sleep in there. Chiu Han, if it is cold, I will ask someone to send you some charcoal. Don't expect me to give you any notes. Those who are sick from the cold will be thrown to the medical school and let the students there practice. Okay, it is Xiao Bao's turn to speak. Wang Wan said casually and let Zhang Xiaobao take over. The students looked at Zhang Xiaobao again and waited for him to speak. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a cup of wine, coughed and said, it is a long story. Eat well, drink well, cheers." The students were stunned and raised their cups. Chapter 948. The fall quarter examination was just around the corner. The atmosphere in the capital suddenly became tense. It seemed that even the air was different from before. It was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. There were obviously more people patrolling the streets. The shouting in the restaurants and inns began to become urgent. The people who sold the so-called subjects were hiding like mice. Teams of boats from Sanshui County transported grain and meat to the capital. The merchants were happy but helpless. If it was last year, they could sell more. However, this year, Zhang Xiaobao said that if anyone dared to raise the price by more than 10%, they should not blame him for being impolite. Whether the rumors were true or false was unknown. In the spirit of believing that it was true rather than not, the merchants of Chang and secretly cried while controlling the price. With the rising and falling of the cost of goods, they timely adjusted the increase of profits from selling goods or renting houses to maintain between 9.5% and 10%. I didn't say that. When Zhang Xiaobao heard the news, he felt wronged when facing the merchants of Chang and who carefully controlled the increase of profits. Just take it that you said it. Wang Wan had just returned from her mother-in-law and mother's place. She had a lot of wool in her hands. She was assigned the task of knitting scarves for her 3 younger siblings. She asked Zhang Xiaobao to help hold the thread so that she could spin it into a bowl. Zhang Xiaobao raised his two arms and cooperated with Wang Wan's small movements back and forth. The wool brushed down. He said, "Why should I say that the price increase is temporary? How much can it increase? The profit overflow of 30% has reached the limit. The consumption demand is obvious. The students' food and accommodation are all provided by us. I also brought things from Sanshui County. Do I need to stand up and threaten them personally? I'm not that despicable. Then you go and clarify it in the newspaper." Wang Wan gave an idea. "If I clarify it, people will misunderstand it as encouragement. They dare to increase the profit by more than 100%. No, I have to find the person who spread the news. If it's a merchant, I'll let him close down. If it's an official, I'll let Xiao Bei and the others go to his house for a heart-to-heart talk." Wang Wan quickly finished one round and changed again. She smiled and asked, "Is there a need to ban people from trading? Someone clearly wants to roast me on a fire. Just think about it. A single word from me, Zhang Xiaobao, is more effective than a decree from the imperial court. What do I need the imperial court for? I had nothing to do but talk to him, and everything was resolved." The problem was that the focus of talking didn't seem to be on me, but on Li Longji. "With one word, I can decide the fate of the people in Chang'an. With another word, can I aspire for the throne? In a while, accompany me to the palace and find Li Longji to investigate. Once I find the culprit, I won't be able to sleep peacefully." Zhang Xiaobao said angrily and passed the message to Xiao Bei. Seeing that there was work to do, Xiao Bei was eager to give it a try. Today, Li Longji didn't hold a court meeting. The money from the harvest was in place. The money collected by the government was deposited in the local Tang bank. A portion of the grain was in circulation, and a portion was collected. The tax revenue was more than 135 million strings of coins, which was nearly 30 million more than last year. With money, when Li Longji was in a good mood, he went to the royal zoo that he had originally built and devoted himself to scientific research. He used the corn that he tried to grow on his own land to feed the two large dogs sent from the distant Tubo. He wanted to change the eating habits of the two dogs. Other dogs could eat porridge, but he didn't believe that the two dogs in front of him couldn't. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came looking for him, they couldn't help but praise the two dogs in their hearts. They were too beautiful, too mighty. They didn't need to stand up. Just by standing on all fours, they could reach the height of a person's waist. They had long hair all over their bodies, big heads, noses, and eyes. If they had to find an animal to compare them to, they were more similar to African lions. Are you trying to make them believe in Buddhism? Become vegetarians. These two mongrels are quite pitiful, Zhang Xiaobao said sympathetically as he drew an inverted cross in front of himself. Wang Wan nodded. Mongrels should have a more specific name. What do you think of calling them Tibetan Mastiffs? Let's call them Tang Mastiffs. I think someone fed them meat before Li Longji came this morning. Otherwise, they would have been howling by now. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the two Tibetan Mastiffs glaring at Li Longji. He tried his best not to laugh out loud. In his opinion, the two Tibetan Mastiffs were ordinary. They could not compare to the black dog Wang Wan saved in Luzhou and its children. Li Longji tossed out 10 handfuls of corn. When he saw that the Mastiffs didn't eat them, he clapped his hands in disappointment. When he turned around and saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he said with a smile, as expected, these mongrels are different from ordinary dogs. Actually, we can make them vegetarians. It'll just take some effort, Zhang Xiaobao suggested. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao. Li Longji waved his hand. Forget it. A vegetarian mongrel is not a mongrel. Why aren't the two of you studying at home? Do you want to see the new animals as well? Your Majesty, there's a rumor recently that I don't allow the prices in Chang'an to fluctuate too much. However, I didn't say that. Zhang Xiaobao felt wronged. We know. We were the ones who said it. Li Longji admitted without hesitation. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned at the same time. They had found the culprit. Unfortunately, they couldn't seal the palace gates. Even if Xiaobei came, it wouldn't have much effect. Xiaobao, you two worry too much. I'm afraid that the prices in Chang'an are too high. That's why I came up with this idea. It's working. Li Longji looked very proud. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. Wei Wei turned to look at her godfather, Gao Lisher. Her meaning was very clear. Do you think I can let the prices reach an uncontrollable level and not do anything? Gao Lisher glanced at Li Longji. Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded. Gao Lisher then said, Xiaobao, recently, a Japanese envoy came to the court. He went to all the princes and said that Zhang Xiaobao can decide the affairs of the Tang Empire with one word. The people only know of Xiaobao's name and don't know of the emperor's reputation. Thus, His Majesty decided to help them and let your reputation rise again. When the time comes, all the people who should show up will show up and be dealt with in one fell swoop. Your achievements are indeed remarkable. Many people have jumped out. Xiaobao, your prestige is still there. Look at the price control, it is really amazing. You said that the price increase can't be more than 10%. The merchants can steadily set the price increase between 9.5% and 10%. It saves them a lot of trouble. What else could Zhang Xiaobao say? He silently accepted the fact that he was used as a tool. However, he was still a little dissatisfied. Your Majesty, why don't you say it in your own name? Are you afraid that you're not as good as me? TSK, I'm not as good as you. I'm afraid that Xiaobei and the others don't have time to study. Once I say it, I'm afraid that the officials below will use it for personal gain. Xiaobei will jump up and down to catch people again. I don't want Xiaobei and the others to kidnap a group of 8th to 9th rank officials to Hanyuan Palace for a stroll during the court meeting. Li Longji's expression was lively as he curled his lips. He looked like he was doing it for the good of his younger siblings. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it. It was true. His words were the power of the people. Li Longji's words were called policy. With policy, there would be countermeasures. The better the policy, the better the countermeasure. Xiaobei had just had her fun and her heart hadn't calmed down. Once she saw that there was a problem, of course she had to interfere. She didn't have other channels to deal with the officials and could only drag them to Hanyuan Palace. Was Hanyuan Palace a place to deal with small officials? No wonder the officials that Xiaobei had caught were dealt with so viciously by Li Longji. He couldn't blame Xiaobei and could only vent his anger on the officials that were caught. Even if it was a small matter, he had to deal with the bigger ones. Otherwise, he would be letting down the name of Hanyuan Palace. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Zhang Xiaobao planned to go back and teach his younger siblings. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to leave, but Li Longji stopped him. Xiaobao, let's have lunch together. Recently, the people at the zoo said that there are too many animals. It's just for viewing. There's no need to eat a large group. It's too expensive. Let's eat a few first. Zhang Xiaobao raised his head to look at the sky and pondered. After a while, he didn't reply to Li Longji. He pulled Wang Wan and whispered together. After he finished whispering, he returned to his senses and said to Li Longji, if there's no one else at noon, just pick a large one and kill it to eat. The others are still useful. What are they useful for? Winter is coming. It's not easy to feed animals that eat grass. If we really feed them fresh grass, the price of grass will be more expensive than meat. I also want to ensure a profit. The zoo's money belongs to me. I plan to build a garden at the beginning of spring next year. Li Longji placed more importance on his own private money. The main thing was that no officials would object if he took it out to spend. He really wanted to know how Zhang Xiaobao would find a new way to spend his private money while guaranteeing the current profits. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan motioned for him to speak. So he said, "Your Majesty, actually, the zoo doesn't have to pay to raise the animals." "Then who will pay?" Li Longji pointed to a pavilion not far away and asked Zhang Xiaobao to go over and slowly explain. The zoo wasn't open today. There was a stove in the pavilion, so it wasn't cold at all. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat next to each other and began to introduce the zoo to Li Longji. "Your Majesty, in the past, we collected entrance fees and sold some animal and bird parts, such as hair and feathers, etc. When there were too many animals, we would kill one and freeze it. We would then divide it into portions and sell it to people who wanted to eat it. Together with the vendors' fees, it was quite easy to support the zoo. Now, the scale is getting bigger and bigger. If we kill too many animals, it won't sell well. I just discussed with Cuckoo. Cuckoo's idea is to have someone else pay to raise the animals. There are two ways. One is to name it. For example, a panda. Find a beautiful one that doesn't have a name. Between the clouds and the water will pay for it. If it's called Haha, then it's called Ha. If it's called Haha, then it's called Ha. If Xiaobei pays for it, then it's called Hehe. It's an advertisement." Li Longji thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, the second way. The second way is to prepare it for someone who really likes animals. Sell the animal to him alive for a sum of money first. It belongs to him. He should also solve the problem of food and shelter. However, he can't casually take it home to raise it. He has to keep it in the zoo. He can pay for his animals to build a house and put the animals in it. He can stipulate that he has the right to let the breeder take the animals out a few times a month and let them follow him to a safe place to play. He needs to pay the breeder a sum of money, which is to say, the zoo. Thus, his identity will be revealed. When he has nothing to do, he will take 2 camels out to go shopping, which will immediately attract a lot of attention." Zhang Xiaobao then talked about the second way he and Wang Wan came up with. Li Longji and Gao Lishir thought for a moment. The first way was okay. The money spent on advertising was not wasted. As for the second way, Xiaobao, the second way seems unreasonable. If he buys it, why can't he take it home? If he keeps it in the zoo for people to see, shouldn't he also collect some money? I can't bully people, right? Li Longji thought it was unreasonable. There was another sentence he didn't say. That is, if I really lack money, why should I ask random people for money? If I let you, Zhang Xiaobao, take it, will you dare to not take it? It's better to target you than to bully others. At this time, Wang Wan said, "Your Majesty, it's different. He doesn't know how to raise animals. If he raises them himself, they will die. If he wants to raise them himself, he won't sell them. When Xiao Bao and I were in the countryside, we saw cattle rearing. Some rich people bought cows, but they always died. I don't know if it was because the feng shui was bad or they couldn't find a good breeder. When they finally survived, the cows became thin and couldn't work anymore. They found someone who was good at raising cattle. When they couldn't bring this person back to their home, they placed the cattle in this person's home to raise. 10 or so cattle were enough to plow a large piece of land. Jean Gui, not only were they responsible for the feed, but they also had to build a cowshed in that person's home. What if the cows die? Gao Lishir asked. It depends on what was said before. If it's compensation, then it's compensation. But if it's compensation, the person who raised the cows also has to pay more. Let's try and see who's willing to buy. Li Longji was tempted. If he could sell half of them, it would be another large sum of money. Afraid that others wouldn't be willing to buy, Li Longji waved at a palace maid and called her over. He asked, "You heard what I said just now. I ask you, if I sell you animals in my zoo, are you willing to buy them?" The palace maid seemed a little nervous. She shook her head and nodded. "Your Majesty, this servant can't sell. This servant has to serve your Majesty. If your Majesty really wants to sell, this servant wants to order a tiger on behalf of second uncle's family." "Your second uncle?" Gao Lishir asked in puzzlement. "He's a 6th-rank military officer. When he has nothing to do, he likes to go hunting. When there's something to do, this servant will follow second uncle's family to take a look. Second uncle likes to come to the zoo and likes tigers." The palace maid told him about her mistake and looked at Gao Lishir nervously. "Oh." Li Longji nodded. He didn't care if the palace maid sneaked out of the palace. It wasn't a strange thing. Everyone knew it. He couldn't pursue it at the moment. Otherwise, who would dare to tell the truth to him? Ignoring the palace maid's mistake, Li Longji said to the palace maid, "Find someone to send a message to your second uncle. Tell him that the zoo will take out animals from today. If he wants to buy them, let him go to the zoo to discuss with the manager." The palace maid nodded again and carefully returned to her previous position with a nervous and excited look on her face. Zhang Xiaobao knew that a tiger had been sold. When the palace maid's second uncle got the news, even if he didn't want to buy it, he had to pay for it. Moreover, he had to rush to the zoo to buy the first animal, the tiger he wanted, before everyone else. As for how much it was worth, there was no way to say. It was said to be worth 500 strings of coins. The cost of transportation and catching the tiger was almost the same, or even less than 500 strings of coins. If it was said to be worth 50,000 strings of coins, it wasn't expensive. He could tell others that the emperor first thought of him and then sold him a tiger. It wouldn't be a problem for others to raise his rank to the 4th rank for the sake of the tiger's face. Li Longji's first business was done and he was very happy. He glanced at Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir understood that he wanted him to take care of the palace maid just now. There wasn't much reason. He was just in a good mood. "Xiao Bao, I heard that Zhang Xiaobao and the others are going to build an amusement park in Hongnong. Can you spare a place to raise animals?" Li Longji began to promote to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao bowed forward. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhang Xiaobao has the same intention. He is willing to build a beautiful place in Hongnong and let Your Majesty transport the extra animals there. Half of the profits will be used to pay for the construction of the site, and the other half will be given to the zoo in the capital. Li Longji felt that it was a bit of a loss. Half was too little. He discussed, how will the labor costs be settled? "It's better to let Zhang Xiaobao talk to Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, rest assured. Zhang Xiaobao doesn't care about money. He can take out 1.3 million strings of coins just like that. How can he be calculative with Your Majesty over such a small amount?" Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. Li Longji paused and said, "Half is fine. There's no need to trouble Zhang Xiaobao. The weather is getting cold. It's not easy to come to the palace." Li Longji reluctantly agreed to Zhang Xiaobao's agreement. He had to agree because Zhang Xiaobao mentioned 1.3 million strings of coins. If he really let Zhang Xiaobao come personally, he might not even get 30% of the profits. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely keep talking about 1.3 million strings of coins. After discussing the matter, Zhang Xiaobao really did eat at the zoo at noon. He killed a bear and brought the bear paw back for Li Longji to eat. Otherwise, he would leave it for his brother and sister to have a change of taste. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to Savant's restaurant and continued to feel the tense atmosphere. Tomorrow's imperial examination was set to be held in Hibiscus Garden. Someone had already set up the examination hall. At this time, ordinary people were not allowed to enter. The examinees were nervous, insomniac, and excited. They all had different expressions. Zhang Xiaobao, who had always appeared relaxed, became nervous at noon. It wasn't because of the imperial examination, but because someone reported that two of Shuiyun's and Hong Wan's children had hatched. Shuiyun's children were eagles, not chicks. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both became nervous. This was because eagles would usually do one thing after hatching, which was to push down their siblings who hadn't hatched yet. 11 eggs represented 11 eagles. If one fell, there would be one less. Zhang Xiaobao didn't even bother to eat. Together with Wang Wan, he brought his younger siblings and a large group of people to the artificial salt lake. Looking up with a pair of binoculars, Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and asked the person next to him, "Is everything ready?" "Yes." Next to Shuiyun's and Hong Wan's nests, there's a big circle 1 centimeter lower. Just use soft grass to cover it. If the eggs are pushed out of the nests, they won't fall to the ground or into the lake, the steward who was asked said with certainty. What's Shuiyun's and Hong Wan's reaction? Wang Wan asked. Hong Wan hasn't come down. Shuiyun came down the day before yesterday and broke open the guard's house. He dragged out the quilt from inside, tore open the cloth, took out a lot of cotton, and brought it up. Today, an eagle hatched, so Shuiyun came down and called out a few times. Zhang Ying climbed up with a bunch of raised insects and hasn't come down yet. Shuiyun is also here. He's probably discussing with Zhang Ying how to raise the children. Little Gongzi, don't worry. We will definitely guard this place and not leave any loopholes. The steward guaranteed. Shuiyun was a high-ranking official and had made great contributions in the Tubo battlefield in the northern part of Hebei province. He and Hong Wan's children were probably not ordinary people. While waiting, several eagle cries sounded from the sky and a big white eagle fell down. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly took a leather arm glove from the side. Just as he put it on his arm, the big white bird suddenly slowed down and landed on Zhang Xiaobao's arm. I knew it. The two of us are still the best. Zhang Xiaobao touched Shuiyun's neck on his right arm with his left hand and said happily. Shuiyun also seemed to be very happy. This was a comrade in arms who had fought side by side. If it could speak, it might even praise Zhang Xiaobao's 2 sharp spears when Zhang Xiaobao flew into the sky to deal with the group of eagles. Brother, I want to touch Shuiyun. It's so beautiful. Xiao Bei wasn't afraid at all and looked up from Zhang Xiaobao's leg. Zhang Xiaobao squatted down and first touched Shuiyun. This was Xiao Bei, that was Xiao Yuan, and the others. Xiao Bei boldly reached out to touch Shuiyun. Shuiyun really didn't move and allowed Xiao Bei to touch its feathers. Xiao Bei was so happy that it giggled. Is the house warm? Zhang Xiaobao asked Shuiyun as if he was talking to a human. Shuiyun called out. Oh, it's warm. Where's the food? We're feeding the insects now. When they grow bigger, we'll have to feed them meat. I'll get someone to get some live lambs. You can choose for yourself. When the children can fly, you'll have to bring them to hunt for food. Zhang Xiaobao continued to talk to Shuiyun. Shuiyun nodded, which was strange. It wasn't clear if Shuiyun understood or if it was just a habit. Zhang Xiaobao also slowly climbed down from above and let Shuiyun rub its head against his face. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, Hong Wan has already fed the 2 hatchlings and is sleeping. I think 5 or 6 more hatchlings can come out today. By tomorrow, all of them will probably come out. It won't be too far away. When all of them come out, I won't have to worry. I'm thinking that before it snows, they can start to practice flying. The lake and the ground have to be prepared. The baby eagles can fly very far with a flap of their wings. Don't get hurt. It will be arranged. Xiao Bei and the others will each have one. The remaining two will be raised first. I think Her Majesty will ask. Zhang Xiaobao had already begun to plan how to divide them. Eagles grew faster than humans. When they grew up, they might be able to carry Xiao Bei and the others into the sky. He just didn't know if Shui Yun could still carry him. A little further away from the shelf, as the news of the birth of Shui Yun and Hong Wan's children spread, many people gathered. Some came to watch the fun, while others wondered if they could buy one. There were many rich people who thought that as long as they had money, there was nothing that couldn't be bought. There were even people who asked Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao in the inner courtyard outside if they would sell one or two. The people in the inner courtyard were too lazy to answer. When they were annoyed, they replied, Shui Yun is an official. Why don't you try to buy an official's child and raise it? The people who asked didn't dare to speak again. If they did, they would be arrested. Brother, is there a red one? I want a big red eagle. Xiao Bei heard that she could get one and began to make her request. I don't know. I'll have to wait until the feathers are molted and the shape is fixed. There's a red one for you. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his sister's head, stood up, and continued to look up. Seeing that there were no big problems, he ordered, give the order. No unrelated people are allowed to come close. Enforce martial law within 1,000 meters. Other than Her Majesty, all other princes and princesses are to be stopped. Especially during my exam. If anyone dares to come over and cause trouble, shoot them on the spot. If they die, it's on me. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao's voice fell, the sound of orderly running came from the road leading to this place. Most people turned their heads to look and saw a group of strong men running over. They were all carrying guns. The eunuch at the front was Luo Bin, who often interacted with Zhang Xiaobao. Seeing the group's attire, Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. They were the Jinwu guards, Li Longji's personal guards. With a rough look, there were 200 people. Luo Bin ran to the front and panted twice. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, Lord Zhang, Her Majesty heard that Shui Yun and Hong Wan's child was born. She ordered this little one to bring 200 Jinwu guards to protect them. Whoever dares to wantonly harm the son of an official will be severely punished. Enforce martial law within a radius of 3 li. No one is allowed to pass or approach. Luo Bin's voice was very loud, no quieter than Zhang Xiaobao's. When the surrounding people heard this, they thought, great, Zhang Xiaobao only wanted to enforce martial law within 1,000 meters. The emperor actually directly cordoned off an area of 3 li and even sent out the Jinwu guards. If Shui Yun was a human, she would be satisfied with her life. Zhang Xiaobao was happy. Good, let me thank Her Majesty for her grace. Lord Zhang, this little one can't go back. This little one wants to stay here. Her Majesty said that if Shui Yun's child's life is in danger because of other people's disturbance, she will chop off this little one's head. Therefore, Lord Zhang, this little one also needs to use your family's guards. If anyone dares to barge in, this little one will first beat them to death for the sake of my head. Luo Bin put his hand on his neck and gestured, as if he was afraid of death. Zhang Xiaobao stretched out his hand to Wang Wan. Wang Wan took out a few banknotes from her bag and handed them to Luo Bin. She said, then I'll trouble you. Luo Bin happily took the money. He didn't look at the exact amount, thinking that it couldn't be bad. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was about to leave, he hurriedly said, Lord Zhang, Her Majesty said that you should keep 2. If you want to give the rest away, you can distribute it. Your Majesty. Zhang Xiaobao agreed and walked back with his people. He secretly cursed Li Longji. No wonder he sent the Jinwu guards. He actually only asked for 2 and even said that the rest would be distributed. He didn't believe that Li Longji couldn't guess that the rest just happened to be one for each of Xiao Bei and the others. 2 wasn't too much or too little. Shui Yun and Hong Wan's children were all gone. Wife, do you think this counts as our dear Her Majesty's kindness to Shui Yun? Zhang Xiaobao saw that there were no outsiders around and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also very helpless. Forget it, forget it. It's mainly because Shui Yun's ability is too dazzling. Who doesn't want to get one? For the next nest, there will be a prince or something to greet us. I don't know if Shui Yun is convinced or sad to be valued so much. It should be. I've never heard that the little eagles have to live with their parents when they grow up and have their own families. Let's go. No matter how big they get, we still want a nest of children. We can't let Shui Yun outshine us. You can go give birth with the pigs. Shui Yun's storm could be said to have just started. The princes, and their sons were in a powerless situation. They couldn't compete with the emperor and could only continue to look forward to the next nest. The civil officials felt that the emperor's care for Shui Yun was excessive and discussed spiritedly. The military officials, on the other hand, were gratified. In their eyes, Shui Yun was a similar species. Back then, it was able to fly thousands of li to deliver news, which was incomparable to an urgent report from 800 li away. The emperor's care for it was a meritorious service that must be rewarded. The military officials knew that without Shui Yun, Wang Wan wouldn't have been able to achieve such impressive results. Shui Yun not only cooperated with small groups to launch sneak attacks, but also observed the enemy's situation and was responsible for air control. People said, Guan Shan's endless blade glints coldly, throwing away heads to fight for their lives on the battlefield. In Lingtian, who dares to flap their wings, guarding 1,000 li alone, an eagle soars. Therefore, the military officials regarded Shui Yun as a hero. At the very least, there was no one in the heavens who could match up to her. Could it be that such a hero needed someone to disturb her when she gave birth to a child? Zhang Xiaobao didn't know that the civil and military officials of the imperial court were divided into 2 factions. They were fighting a war of words in front of Li Longji. The civil officials spoke in a genteel manner, quoting classics and classics. The military officials were more heroic, cursing as soon as they opened their mouths. They rolled up their sleeves, and their spittle flew everywhere. If it wasn't for Li Longji, they probably would have gone all out to fight. They wanted Shui Yun to see that they were also no match for the civil officials on the ground. After returning to Savant's pavilion, Zhang Xiaobao and the others ate first. Their hearts settled back into their stomachs, and their appetite gradually increased. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan worked together to gnaw off more than half of the lamb leg. They rubbed their stomachs and said that it was for Shui Yun's child to try what kind of lamb tasted good. In the next few days, they planned to try a few more breeds of lamb. After the meal, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in front of a tea set and drank tea. Zhang Xiaobao drank 6 teacups in a row, and his mouth became even more astringent. He asked Wang Wan, "What questions do you think will be tested tomorrow?" "How would I know? I didn't ask, so it doesn't matter." "Are you worried that you won't be able to pass?" Wang Wan continued to pour tea for Zhang Xiaobao, not worried at all. "I'm not afraid. I have nothing better to do. Everyone else is guessing the questions, so I'll do the same. You have to prepare. After the civil examination, it will be the military examination. If you have 2 days of rest, you can call all the commanders at home over and come up with a good plan. It's difficult for cold soldiers to fight hot weapons." Zhang Xiaobao had been arrogant when he had accompanied Wang Wan to shout at the generals, but in his heart, he really did not have any confidence. There were 2 sets of rules for cold weapons and hot weapons. You couldn't say that if you slashed out with a knife, you could instantly appear 3 miles away and cut off the enemy general's head as easily as taking something out of your pocket. Wang Wan raised her teacup and stopped it in front of her chest. She said, "It's also impossible for everyone to have a submachine gun for hot weapons. The weapons we make are purely handmade. Only our own troops and Li Longji's personal guards have one each. There are also very few handguns. The rifling for handguns is harder to make than for rifles. Most of them are rifles. Rifles are powerful at a distance, but in close combat, can bayonets compete with cold weapons? It's also impossible for me to foolishly arrange my troops in an open field and wait for the enemy to fire their guns and cannons. Using cold weapons does not mean that I've taken out the enemy's troops. I can't use their guns. It's just that when determining the losses, the people who use cold weapons are not familiar with them, so the enemy's losses are small. This time, I'll let those arrogant generals who think that they have guns and cannons understand that guns and cannons are not omnipotent. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will suffer a great loss." Zhang Xiaobao also understood that in theory, there was no such thing as an invincible soldier. However, he felt that it would be very troublesome for him to deal with it. He drank another cup of tea and indicated to Wang Wan that he was full. He said, "I've got the information on all the generals. After the literary exam, I'll make a list and evaluate everyone. Okay, I'll leave the logistics to you. I may have to frequently move long distances to find opportunities. You can't make any mistakes about how to distribute the logistics and how to hide them." Wang Wan placed a lot of importance on this sand table exercise. She had to win. Zhang Xiaobao also said seriously, "Don't worry, I like to do this. I'll let the logistics cooperate very well. Give me the map, I'll study it again." Zhang Xiaobao said as he went to get the map. "You're not guessing the exam questions anymore?" Wang Wan asked with a smile. "What's there to guess? I'm the top scorer. If they don't give me the top scorer, I won't be an official anymore. I'll leave behind a huge mess. Let's see who can clean it up. Whoever is the top scorer will take over. Just the great Tang Bank alone is enough to tire him to death." Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest and went to the study to look for the map. Wang Wan sat there and kept laughing. The next day, the day of the imperial examination finally arrived. Some impatient examinees hurriedly finished their lunch and headed to the hibiscus garden. They just had to wear their clothes. When the time came, there would be soldiers searching their bodies. As for lunch, the imperial court would be responsible for the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. To be more precise, the restaurants that sold food and the shops that sold the four treasures of the study were responsible for it. The bowls and plates that held the food would have the imprint of the restaurant. The same went for the four treasures of the study. If it was in the past, the imperial court wouldn't give them anything. Now that Li Longji knew how to do business, some of the examinees would become officials. Whoever could provide them with things, even if they wouldn't be taken care of in the future, they would at least have a good memory. Therefore, there were many restaurants that were willing to provide food and stationery. Therefore, Li Longji charged them. Yes, you had to provide food and stationery, and you still had to pay. If you didn't pay, then your things wouldn't be used. The examinees all left with solemn expressions. Only Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the examinees of Jinjia Academy were not in a hurry. The people of the academy would follow Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Even if the time passed, they would still be able to enter. After Zhang Xiaobao finished his meal, he sat there and drank some tea to help with digestion. Only then did he lead the group to Hibiscus Garden. When they arrived outside Hibiscus Garden, the soldiers were waiting in formation. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went straight in. The students of the academy had to stop and be checked. Regarding this, the other examinees who came around the same time did not feel that this was inappropriate. Who would dare to search Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? No one would believe that the two of them would cheat. If they wanted to cheat, they would have already memorized the answers to the questions. After entering the examination hall, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found their seats according to their numbers. The two of them were next to each other, and there was only a wooden wall between them. There was a soldier with a gun standing outside every single room. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were different outside. There were at least 20 people outside. In name, they were invigilators, but in fact, they were there to protect them. Wang Wan was also taking the imperial examination. She planned to give Zhang Xiaobao some pressure. It wouldn't be good to be compared to her wife, right? As the door outside closed, it was time for the examination. The official in charge of the examination first nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then, he praised Li Longji and emphasized the discipline of the examination hall. Only then did he walk in front of Zhang Xiaobao and ask, "Lord Zhang, is it ready?" Zhang Xiaobao glared at the examiner, which meant, "Are you stupid? You asked me." The examiner understood and immediately announced the start of the examination. When the examination papers were opened, they were not read aloud like before. Instead, they were given out. If they did not have enough paper, they could ask the examiner for more. Zhang Xiaobao opened the paper. The first question was about sutra. The Jinshi examination was about sutra. It was actually a fill-in-the-blank question. The so-called sutra was full of blanks, and the blanks were linked together. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at it and saw that it said, "I, Wang Ku, was born with the mandate of heaven to comfort Fang Xia." As for the rest of the paper, it was full of blanks. I thought it would be difficult. It's just Shangshu. If I knew it would be like this, I would have let Xiao Yuan do it. He can also get a good result. Zhang Xiaobao cursed in his heart and filled in the blanks at the back. After he finished, he continued to look at the next one. It was an essay, which was a question. The examiner had to write a poem and an essay according to the meaning of the question. Zhang Xiaobao went over first. Writing poems and essays was a waste of time, so he finished the simple ones first. After that, it was the current affairs policy, also known as policy theory. The examiner was given a question and then discussed it. However, there were 5 questions. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at the questions. They were really related to him. There were questions about Hunan province, foreign wars, domestic economic construction, railway construction, and river layout. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the questions, pondered for a while, and knocked on the wooden board next door. "What are you doing? Are you cheating?" Wang Wan asked softly. The soldiers outside were deaf and didn't see or hear. However, the person next door to Wang Wan heard it and felt indignant. "If you want to copy, just ask for the questions directly. Why are you asking each other at this time?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about these things and said, "Don't answer the current affairs policy. If you don't write the real thing, that's lying to the emperor. If you write the real thing and the examiner sees it, aren't you afraid that the secret will be revealed?" "Oh, that's right." Wang Wan responded and asked, "If you don't answer, your score will be low. Who dares to say that my current affairs policy is bad? Whoever wants to know, come and ask me. I will tell him. I will tell him all the secrets and layout. I will scare him to death." Zhang Xiaobao said disdainfully. "All right, I won't answer either." Wang Wan responded. At this time, the indignation in the hearts of the examinees who heard it disappeared and was replaced by understanding and admiration. Look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It wasn't that they didn't know how to write, it was that they didn't dare to. The current affairs policy that they were answering was to see if their ideas were compatible or not. The closer they were to the emperor, the higher the evaluation they would get. They were giving advice to the emperor. If they had any ideas, they would directly tell the emperor. How could they write it for many people to see? Zhang Xiaobao relaxed. There were a total of 3 major questions. Now, there was only a poem and an essay left. He picked up the brush and was about to write, but he wanted to know what Wang Wan was thinking, so he knocked on the wooden board again. Are you going to write a 7-word or 5-word essay? Poem or quatrains? Don't disturb the others. I won't write a poem or quatrains. I will write a song. Wang Wan was annoyed. Chapter 949. Zhang Xiaobao looked around. Other than the soldiers in front of him, the other 3 sides were all walls. He muttered softly, "All right, I will also write a song." He looked at the questions. He had to write according to the questions. If he really did not answer the questions, it would be too ugly. Li Longji would definitely laugh himself to death. They had been competing since they were young. After so many years, he had always had the upper hand. No matter what, he would not let Li Longji laugh at him. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried at all that the examiner wouldn't dare to pass his paper to Li Longji. If he really failed on the first try, Li Longji would probably find an excuse to throw the examiner into jail and reinstitute another winter imperial examination. In other words, it would be another winter imperial examination. Anything could happen in this magical world. Wasn't it normal to have another examination in winter? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the paper and saw that it said, "If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. I know how to speak, I am good at nurturing, I am noble." With one look, Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He put his mouth on the wooden board. "Wife, did you see? Fuck, who came up with this question? The Analects of Confucius, Laozi, and Mencius. Is there a need to compete with 3 people in one sentence? If you let others hear it, won't you be teaching others? Stop talking. If you continue, I will get someone to throw you out. You can wait to participate in next year's examination." Wang Wan really did not know what to do with Zhang Xiaobao. It was an examination, couldn't he be more serious? Who heard it? Who dares to throw me out? Zhang Xiaobao was really bored. He thought that the examination would be very difficult. In the end, it was just a fill-in-the-blanks question, 5 discussion questions, a poem, and a prose question. What was this? The soldier who was in charge of invigilating Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to be deaf and blind. The quarrel between immortals had nothing to do with mortals. "Honey, don't write too fast. Slow down. I'm regretting it now. I'll let Xiao Bei and the others participate. Other than their handwriting being a little lacking, they should be able to enter the top 100 in other aspects." "Honey, is your poem oblique or plain?" Zhang Xiaobao continued to ramble. "Che Yun, Xiao Bei can't memorize so many books. Don't tell me you want Xiao Yuan to help you cheat. Even if he knew the answers to the questions, so what if he passed the exam? You said yourself that you want them to learn and grow through playing. If it weren't for you insisting on fame, why would we come here?" Wang Wan also felt that the questions were too simple. This was the country's selection of talents. If one was selected, they would immediately become an official. In the end, the difficulty was even lower than the college entrance examination. It really made her speechless. All right, I'll go right. You're reciting rhymes, right? I'm Ping Yun. You can't possibly say that I cheated by copying you, right? Zhang Xiaobao turned around, but he didn't write. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Similarly, Wang Wan didn't write either. It wasn't that she didn't know how to, but that she suddenly lost interest. The imperial examination was too easy. It was no wonder that Jinja Academy would definitely accept anyone who participated. It wasn't because of its reputation, but because of the different education methods. Just like that, the 2 of them were separated by the wooden board and spent 3.5 hours, which was also 3 hours. It started at 7:00 in the morning, which was 7 o'clock. In addition, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished the fill-in-the-blanks questions and then talked nonsense. It was now past 10 o'clock, almost 10:30. Zhang Xiaobao waited for a while. He raised his hand and was about to continue knocking on the wooden board when he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the gap on the wooden board. He observed the gap and actually found something interesting. With a whoosh, the wooden board between the two of them was opened by Zhang Xiaobao, giving Wang Wan a fright. "Shoo!" Zhang Xiaobao raised a finger in front of his mouth. "We can open it." It seems that the emperor was afraid that we would be lonely, so he deliberately arranged for someone to do it. Wang Wan ignored Zhang Xiaobao and began to look at the wooden board carefully. She nodded. "The workmanship is very delicate." "It's okay." Zhang Xiaobao echoed. "How did you find out?" Wang Wan was puzzled. "You look down on me, don't you?" "What did I do before? Where did I hide the money that I couldn't find?" "Passbooks, real estate certificates, notebooks, bearer bank cards that always have 6 zeros as the password. If I don't find them, who am I going to threaten? What am I going to spend? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you have 24 full-view surveillance cameras in your community, 4 doors, and 3 groups of mobile security guards? If I'm a little less capable, I'm not qualified to be your husband, right?" Zhang Xiaobao touched the wooden board and said to Wang Wan with an expression that said, "It would be weird if I didn't see through it." Wang Wan chuckled and looked at Zhang Xiaobao with watery eyes. She was indeed very satisfied to have a husband like Zhang Xiaobao. If she hadn't come with Zhang Xiaobao, and if Zhang Xiaobao was terminally ill at that time, she felt that she could get a sum of money that Zhang Xiaobao was willing to hand over by understanding him. After locking Zhang Xiaobao in prison, she could get him out through other means and be with him. "I know. You were a thief in the beginning. The officials who were robbed didn't dare to report it, so you specifically picked the big fish to rob. You even dared to steal from the provincial political secretary's house. In the end, he mobilized people to arrest you. It was said that the case-handling officer who had never failed before saw you flying from building to building, so he could only announce that the arrest failed. Later, that secretary went to the CPPCC. Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao to prove his innocence. Zhang Xiaobao disagreed. "It's useless to live in the provincial party committee's compound. Usually, no one will stare at the CCTV. I can set off a firecracker somewhere else. When it goes off, can you still keep your eyes on the monitor?" I took the opportunity to go there. You can check the historical records after the theft. I was long gone. "I can," Wang Wan said in a huff. "You can. You can only stare at the monitor when it goes off and think about when it will go off. You go back. I am not going to be friends with you." Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao's head with all her strength. You can. I was wrong. When you were practicing, the firecrackers kept going off. Don't you have to stare at the monitor? Then you can be a security guard. A security guard with military rank. Many security guards are originally from the military. Go back and write poems. Don't disturb me." Wang Wan continued to push Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao stubbornly resisted. "No, don't. There are many things to do this time. It will not be easy for them to answer. The exam will last for 2 days. We will be staying here tonight. Don't be anxious. What do you want to eat for lunch? I will cook for you. Do you want to eat double-cooked pork? How about braised frog?" Wang Wan finally relaxed. She lowered her head and thought for a while. "I want to eat casserole." "No problem. Beef brisket and potatoes. Beef stewed with carrots. Chicken stewed with mushrooms. Pine mushrooms. Cabbage and pork ribs. Cod tofu. Dog meat. Dog meat is not good. It is not good for women to eat that. Also, I have to make dog sauce. Mutton and wood-ear. How about this? We should have kidney beans in Beijing. I will make a stew for you. First, I will make braised pork. Then, I will put the kidney beans, potatoes, and eggplant into the stew. I will also add chili and tomatoes. After that, I will mix 2 cold plates for you. You can eat it with rice. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth, and a series of dishes came out. Wang Wan frowned. Why are they all stewing? Sister, I am not the one who wants to stew. You are the one who wants to eat casserole. I will play along with you. You can find me a casserole that is not stewing. I will learn. Zhang Xiaobao spread out his hands. Then I want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall. Wang Wan said. I don't have time. Are you going to eat it tomorrow? I will get someone to prepare it today. I also have bear paws. I got it from Li Longji at the zoo. I don't intend to return it to him. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about anything else for his wife. Wang Wan bit her lips. I have eaten it once. There is no bear paws, and it is very hard to make. Sister, where did you eat Buddha jumps over the wall? Let's not be so formal, okay? Actually, Buddha jumps over the wall is only a few words. Fresh, tender, numbing, smoky, sandy, smooth, sweet, and fragrant. Why does it have such a texture? It is because of the ingredients. The ingredients are not put together at the same time. Every ingredient is put together according to the time they are cooked. This is the texture. Actually, I am not willing to eat this. Not to mention that it is very hard to make, there is poison in it. Let me tell you this. I don't need to put as many ingredients as what others recommend. As long as you give me enough seasonings, I can use any piece of meat to make the same effect. It sounds scary. It is just the freshness of seafood, the tenderness of bamboo shoots, the sweetness of rock sugar, the smoothness of shark's fin, the sand of liver, the smokiness of ham, the numbing of rice wine, the aroma of meat, and the rest of the ingredients have the corresponding effect. Zhang Xiaobao pursued the essence of the ingredients and spoke the truth. But the food made by others is transparent. When it is cold, it feels like it is frozen. Wang Wan had eaten it many times. Others needed to order it, but she did not need to. I use fire alkali to make it more transparent. Isn't it easy to make frozen? You can stew fish and make meat with frozen. I will also make some starch and white alum for you. I will make as much frozen as you want. Therefore, don't listen to their boasting. What Big Brother is making for you is the real deal. Many of the ingredients in the Buddha jumps over the wall soup are suitable for the occasion. If I were the person who made the Buddha jumps over the wall soup back then, I would definitely sigh that I didn't have enough ingredients. Buddha jumps over the wall is an explosive food source. It is just like the stew I made for you. The stew is mainly made because it is hard to find meat, so there is only red braised pork. It is mainly made into vegetarian food, just like the pearl and white jade soup. Only those who are not good at cooking can win with ingredients. Look at the dishes I usually make for Xiaobei and the rest. Do I need to put in a lot of seasonings and ingredients? Even a fried egg has its own style. Why are French steak and Italian macaroni so classic? It is because they are simple. I can make whatever flavor you want to eat. In my eyes, steak is just beef, wine, and salt. Macaroni is just tender and smooth. Later, I will make steamed bear paws for you. You just need to put some salt and mushrooms. It is just tender and smooth with a little toughness. What else can it do? If you want to eat raw prawns and clams, do you want me to put 100 kinds of seasonings on you? Why do you need to use leftovers to eat fried rice? Toughness means that there is less water in the rice grains. I will use freshly steamed northeastern rice and roast it in the microwave. There is no difference in the taste. Of course, if you want to say that there is a slight fermentation process in the rice that contains water, then I will ferment it for you. Listening to Zhang Xiaobao talking about how to cook in the examination room, Wang Wan smiled. She smiled sweetly and happily. Xiaobao, why are you different from other people? Because I am not other people. I am Zhang Xiaobao. Many countries' presidents value me, but I don't value them. Because the president can be changed. Zhang Xiaobao is the only one. What do you want to eat for lunch? Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic again. What do you think? Wang Wan became shy. How would I know you? Zhang Xiaobao was very helpless. Let it be stewed. I will give you a chance to mix the ingredients. Put less chili. I know. Green chili, which is also called persimmon chili, has not been cultivated yet. Do you know how to cultivate persimmon chili? As the name suggests, it is a cross between tomatoes and chili. Understood. Hurry up and cook. I am hungry. Wang Wan used words to show who was in charge at home. Don't be unreasonable with me. I will only wait for 5 minutes. What can you do? Afraid of you. Someone, go to Savant's restaurant and get me something. Be 5 minutes late. Oh, 3/4 of an hour. Zhang Xiaobao didn't believe that he couldn't get back his position as the leader of the family. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. Husband, are you angry with me? You want me to be 5 minutes late? No, I am afraid that they will accidentally break the tomatoes. I will cook quickly. I will light the fire now. It won't delay anything. Just watch. Zhang Xiaobao started to light the fire with a sense of accomplishment that belonged to a man. It was just stewing. Do you think I don't know how to cook? Thus, when it was close to noon, the other examinees were eating boxed lunches that were better than most of what they usually ate. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed in front of the pot, puffing out hot air as they ate the stew. The fragrance made the other examinees angry. Even if they could smell the stew, they were unhappy that Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask them to pay. Finally, an examinee next door couldn't hold it in anymore. He stretched out his neck and asked, why is it not Savant's restaurant who is cooking? Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and raised his head. Savant's restaurant doesn't lack advertising opportunities. Go back and call for someone to chase you out. That examinee was very self-aware. He didn't think that he had the strength to contend against Zhang Xiaobao's authority. He resentfully retracted his head and continued to eat the lunch boxes. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly and said to Wang Wan, humans, their desires are really uncontrollable. There is no end to them. How can society develop without desires? Humans rely on their desires to win against other animals. Why don't you invite the head examiner over to eat together? Wang Wan only remembered that she didn't invite anyone after she was half full. We are taking an exam. Don't disturb the rules of the exam, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan as he picked up a piece of dried tofu with scallion oil with his chopsticks. Wang Wan put a piece of red braised pork into her mouth and said in a muffled voice, don't mention the rules of the exam to me. If you don't disturb, there will naturally be rules. It doesn't matter if I disturb or not. I thought that it would be very difficult. The imperial examination is too disappointing. When Zhang Xiaobao thought of the exam questions, he started to feel helpless again. Wang Wan didn't say anything for a moment. She took a small spoon and drank the soup in the pot. Zhang Xiaobao also became silent. He lowered his head and ate fiercely. Both of them had their own thoughts. Why? After a while, Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and looked outside. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be asking Wang Wan. Because we are used to 12 years of compulsory education. We are used to not having a good job after graduation. We are used to having a lot of masters and doctorates. In the past, I didn't think about it. I just felt a little. Why do we have to go through such a long period of education and then lose the opportunity to get more survival resources? The country doesn't give any preferential treatment to people who receive education. Wang Wan also muttered. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and picked up the cucumber stick dipped in the sauce. He pinched it with his hand and bit off a piece. Now you know. I know. Wang Wan nodded. In fact, the country has never thought of letting the people widen the gap between the people of the same country through education. Because everyone is learning, it is to widen the gap between one society and another society. In other words, it is to prevent other countries from surpassing the basic level of knowledge. Now, I'm thinking, if we can take all of our graduates from a certain university and bring them here, they can study tourism, mining, physics, chemistry, and so on, and then compare them with the outstanding people of the same age in Great Tang. The people of Great Tang will be trampled under their feet. This gap can destroy a country. It's just like how Li Longji is always afraid of the country that can shoot artillery shells from Luzhou to Chang'an. Therefore, the purpose of universal education is not to increase the competitive advantage of the people of the country. It is to ensure the survival of the race. When Wang Wan said this, she thought about why the emperor was willing to give the children of officials the position of officials. It was because the children of officials received a different education from the children of commoners. If there wasn't an endless amount of paper, if there wasn't a lot of ink, if there wasn't a lot of books, if there wasn't a good teacher, if there wasn't 10 years of hard study sounded good, but it was far inferior to 9 years of compulsory education with all the conditions, let alone 12 years of compulsory education. In Tang, a child who was willing to learn wanted to learn, but there were no channels of communication. Before Shi and Xiaobao came, before there was a large number of books, if they could get a book, they would be willing to give them more time to copy it. But what about when Shi and Xiaobao were together? Free libraries could be found everywhere. In fact, if you went to a stall selling books and renting books, you could go there without buying or renting. Very few people would chase you away. There was a child in the 6th grade of primary school who had just come into contact with the linear equation of 1 yuan. While walking on the street, he suddenly thought of a question that he didn't know how to solve. He would randomly stop a passerby or a salesperson and ask them about it. As long as they had the time and the mood, they would teach him. Because it was too simple, as long as they were older than him, they would know. But what about here? You could just grab a random person and ask them. Moreover, there was the internet. If you did not know a question about the Analects of Confucius, there would be many people who would teach you. There would also be several answers for you to choose from. Thinking of this, Wang Wan mumbled, the truly frightening thing is not knowledge, but turning knowledge into common sense in life. When a person is not feeling well, they will naturally make self-judgment and take the corresponding medicine to treat themselves. When a place is hit by a disaster and floods, people know to drink water. When a person has diarrhea, they naturally know to replenish their salt. When there is fog, they will immediately wear masks and try not to go out. This is the true foundation of a nation by turning knowledge into common sense. Zhang Xiaobao continued, that's why we feel that the questions of the imperial examinations are simple. Because the knowledge that you have been teaching me and I have been teaching Xiaobei and the rest is common sense that we take for granted. However, it is far superior to Tang's education system. Yes, Xiaobao, I've decided. I want to rebuild Tang's education system. Wang Wan waved her fist, looking ambitious. But it's very difficult. Zhang Xiaobao still did not dare to say that he was going to build a financial system. If it's not difficult, why would I tell you? Is it not difficult for you to tell me? It's difficult for 2 people, but it's better than 1 person. Just tell me, what do you want me to do? Your reputation, my reputation, and our money. I want to build a university, a system-wide one. I want to hire teachers and recruit students. I won't allow anyone to cause trouble. For a period of time, I won't allow any political factors to interfere. Wang Wan picked up a piece of eggplant and chewed it vigorously, treating him as someone who was going to cause trouble. Zhang Xiaobao put a piece of charcoal under the pot. He picked up the paper and fanned it a few times in the air before taking 2 deep breaths. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's actions and said, "Look, you don't need anyone to remind you. You only know how to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning. This is the power of knowledge. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I support you. Wait until we finish the martial arts examination, okay? I'll think of a way for you. Isn't it just building a university? Finding students and teachers, not letting others cause trouble, and getting rid of all political factors? It's simple." Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand to show that he was convinced. He indicated that Wang Wan did not need to continue persuading him. "It's simple. Just say it now." Wang Wan wanted an answer that would make her happy. Zhang Xiaobao was slightly helpless. "It's easy for me to do what you say, but I can't just spend money and not make money. If I want to make money, I have to put in a lot of effort. I have to wait until the martial arts examination is over." Wang Wan was just about to say that Zhang Xiaobao was greedy when she saw Zhang Xiaobao waving at the soldier outside. She was puzzled and asked, You really are Zhang Xiaobao? You won't take any losses. What do you want to do?" Zhang Xiaobao waited for the soldier to come closer and said, "I want a few papers. I'll answer them. I've studied for so many years. If I only answer one paper, it's too disgraceful." "Official Zhang, what orders do you have?" The soldier reacted quickly this time. When Zhang Xiaobao waved at him, his eyes were no longer blurry and his ears were no longer deaf. Zhang Xiaobao pointed to the left and right. "I want a few papers. Give me one paper for the theory of the classics, the theory of the law, the theory of the literature, and the theory of the mathematics." "Oh, 2 sets. Official Wang also needs 1 set." The soldier nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and saw Wang Wan's puzzled expression. He said, "When you were taking the university entrance exam, you only had 2 days. Don't tell me that you only had 1 fill-in-the-blanks question, 1 poem, 1 essay, and 5 discussion questions." Wang Wan shook her head vigorously. "How can there be such a good thing? I think you should give me 2 hours to answer the questions for the theory of the sciences. This is because writing with a brush is slower than a fountain pen. Otherwise, 90 minutes would be enough." Chapter 950. The soldiers did not take long before they returned to where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were sitting. Behind them was the head examiner, and 2 other people were holding a set of papers. "Sir, you want to review the questions?" the head examiner asked. "I'm going to answer the questions." "You are Shui, Assistant Minister of Rights." "Oh, I remember now. Shui Yuan, right?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at the head examiner and thought for a while before saying his name. The head examiner nodded happily, "Yes, yes. You have a good memory. Do you want to answer all the questions? Do you want to extend the duration of the imperial examinations?" "No need. It's just a small question. In a while, bring the examiner here. I will answer it for him." Zhang Xiaobao did not want to be scolded. Because he was alone, extending the duration of the imperial examinations was worse than delaying the autumn quarter examinations by a month. Thus, he immediately took the papers and did not say anything polite. He invited the head examiner to eat and let him leave after greeting him. Assistant Minister Shui did not feel that Zhang Xiaobao was neglecting him. If he really asked him to stay for a meal, that would be a lie. Why would he ask him to stay for a meal when there were two people eating? However, he had doubts about whether Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could answer all the questions. Zhang Xiaobao poured hot water into a cup of barley wine. This was the first wine that appeared during the distillation process. It was also called Liuzi wine and had a relatively high alcohol content. However, no matter how high the alcohol content of barley wine was, it was still not as high as rice or corn. The first wine was around 50% alcohol content. You still want to drink during an examination? Give me the questions. Let me see. Wang Wan took the cup in front of Zhang Xiaobao and took a sip. She drank a quarter of the wine in one gulp and finished half a tael. I'll leave you a sip. 1 tael per person. You will feel refreshed. After drinking, you will be able to answer the questions. What kind of questions are these from the mathematics section? The fill-in-the-blanks questions actually have to be memorized. Luckily, I memorized them before. Thank you, Grandfather Bai. That old man taught me a lot. Do you see this? This is the mathematics exam. This was clearly not asking people to calculate. Instead, it was bringing up the forward, gouging out a row of words, and asking people to fill in the blanks. There's a calculation problem. I've left a space here, which means that there's no need to write down the steps to solve the problem. Let me see, the road is 80 feet long. The two brothers will walk it in pairs. The brothers will take 4 feet each step, and the younger brother will take half a step. A total of 35 steps. Was this what the imperial examinations were about? It means that there is a road that is 80 feet long, and two brothers are walking on it. The elder brother takes 1 step and covers 4 feet, and the younger brother takes half of the elder brother's, which is 2 feet. Then the two of them walk a total of 35 steps, and each of them is asked how many steps they have taken. Zhang Xiaobao felt helpless after reading the questions. It was too simple. It was just a two-dimensional linear equation. Wang Wan did not even need a pen and could directly say the answer. Of course, it was not a blank. There were steps to solve the problem. Let x plus y equals 35, for x plus 2y equals 80. I really should call Xiao Bei and the rest over. Let's not talk about the college entrance examination. If there were such questions in the middle school entrance examination, the children would die of happiness. Let me see again. Oh, there's a two-dimensional quadratic equation at the bottom. It seems that not everyone can calculate pi. Xiao Bao, now you know the importance of a system, right? Wang Wan held a roll of paper in her hand, took a pen, and finished answering all the questions for the mathematics section. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at it and copied it. Otherwise, it would take some time to solve the two-dimensional quadratic equation. He might as well eat a few more mouthfuls of food. When the two of them finished their meal and began to drink tea, they had finished answering all the questions except for a poem, a prose essay, and some discussion questions that hadn't been written yet. There were no multiple-choice questions, no error correction questions, just filling in the blanks, discussion, and so on. The only question the two of them answered was the mathematics section, which was how to judge a case. The judgment was not fixed and had a certain degree of flexibility. The two of them had already memorized all the laws of the Tang dynasty. After Zhang Xiaobao finished writing, he said to Wang Wan, "Look, aren't the laws set for the upper class? If our family followed this rule, even 10 heads would not be enough to chop off. Are you saying that the law is useless?" Wang Wan asked. "No, I'm saying that everyone should quickly become upper-class people so that they can avoid the law," Zhang Xiaobao said. "If someone can be above the law, it can only mean that the system is not perfect. The one who is wrong is not the law, but those who are clearly avoiding the law. Not only are they not ashamed, but they are also complacent. If you do too many bad things, one day you will run into a ghost. I'm a good person. Don't look at me and say that we're not going back today. Call Xiao Bei and the others over later. Let's eat hot pot tonight. Sauerkraut hot pot with a chimney. At the same time, let them answer the questions and experience the imperial examination. Zhang Xiaobao reopened the mathematics section paper and began to think about how to write poems and prose. Just as he came up with some ideas, someone came to disturb him. Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, you two are looking for me, the person asked politely. Oh, you're the examiner for the mathematics section oral examination. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the person and asked. Yes, Lord Zhang, do you think there's something wrong with the questions? The person was very nervous. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. No, it's just that it's too simple. Yes, it's simple. Go ahead and ask. Zhang Xiaobao sat up straight and said seriously. Ask what? The person was surprised. Ask me a question, and I'll answer it. Also, examinee Wang Wan, ask together. Zhang Xiaobao's attitude was very proper. Examinees should act like examinees, at least for now. The person rubbed his hands and said hesitantly, Lord Zhang, then I'll ask. Go ahead and ask. I asked you to ask Wang Wan and me. Zhang Xiaobao urged. Okay, thank you, Lord Zhang. The person stood respectfully and then asked, I'll ask, Lord Zhang, that the Tang bank's reserve rate increased by 1 percentage point, and the bank's deposit rate also increased by 1 percentage point. Normally, this should suppress consumption, but why is it that in some cases, there is a trend of consumption increasing? Zhang Xiaobao nodded and replied, this is mainly because the Tang bank's lending to the outside world decreased during this process. At the same time, the examination and approval requirements were also stricter. This caused the private lending to expand, which led to a situation where the consumption of certain items accelerated. Also, outside of the provision of non-essential items, those who have a large amount of other items and hoard them, in order to cash them out, have to lend the cash to the private lending institutions that also raise the deposit and withdrawal rates. When they judge that the profit lost from dumping the goods is less than the additional interest gained from depositing the money in the private lending institutions, they will sell a large amount of goods at a low price. This will increase the consumption of these goods in the areas under their influence. This is a short-term, localized increase in consumption. If it exceeds the short term, and there is an expansion of consumption, then it can only mean that there are people who are speculating. If the effect is not big, then I can ignore it, but if it exceeds the bottom line of my heart, I will firmly suppress it. Thank you, Lord Zhang. The person was very happy. Is there anything else? Zhang Xiaobao continued to ask. Yes, Lord Zhang, if the quantity of small goods does not reach the taxable quantity, then no tax will be collected. However, there are people who deliberately sell large goods in the form of small goods according to their assembled parts to avoid tax. What should be done about this kind of thing? The person asked another question. Tax will be collected according to the overall quantity of goods sold in a unit time, and a fixed tax will be levied on the increase of assets. At the same time, strict examination will be carried out. The business operation and tax declaration items must be consistent with the actual items recorded in the transaction process. If they are the same, the accounts will be audited. If they are different, in addition to making the difference in tax payable, punitive measures will be imposed. For the first time, the fine should not be too large, and it will be mainly a warning. If the offender commits a second time, the punishment will be increased, Zhang Xiaobao answered. Thank you, Lord Zhang, and, wait. Wang Wan opened her mouth. She stared at the person and asked in confusion, this year's oral examination of arithmetic has started to test this? No, the students want to test them on this, but they don't understand. After Lord Zhang and you went to Hongnong, Lord Zhang's lectures in Beijing were stopped, and the students had to study by themselves. Didn't Lord Zhang give the students a chance to ask questions when he was busy? The person had a blank expression on his face, as if he was wondering why Wang Wan had brought up the oral examination. Looking at the situation, when the examiner asked him to come, she did not tell him the details. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and smiled. Zhang Xiaobao reacted and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said to the person, You. Alright, after the martial arts exam, I will resume class. You can write down all your questions and hand them to me after class. As for the other people's questions, I will gather them together and answer them all together. Let's not talk about this now. You can ask me about the oral examination of arithmetic. Wang Wan and I will pass the examination of arithmetic as well, so we can begin. Wang Wan also sat up straight and waited. The person smiled awkwardly and said, Lord Zhang, you are making things difficult for me. How could I dare to ask you such a small question? Don't tease me, okay? You want to take the arithmetic exam, and I will tell you now. You and official Wang have both passed. If you insist on making me ask, then you are scolding me. Ah. Okay then, you can go do your own thing. I will answer the questions of the advanced subject. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and bade farewell to the person. The person bowed and said, Lords, you are busy. I will take my leave. After he finished speaking, he really left. The examinees on both sides of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had all pressed their ears to the wooden board to listen. When they heard the person's question, they were all at a loss. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao's answer, oh, it should be said that it was an answer, they were first shocked and then felt inferior. Look at him. He had nothing better to do and took the arithmetic exam. The examiner who came for the oral examination could only ask for advice and did not dare to ask questions related to arithmetic. Wang Wan watched the person leave and laughed. No wonder the examiner arranged for an assistant minister from the Ministry of Rights. If they really arranged for someone to be the head of the secretariat or the head of the various departments, they would not care whether you took the exam or not. They would definitely pester you and ask you all kinds of questions. Just now, you gave me a fright. I thought that the Tang dynasty's arithmetic exam was already so difficult. According to this, when Xiaobei and the others grow up, when they take the exam, won't they ask about the tax refund and differential subsidies for exported goods in the Tang dynasty's import and export trade, as well as the issue of the imposition of punitive tariffs for anti-dumping measures in the process of protecting the cost of its own goods? When you finished answering the second question, I only realized it. But you foolishly waited for someone to continue asking. Why didn't you think about it? Is that a question that examinees should be asked now? How would I know? I thought it was just a question. Moreover, the question is not difficult. Is there a difference between 1 plus 1 and 1 plus 2? Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands. Oh, that's amazing. You know 1 plus 1 and 1 plus 2. Is it the 1 plus 1 and 1 plus 2 question that can be expressed as the sum of the product of a prime number and the product of b prime number? Wang Wan argued. Then what is it? Zhang Xiaobao was confused. Prime numbers. A long time ago, there was a person called Goldbach. He said, answer the question, answer the question. Don't say things that are not related to the exam. Don't disturb me. I want to write a poem. Zhang Xiaobao sent Wang Wan back and packed his things. He once again became a good examinee who knew the rules. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan was talking about. This was not a field that he should be involved in. When encountering such situations, he should follow the principles of the 36 stratagems. First, he should avoid it. Second, he should leave. This field could easily cause people to die without a burial place, especially that Qin guy. He was not a person, but an existence as bright as the stars. Zhang Xiaobao was most afraid of people with the surname Qin, because even history could not be erased. Just by hearing their name, he could feel his own insignificance. He could fight against Lilongji, but he did not dare to have the slightest disrespect for a certain group of people in his heart. There will always be some people who cannot be measured by money. Yes. If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. I know how to speak, I am good at nurturing, I am noble. Answer the question. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it in his heart. He picked up his pen and prepared to continue the advancement exam. He actually did not want to write a song line because there were many words in a song line. There were only 4 quatrains and 8 quatrains. However, when writing a modern poem, the requirements were stricter. The question was very simple, and the content was not difficult to understand. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to write a few times before, but he did not know where to start. Just now, Wang Wan said 1 + 1, 1 + 2, which reminded him of some people. Now, he felt that it seemed to be easy to write. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and started writing. What is the Tao? Worship an official, return to the province when winter comes, snow is pure and innocent, find my Tao, leave kindness in my heart. For seasons in the world, people are the heavens. This Tao is not mysterious in the distant emperor, I do not know where to go or stay. Looking up, the blue sky is empty, looking back, the thick earth is full of jade rooms. Even ants seek the warmth of spring, how can people avoid the cold of autumn? Brocade returns home, respect the elderly first, do not talk about official status, fellow countrymen. Fellow countrymen stoke firewood, and put winter vegetables in front of the table. Deep in the cold, cracked hands, revealing the light of the fire, moist and gentle face. When I say there are many dishes, I hurriedly put down my chopsticks, when he says there is little meat, he pushes the plate. The cucumbers are crisp, the leek sprouts are fresh, the children are laughing and playing at the table. During the meal, I asked about the deceased, the newly built tower to worship the deceased. The fields are often produced in all seasons, the things by the water are occasionally left behind. The turbid wine floats to the bottom, the gourd soup scars the bottom. The tipsy finger goes to the sway foam, propose to use soil to cultivate mountain treasures. What can be chosen from 10,000 kinds of mountain treasures? Mushrooms are best fried and stewed. Tremella still needs to be cultivated, but purple mushrooms can be produced in the same basket. The host is pleasantly surprised and often urged to drink, returning guests forget their worries and keep drinking. Or all of Sanchuay County. And all of the 4 seas can be mapped. Suddenly there is a noise outside the door, pushing open the window to listen to the light bell. Zhang Wang is afraid to be behind, Guli outside the village is happy to compete. First, white cut chicken pieces are tender, then brown smoked beast head ting. Hurriedly waving and bowing to thank, the noise buzzing in the capital. Inform the capital and the county, the roadside is the same Yonglu song. The Yellow River divides Wei and divides Yellow River, Dingshu Wei clear and turbid together. 1,000 coins are easy to buy a tiger staff, 100 knives are hard to find a falcon bow. My sister Bayer prepares a gift, staying up late to set off fireworks. The young child asks how many people belong to, bending his fingers 3 times until the moon is full and waning. Invite wine to wet hands, take bowl to add frost to boots. Celebrate until the rooster crows, wake up, drink until the moon sets. Drink half a jar of wine, suddenly go to the chicken coop, suddenly come to study. The school windows are bright, the tables and chairs are arranged, the sun is shining in the west. But there is food and drink between classes, no wonder the children are reading and studying. Clear soup monkey head with abalone, big wonton stuffed with water chestnuts. Suddenly there is an old man patting the shoulder, laughing and praising Sanchu Wei Zhen. Remember to be modest and laugh back, these are small things not worth boasting about. Then he shakes his head and praises good fortune, then shushes and waves his hand, saying that life is short. Is it difficult to detoxify the poison and control the soup? The old man did not mean this. This meal is accompanied by gentleness. Since it is gentleness, what is there to say? It is almost breaking into the house to hit the spoon. The old man cupped his fists and apologized. I bent my hand back to bury myself in thought. 9 bends form a river, the word is a few, the valley name is a pond. You county children eat 10,000 li vegetables, that side of the snow is thick and cold. Winged abalone, monkey head and soup, Lu Zhou's water chestnuts are far away. Hui Yuan sealed the water and solid, the sound of sand and howling resentful mountain high. Why not use the horseback deer and flying dog? Goshawk sleigh guarding the empty sky. Officials always forget the small weight. Tsing Yi was ambitious in the beginning. I heard that and was shocked. This year the great Tang is sunny. How can the imperial court be perplexed? How can the inner court be so peaceful? Disaster in all places. Chongping is in a hurry to report to the capital. I read all the reports in the capital. Are you sure it is not shocking? I am angry and stare. I am determined to think about it. I anxiously shout to Chuanzhou, slowly reply to the county, saying that Chongping has little grain, and that the shops should pay taxes. The meaning of thousands of words, it is difficult to blame the officials and natural disasters. I am angry, I have many excuses. When I meet with trouble, I first evade. The troops quickly set off to the ground, brandishing the knife to cut the vegetables. Pulling out the tendons and breaking the bones, all of the surname to be exterminated, lives taken and souls taken away. Originally, I killed all the corruption, but looking back, I am still alive. Opening my eyes, I am startled awake, holding the edge of the bed, the space between my eyebrows is painful, I think before I am drunk. Shouting loudly to vent my anger, when I wake up in the examination room, the ink is dry. The sun sets and the sun laughs silently, the charcoal star is full of sound. Suddenly I hear the eagle cry, the new moon, the water clouds and red Luan. Raising his hand and waving it, he is actually looking for the top spin. Beasts are psychic, they know how to use their lives to win over officials. Full of masculinity, they are full of righteousness. Sighing to find the people as the heavens, there is a dream in a dream, it is fate. Come down, don't stop me. Zhang Xiaobao threw away the pen and opened his arms. Shui Yun and his wife, Hong Wan, came down one after the other. The wind brought by their wings made the soldiers unable to stand steadily. Stand still on the table, don't move. I almost died of exhaustion from writing a song of more than 1,000 words. I can't ruin it, otherwise I will go to your house every day to cry. What's wrong? Something happened at home. You don't care about the children. Zhang Xiaobao patted the table and talked to Shui Yun and his wife. Shui Yun and Hong Wan really jumped on the table and looked around curiously. Wang Wan pulled the board away and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise, then looked at the paper and asked, is it really more than 1,000 words? It's punctuation. Anyway, it has more words than Xiaobai. Zhang Xiaobao patted the paper. Wang Wan thought for a while and realized who Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. Bai Zhiyi, who wrote the Song of Everlasting Regret. Then she curled her lips and said, how can you compare to him? He has quality. I have speed. Give me 2 days and I will write better than him. He writes this kind of thing when he has nothing to do. Do I have time for nothing? If you don't believe me, look at Shaoli. He hasn't written for a long time. He is in charge of the Ministry of Revenue and he is so busy. I have decided to work hard to live for a few more decades or even 100 years. I will wait for Xiao Bai. He has just grown up, so I will arrange things for him to do. You want him to write poems. He should write reports and self-criticism every day. Zhang Xiaobao said viciously, then opened his mouth and laughed. Wang Wan was also amused. Fortunately, I didn't get you into the spring and autumn annals. Otherwise, there would be no Analects of Confucius. What are Shui Yun and Hong Wan doing? How would I know? I saw them flying in the sky and waved my hand, and they came down. Their eyes are quite sharp. I will have someone go to the lake to check. Don't let anything go wrong. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to order the soldiers to go and check. Before he could find the soldiers, a person rushed in from outside. It was Luo Bin. He hurried to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, looked at Shui Yun and Hong Wan and said, Lord Zhang, Lord Wang, the children are all out. Lord Shui Yun just fed them. Lord Zhang said that the children are asleep now and asked me to tell you the good news. I didn't expect Lord Shui Yun to come in person. Oh. All 11 are safe. Zhang Xiaobao asked happily. That's amazing. They can open their mouths to eat insects without opening their eyes, Luo Bin continued to report. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. Amazing, really amazing. In fact, when we were young, we could take the initiative to drink milk with our eyes closed. We are amazing together. Yes, yes, Lord Zhang is right. Luo Bin echoed. Suddenly, he saw that in another single room, there were examinees poking their heads out to watch the fun, so he quickly said, since Lord Zhang and Lord Wang know, I will go back. Keep an eye on them or I will lose my head. Okay, when I go back after the exam, I will reward you handsomely. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said goodbye to Luo Bin. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and looked at Shui Yun and Hong Wan. After thinking for a moment, he said, after I deal with the imperial examination, go back to Sanshui County with me first. I really don't feel at ease in the capital. There are too many eyes and different minds. Sanshui County is our territory. If anyone has the ability to infiltrate Sanshui County and harm your children, he might as well deal with the palace. The difficulty is almost the same. Shui Yun looked at Hong Wan and nodded to Zhang Xiaobao. Okay, you two go back first and take care of the children. When I finish the exam, I will go to see you immediately. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he lifted the table and pushed it upward. Shui Yun and Hong Wan took advantage of the force to rise into the air, circled twice, and flew in the direction of the lake. After the two eagles left, Wang Wan curiously reached for the paper. Let me see what you're writing. Dream, I had a dream. Oh, there were two. Chapter 951. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she stopped writing and looked at the sky. It was time to light the lantern, and Xiaobei and the others were coming. She rested her chin on her hand and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Tell me, what did you dream of? I dreamed that I suddenly returned to my hometown, Sanshui County. It was a dream. Zhang Xiaobao was a little embarrassed. Did you suddenly return to your hometown in a dream at night? Wang Wan helped. Don't interrupt. I first sighed about the glory and wealth of people. Then, I met an acquaintance, Zhang Xiaobao continued. Who? Which Zhuangzi? Wang Wan asked. Zhang Xiaobao glared at Wang Wan. That's what it means. I got confused as I wrote. Can you remember the person in the dream? Okay, continue. Yes. You're interrupting, old friend. When you saw me come with gifts, you were very happy. You warmed the stove and went to pick some vegetables. Winter vegetables. You kept me eating and drinking with me. I asked if your family was doing well. He said it was okay. He built a new house and went to worship his ancestors. As for me, I saw his hands. They were cold and his face was red. It's not easy to make money. He even gave me vegetables when they were valuable. I was thinking. Zhang Xiaobao drank a cup of water when he said this. Wang Wan happened to finish the sentence and asked, was there a feeling of cutting spring leaks in the rain at night and yellow beams in the new kitchen? Then you drank 10 big cups of wine, 10 cups of wine in one go. Zhang Xiaobao put down his cup and waved his hand. No, I'm not as stupid as Du Fu. I didn't ask Weibo to cook chives and cook rice. Stupid. It's nothing more than using homemade things to entertain friends. One is that you don't regard yourself as an outsider. The other is that you only have those things at home. It's simple and unpretentious. Wang Wan asked in confusion. It's obvious that you don't have a life. Have you forgotten that leeks can't be cut when it rains? After cutting them, the roots will rot. In spring, when the leek roots rot, won't you have to spend a lot of effort to plant them again? You'll miss the good seasons. Huang Liang in the new kitchen. The new kitchen referred to the newly built stove. If you built a new stove, would you dare to light a fire to cook yellow rice when it was wet and rainy? Especially the word room, it's a verb for stirring. At that time, there were no red bricks. Let's try it tomorrow. I guarantee that the stove top will crack. If you use the spoon to stir, the stove top will have to be rebuilt. Zhang Xiaobao was mimicking the actions in Du Fu's poem. Wang Wan was enlightened. I remember now. I was only thinking about the artistic conception of the poem and forgot about the things in my life. How much wine did you drink? Who knows? I was only focused on drinking. Anyway, a lot. I drank until I was confused. Yes, I told him to cultivate mushrooms next year. Those things are easy to cultivate. He was quite happy. Later on, quite a number of people from our family's manor, the Gu family's manor and the Li family's manor came. We drank with them and only slept when the sun rose. Zhang Xiaobao described the feeling at that time. Oh, you fell asleep in your dream. Continue. Wang Wan held back her laughter and signaled Zhang Xiaobao to continue. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face with his hands as if he was reminiscing. Then I fell asleep. In my dream, I flew and flew. One moment I went here, the next moment I went there. I flew to the school. In the morning, I ate in the school. They made wontons, which were wontons stuffed with water chestnuts, shark's fin, abalone, and monkey head mushrooms. The children of our two families do this in the school. Don't they have milk and eggs for breakfast? Didn't I say? In my dream, an old man suddenly appeared and praised our school. He said that the food was good. I just said a few words of modesty, and he said that it was good, but there were people who died. At that time, I was frightened. I tried my best to calculate the mutual promotion and restriction of food. I suspected that if there was poison in the soup, and I was about to rush in and knock over the spoon or something. The old man said again, not our school, but somewhere else. The food at your school is good. This made me angry. I thought, he said to ask, where is it? He said the line between Huaiyuan, Qizhou, and Mingsha, where the Yellow River is. He said that it was snowing and the road was blocked. He asked me if I had been an official for too long and forgot the people in other places. He asked me why I didn't send my deer, dogs, and eagles to help. Zhang Xiaobao said it as if it was true. Wang Wan was fascinated and asked, yes, why didn't you send them? This year, there are very few places in Tang where it snows. Moreover, there is Chongping, so there is no need for it. I asked him, are you lying to me? Why didn't I see it when I was reading the news in the capital? He was very angry, meaning that he didn't lie. He asked me to investigate, so I did. The radio signal was transmitted layer by layer. Soon, the reply was slow, and I found that something was wrong. The reply almost made me die of anger. The official said that Chongping didn't have food. Don't blame them, blame natural disasters, blame the merchants for not paying taxes properly and defaulting. Do you think they are joking with me? I believed them, so I sent troops to kill them all. I confiscated their property and exterminated their family. As I killed them, I turned around and saw that the people I just killed were alive again. I was shocked and woke up. I was back in the house of the old friend I met earlier. I was so depressed that I shouted with all my strength. Just as I shouted, I woke up again and found that I was in the examination hall. It's over. Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands and looked at Wang Wan. He laughed first. Wang Wan also laughed and nodded. Good, Xiaobao, you are good. You wrote blindly about things that didn't happen. You answered the questions in a dream. Next time, be more realistic. I don't like what you said. Who said that one can't dream? Did Tao Yuanming do it? Did Li Bai do it? Oh, he didn't do it now. There is no chance. Which great poet doesn't dream? Zhang Xiaobao defended himself, looking very angry. Wang Wan patted Zhang Xiaobao's head. Be good, don't be angry. You are right. Great poems all dream. Great brother still needs to cook. Quickly prepare, Xiao Bei and the rest are here. Sure enough, Xiao Bei, Xiao Yuan, and the others came. They were probably afraid that it would be too tiring to come in, so they were still wearing their official robes. They walked with their little legs and looked around curiously. Someone come and help me hold down the papers. Let's eat first. Xiao Yuan, Xiao Zhu, come here. It's time to eat. After eating, look at the questions. In the future, you will have to do it too. Zhang Xiaobao greeted the soldier and came out of the room with Wang Wan. They found an empty space and set up the stove to make hot pot. Xiao Bei and the rest were obviously not thinking about eating. They looked at the room used for the examination and found it very interesting. The lights in the examination hall were lit up. The electric lights were powered by a new small steam engine that burned coal to generate electricity. The examination hall was brightly lit. The other examinees also had their meals delivered. They couldn't come out to eat together for fear of telling each other the questions. They were still in the room. The restaurant that delivered the meals was very generous. They learned from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when they had lunch. Each person had a small pot with charcoal under it. The bottom of the pot was seafood, and the cut mutton was placed on a plate. They could choose from more than 10 kinds of seasonings. The cost was not small. Just now, outside the door, we saw some examinees leaving. Xiao Bei took off the bits and pieces of decorations on his body and said. Zhang Xiaobao expressed his understanding. Basically, they gave up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have missed the time to eat dinner. Xiao Hai, who usually didn't like to talk, would only speak in front of his brother and sister. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, Brother, Shueyun went to Savant's restaurant. We went to the lakeside and heard that all 11 eagles had hatched. We wanted to go up and take a look, but it was too high and we didn't dare to climb. Yes. It's good that you don't climb. When an eagle hatches, it's about the size of a chicken. When we go back to Sanshui, you will see it. Pick one you like. Zhang Xiaobao patted Xiao Hai's head. Everyone started to eat. As they ate, Wang Wan found that Zhang Xiaobao was absent-minded. She picked up an oyster, cooked it, and put it on Zhang Xiaobao's plate. She asked, What are you thinking about? Ling State. The Ling State that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned was the big states in Huaiyuan, Anjing, and other places that he had written. You're just writing nonsense. Do you really care about it? Wang Wan was helpless. Why do you think I'm thinking about Ling State? Our family's business is not in Ling State but in Feng State. Our family's fleet only passed by Ling State when they traveled the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaobao began to analyze his own psychological activities. Wang Wan scooped a small piece of tofu and dipped it into the pot. She said, because it is indeed snowing in Ling State. According to the intelligence the day before yesterday, the Yellow River is expected to freeze earlier than usual. However, the inaction of the officials in your dream didn't happen. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his brother and sister who were eating happily. He frowned and said, it's better to prepare in advance. There is a lot of activity this year. All the powerful businessmen are going to Japan. I'm worried that we won't be able to react in time if something really happens. Since the Yellow River hasn't frozen yet, we must move our daily necessities to a place in the northwest. Store up red deer, dog-pulled sled, and falcons. Prepare to be ready in case of an emergency. I'll listen to you. We'll make arrangements after dinner. Let's eat first. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. If they didn't suffer a disaster, they would only lose a part of their profits. It was better than a disaster that killed people. Wang Wan preferred the current means of transportation, especially the sled dogs. After they were developed, their transportation ability would be terrifying and better than cars. Xiao Bei and the others listened while eating, but they didn't interrupt. This was a learning process. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately did this. In the Tang Empire, human lives are always more important than money. Even if we believe that the response of all parties is fast enough, we can't let our guard down. While we enjoy the beautiful things in life, we must respect the lives of others like us. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of paper from a specially made paper bag and wiped Xiao Bei's mouth as he said this. Xiao Bei waited for his brother to finish wiping and asked, does the Japanese count? Japan. Japan. Not my race. It's beyond my reach. Zhang Xiaobao tried to figure out the language and replied. I understand. In fact, I love everyone. It's just that sometimes the Japanese don't trust me. I'm very sorry about this. Xiao Bei said straightforwardly. Wang Wan chuckled and rubbed Xiao Bei's head. You're so smart. Your brother's education is going to succeed. When Zhang Xiaobao and the others finished dinner, the other examinees were already full. They stayed in the single room and drank the tea prepared by the restaurant. Someone brought new bedding. After the examination, the bedding belonged to the examinees. No one cared whether they took it away or threw it away. Xiao Bei and the others gathered around to look at the questions. All the fill-in-the-blanks questions that required memorization were not a problem for Xiao Yuan. Xiao Hai was responsible for all the math questions. As for the other questions, Xiao Bei and the others thought hard. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to the conclusion that the younger siblings would not be able to pass the imperial examination for the time being. They were stuck at the topic of policy. The ones who really showed their ability in the imperial examination were Xiao Yuan and Xiao Hai. It seems that we still need to wait. Zhang Xiaobao concluded. Xiao Bei was very distressed. She found that she was not particularly smart. She looked at the current affairs policy questions one after another and did not know where to start. She would rather be in charge of a county where all the officials listened to her. She could use the various models summarized by her family. Coupled with her own strong financial power, she was confident that she could manage a county well. However, when she was faced with the examination questions, there were some words that she did not recognize and could not give a reason why. Hiding behind the other children, Xiao Bei lowered her head and pursed her lips tightly. She was angry with herself. Xiao Bei, what fun things are you thinking about? Wang Wan saw that the usually active Xiao Bei was not, so she pulled her out from behind the others and asked. Xiao Bei puffed up his cheeks and said sullenly, I'm the stupidest. Both men and women know more words than I do. How am I supposed to know how to fix the road and where to fix it with all those messy questions? I know why it needs to be fixed. It's to make it easier to walk. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and signaled with her eyes. She meant, look, you asked them to come, and now you've dealt a blow to the children, right? Zhang Xiaobao was a little regretful. He had always let his younger siblings develop a kind of confidence that they were not afraid of difficulties and that no matter how big the world was, they could do it. Therefore, the things that he arranged for his younger siblings were things that they could do after they worked hard. When Li Longji sent Xiao Bei to Hongnong, he was worried about it. However, his younger siblings did very well. He and Wang Wan were very pleased. This, Xiao Bei, come here. Come to Big Brother's side. Don't be afraid when we encounter difficulties, right? Zhang Xiaobao carried his sister and said to her. That's right. Xiao Bei still had not recovered. If you ask me to do things, I'm not afraid. If you give me a county, I'll manage it. If I ask the people to plant things, I won't be afraid if the plants are bad and there's no output. I can compensate them. Then, I'll remember that if the environment is similar, they can't plant the same things. I'll spend my own money to teach them a lesson. Xiao Bei hugged her brother's neck and said her thoughts. Suddenly, she pouted. But what's this? I don't understand what you're asking. Fixing roads costs money. Why do you have to ask why and how to spend it? That's right. Our Xiao Bei is right. Do you still remember our family's ranch in Fengzhou? Zhang Xiaobao felt that the pressure he was under was unprecedentedly great. He would not stupidly tell his sister about the details of fixing roads. Otherwise, it would be useless even if she memorized it. That was a way of thinking. Therefore, what he had to do was to temporarily let his sister forget about the current situation and relax. He had to guide her according to her intelligence and experience with words that she could understand. Wang Wan watched from the side. The other 8 children were also listening to their brother. When Xiao Bei heard her brother's question, she suddenly smiled and said, I know. We even went to catch the Tujua together. What's his name again? Prince Xian of the left. When we came back to Fengzhou, our dog pulled the sleigh and couldn't see the end of it. At that time, he was scared silly. Hee. Aw, our Xiao Bei is so awesome. I almost forgot that you still have to ride the dog. The dog ran away when it saw you. Zhang Xiaobao played along and pretended to be surprised. Bad dog. Xiao Bei gave a definition of a dog. Then we saw the river, the yellow river. Do you still remember it? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Xiao Bei looked up at the sky and thought. I know. It's winter, but I don't see the trackers. When will we go again? Wait until next spring. When the ice melts, we can take a boat, okay? Zhang Xiaobao made a rowing gesture. Okay, pinky promise. Xiao Bei stuck out her pinky finger. Zhang Xiaobao also stuck out his pinky finger, and the two of them came to an agreement. Wang Wan listened in puzzlement. She wanted to see how Zhang Xiaobao would solve the problem. Zhang Xiaobao continued, when the river just turns around the bend, it's turbulent, and it's hard to pull the cable. There's a rich merchant who has his own fleet, so he wrote a letter to me. When was it? The day before yesterday. Was it the day before yesterday? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan as he spoke. Wang Wan understood. It was the night before yesterday. The merchant asked you to judge whether his idea was good or not. That's right. 2 nights ago, he told me to buy some gunpowder and blow it up along the tracker's path. So, it's not this wide. Zhang Xiaobao gestured with his hands to show a 1-meter wide gap. He said that he wanted to blow up the path 3 times wide and blow up the place where the trackers used to climb. This way, he could use horses to pull the cable. It would be faster, and the horses would have more strength. I thought about it and realized that this person. Is he stupid? Xiao Bei was finally brought to the topic by her brother, so she interjected. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be deep in thought. I also feel that something is missing. Something is not right. Do you still need to think about it? That path can't be blown inwards. There's no place to support it, and there's a mountain on one side. If he blew up such a wide path at the bottom, the soil on the top would fall down. Then, he would spend money to remove the fallen rocks and plant new trees. Otherwise, the top side of the mountain would be completely bald. When it rains, the soil and rocks would roll down. If he planted the trees, would he guarantee that they would survive? If he wasted time, the others wouldn't sail and wait for him. Xiao Bei let go of her brother's neck and waved her little fists. Yes, our Xiao Bei is still the best. I'll scold him later and tell him that he can't pull the cable like before. What's the point of building a road? Zhang Xiaobao affirmed his sister's words. Xiao Bei clenched her fists and thought for a while. Then, she said, if he wants to transport goods from Fengzhou to Yunlingzhou, he's willing to fork out a lot of money. Why don't he just blow up the cave and use cement to build the inside? He can just transport goods by land. That's right. Our Xiao Bei is still the best. Who said that she couldn't answer the current affairs question? I think that the other examinees will encounter the same problem. They can't compare to our Xiao Bei at all. Zhang Xiaobao imitated his sister and waved his fists. Xiao Bei regained her usual vigor. The questions in the imperial examinations aren't specific enough. I don't know who came up with the questions, but we can't generalize. We need to analyze the problems in detail. Yes. I also object to this, so I decided not to answer the current affairs question. I just asked blindly. Zhang Xiaobao was indignant. I think he hasn't stayed in a place before. He doesn't understand the situation of the people and lacks a foundation. Xiao Bei evaluated as if she had made a lot of achievements in a place. Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't correct his sister's mistake. It was fine as long as he achieved his goal. Xiao Bei, it's late. Let's go back first. Tomorrow afternoon, we'll go to the lakeside and see Shui Yun and her family. Zhang Xiaobao gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, he sent away the 9 younger siblings who had a lot of opinions about the current affairs of the imperial examinations. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao let out a long sigh of relief. Xiaobao, you're amazing. Wang Wan praised Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. I didn't think that you would be able to use this kind of method. How did you know that Xiao Bei would be able to answer? Wang Wan was very curious. I've personally met Xiao Bei 3 times when the topic of capturing the Tujua's virtuous prince of the left was brought up. Thus, Xiao Bei has a very deep impression of that place. Furthermore, she has been thinking about the problem of road construction. Even though she has temporarily diverted her attention, she is still subconsciously thinking about this problem. Moreover, with Xiao Bei's personality, if you ask her to make a comprehensive plan, she might not be able to make one, but she can always find flaws in other people's plans. When we came back to take the train, we told them more than once to blow up a cave so that the train could pass through. Children are different from adults in one respect. They can always think about things for a long time, but for them, they either forget or treat things from a long time ago as if they were just yesterday. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan. So you're sure that she will definitely cooperate? I'm not sure. I'm also betting. At most, she won't respond to the topic just now. Then, I'll think of another topic. I won't scold her and say things like, "You're so stupid. Do you want to be beaten? You can't even solve such a simple question. What have you been thinking about all day?" I'll say to those adults who educate their children like this, "You're so stupid. You can't even teach such a cute and smart child. Is there water in your brain?" You can't even teach a child. What else can you do? Zhang Xiaobao once again blamed the adults for the child's poor grades and looked down on them. Wang Wan shook her head. You're always thinking differently from normal people. I'll go back and continue writing. Are you going to write essays too? No. I'll go back and think about the problem of opening a cave that Xiaobei mentioned. I'll find someone to look at the geographical environment. If it's feasible, I'll open one. Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the direction of Lingzhou. You took it seriously. Xiaobei's words are full of loopholes. Why wouldn't I take it seriously? I can find someone to correct the mistakes. What a child says isn't necessarily wrong. In China, if a child says that he will find a way to fly, grow a pair of wings, and jump off a cliff, the adults will usually stop him from thinking about it. Outside, even if the adults don't think it's feasible, they will still encourage it. Thus, the first foreigner to fly with artificial gliders appeared, and the first plane appeared in a foreign country. We didn't restrict our younger siblings, so the first child who can grow on his or her own appeared. Okay, you think about yours, and I'll write mine. Wang Wan didn't care what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do. Okay, I'll arrange the cloth and food first. Chapter 952. Zhang Xiaobao did as he said. He summoned his men and ordered them to stock up necessities from Jiangxi Province, Guanyi Province, Hedong Province, Shannan East Province, Shannan West Province, and Hunan Province along Guanyi Province and the Yellow River. The Zhang families and Wang families' shops in areas prone to winter were to slow down their shipments and not engage in any promotional activities. They were to be prepared to cooperate with the local authorities in case of a disaster. Liu Zhou's fleet of gunships in Lingnan Province was to be deployed in semi-forced labor in the areas outside Great Tang. It was a paid labor migration. Liu Zhou planned the land and prepared to implement the railway project. After putting aside the matter of harming private interests for public good, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to think about his sister's proposal to build a tunnel. However, no one gave him the time to do so. The people from the Ministry of Revenue arrived. This year's autumn harvest was mostly done, except for the areas where the second and third crops were planted. The taxes paid by the local authorities to the bank had to be verified. Zhang Xiaobao had someone summon the inner court official in charge of this matter to check the account books with the people from the Ministry of Revenue. The general account books were already in place. Li Longji had seen them before. Now, they were making a detailed report. In the end, one of the people sent by the Ministry of Revenue boldly asked if the money in the Great Tang Bank was interest-free and had never been lent out. Under Zhang Xiaobao's intense gaze, the person lowered his head and retreated. Zhang Xiaobao could not explain to the other party. Since the money could not be withdrawn from the Great Tang Bank in the capital in one go, there was naturally a buffer period. Moreover, the money was interest-free. How could it not be involved in lending? The lending of money was a form of gain. At the same time, it was a way to stop losses during the depreciation of the currency. This additional profit was not under the Ministry of Revenue's control. It was directly under Li Longji's responsibility. How was Zhang Xiaobao supposed to explain this to the people from the Ministry of Revenue? Why did they have to ask this question when everyone already knew about it? The people from the Ministry of Revenue went to check the detailed data with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. The people from the Ministry of Rights came and asked Zhang Xiaobao if he wanted to arrange some activities during the new year, such as ice lanterns, fireworks, dragon dances, and so on. In truth, the Ministry of Rights wanted to ask for money from the Ministry of Revenue, but the Ministry of Revenue declined on the grounds that the accounts were still being verified. The Ministry of Rights felt that it was a bit difficult to do this with their own money, so they asked Zhang Xiaobao for a plan. Let your thoughts run wild. Don't be stubborn. The person who came was also a student of Zhang Xiaobao's class. Zhang Xiaobao was not polite with his words. If you were polite with your students, they would be worried that you would alienate them. Yes, yes, then what should I do? When the person saw that Zhang Xiaobao was drinking wine, he hurriedly helped Zhang Xiaobao fill up the glass that he had just drunk a third of and respectfully asked for advice. Zhang Xiaobao took out another glass and gestured for the student to pour it himself. After the student poured a little, he raised the glass and said, "This year's harvest has been good. Under the wholehearted education of your Ministry of Rights, the quality of life of the people has improved, the grades of the students have also improved, the soldiers have taken on a new look, and the merchants. Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. Even if the Tang Empire is rich, if you don't start, the merchants and wealthy people will organize activities themselves. You just need to put up a notice in the Ministry of Rights and let the merchants in the capital contact you. Money will be available. The specific expenses will be paid by the merchants, and they will also give the Ministry of Rights a sum of money to let you complete the activities. Take the money and ask Gao, my adoptive father, ask him if he needs anything, not for you to bribe him. If my adoptive father really wants to take bribes, it won't be your turn. His Majesty likes to hear honest words and is not afraid of hearing from you that the Tang Empire's etiquette is lacking. Of course, it's best if you don't say anything lacking during the new year. Try your best to say something that makes people happy. If you really want to repeat this over and over again, the Ministry of Rights should be held accountable first. The new year is to look forward to and celebrate last year's harvest, not to reflect on it. Spend the money that should be spent. As for the rest of the money, you have worked hard for a year. Cultivate yourself, manage the family, and govern the country. Use the extra money to help the Qi family. Let me say this first, get things done. Don't purposely leave more money for the Qi family. Just do enough. Next spring, you will also need money to work. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, the person from the Ministry of Rights was moved. Teacher Zhang was really good. Everything he said was true. Thus, after seeing his teacher finish the wine in his glass in one gulp, the person from the Ministry of Rights realized that he had poured too little wine for himself. He quickly refilled his glass and finished it as well. Teacher, don't worry. We definitely won't be greedy. Teacher, please continue with your work. This student will take his leave. He also retreated step by step. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the other person's empty glass and felt his heart ache. That wine was his. Were good grapes so easy to make? It depended on how the grapes grew. If I had known this would happen, I would have prepared some yellow wine and drank as much as I wanted. To think that I still came empty-handed. The Ministry of Rights shouldn't just focus on spiritual civilization. They should focus on material civilization as well. Zhang Xiaobao grumbled. He poured himself another glass of wine and took small sips. Things seemed to have happened at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao had been thinking about the cave for less than 15 minutes when the person from the Ministry of Personnel came. He told Zhang Xiaobao that it was the end of the year and the evaluation was about to begin. He wanted to know if the evaluation standards this year should be higher than the previous ones. Zhang Xiaobao resisted the urge to smash his glass and chased the person from the Ministry of Personnel away. He told him to go back and tell the head of the Ministry of Personnel, the head of the Secretariat, and the Emperor. All of them have nothing better to do. I'm not the same as the head of the Secretariat. Why are all of you asking me? How can I be in charge of so many things? Zhang Xiaobao muttered to himself gloomily. The soldier standing guard outside stood straight and tried his best to show Zhang Xiaobao that he was more powerful than the Prime Minister. With a thwath sound, the wooden board was pulled open from the other side, revealing Wang Wan, who was rubbing her hands. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It's cold. Get someone to send a batch of hand stoves to the examinees. Next year, the imperial examinations will start in spring. Get someone to put up the heater first. Otherwise, the stove will have too much dust and it will be difficult to endure many nights." Okay, I'll arrange it right away. I think the Ministry of War will be here soon. You deal with it. If I interfere, Xiao Yuan will find trouble with me. Zhang Xiaobao said that he would arrange it right away. There was no need for him to specifically instruct someone else. Someone immediately went to do it. He was afraid that the Ministry of War would ask if the army was going to celebrate the Chinese New Year, so he first informed Wang Wan. Xiao Yuan was Yuan Qianyao, the current prime minister. Why would the Ministry of War come? Even though I'm teaching the generals, they won't come to curry favor with me like scholars. I'm guessing that the people from the 6 ministries. How many ministries are here now? 3 ministries, more or less all of them are Yuan Qianyao's intentions. He might be waiting for you to finish the examinations and promote you to the head of the secretariat, making you a deputy minister or something. In the future, when he's more relaxed, he'll push everything to you. Okay. Wang Wan made an okay gesture with her hand. He's not afraid that I'll seize his power. You've already seized his power. You're a provincial commander. Why don't you stay in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office and run around everywhere? How else do you want to seize power? Wang Wan said with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao was silent for a moment, then shook his head. I can't enter the capital to be the deputy minister. Otherwise, what will happen to my father? Let's discuss again. Father. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao called out, Father, again. His father really came and just showed himself. Zhang Xiaobao quickly stood up and went forward. He asked his father, Father, your Ministry of Works is fine. I'm just taking an examination. There's no need for you to come personally. Zhang Zhong was followed by 2 officials from the Ministry of Revenue and a group of people from the Seedling Protection Team. They were all working together to check if there was any danger. Provincial Commander Zhang is here. There's no need to be nervous. Zhang Zhong lifted Wei Wei's arm and said. The people from the Seedling Protection Team behind them widened the surveillance area to give Zhang Zhong more space. They put their guns against their bodies and locked the safety, lowering their guard a little. Wang Wan also came over and stood side by side with Zhang Xiaobao. She also asked, Father, do you have other matters? She was used to other forms of address and called Zhang Xiaobao the same as her father. Deputy Provincial Commander Wang is right. I'm here for something. Zhang Zhong put aside his family the moment he opened his mouth. Fortunately, he didn't give official greetings to his son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father was acting in a businesslike manner and glared at the guards. Why didn't they send someone to inform him in advance? Father, if you have something to do, you can send someone to inform me. When I'm done with the examination, I'll look for you. Why did you come here personally? Zhang Xiaobao went forward and pulled his father to his seat. Wang Wan supported him on the other side. Zhang Zhong followed along and didn't say anything. When they reached their seats, Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Wan a look. Wang Wan accompanied him for the time being. He turned around and walked to the empty space behind where they had eaten earlier. Wang Wan poured tea and waited for Zhang Zhong to sit down. She pulled a chair and sat on the lower right side. She asked, Father, you haven't had dinner yet, right? I'm here because... Father. I went back to complain to Gong grandfather, Wang Wan said unhappily. Gong grandfather was Zhang Zhong's father and Zhang Xiaobao's grandfather. Zhang Zhong heard this and could only sigh helplessly. There are outsiders here. There are so many examinees and officials watching the examination. Besides, I'm here to talk about the Ministry of Revenue. It's not good to talk in private. Then did you eat? Wang Wan didn't know what to do with her father-in-law. Of course, she had to admit that this kind of official was the most respectable. Zhang Zhong saw that his daughter-in-law was unhappy and hurriedly said, No, it wasn't just dinner. I didn't have time to eat lunch. I only forced myself to eat a piece of cake. Now, I don't feel hungry. That's because you're too hungry. Don't drink the tea. Let's drink the wine. Xiao Bao has prepared the wine. Xiao Bao will bring the food over in a while. Wang Wan quickly removed the tea and replaced it with wine. No matter how one looked at it, this was the behavior of a good daughter-in-law. This wasn't something she learned after coming over with Xiao Bao. She had been taught this in the past. True upper-class society had to know the rules. Zhang Zhong held the wine while looking at his son's song. He glanced over it and nodded. It's more than what I wrote back then. The others were speechless. What kind of evaluation was more words? The imperial examination didn't seem to have anything to do with who wrote more or less words faster. The two examinees next door were once again in awe. The person who had just arrived was the current Minister of Works, the top scholar of the Jinshu examination more than a decade ago. The two examinees, who had endured psychological shocks time and time again, really began to perform beyond their usual standards. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't avoid them from talking to other officials. Things that involved specific national policies and the officialdom were very helpful to them. Perhaps just a sentence could let them discover another door that was wide open. Hence, they were extremely grateful to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Zhong didn't know that the examinees nearby were willing to listen to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talk because they could find inspiration from it. After all, the policy questions were asking them what they wanted to do. Zhang Zhong was still worried about disturbing the other examinees, so he deliberately lowered his voice and said to his daughter-in-law, "Cuckoo, the oil extraction was successful. According to what you and Xiaobao said, we extracted the oil according to the temperature during heating. Everything was produced." Great. Wang Wan was very happy. The oil extraction was successful. That was an earth-shattering change. There was no need to say what it meant. Of course, the so-called advanced technology now was technology that she and Xiaobao didn't use back then. They didn't even use the traditional extraction method. It was too wasteful. Zhang Zhong nodded first, then waved his hand and sighed. It's good, but there's a kind of gas inside. It's not easy to control and release it. It leaked out and then met with an open flame. In the end, it exploded. Wang Wan stood up. Her face instantly turned pale, and her hands started to tremble uncontrollably. The examinees in charge of this high-end technology project were all talented people. Not only were their handiwork skills excellent, but they were also smart and flexible. They were also willing to learn. They and their families had been heavily protected. How could Wang Wan not be afraid? He was the academician in her and Xiao Bao's heart. Don't be afraid. Zhang Zhong saw his daughter-in-law's reaction and quickly comforted her. It didn't explode. No one died. One person's left face and the other's right leg were injured. Less than 15 minutes after the incident, the doctors in the nearby medical school started to treat them. They said that the injured left eye would be affected. When I went over, I heard the person in charge say that there was a loud bang. A ball of fire rose into the air and then turned into smoke. According to your and Xiao Bao's instructions, we carried out a small experiment and hid very far away. But we didn't expect that the gas would also spray far away. They were accidentally splashed on their bodies. I went to take a look. The wounds were quite scary. They were black and wrinkled. Wang Wan sighed and sat back weakly. She rubbed her face with her hands and said sadly, "It must be LPG gas. What's wrong with it? Is the device not working, or the temperature can't be lowered? Is the extraction speed too fast? During the cooling process, the unit cooling area is too small and the time is not enough. It started to release LPG gas. It must be asphalt that was splashed." Sigh. That thing fell on the body when the temperature was high. How lucky. Open flame. Where did the open flame come from? Didn't I tell them to be careful? Don't mention the open flame. That thing there, a flash of static electricity is enough to explode. Could it be that the pile of things spontaneously combusted? Someone nearby started a fire. Lightning in the sky. Fireflies. Fireflies are the cold source. Zhang Zhong listened to his daughter-in-law talking to herself and was speechless. He really couldn't figure it out. Were the gods really omnipotent? His daughter-in-law was right. The person in charge also had the same idea. It was just that the possibility was not as high as what his daughter-in-law said. In the autumn, the experimental site was in a valley. There was a small pool next to it. The person in charge estimated that there was a fire in a hill more than 4 miles away. The fire flew over and happened to hit something in the crack of the collection tank that couldn't withstand the pressure. Then, Zhang Zhong gave an assessment of the possibility of a disaster. Wang Wan was stunned after hearing it. If the pressure tank cracked but didn't explode directly, then what was the reason? The gas was cooled and frozen during the liquefaction process. From a few miles away, something that could burn and was burning or at the ignition point flew over. When it reached the experimental equipment, it ignited the LPG gas. The probability was too small. Of course, according to Murphy's law, the more one was afraid of something happening, no matter how small the probability was, it would always happen, or it would definitely happen. Wang Wan knew that the injured person didn't feel good, but there was nothing she could do. She thought that the medical doctor had already taken measures. If she had to find a trace of comfort in the accident, it could only be attributed to the fact that no one died. What's wrong? What's wrong? Honey, what's wrong with your face? At this time, Zhang Xiaobao came back with a big tray. They were together every day, and even all the time. Zhang Xiaobao knew his wife too well, so the moment he saw Wang Wan, he knew that something was wrong with her. Wang Wan took a deep breath, stood up, and took the tray from Zhang Xiaobao. She put it in front of Zhang Zhong and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "He's injured. One of his eyes might not be able to keep it." It happened when he was extracting oil from different temperature layers. According to the analysis, there was a crack in the LPG pressure collection tank, and there was a mountain fire a few miles away. Burning things came directly, or things with a hidden ignition point limit flew over. The leaked gas was directly ignited in the air, and then the things on the ground were blown onto people. Ah! Did the flammable gas explode? No one died. An academician of the Academy of Science, and only one of the eyes of a technician is gone. What about other aspects? Zhang Xiaobao also became nervous. People who had never enjoyed the benefits of science and technology would never know the importance of scientific talents. It was not an exaggeration to say that a real top talent could fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. Being alive was a kind of deterrence. There's another person whose leg is injured. It's a small injury. When the weather is hot, the burned leg will be uncomfortable. It can be relieved with a cold compress. Wang Wan was not worried about the other person. Zhang Xiaobao nodded slowly. The development of science is actually the accumulation of accidents. Dad, you came here because of this. Why didn't anyone tell me in Cuckoo? The two of you had an exam, and I suppressed it. I didn't come here because of the accident. If there's an accident, it's because I didn't eat. I came to tell you that the diesel engine was done. When the accident happened, we had just successfully passed the diesel engine. The diesel engine was inside it's called the internal combustion experiment. First, it was used to test the power generation. Everyone was afraid of the explosion, so you don't have to worry about casualties. I came to tell you that the Ministry of Works is running out of money, and the Ministry of Revenue is not letting go of the money. I don't dare to continue to take money from the family because people are saying that our family wants to use technology to threaten the emperor. Do you know how much the diesel engine cost? You and Cuckoo mentioned it. They designed, built, scrapped, redesigned, rebuilt, and scrapped. The waste parts were piled up like a mountain. The person in charge of the diesel engine project told me that the entire diesel engine, the countless parts inside, what's the pressure resistance inside, what's it called? The cylinder. Wang guessed. That's right. It's more difficult than making guns. The steel used to make guns and cannons will be useless once it's used. There's one less copper pad inside, and that won't do. There's a curved iron rod inside, and that won't do. The quality of the balls in the bearing is weak. Once it's rotated, then. No, what's the bearing inside? Oh, it's called the cylinder's inner cover, and that won't do. If there's too little lubricating oil, it'll break when it's ground. If there's too much lubricating oil, it'll block the thing called the nozzle. The spring elasticity has to be about the same. There's also the small steel balls, and they have to be round to a certain extent. Ever since you guys proposed the diesel engine and gasoline engine when you were thinking about the steam engine, we didn't even dare to think about the gasoline engine. Just one diesel engine alone cost 4 million strings of cash. How much did we earn in a year in the past? I'm afraid that people will say that we can't get money again. There's no other way. If you and Cuckoo didn't propose this project, I would have stopped them long ago. We really can't afford to spend the money. Zhang, who hadn't eaten for 2 meals, drank wine while eating the barbecue made by his son. He ate mutton skewers, bean rolls with coriander and scallions, garlic and eggplant, oysters with oyster sauce, and so on. His mouth didn't rest. He complained to his son without delaying his eating and drinking. Zhang Xiaobao, who was his son, listened to his father speak. He quickly peeled 2 cloves of garlic and put them in front of his father. He said carefully, "Dad, eat slowly. There's no hurry. There's a turtle pot in a while." The so-called turtle pot was turtle soup. The turtle blood was released, and the liquor was mixed with desert cistanche, acanthopanax, and so on. Zhang Xiaobao had to ask his father if he was going home tonight before he could consider whether to serve it to his father. Otherwise, if he finished it and didn't go home, his body would be too hot, and it would be harmful to his body. Zhang Zhong enjoyed his son's cooking. Why is the mutton a little tough? You can even taste that. Zhang Xiaobao was surprised. It was just released not long before dinner with Xiao Yuan and Xiao Bei. It was released less than 2 hours ago, so it can't be tough. Dad, what you're eating is wild boar meat. I made it for Xiao Bei and the others to play with, not mutton. Oh. No wonder. Let's not talk about mutton or pork first. What about the money? Zhang Zhong took a closer look. It really didn't look like mutton. He stared and continued to ask about the matter just now. Spend it. What else can we do? How much is 4 million strings of cash? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan in lip language. Wang Wan thought about it and also said in lip language, according to the grain calculation of our time, 1 copper coin is about 80 cents. 4 million strings of cash is equivalent to 4 billion yuan, and then it's equivalent to 2 billion yuan. 2 billion yuan for a diesel engine experiment with the worst technology. Isn't that a little expensive? It's not expensive. We did the first one. Yes, it's not expensive, Zhang Xiaobao said affirmatively. Chapter 953. Zhang Zhong still didn't know how his son and daughter-in-law communicated when they always opened their mouths but didn't make a sound. Seeing that the two of them were communicating again, he could only bury his head and eat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to communicate. 2 billion is not expensive. Wang Wan felt that the price of forcibly promoting a technology was too high. For the sake of a financial income of a few million strings a year, Japan had to resort to all kinds of schemes. In the industrial development of the Tang Empire, just a diesel engine cost 4 million strings of cash. If it were Japan, the country would have collapsed. Do you think 4 million strings of cash is a lot for technological development? It's not 40 billion. 40 billion. Fuck. Zhang Xiaobao didn't use lip language this time. He hugged Wang Wan, and his expression suddenly became very ugly. Wang Wan almost used the technique of cutting tendons. She stuck close to Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "What are you doing? So many people are watching. Use more strength." "I'm suffering from passive breathing. Just now, maybe it was because of the smoke from the barbecue, or maybe it was because of the anger. My breathing isn't smooth." Zhang Xiaobao's eyes also began to redden, and then more tears gathered. "Really? Your body is already so weak. Take a rest first. I'll kill the people in the medical school. We do a physical examination once a week. I don't think I'll live long if I can make you have such a problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wan suddenly felt that something was wrong. She put her hand on Zhang Xiaobao's neck and felt the artery. Suddenly, the beating was nearly 3 times faster than usual, which was more than 200 beats per minute. Then, it suddenly dropped to about 80%, and then it sped up again. Wang Wan had encountered such things before and understood that this meant that Zhang Xiaobao deliberately suppressed and regulated his psychological activities and blood movement. Then, this situation happened. She didn't know what impact Zhang Xiaobao had suffered. Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath, then squatted and waved at Wang Wan, who was pushed away by him. "That means I'm fine. Come with me, Dad. I want to talk to Xiaobao about something." Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and walked towards the back. "What are you doing? Why are you reacting so strongly when you were caught cheating?" Wang Wan used her hand to point between Zhang Xiaobao's ribs, which was the esophagus that connected to the stomach. "A few times in a row." Zhang Xiaobao took advantage of the force and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was bright red, and there was also some food that he had eaten at night. After spitting it out, his breathing became much smoother. "I'm fine. I just remembered what happened in the past. The pressure in my blood is concentrated in my stomach. I'll be fine after eating porridge for 2 days." Zhang Xiaobao didn't look very good. A person who can kill thousands of people with a wave of his hand also feels psychological pressure. To the point of gastric bleeding. Can't you be more cultured? No matter how angry or sad he was, he couldn't have stomach bleeding. Did you listen to too many storytellers? Vomiting blood every time you open your mouth. It's scary. It's just the heart and the bronchus. I haven't seen anyone vomiting blood from their stomach and lungs. Zhang Xiaobao knew his own body well. He used his finger to point at the place where Wang Wan pointed, which was the junction between the esophagus and stomach. Since Wang Wan could point at the right place, it was impossible that she didn't know the situation. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao in puzzlement and asked, "I want to know, what's wrong with you? Why are you reacting so strongly?" "Fortunately, you pushed your blood pressure to the stomach and broke through. Otherwise, you would have a nosebleed or a brain hemorrhage. Since you know how to control the body's oxygen supply and blood pressure transfer, why can't you control your emotions?" Zhang Xiaobao vomited another mouthful of blood. He opened his mouth and spat out everything in his stomach along with the blood. Only then did he say, "I couldn't control it. I thought of something. That person surnamed Xan, the governor, you know what he is?" Wang Wan thought for a moment and nodded. "He won't recover. He's my dog. I know that because he sold the country's cutting-edge technology, you used his son abroad to deceive him. Then, he lost more than 40 billion for the country, but nothing happened in the end. Don't worry, he's dead for sure because I'm dead. Before we arrested you, he was the one who first provided the information to the Special Second Division. He wanted me to make a contribution, but in the end, didn't I become your wife? Even if my grandfather knows that it has nothing to do with him, what do you think will happen to him? Even if my grandfather is willing to spare him, what about my opponent? Someone has to take responsibility for a failed arrest. You're too stubborn and vengeful. The country doesn't belong to you alone. Why did you do that to him back then? Are you uncomfortable because you didn't see him die with your own eyes? Okay, don't drink anymore. I'll make porridge for you for the next 2 days. Drink some cold water first and then vomit. Wang Wan wasn't worried about Zhang Xiaobao's health. It was just vomiting a little blood. It was nothing more than a cut in the cardia that connected the stomach, which was the opening of the esophagus. Once the pressure in the stomach was released, the wound would automatically close. If he didn't continue to vomit, he wouldn't bleed anymore. He sold the gravitational conversion technology of the Perpetual Motion Association. There's no such thing as perpetual motion in this world. The so-called perpetual motion is the interaction between the gravitational force of a planet and the force field of a galaxy. How much do you think this technology is worth? Why can't I take revenge on him? Others can be true villains, but I can't be a hypocrite for once. Zhang Xiaobao might have been dreaming earlier. Then, he had to bear the pressure of his sister's education. In addition, his father came over and said that someone was injured. Also, he drank a lot of alcohol. Because of the problem of money and technology, he couldn't control himself and vomited blood. Zhang Xiaobao himself also knew that his emotions weren't right. He also knew to adjust at the last minute and transferred the blood pressure that should have been concentrated in the brain to the stomach. In a situation where the breathing rhythm couldn't be adjusted and the blood supply couldn't be effectively reduced, he used active bleeding to relieve the pressure. I'm really fine. I'm just angry sometimes. 40 billion yuan, but I can't even get the future of a ministerial official. What the hell is this? Zhang Xiaobao said as he took off his robe and then exposed his upper body. Wang Wan didn't need to say anything. Immediately, someone brought an ice pack and stuck it on Zhang Xiaobao's blood vessels where they were more concentrated. Zhang Xiaobao refused the cold water that someone brought. Let's talk about it later. Drink some warm water and spit out the brown blood. Tell me first, how much is that technology worth? Isn't a diesel engine worth 4 million strings of cash? How much was the first atomic bomb worth? Wang Wan put her hand on Zhang Xiaobao's neck and nodded. Well, we'll continue to increase the investment. If you want to hear the truth, I'll tell you. That technology is worth 47 lives because it wasn't developed by us. I know the inside story. For that technology, we sacrificed 47 heroes. There was one person who was 6 years older than me at the time. If he had the same background as me, he was more talented than me. He was the combination of Xiao Hai and Xiao Yuan. He didn't leave behind a name, so even you wouldn't know who he was. He was the Real fighter, and history wouldn't record him if he didn't have any outstanding achievements. That was because he was just an assistant who joined a project in a certain country. He can't even compare to our second department's intelligence team. Lu Xing's people left, but there's still a shining evaluation. At least he crossed the night sky. Of course, I also shone. I don't know if I crossed the night sky. I only know that I found a husband. Will he really die? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Wang Wan nodded. Yes. Even if he doesn't die, he won't have a good life, like Yan Zheng. Or rather, he's not as good as Yan Zheng because Yan Zheng still has spiritual sustenance. Because of his poor health, he has a bunch of wives, but only one son. Didn't his son get into an accident? A car accident. I think you know better than me, right? Now that you mention it, I feel much better. Thank you. About his son, right? It's like this. The traffic in foreign countries is more chaotic. A Mercedes-Benz can't beat a big truck, right? That was definitely an accident. The road is too narrow. Actually, there's a possibility of recovery for a person in a vegetative state. My last impression was that he had been in a coma for 3 years. Maybe he woke up in the 5th year. Who knows? Miracles always happen around us. Zhang Xiaobao's mood improved and he revealed another secret. Yes, it was an 8-lane road with 4 lanes in each direction. When the lights were shining brightly, a truck accidentally drove through a place where there should have been a protective barrier, but for some reason, the protective barrier disappeared. It crashed into the driver's seat at a 32-degree angle. It was too coincidental, and the truck exceeded the speed limit. The speed limit is 120, but it actually went 170. It was pulling a load of scrap bearings. It's probably a failed product of our diesel engine experiment. In the end, it exceeded the speed limit and was overloaded. It's too horrible to look at. The driver who escaped should be killed. He should be wanted globally. It seemed that Wang Wan was very familiar with the process of how her dog's son became a vegetative state. Take it away, take it all away. Why did you put so many ice packs on me? I'm not hot, and you're still touching me. My heart rate dropped below 80 beats per minute. Zhang Xiaobao was happy. He took off the ice packs and planned to go back. Wang Wan took back her hand. Wei Wei shook her head and said, Xiaobao, it's a pity that you don't want to be an astronaut. Can you tell me, how did you transfer the pressure to your stomach? Practice hard. Haven't you tested it before? Before you are ready to break a board with your foot, your blood flow will be 4 times faster than usual. When you kick out your right leg, your left shoulder will automatically swing inward. The muscles of your collarbone will instantly stretch. Your abdomen will be strengthened to protect your internal organs, and your pupils will become small. When someone hits your arm with a stick, you will stretch out your arm and shout. The muscles of your arm will automatically contract, and most of the capillaries will rapidly expand and close. Zhang Xiaobao made a kicking motion and explained to Wang Wan. Wang Wan quickly stopped Zhang Xiaobao. Okay, don't move too much. You just vomited blood, so try to exercise less. I understand. People with colds and fevers always like to vomit to reduce the internal pressure of the body. Because the higher the blood pressure, the more confused the brain will be. Yes, people who drink too much vomit. In fact, one is an instinctive reaction to vomiting alcohol, and the other is to reduce the pressure on the body. Otherwise, it will be easy to have a brain hemorrhage. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he cut an ice pack and rubbed his face with the ice to make himself look more energetic. Wang Wan was stunned and grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's arm. She saw a very thin blade reflected under the light. Wait, you just vomited and took off your shirt. Where did you hide it? On my waist. You asked such a simple question. Don't worry, even if I am naked, I can still fight back when I block bullets for you. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. How can I meet you? The blade in Zhang Xiaobao's hand swung twice and disappeared under Wang Wan's gaze. Wang Wan suddenly blushed happily. There are others here. Nonsense, do I need you to block bullets for me? Did you forget what I do? I was trained to block bullets for others. If we really encounter danger, we will dodge left and right. Block what? Stupid. I mean, why didn't I see you take out the blade? You have to do something. Don't move, let me check. Don't touch, where are you touching? At night, be careful. Itchy, as a woman, you have to be reserved. Not here, you can't touch. He, I am really itchy. Think about it, how can I let you see me holding the blade? If someone saw it, it would not be called stealing, it would be called robbing. Even a thief has to be professional. If you are caught, you are not allowed to fight back. We eat for a living. Do you know what a thief is? That is. Move like lightning, the wind is not in a hurry, steal the rice porridge and the bowl is not dry, pluck the short hair on the head of a martial monk, wipe the oily mud on the mouth of an abbot. On the 3rd day of the season, I was entangled in the beams of the bedchamber, and on the 9th day of the season, I was bare-chested and perched under the well. Steal from the poor is not a good man, steal from the rich is a legend. Escape from 10,000 miles away, follow like a shadow waiting for the right opportunity. No matter what, this big brother is a professional. Just by practicing techniques, this big brother's hands have lost a lot of skin. That is like holding a pearl in a pot of boiling oil. Take the needle from the slit of the blade. I told you, but you still touch. If I don't put it there, do you think I dare to put it there? What if I cut off something? What will you do? Stop, don't move your hands. Zhang Xiaobao twisted his waist and dodged back and forth. Finally, Wang Wan touched him. He stopped there, not daring to move. Wang Wan was 120% careful. She looked carefully. Indeed, she found a thin blade near the waist of his pants. She almost hurt her hand. She gently took out the blade and held it in her hand. Wang Wan admired it while saying, Hey, you are amazing. I feel like you are not talking about a thief, but a sniper. Zhang Xiaobao was not happy. Can you not talk about a thief? Comparing a thief to a sniper is an insult and blasphemy to a thief. A thief like me can play the role of a sniper at any time. But a sniper may not be a thief, because he only knows how to snipe and not steal. A qualified thief can both snipe and steal. When the two people returned in front of Zhang Zhong, Zhang Xiaobao's whole body seemed to have lightened by 5 kilograms. The pressure in his heart and the fetters in his heart were finally released. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao was more realistic. He also had times when he lost control of his emotions. It was so strong that it directly affected his body. Zhang Zhong saw that his son and daughter-in-law had returned. Seeing that his son's face was not as bad as when he left, he was relieved. He did not ask about his son's health. He believed that his daughter-in-law was not worse than him. Have you finished discussing? Zhang Zhong asked. Yes. Zhang Xiaobao moved a chair and sat down. He casually took a bowl of water that was handed over by a person next to him. Inside the bowl was something black and gray. It was the golden sore medicine. Zhang Zhong frowned. He looked at the person who delivered the medicine and Wang Wan's expressions. He was about to ask his son what was wrong with him, but he suppressed the words and turned to ask Wang Wan, what do Cuckoo and Xiaobao plan to do? Wang Wan was slightly stunned. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Just now, the two of them did not talk about the specifics. They only formed a unified idea to increase the investment. Raise funds. Zhang Xiaobao rolled his eyes and continued the conversation. Zhang Zhong lowered his head and thought, that's not right. Researching technology is not like doing business. Businessmen need to get something in return for their money. Although they will give you money if you insist on it, we can't owe them a favor. Don't raise funds from the businessmen. You said before that there were officials who were talking behind their backs. I asked them to pay. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Bei and the others were delayed for a long time and didn't have time to study systematically, I would have asked Xiao Bei to talk to them. It's almost the end of the year, and the officials need to be evaluated. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he looked at his father eating. He rubbed his stomach. He had just vomited and did not feel hungry, so he endured it. Zhang Zhong reached out his chopsticks and ate 2 more mouthfuls. At the same time, he thought about his son's words. He swallowed and said, Father has been an official for many years. Some words can be tolerated. There's no need to think about revenge. No, it's not that. I'm serious. The bank that His Majesty asked me to manage is making too much money. I will discuss with His Majesty and ask His Majesty to take a portion and take the majority. The officials will take a small portion and invest it in a new business. It will be called Technology Application Investment and Development Company. As we invest, we research, and we repay. Repay. Tell me the truth. How much profit did we make from the diesel engine? Zhang Zhong did not think that the diesel engine that cost 4 million would ever make a profit. He guessed that it was to increase the military's strength. His son and daughter-in-law had said before that any technology that was developed must first serve the military. Wang Wan helped Zhang Zhong pour wine. She guessed Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts and said softly, "Father, once the diesel engine is developed, it cannot be measured by money." Zhang Zhong had an expression of as expected. His daughter-in-law continued, "It must have something to do with the military." Wang Wan continued, "The diesel engine can be sold directly, and the price is 10 times the cost. If we can make one, we can sell it. However, we cannot sell it. The returns that Xiaobao talked about could be money and enjoyment. The process of using it is also a form of return. Xiaobao must want to make a car that is much smaller than a train. It can be driven on the streets of Chang'an. It can be used to transport people and goods. It can be used to increase the status of an official." When it came to making a car, a picture appeared in Wang Wan's mind. It was a picture in a history book. It had once supported an era. It was called a 3-wheeled tractor. When it was driven, it was like riding a bicycle. There were pins on the 2 handles, which were the brake devices. This car was easy to operate. There was no need to change gears or step on the clutch. It omitted the turn signal. It was simple and simple. The best part was that when it was not being used as a means of transportation, it could be easily changed into a popcorn machine. With a clatter, popcorn, and other things like the golden cudgel were made. They were crisp and delicious, suitable for both young and old. With a little saliva, they could be used as building blocks to play with. One stick was about 1 meter long. If 5 sticks were sold for 1 copper coin, they could go from being full to well off in half a month. Madam, what are you thinking about? Tell me, father is waiting to hear." Zhang Xiaobao urged. "Make a popcorn stick, pack it, and sell it to Japan. No matter how far the road is, we will definitely sell it to Japan." Wang Wan said what was in her mind. Zhang Zhong was at a loss, but Zhang Xiaobao understood. "Madam, it seems that we are thinking the same thing. Sorghum rice and millet can all be made. Add some bran to it, and it will taste better." "Father, Cuckoo is talking about the application of diesel engines. When it comes to making cars, other people don't have them, but the officials do. The money they invest will be used. Otherwise, if they live a little further away, it won't be easy to go to work." Zhang Xiaobao first said what Wang Wan was thinking, and then explained it to his father. Zhang Zhong nodded and said, "Indeed, there are more and more people coming to the capital. We have to expand, and the road is longer. Can the diesel engine be used on the gunships?" Zhang Xiaobao did not answer. He gave his father a look, indicating that the walls have ears. Wang Wan took a pen and paper and wrote, "Father, with the diesel engine, who will use the steam engine? The diesel engine is like a cow, and the steam engine is like a person. Can farming be faster?" Yes, the diesel engine can indeed farm faster than cows. Dozens of cows added together can't compare to a diesel engine. It can also dig wells and assist in building houses. In any case, there are many benefits. Don't leak it out. Xiao Bao plans to rent the steam engine ships to Japan and Xinluo first. When they taste the sweetness, he will sell it to them directly, the most old-fashioned kind. Wang Wan's pen flew. Zhang Zhong was very satisfied with her delicate and beautiful handwriting. He also picked up the pen and said, "Got it." Zhang Zhong did not have a direct comparison of how the diesel engine plowed the land and dug wells, so he was very angry. If that was the case, it would be too easy to make money with the diesel engine. 4 million strings of cash was not expensive. The people who were eavesdropping suddenly realized that there was no sound. They guessed that it might involve important secrets, so they retracted their thoughts and continued to answer the questions. They also decided that they could not say the words diesel engine even in their dreams. If that's the case, it's also feasible. When I go back, I will add another circle of guards around the periphery. It's too easy for them. Zhang Zhong did not mention the specific application of the diesel engine. The word them referred to the officials who spoke behind their backs. It's too easy. After all, they can enjoy it. However, there is still a waiting process to make the finished product. The time between the investment and the return is a little long. There's another thing that I almost forgot. Father, our family's business this year is not very good. I haven't put in much effort, so I have to stop providing some of the officials' items for friendship. We will discuss it again after the financial situation is relaxed. Zhang Xiaobao said two things as if they were talking about family matters. Zhang Zhong understood, and so did the soldiers. Even the people who were eavesdropping just now understood. The person next to Zhang Xiaobao's room stopped writing and couldn't help but shiver. He thought, Zhang Xiaobao is so bad. He asked the officials to take out the money, but he didn't know when there would be a return, so he stopped giving them things. It turns out that he has been thinking about how to take revenge from the very beginning. A villain, no, a gentleman, repays evil with good. How do you repay good with good? He repays evil with justice. He is a gentleman like Confucius. Sigh. You. Zhang Zhong really didn't know what to say. This son of his, he was unwilling to wait for revenge. Chapter 954. Zhang Xiaobao doesn't care what other people think. I don't have enough money for the research, so I'll take it from home first. Diesel engine, gasoline engine, spark plug, let the technicians of the light bulb factory and the electronics factory work together to build it. The overall industrial system must be promoted. Zhang Xiaobao also feels bad for spending 4 million yuan on diesel engine research. It's because the overall industry can't keep up. Otherwise, who would want to spend more than 3 billion yuan on diesel engine research? Zhang Zhong can't think of any other way, that's the only way. I'll go back. Before I came, I saw General Gao and told me that your adoptive mother made a small jacket for you and Cuckoo, but it hasn't been put on the sleeves yet. You should take some time to try it out. It's getting cold, so don't forget to bring ginseng and antler from the north of Hebei province. Zhang Zhong said and walked out. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked him to the door together. When Zhang Zhong walked away with everyone, the two looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Xiaobao touched his clothes and felt a warmth in his heart. He smacked his lips and said, "Now that you mention it, I just remembered that the pine nuts from Heilongjiang are not bad. Tell the people who reclaim the land not to cut down the red pine forest." Humph. Hearing him humph, Wang Wan knew it was definitely not a good thing. What are you thinking of now? Nothing, I'm a good person, I'm a gentleman, you have to admit it. Zhang Xiaobao began to laugh. Admit it, with your ability to be a sniper and a thief, if you were a villain, who would sleep on the roof beam? Wang Wan said that Zhang Xiaobao was a gentleman on the roof beam. Zhang Xiaobao smiled, thank you. You can thank me when you eat porridge in the morning. What should I eat? Dumplings. I want 3 delicacies, a dumpling with half a big prawn inside. It's meaty, and it's not too fresh. It's cold, it's not good to eat 3 delicacies. You eat pork and century egg porridge. I don't want century egg in my bowl, it burns the stomach. You eat porridge, I'll eat the dumplings. Where were we? Oh, the problem with the red pine forest. There are many resources in the Black Dragon River, so try not to destroy them. Given the current population of the Great Tang and the efforts of the Sinongsi, we can still feed ourselves without the black soil. We can open up a piece of black soil and plant soybeans and potatoes. We can have enough for ourselves. The pine nuts are not bad either. In the red pine forest, they can only be found after a few decades. We can leave some for the squirrels to pass the winter. We can pick them back, fry them, and give them as gifts. A bunch of retired old men need to have some. Godfather's share can't be left out. Her Majesty usually eats them too, right? Zhang Xiaobao said slowly. Wang Wan looked at him with a smile and said, "How strange. Your Majesty not only eats pine nuts, but also drinks water. Tomorrow morning, I must eat wontons. It seems that everyone likes to eat pine nuts. You should prepare more for Xiaobei and the others. They also have their own connections. The children in Hongnong County are Xiaobei and the others' collaborators. I believe that Xiaobei and the others won't forget others if they have good things. Give each of them a bag, at least 1 kilogram. Why do you give them 1 ounce of pine nuts? Also, give them to all the officials who don't gossip behind their backs. I think that the officials who don't speak ill of my father should be included in the group of people who are willing to do practical work. My family's finances are not good this year, but no matter how bad it is, we should squeeze some. Yes, squeeze some. Give some pine nuts, mushrooms, wyverns, tiger bones, musk, deer antlers, and so on to the people who do practical work. Let's not talk about personal feelings. Let's talk about righteousness. Shouldn't we give some? What are we going to eat tomorrow morning? Zhang Xiaobao mentioned the officials with a serious look. Wang Wan chuckled and said, "I'll eat porridge with you tomorrow morning. It's good for women to eat porridge. 3 delicacies are too spicy." She finally knew why Zhang Xiaobao was snorting. It was because he didn't give some good local specialties to some people. Thank you. I can finally be sure that you are the same as me. We are both good people. Good people. You should live a long life. What do you say? Ah. The snow does not fall, the love is deep, the ice does not freeze, the oil in the jar. Speaking of which, who are the plum blossoms blooming for? Look up, the water gurgles in the river outside the courtyard. Why, when winter comes, the stream is clear. Remember, the cottage cooks the goose returning home, the clouds in the sky. Stop, wait a minute. Xiao Bao, my husband, we are enemies. Stop talking. If you continue, I will throw up everything I ate tonight and accompany you to starve. Okay. Wang Wan raised her hand to show that she was convinced. No, I don't mean that. If you really want to throw up, I will feel bad when I see you hungry at night. I will do it myself. Actually, I'm just expressing my thoughts to you. Zhang Xiaobao straightened his back. Is a husband who can't control his wife. Is a man who can't scare his wife. Do you dare to eat wontons? Eat wontons with prawns and 3 delicacies. Wang Wan bit her lips. She really couldn't do anything to Zhang Xiaobao. She helped Zhang Xiaobao to sit down and folded a small fan with the papers. Then she put the tea bowl and a stack of towels on the table. Finally, she put the wood to press the papers and stood aside to look at them. Madam, what are you doing? Why is the layout so familiar? When I sit down, why do I feel like I am giving orders? The wood to press the papers is in the wrong position. Zhang Xiaobao looked around and asked. Wang Wan clapped her hands with satisfaction and said, "This should be called a paperweight, but there is no such name now. It is called a wake-up block. Do you know what it is? His Majesty has one, and so do we. Zhang Xiaobao still hadn't recovered. That's right. But what you are doing now is called falling down. Let me think, how do you say it? Oh, yes, yes, a wake-up block is divided up from top to bottom, from the king to the ministers. The king is in charge of the civil and military officials, and the civil and military officials are in charge of the common people. I know, no wonder it looks familiar. I'll do it, madam. Take a rest and look at me. It is said that the saints are in charge of spreading Confucianism, and the Taoist masters are in charge of shocking ghosts and gods. The monks are in charge of teaching Buddhism, and the Taoists are in charge of persuading Xian men. One fell into the hands of Jiang Hu, wandering in all directions to persuade the world. Hu Hai friends don't provide for me. If you want to have skills, you can talk about family. Let's go back to the previous chapter. It is said that the lazy squirrel picks slowly in autumn, and the cunning magpie builds its nest in winter. One day, Old Wolf led his family out to look outside. The wind was blowing from the north, and the snow was drifting from the south. He gently lifted his leg and slowly put his foot down. He walked all the way, but unexpectedly, he didn't see any rabbit fur. Oh, this is not good. He didn't want to talk about it, but Old Third was crying and howling. There are guests here who want to ask, what are you talking about? Everyone, please don't be anxious. Let me start from the beginning. This place is in the north, and the east is facing the tide. In the 12th month, it is desolate, and in the 3rd month, it is budding. Let's return to the main topic. It is said that Old Wolf brought his family to look for food. The heavens don't open their eyes, and the earth is not kind. There is a nest of gray rabbits, and their fur is soft and tender. But today, there is not a single trace of snow under their feet. Could it be that they also heard the beautiful scenery of the beach, and flew to the sea to take a bath? It's over. If I had known this would happen, I would have booked the tickets first. Now that I'm here. Xiao Bao, let's take a break. I admit that it is a waste of your talent to let you manage the great Tang Bank. You should go to the Pear Garden and lead a new era of storytelling. Wang Wan gave Zhang Xiaobao a big thumbs up and praised him. It's just a so-so. Zhang Xiaobao cupped his hands politely. I'll go and write another paragraph. You should think of your evil plan first. You want people to invest their money, but don't give them anything. At first, I really thought that you thought of a good idea for the Ministry of Works to research it. Wang Wan watched as Zhang Xiaobao came up with one plan after another, all for the sake of revenge. She was speechless. She turned around and pulled up the wooden plank. Zhang Xiaobao sat on a chair, picked up the wooden plank and lightly slammed it on the table. As the saying goes, giving medicine may not bring good results. Dogs bark, but they don't recognize good intentions. Yes, I'm a good person. I really intend to help them. In the future, when I make good things and make money, I will give them a share. That will save them from being greedy. Of course, if they continue to be greedy, I will clean them up. After they raise the funds, they will start a few more projects. The money they take out will be gone in the blink of an eye. If they don't have enough money, they will have to stop the projects. If they stop, there will be no results. Who will repay them? When the time comes and they want my family to take the money, they will have to consult my father. Killing many birds with one stone. I'm really too smart. Zhang Xiaobao was bored and started to mumble to himself. Under the cool night sky, talking to himself was a special feeling. Just as he was thinking of the next topic to continue mumbling, the person who delivered the hand stove came. The hand stoves sold in Zhang Xiaobao's 2 luxury stores were very expensive. Therefore, they couldn't give it to him. They could only borrow it. When they left the examination hall, they would have to take it back. They can make a lot of money. How stupid. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the hand stove on the table in front of him and muttered again. Whose money are they making? Wang Wan had finished writing the essay. She didn't plan to write the poem. It was not fun. It was too easy for her. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's muttering, she pulled up the wooden plank and asked. Finished writing. Zhang Xiaobao saw that there was someone chatting with him and was happy. Good. I said that the businessman who gave the betting was stupid. He actually didn't take it back. They don't lack that little bit of money. Wang Wan touched the unopened cotton bedding and said. Zhang Xiaobao patted the table. I lack it. No matter what, I will not give them the hand stove. In the imperial examinations, how many people are on the list and how many become famous? In the future, I will take out a hand stove and say who uses it. I will sell it at a sky-high price and give it away as a gift. In the future, my character is called loneliness. Some people call it loneliness and defeat. Why can't my character be invincible loneliness? Wang Wan was very surprised when she heard Zhang Xiaobao's casual words. She automatically filtered out the second half of his sentence. After thinking for a while, Wang Wan suggested, why don't we buy the betting of the examinees? Even if we leave it for 8 to 10 years, when they are promoted, the value of the betting will increase. Even if insects eat the betting, they will still be able to cover it. I suddenly decided not to use the character anymore. In the future, when the two of us are together, if someone asks, we will tell them that we are the two peerless beauties. Zhang Xiaobao did not forget to pick up the folded fan Wang Wan gave him and fanned himself to show his elegance. Wang Wan made a sword gesture. I don't want you, I will do it myself. I am that full moon night, at the peak of the Forbidden City, a sword to the west. The people from the Ministry of War really came. Guess who they are looking for? Wang Wan was still gesturing when she saw a group of soldiers coming in. The one at the front was a small official from the Ministry of War. He is looking for the heaven-flying fairy. He is still missing the Ministry of Justice. Then, the 6 ministries of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries will be complete. I don't think the Ministry of Justice will come to me to ask about punishment. Otherwise, I will try it on the people who come. Zhang Xiaobao said. He was also guessing in his heart. Why would the people from the Ministry of War come here? Was there a small country that did not care about their lives? If there was, it could only be from the southwest. They felt that there were many mountains, forests, and dense miasma. It was reasonable for them to play a game of provocation. The person from the Ministry of War walked to the space between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a serious expression. He put on a smile. Military Commander Zhang, Military Commander Wang, what a coincidence. Both of you are here. Zhang Xiaobao stared at the person who came and did not say anything. Wang Wan picked up the cup of cold tea and put it to her mouth, as if she was tasting it. The person who came was probably a specially selected expert. He was not embarrassed at all and continued to smile. My 2 lords, are the guards of the soldiers very considerate? Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, ? The person who came scratched her head. My 2 lords, the soldiers guarding the examination hall sent a message. They said that other than the Ministry of Justice and our Ministry of War, the people from the other 4 ministries are all here. We can't control the Ministry of Justice, but we can't not do anything, right? We are from the same family. Stop, Cuckoo and I are from the same family. Don't make things difficult for us and don't say, we. Zhang Xiaobao stopped him. Yes, the 2 of you are a perfect match. The Ministry of War sent me here to greet you and, the other ministries have activities. We, the Ministry of War also have something to do, right? Tell me, should we choose a country to seize 2 cities or occupy a piece of land? The person from the Ministry of War had a humble attitude and a smile on his face. Zhang Xiaobao could not tell that he was from the Ministry of War. More like the Ministry of Commerce. He showed a sincere smile when he met people and dried his saliva without wiping it. Wang Wan put down her cup and turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao could not ignore this person at this moment. The person who came was talking about serious matters. The army also had its own activities. Let's have a martial arts competition. Zhang Xiaobao suggested. Lord Zhang, we have always competed in the past. We can't do it again this year, right? The person's voice was very soft. Organize a long-distance cross-country training. Wang Wan also helped. Lord Wang, it's the new year. We have to take a break for the new year activities. The usual training is not small. The people can't work during the new year, right? The person rejected the idea again. Hearing that the people were mentioned, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao looked at each other and said at the same time, the military and the people celebrate together. Xiaobao, tell him in detail. Wang Wan gave up the opportunity to show off. Zhang Xiaobao, why me? Logically speaking, you should know better than me. The two of you are not saying anything, right? The military and the people, a martial arts competition. The person who came finally stopped smiling. He was really afraid that the two of them would nod. Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's "I'm not saying anything" look, so he waved his hand at the person who came. No, it's not about the military and the people fighting each other. Lord Zhang, you're afraid that something will happen, right? The person who came thought that he understood. Yes, I'm worried that if you can't beat the people, you'll be punished by Her Majesty. Listen, this celebration is to improve understanding. Why did we become soldiers? To protect the country and the dignity of Her Majesty. If anyone speaks ill of Her Majesty, we'll beat them up. Zhang Xiaobao clenched his fist. The person who came nodded vigorously. Yes, Lord Zhang is right. It's fun to listen to, so we'll beat them up. No wonder Lord Zhang came to take the imperial examination. You're really knowledgeable. It would be a pity if you didn't take the imperial examination, right? Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh out loud. She waved her hand at Zhang Xiaobao, who was looking at her angrily, indicating that she wasn't laughing at him. Zhang Xiaobao endured it. Come, let's continue talking. Is your life in the army tough? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Tough? It's not tough. The person who came was just saying that it was tough, but when he saw Wang Wan, he quickly changed his words and patted his chest. We soldiers are all made of iron. We're not men if we frown. We're that tough, aren't we? Wrong, it's impossible not to be tough. Even if it's not tough, we have to make it up well. If it's tough, it has to be tougher than eating coptis. Even if we're fed until we're full of fat, we have to spit out the bitter water first. We can even deceive the enemy, let alone the common people. All is fair in war, right? Zhang Xiaobao also followed the other party's words. The person who came kept swallowing his saliva and didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Xiaobao, can you say something human? The top scorer of the imperial examination is indeed extraordinary. You know that all is fair in war. When we led the soldiers of Shannon to fight in Tubo, don't you think it was tough? Wang Wan wasn't willing to do that. It was tough, so we don't have to make it up. We'll do it as it is, right? Zhang Xiaobao followed Wang Wan's words and asked the person who came. The person who came was a little nervous. It was too scary. Why did the top scorer of the imperial examination speak so incoherently? He nodded his head lightly and asked softly, Lord Zhang, how do you say it's tough? Just say it directly. The water we drink is too cold, the steamed buns we eat are too hard. It's not easy to say, right? Steamed buns. The army is eating steamed buns now. Not cornbread. Yes, cornbread is more expensive than steamed buns now. Let me think, No, you can't say it. You have to say, the weather is cold and the ground is frozen. The north wind is whistling and the clouds are covering our heads. I hold the steel spear tightly. Can't you say it like that? Zhang Xiaobao said and stopped to ask Wang Wan. Wang Wan crossed her arms and leaned against the back of the chair. You want to anger me to death, right? Yes, no. Yes, no. Zhang Xiaobao smiled at the person who came. I'm sorry. She is a straightforward person. Being a soldier is all about bravery. Now, let's talk about something serious. In fact, we can't say it's tough. We have to say it's sweet. Think about it. If it was in the past, would we be able to eat steamed buns? Now, people in many places still mainly eat millet. If we look at the rural areas, we don't have enough staple food. You used to be a soldier too. Oh, really? Where? North? Lingzhou? Or north? Fengzhou? Is it really there? I know that place. My family has a ranch with a lot of horses, cows, and sheep. During the new year, I will send a batch of sheep over for everyone's nourishment. The conditions there were really bad. It was okay in summer, but in winter, the wind was strong. If you didn't lower your head, you would be blown away. Living in a tent was better than living in a house. The stove in the house couldn't be extinguished. If the fire went out, people would freeze to death. If the fire burned, the stove would fill the house with smoke. But it was still sweet. The steamed buns were as hard as rocks, and they didn't scratch the mouth. Why? If they did, they wouldn't scratch the mouth as much as when they were eating chaff. The people would rather eat chaff and leave the white flour for us. They know that the border is not as good as their home. It's okay if the steamed buns are frozen. When you eat them, you can train your teeth, right? Bite off a small bite and melt it in your mouth. The more you bite, the sweeter it gets. We also have meat. The people don't eat it, but they send it to us. After smoking it, we can see whose teeth are stronger. When you eat the jerky, you can tear it off and chew it. It's chewier than eating the tendons. The longer you chew, the tastier it gets, right? The person nodded repeatedly as he listened. He also pulled a chair over and sat opposite Xiaobao, listening carefully. As he listened, he couldn't help but continue, now that you mention it, it's true. The steamed buns are cold at first, and then they become sweet. People who don't know would think that there is sugar inside. I'm not talking nonsense. When I was guarding Feng province, I was in charge of a group of people. There was a soldier who came from the south. He had never been cold and refused to obey me. He always boasted to me that he dared to risk his life. When it came to killing, he asked me to stand behind him and block the two Jue's arrows first. Guess what happened in the end? Ha 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 ha, I guarantee you won't be able to guess. He even told me that he would block the arrows in snow. He was so cold that he cried. After standing guard for an hour, he rushed into my tent. He cried and said that it was so cold outside. He showed me his frozen and swollen hands. He dared to say that he didn't obey me. I casually told him a good idea, and from then on, he was convinced that the idea was good, and it was amazing. I told him, there is a horse nearby, you can walk the horse slowly, and as you walk, the horse pees. Then you put your hands under the horse's pee and flush them. It will be warm. After you wash your hands with the horse's pee, even if they become cold, it won't happen again. He was so convinced. At that time, he ran out and tried it. When he came back, he smiled at me and said that the idea was good. He said that I was knowledgeable. If he didn't want to be the leader, he wouldn't do it. Unfortunately, he wasn't in the group now. Last winter, when the Tujue were running north, our group in Feng province knew that they were afraid. We had to know where they ran to, right? Hence, we followed the scouts everywhere. He followed under the flag with the word Feng. His riding skills were good, and he was as swift as the wind. The Tujue were really good at running and were really ruthless. Those who could be caught were all left behind by them. How long would it take to chase them like this? Everyone else came back on their own. He was the only one who was stupid enough to continue chasing. He really caught the leader of a small tribe. When he went out, he had 3 horses, but when he came back, only one was left. The person he caught had fainted, and he himself was wearing a horse's skin. His face was full of blood. He thought that he had killed a horse and drank its blood and urine. It was supposed to be a happy thing, but who knew that his feet would be frozen? Luckily, there was a doctor from the Dei Medical College and a few students there. One reason was to treat his illness, and the other was to practice. They helped him cut off his frozen toes. He only had a thumb left on his left foot, and all the toes on his right foot were gone. He couldn't stay in the group and didn't want to leave yet. So he opened a small shop there and made horse nails. In July, he sent a telegram saying that the business was good. He said that he wanted to wait there for a few years. If Devilish Cuckoo wanted to lead an expedition to the north, he wanted to follow. He could nail a horse's feet and carry a steel spear. He said that it wouldn't be a problem to cut off a few toes. He could still fight when he flipped over and held up the flag with the word Feng. He said that if there was anyone who wasn't convinced, he wouldn't say that he was under the Feng flag. He would crawl when he saw him in the future. To be honest, I really don't dare to compete with him. Whoa whoa. Whoa whoa. The person from the Ministry of War was attracted by Zhang Xiaobao. While he was talking, the examinee beside him suddenly cried. When he cried, the other examinees nearby also cried. The person from the Ministry of War was puzzled. Could it be that he spoke too loudly and affected the examinees taking the imperial examinations? Lord Zhang, did I say something wrong? Or did I make too much noise? Chapter 955. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and shook his head. Absolutely not. It's not your fault. It's their own problem. What's your name? It was very impolite to ask someone's name directly like Zhang Xiaobao did. However, the person from the Ministry of War didn't think that he should be angry. Instead, he became excited. Zhang, Lord Zhang, my surname is also Zhang. My name is also Ju. The official who called himself Zhang Ju stuttered. He knew very well that high-ranking officials usually weren't interested in asking for the names of insignificant people. It wasn't that they didn't want to ask, but that they couldn't remember it clearly. However, if they really asked, it meant that the high-ranking officials cared about the insignificant people. When Wang Wan heard this, she said, "Very good. There's no need to talk too much. Just tell the truth, and the party will be successful. Every boy has a dream of being a hero, and no girl wants to find a good-for-nothing. You guys are heroes. Invite the injured hero under the wind flag over and let him tell us how he caught those people. Let him get on a horse again and show the people who want to know about the army how strong and fast the wind at the border is. Husband, sing Stargazing for Lord Zhang. I've never been willing to teach this song to others because shooting stars shine. I don't dare." When Zhang Ju heard Wang Wan call him Lord Zhang, he was excited and nervous. "I'll send him a telegram immediately when I get back and tell him to ride 3 horses." After he earned enough money, he bought a lot of good horses. Lord Zhang, stargazing. Ah, stargazing. It's a topic in the field of astronomy. It's about how big the stars are and why they blink. It's all knowledge. For example, there's a new moon in the sky. When it's new, the moon is small and the stars are bright. If you look up now, there are 7 stars that look like spoons. They're called the Big Dipper. There's a story about fighting, and setting up formations. One of the stories is called the Big Dipper. Of course, the most amazing thing isn't the Big Dipper because it's too far away. It's the Big Dipper that covers the entire world. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky and said to Zhang Ju. The examinees who were crying just now quietened down and listened carefully. The exam was not urgent, and there was still a whole day tomorrow. If they could get some useful information from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and answer the questions according to what they said, how bad could they be? Zhang Ju pondered over what Zhang Xiaobao had said. He felt that it was very profound, but it had nothing to do with the result he wanted. Lord Zhang, Lord Wang is talking about singing. What satellite is amazing? Powerful. Not only was it formidable, was there even a need to send people to find out where the Turks were hiding it? For example, if you wanted to listen to something, you could just look up at the starry sky and point your finger, and you would hear it. It was so convenient and so simple. Unfortunately, there isn't one for the time being, and it won't appear for a long time. But I think that with the development of science and technology, I'll be able to see it in my lifetime. Zhang Xiaobao sighed helplessly. Wang Wan nudged Zhang Xiaobao with her hand. Sing, sing. Yes, sing. Looking up at the starry sky doesn't mean looking at satellites, but stars. What a familiar name. Sing, madam, your husband has been feeling a little unwell recently and has gone off key. Why don't you sing a song? What I want is the effect of going off key. If a soldier sings like someone from the Pear Garden, who would believe it? The songs of the military camp are simple and honest. Of course, don't stray too far from the song. As Wang Wan spoke, she tore off a piece of the exam paper and stuck it on her lips. Then, the prelude to looking at the starry sky played. During the prelude, Zhang Xiaobao didn't forget to show off to Zhang Ju. My wife knows a little about music. Please don't laugh at me. After the prelude ended, he was still laughing at Zhang Ju when Wang Wan glared at him. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly opened his mouth. Night, looking at the starry sky, I am looking for a star. I see you, you can see me. The night is deep and hard to dream. Even if you turn into a shooting star and leave resolutely, you will always shine in my heart. Zhang Xiaobao's singing had nothing to do with the off-key, he said. He sang along with the music and actually sang with a baritone effect. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a strong penetrating power. The instrument isn't good, so the effect is poor. Zhang Xiaobao was modest. Why don't you say that you don't sing well? Don't use me as a modest person. Wang Wan spat out the paper in dissatisfaction. Zhang Ju didn't seem to hear the conversation between the two. He looked up at the sky, and after a few breaths, he muttered to himself, I have to bring them over. Blockhead and Chow should be 3.5 years old, right? Lord Zhang, what are you? Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand in front of Zhang Ju and asked with concern. No, it's nothing. I miss my wife and children. When I left home, the children's mother was about to give birth. I haven't seen them for 3 years. I miss them. Maybe she's also looking at the starry sky and thinking about me. She told the children that they have a father. Their father is... Stop talking. If you keep talking, I'll have someone give you eye drops. This thing can't be scraped off and sold for money in the future. The psychological quality of the examinees in this world is too poor. You're not allowed to react. If you want to cry, hold back your tears. Otherwise, I'll revoke your qualifications to take the imperial examinations. If you really want to cry, why don't you take the examinations properly? After passing the examinations, you can become a local official and lead the people to produce more food, raise more cows, horses, and sheep, and send it to the barracks. That way, the soldiers can eat and drink enough and have the strength to kill more enemies. What's the use of crying? If crying can solve problems, would Cuckoo and I be so tired? This world has never fucking believed in tears. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Zhang Ju was about to continue talking, so he quickly stopped him because he had already heard the sobbing next to him. He helplessly shook his head. Wang Wan heard Zhang Ju's speechless words and knew that he missed his family. She said, "Bring your family over first. In the future, it'll be easier to travel and you'll have more opportunities to see each other. The children are also a pair." "Yes, a boy and a girl. I just arrived in the capital and haven't settled down yet. I was thinking of waiting a bit and at least renting a house. When they come, I'll have a place to stay. But now, I'm not waiting. I'll talk about it when they come. There's always a way." As Zhang Ju spoke, an expectant look appeared on his face. Of course, the examinees who saw him wouldn't dare to think of him as a cowardly child. After all, who would dare to say that he was a coward? Wang Wan took off a bangle from her arm and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need Wang Wan to say anything. He took off the jade pendant and passed it over while muttering softly, "My jade pendant isn't strong enough." Wang Wan didn't respond to his words. She took the jade pendant and placed it together with the bangle before passing it over to Zhang Ju. "Don't listen to Xiao Bao's nonsense. Xiao Bao loves children the most. We'll take one each and won't be biased. Since sister-in-law is here, don't worry about finding a place to stay. Xiao Bao will settle it. If there's a battle, he'll help me deal with 2 enemies. Consider this as repaying the favor." Zhang Ju was taken aback. He took a deep breath and didn't refuse. He extended his hands and solemnly accepted the items. He nodded, not even saying a word of promise. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Ju was the type of person who didn't say anything but would do it. Even if he was given a mission that was certain to kill him, he would accept it without hesitation. "All right, Lord Zhang. Now, let's talk about the military and civilian get-together. Count it as one of the tasks. Let those who don't forget their military spirit even after leaving the military camp count as the second task. The third task is to sing military songs. The military will compete in tactical movements and marksmanship. Teach them to the civilians. Count it as the fourth task. For the fifth and subsequent tasks, you can discuss with Xiao Bao in detail. Ask him to solve the problem of temporary housing for his family members. I'll go back and take a nap first." Wang Wan yawned and walked back to her room. She loosened her bedding and fell asleep on the wooden bed behind her. The wooden door between the 2 rooms wasn't closed. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips. Why is it me again?" Zhang Ju was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would be too tired, so he said, "Lord Zhang, 4 tasks are enough. You don't have to worry too much. You can tell this to my wife." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at Wang Wan. How could Zhang Ju dare? He shook his head slightly. "Then let's talk about the military and civilian get-together. I can think of a solution for the housing myself. If you think of a solution in front of me, won't others look down on me? Do I even need to think of a solution? It's too late now. It's not good to disturb your majesty. Tomorrow morning, I'll hand in the papers and talk to your majesty. Then, the matter of temporary housing for the soldiers' families will be settled." When Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he forgot that he had just vomited blood. He poured a cup of wine and was about to drink when he remembered. He helplessly handed it to Zhang Ju and said, "Drink wine and warm yourself." Zhang Ju excitedly took the cup and said awkwardly, "My wife brought my child here. There's no need to trouble your majesty, right? It's not your family's matter. When your family comes to visit you, they also need to tour the capital. The capital's military camp is very strict, so it's not convenient for them to come and go. I can't think of a solution for you alone. If it's really just your family, what's wrong with me giving you a courtyard?" At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao suspected that the person in front of him had changed. Could it be that in order to talk to him and Wang Wan, he had practiced the words and actions at the beginning? Zhang Ju suddenly understood. Right, Lord Zhang is a person who does great things. You have the world in your heart. No, your majesty is the one who has the world in his heart. The world is too big for me. If I have too much, I'll vomit blood. I'll really vomit. I've already given you the wine. I won't drink for the time being. I'll drink medicine. Let's talk about proper business. The military and civilian celebration must be carried out properly. We must not go through formalities and let the soldiers know who they are fighting for. We must also let the common people understand how a stable life and dignity come about. Zhang Xiaobao also yawned. He took a sip of water and began to talk to Zhang Ju about the other aspects of the military and civilian celebration. An hour later, Zhang Ju left happily with gratitude and admiration for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked around, then hugged his quilt and squeezed Wang Wan to sleep. The examinees nearby found it hard to calm down. They finally understood how difficult it was to be an official. Especially officials like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they couldn't even have a moment of peace when they came to the examination hall. People came to ask about the matters of the imperial court one after another. There were all kinds of questions, and they didn't give them any time to think. Of course, the most terrifying ones were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them didn't reject anyone. It was as if they didn't need to think and ideas kept popping up. It was no wonder the emperor specially held the fall imperial examination for them. It was also no wonder the top scorer was chosen first. Not to mention their status, just based on their ability, who would dare to criticize them? Thinking of this, the examinees nearby felt much better. They didn't have the mood to sleep anymore. They pondered over the words they heard and started to answer the questions. The sky was clear. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up at the same time. Hand in your papers and tidy up. I need to talk to Li Longji about something. After that, I'll go to the lakeside and visit Shuiyan's family. The children should be able to resume their studies. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his eyes and turned to speak to Wang Wan. Wang Wan straightened up. You're not eating. Eat some porridge first. Li Longji hasn't eaten either. When we get there, we'll eat with him after the imperial court. The imperial court, yes, it's the imperial court today. All the civil and military officials are in the palace. I'll go and see who is talking behind my father's back. I'll teach them a lesson. Zhang Xiaobao lifted the blanket and got off the bed, preparing to wash up. Wang Wan followed him. The two of them had just finished tidying up when their younger siblings arrived. They were still wearing their official robes. Why are you here again? I said I'd take you to the lakeside to play in the afternoon. Have you eaten yet? Zhang Xiaobao asked in surprise. Xiao Bei shook his head. No, we'll eat with Uncle Emperor later. We remembered that we were going to hand in the imperial edict yesterday. We heard that there were officials gossiping behind my father's back, so we wanted to take a look. Who did you hear that from? It seems that there are spies everywhere. Okay, Big Brother will take you to see them. Zhang Xiaobao sighed at the speed at which news spread. He helplessly led his younger siblings out of the examination hall. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, good heavens, the ceremonial guard was really complete. There were 9 groups of carriages lined up in a row. Some were holding up placards, some were holding up lids, and some were holding up lids. Guards wearing black clothes stood on both sides of the carriages. The red and black water fire rods were intertwined, and the official flags were fluttering in the wind. Zhang Xiaobao looked at himself and Wang Wan. The people around them were really too shabby. He regretted not bringing the ceremonial guard of a regional commander. When a regional commander entered the capital, he would be able to enjoy the treatment of a clean street. Wang Wan also remembered that her younger siblings were also high-ranking officials. She pulled Xiao Bei closer and asked, "Are you going to hand in the imperial edict or to cause trouble?" Brother Xiaohai said that he wanted to experience the ceremonial guard. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to forget. He's not afraid of forgetting, but he's afraid of others forgetting as well. Xiao Yuan also said that when it snows, the snow covers the autumn frost and covers the golden yellow. The water in the hibiscus garden no longer flows. Xiao Bei pushed Xiao Hai and Xiao Yuan out. Wang Wan nodded dumbly. She smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Your teaching methods are really amazing. Those who studied literature have already begun to study philosophy." Xiao Zhu took the time to draw a picture of the water shining on the snow. Xiao Zhu nodded happily. "It needs to be colder. It'll be better if it freezes. Then let's go." Zhang Xiaobao ordered people to bring over 2 horses. He and Wang Wan each rode on one, leading the way. Behind them was a large group of people and horses. The passers-by who had woken up early to work all made way to the side of the road. They stopped and looked sideways, guessing what kind of major event had happened. As the group advanced, it was unknown how many merchants on the street were shocked. It was also unknown how many people's hearts were affected. Not caring about what other people were thinking, the group went straight to the palace gates. The people guarding the palace gates had already received the news, so how could they dare to stop them? They didn't even dare to ask. They watched as the carriages and horses dismounted one after another, forming groups to enter. Chapter 956. Zhang Xiaobao and his group arrived late. The morning court session had already started for more than an hour. Li Longji was sitting high up in his seat and roaring at the officials. With the development of technology, the person in charge of relaying the emperor's orders was free. Without the emperor saying a word, he would shout the original words at the top of his voice. A microphone extended from beside Li Longji's chair. As the technology still needed to be improved, the effect of the microphone wasn't very good. It could only be placed closer to the mouth. The loudspeakers were placed in various places. The person who placed them was probably planning to create a surround sound system, but his understanding of this technology wasn't that thorough. As Li Longji shouted, the officials lowered their heads and listened. Occasionally, they would exchange glances with each other. Yuan Qianyao, Li Linfu, Zhang Jiuling, Wang Bei, Jiang Cin, Wei Shu, Lv Yenzhua, Yuan Rong, and the other officials glanced at Zhang Zhong from time to time. As the emperor was roaring at Zhang Zhong, there should be people who were happy. Those who were close to Zhang Zhong should be worried for Zhang Zhong. However, the emperor's words didn't sound right. The Ministry of Works is important. Aren't the families of the injured worried? Aren't they in pain? Li Longji looked down and questioned the microphone. He didn't stare at Zhang Zhong. Are you saying that if someone in the Ministry of Works is injured, their family isn't worried? Aren't they in pain? What are you doing? I don't want to hear excuses. The Ministry of Works should be managed by the officials. If someone is burning a mountain in the distance and sparks are flying here, why don't you expand the area? If 3 li of martial law isn't enough, then 5 li. If 5 li isn't enough, then you have to enclose 10 li. I don't want to hear about accidents caused by flying to Mars again. Li Longji continued speaking. There was something wrong with his words. Enclosing land cost money. The land didn't cost money, but the facilities needed money. In order to keep it a secret, at the beginning, there was a man-made river in the middle of the Ministry of Works. If the land was expanded, wouldn't the man-made river have to be dug again? It was all money. Before Li Longji could say anything, he continued, "We know that research is expensive, but we also know that the money we spend today can still be earned back when we make something tomorrow. We can't let our great Tang's craftsmen suffer because of a lack of money. The revenue for this year has already been released. The Ministry of Works needs to promptly manage the Ministry of Revenue. If someone deliberately obstructs and disregards the safety of the great Tang's research and development of weapons, they will be punished even more severely." The people from the Ministry of Revenue lowered their heads. As the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei was filled with grievances. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money. Every time Zhang Zhong came to ask for money, he would not say anything courteous. He would always be bold and self-righteous. In the end, when he made something and made money, he would not give anything to the Ministry of Revenue other than the taxes due. He would just transfer the money away. "Even if you, Zhang Zhong, transfer it to your own account, that's fine. You're greedy, you're selfish. But you insist on transferring it to the Ministry of War and the Western Agriculture Temple, saying that it's a related research project. If we do as you say, what do you need the Ministry of Revenue for? It wasn't easy to wait until you ran out of money. As soon as you ran out of money, Her Majesty immediately sided with you. Why? Just because you have a son and a daughter-in-law? I still have a grandson. This is too much of a bully." Li Longji did not have the time to care about Wang Bei's thoughts. He continued, "This year's revenue has to be at least 10 million strings of cash for the Ministry of Works. Even if I have to eat one less bowl of rice, even if I have to make one less pair of boots, even if..." Hearing this, the silent Zhang Zhong finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He wasn't moved. Rather, he was worried that the emperor would disrupt his son Xiao Bao's plans. Holding the ceremonial tablet, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject has a memorial." Just as Li Longji was happily speaking, he saw Zhang Zhong interrupt him. He was surprised and a little unhappy. "I'm speaking up for you. Don't be a hindrance. Minister Zhang, you have something to say." Li Longji glared at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong's position was closer to the front, to the left of the stairs in front of Hanyuan Palace. When he heard the emperor's order, he looked around and took small steps toward the emperor. The officials stared at him. The Jinmu guards didn't stop him. Gao Lishur even stepped aside. Zhang Zhong spent a lot of effort to move that little bit of distance. When he arrived in front of the emperor, he didn't block the emperor's face. Li Longji looked at Zhang Zhong and waited for him to speak. Zhang Zhong reached out and covered the microphone tightly. Then, he bent down and whispered into the emperor's ear. Everyone was curious, but they couldn't hear anything. When Zhang Zhong finished and released the microphone, they heard the emperor's voice. "Is that true?" Everyone looked at Zhang Zhong again. Zhang Zhong nodded. "That's good. Minister Zhang, you've worked hard." The emperor nodded and signaled Zhang Zhong to go back. The group of officials wanted to tear Zhang Zhong's mouth open and ask him what he just said. Li Longji picked up the binoculars and looked at the officials. He coughed twice and said, "The Ministry of Revenue will temporarily suspend the allocation of funds to the Ministry of Works." The officials were stunned. What did he say? It seemed that the reason was because of Zhang Zhong. Why didn't he want 10 million strings of strings? There must be a conspiracy. Minister of Revenue Wang Bei also thought so. Zhang Zhong didn't want the money, but it was more worrying. After pondering for a while, Wang Bei stood up and said loudly, "Your Majesty, if the Ministry of Revenue doesn't provide funds, I'm afraid that our research will be shelved." He stood up to be a good person. Some of the officials curled their lips. Minister Wang is right. Therefore, I have a way to solve the problem of the Ministry of Work's lack of funds without affecting the Ministry of Revenue. Li Longji followed Wang Bei's words. The officials understood. No wonder Zhang Zhong didn't let His Majesty allocate funds from the Ministry of Revenue. He has another way. I heard that he went to the Hibiscus Gardens examination hall because he was worried about the examinees. Coincidentally, his son, Zhang Xiaobao, and daughter-in-law, Wang Wan, were also there. Yes. It was indeed too much of a coincidence. Therefore, Minister Zhang didn't neglect official matters because of personal feelings. He had a cordial conversation with the two examinees. The two examinees, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, said a lot of heartfelt words because of the kindness of the imperial court. Therefore, someone is probably going to be unlucky. The officials were all thinking about their own matters, and the court was silent for a while. Li Longji wasn't in a hurry. He was still thinking about what Zhang Zhong said. He had to think of more things from it. After all, it was Xiao Bao's idea. There were many twists and turns in it. As the head of the secretariat, Yuan Qianyao stood at the front. He didn't care about the gazes of others and moved down from behind the officials until he was behind Zhang Juling. Zhang Juling was shocked. Ghost, you don't make a sound when you walk. Yuan Zhongshu, do you feel that the wind is strong? Zhang Juling turned and asked. Yuan Qianyao raised his hand and waved. Zishou, you're too polite. I just want to talk to you. Okay, may I know what you want to teach me? Zhang Juling saw how Yuan Qianyao addressed him so intimately and started to think. Yuan Qianyao didn't care whether the other party was criticizing him or not. He asked kindly, have you met with Jidushi Zhang recently? Zhang Juling was relieved. Yuan Qianyao wanted to get useful information from him because he had a good relationship with Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Juling shook his head regretfully and said, before Xiaobao left the capital last month, I met him once. Xiaobao came up with a new dish from Lingnan and asked me to taste it. The taste was really good. Xiaobao's culinary skills are amazing. After that, Zhang Juling shut up. Yuan Qianyao was depressed. He thought to himself, do you think I don't know that his culinary skills are good? Even the emperor ate it. But don't you know what I'm asking? Good culinary skills can affect the imperial court. His ability to scheme is even better. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Yuan Qianyao could only continue asking. There were a lot of things to do in the Hall of Secretaries. Unfortunately, I couldn't go. Ah. During the banquet, did you tell Xiao Bao about the situation in Great Tang in the near future? But you have to tell me the truth. I'll look for you for a drink later. I did, but it's definitely not directly related to today's matter. Yuan Qianyao can personally talk to Xiao Bao about the situation. His Majesty is going to speak. When Zhang Juling replied to Yuan Qianyao, he saw the emperor sitting up straight and reminded him. Okay, I'll go back. Find some time to drink. Yuan Qianyao quickly moved back from behind the others. Just as he returned to the first position on the left, he saw the emperor glaring at him. Then, the emperor said, I have a little spare money and left it in the hands of the empress's adopted daughter. Today's matter suddenly reminded me of that money. I plan to take out some to show my sincerity. Does everyone agree? Oh. I see. The officials knew what the emperor was talking about. It was the income from Great Tang's bank. The so-called adopted daughter of the empress was Wang Wan. But that sum of money was definitely not a little. As for how much it was, they had to ask Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's bank was really amazing. At the beginning, it was a partnership. Later on, his family withdrew first. Then, he kicked the other shareholders out one by one. Now, it was the emperor's alone. Zhang Xiaobao helped to manage it. Among the officials, the one who was the most upset was the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei. He clearly knew that there was a lot of money, but he couldn't interfere. Among most of the officials, he was the one who knew the extent of their wealth. First, the emperor stopped the expenses of the imperial palace that were supposed to be paid by the Ministry of Revenue and directly took money from the bank. As a result, the days in the imperial palace were several times better than before. If they wanted to build a building, they could build a building. If they wanted to build a pond, they could build a pond. Even the office of the Ministry of Revenue had been renovated by the emperor. It was very comfortable. Then, when there was a small disaster in Great Tang, before the local report was submitted, the money from the Bank of Great Tang would be sent over in the name of the emperor. When the people needed to raise money to build roads and bridges, the bank would also immediately provide subsidies. Just this year alone, with a rough calculation, the private bank had already sent out no less than 10 million strings of coins. The Ministry of Revenue was saving money, and the national treasury was ample. The money used for this calculation was calculated by the Ministry of Revenue using other local reports, but there was definitely money that was spent in other areas. This didn't just mean that the emperor's bank was rich. It also showed the extent of Zhang Xiaobao's intelligence network. His wealth is rich and imposing, but his intelligence network is spread all over the world, Wang Bei muttered helplessly. Li Longji sat on the throne and waited for the others to digest what he said. He was very happy. You finally know that I have money. Don't blame me for not letting you manage the bank. It's just that your families are too poor. I'm afraid that you'll embezzle, and I'm even more worried that you won't be able to manage the bank well enough. In the end, someone has to manage it. Why can't I send Zhang Xiaobao? Finally, someone stepped forward and asked, Your Majesty, this subject would like to ask, how much does Your Majesty intend to give to the Ministry of Works? I'm not giving, I'm investing. After the Ministry of Works produces something, it has to give a generous return to the investor. The diesel engine will be put into production very soon. Everyone knows that I don't have much money, and I still have to spend it on the palace. Thus, I intend to take the lead. Everyone can also participate in the investment. When the time comes, according to the proportion of the investment, I plan to invest 8 million strings of coins in the Ministry of Works research project before the new year. The Ministry of Works' other expenses will still need to be supported by the Ministry of Revenue. After all, the Ministry of Works isn't a shop. Right, after the new year, I'll increase it according to the situation. What does everyone think? Li Longji tried his best to be modest. When he said 8 million strings of coins, he tried his best to sound calm. Suddenly, the entire Hanyuan Palace Hall was filled with sighs. AI. AI. Only Zhang Zhong didn't react. Looking at the others sighing, he understood that it was a feeling of powerlessness. They couldn't stop what their son and daughter-in-law were doing. This was because the lives of the people of Great Tang were indeed better. The Great Tang's army was also more elite, the national treasury was more abundant, and the number of literate people had increased. This was especially so because of the relationship between the surrounding countries. A group of them had already been wiped out. No one could find an excuse to attack their son and daughter-in-law because they wouldn't be able to do it. The truly amazing thing wasn't the emperor's bias but the hearts of the people. Zhang Zhong was filled with emotions. He even thought of treating Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as someone else's children. Then, he would stand on the side of justice and evaluate them. In the end, when he thought of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as someone else's children, he was very resistant in his heart. No other family's children could compare to his son and daughter-in-law. They didn't have the right to have them. They were his. Even he was jealous of himself, let alone others. Gao Lisher pondered by the side and frowned. He walked up to the emperor and turned off the microphone. Your Majesty, isn't it too chaotic? The Ministry of Works is a part of the imperial court. You're investing in it, and you're asking other officials to invest in it as well. Who does the Ministry of Works belong to? Li Longji also pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's not chaotic. The Ministry of Works isn't affected. We're investing in the research projects of the Ministry of Works, and they're independent and related. You think that it's chaotic because there are too many things to manage. The functions of the various departments are getting more and more complete, and there's even a need to set up a new department. In history, the people who held power ruled over the people. They hunted, farmed, woven, and built. They didn't manage much, and the punishment for those who were punished was decided by a single word from them. As for the latter, they ruled over the country and established the 6 ministers. The ministers ruled over 100 people, and they ruled over the people. Wasn't the food of the people at that time comparable to what we have now? After hearing the emperor's words, Gao Lishur understood and replied, "Your Majesty is right. In the past, there weren't many officials, and there weren't many departments. The food and clothes of the people were the same. Now, there are more officials, and the lives of the people are better. In the future, there might be more departments and more departments. As long as they're capable and aren't greedy, the lives of the people will be better." This subject was wrong. It's fine. Lishur is also eager to protect his master. This plan was suggested by Xiao Bao. Since he said so, it means that he and Cuckoo don't think that the division of the officials isn't detailed enough. It's not to the point where they're confused. Li Longji faintly felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan seemed to be very familiar with the current system of officials. They even had a system, several systems that they could choose from at any time. Yes, it was a system, not a single official position. A huge system didn't only apply to official positions. It also included the military, the economy, agriculture, technology, and so on. They could set up a set or pick out a part of it and take it out. How did they learn so much? Was the country of those 2 experts really so complicated? How much did the people live in such a country? Did they eat meat every day? Did they have a carriage pulled by a steam engine every time they went out? Or a carriage pulled by a diesel engine? Did every village have a radio station to quickly transmit news? It was really scary. Life was too good. When could Great Tang be like this? Li Longji tried his best to think about the living conditions of the people in that country, but he still couldn't think of anything. He decided to ask Xiao Bao and Yao Wan for more details so that he could compare. Then, the Great Tang would try its best. Li Longji and Gao Lishur started to chat on their own. The officials below also had their own thoughts. Those who were in favor of the Zhang family and Wang family were eager to try. They were waiting for the emperor to finish talking with General Gao and ask how much money they had to fork out so that they could participate. The officials who remained neutral looked back and forth between those who were in favor of the Zhang family and those who were against the Zhang family and those who were in favor of the Zhang family and Wang family. The officials who were against the Zhang family and Wang family were conflicted. They were angry and worried. They were angry at Zhang Zhong, but they couldn't suppress their anger anymore. A few days ago, when Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the 9 children went to Hongnong, they felt that there was an opportunity to get some benefits from Zhang Zhong and get some power. Zhang Zhong was easy to talk to. As long as it didn't interfere with his official business, he would usually give up his power when it was necessary. The people who were against the Zhang family and Wang family were fighting with Zhang Zhong over the distribution rights of the Ministry of Works small products. The products developed by the Ministry of Works were naturally sold by the Ministry of Works. When the Ministry of Works developed new technologies, all kinds of things would happen. Thus, when the main technologies were developed, there would be many side products. The Ministry of Works chose to take out the technologies that were not cutting edge, attract investors, and act as distributors. This was also why the Ministry of Works had so many projects at the same time and still had money to spare for the Agriculture Temple and the Ministry of War. Everyone knew that when it came to making money, the Ministry of Works would definitely use Zhang Xiaobao's ideas. They didn't need to worry about losing money, but they needed to consider how much they could earn. Zhang Xiaobao was someone who was above the top tycoons list. Why did the Ministry of Works lack money recently? It was very simple. It was because when Zhang Xiaobao went to Hongnong, he had already thought of building an amusement park. Thus, part of the technology that was used to connect the gears and bearings during the manufacturing of the diesel engine was temporarily stopped from auctioning the distribution rights. Zhang Xiaobao did not use the deficit management cycle model in the development of the Ministry of Works. However, he was also very careful. If there was a mistake, the cash flow would immediately be cut off. Wasn't it cut off now? The day before Zhang Xiaobao asked the technology to stop auctioning the distribution rights, the people who were against the Zhang family and Wang family had already looked for Zhang Zhong and said that they would recommend a few distributors to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong also agreed. It didn't matter who he gave it to. His son and daughter-in-law were too strong, so he had to compromise. Thus, the matter of selling the distribution rights was stopped. The people who were already against the Zhang family and Wang family hated them even more. During the period when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not around, they tried to find fault with Zhang Zhong. Among them, the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, was especially so. On the day when Zhang Xiaobao and the others returned, the people stopped for a while. However, when they saw that Zhang Xiaobao was busy with the imperial examinations and did not do anything to retaliate, they thought that he was scared. When Wang Bei finally waited until Zhang Zhong came over to ask for money, he also sent someone to look for Zhang Xiaobao. That person was testing Zhang Xiaobao's reaction. But he did not know that Zhang Xiaobao did not do anything when he returned because the diesel engine was not completed yet. The separation of oil was also not done yet. The most important time was in the next few days. But last night, when he sent someone to look for Wang Bei, Zhang Zhong brought the news back. Thus, the officials who were against the Zhang family and Wang family guessed this in the morning. At this time, they found out that Zhang Xiaobao did not do anything to retaliate because Zhang Zhong felt that the Ministry of Works was not a problem and did not want to distract his son. Yesterday, something happened in the Ministry of Works. Zhang Zhong went to the examination hall. Zhang Xiaobao's ability to tolerate sand in his eyes was proven this morning. Today, there was a court meeting. The officials woke up early and went to Hanyuan Palace Hall to wait for the emperor. Before they went out, they had to eat something to fill their stomachs. However, they could not drink too much water. Otherwise, when they went to the toilet during court, what would they do if the emperor called them? However, if they did not drink, they would be thirsty. What could they do? Eat fruit. Eat a pear or an orange. Since the beginning of autumn this year, the Zhang family and Wang family began to supply tomatoes to the officials who were qualified to attend court. There was a plot of land in the Sinangxi that belonged to the Zhang family and Wang family. Every day, early in the morning, they had people send the tomatoes to the officials' residences. Today, Wang Bei ate an egg and a handful of steamed buns. He did not dare to eat any more. After eating too much, he would feel sleepy. He reached for the tomatoes on the fruit plate. Why did they change? The tomatoes turned into oranges. Looking at the color of the orange peel, Wang Bei understood that the oranges must have been transported from the south. After a long time, the oranges would not be fresh. As for the oranges from the north, they were not ripe yet. Even if they were, they would not taste good. If the oranges were born in Huainan, they would be oranges. The Sinangxi was trying to find a way to solve this problem. Wang Bei did not care about this problem. He was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. What he cared about was why the tomatoes were gone today. Could it be that they were eaten by the servants? Wang Bei's face darkened slightly. When he asked, someone answered. It was said that the people from the Zhang family and Wang family came this morning and told the people who usually collected oranges that there were no tomatoes today. Because the tomatoes forgot the cold of autumn and wanted to prove that they were strong, they provoked the autumn wind. As a result, they fell ill from the cold and did not grow. They also kindly asked us to tell Master that autumn is here and the weather is cold, so you should wear more clothes. Because where the autumn wind passes, what should be red will be red, and what should be yellow will be yellow. The autumn festival is deep, and not only the sky is high and the clouds are light. When Wang Bei heard the servant's reply, he was immediately stunned. It was a blatant threat. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao was also so straightforward? He did not know that he had wronged Zhang Xiaobao. Last night, Zhang Xiaobao was still discussing the military and civilian get-together with the people from the Ministry of War. It was Zhang Zhong's daughter who reacted first. It was Zhang Zhong's future son-in-law, Xiao Yuan, who told people to say those words. In addition to Wang Bei, there were other officials who opposed the Zhang family and Wang family. They all received the same treatment in the morning. When they saw Zhang Zhong whispering to the emperor just now, how could they not be afraid? Xiao Bei and the 9 children wanted them to admit that it was all an illusion that caused the disaster. This kind of counterattack was too fast and too persistent. Just as the atmosphere in Hanyuan Palace Hall was different from before, someone outside raised their voice to report. Bohai Commander-in-Chief Manor, Jidushi Zhang Xiaobao, Deputy Wang Wan, Tang Dynasty's Patrol Inspector Zhang Xiaohai, Patrol Inspector Wang Zhu, Zhang, have arrived. When Li Longji, Gao Lishir, and the other officials heard the voice, they all looked at the road leading to Hanyuan Palace Hall. If it was only Xiao Bei and the others who had arrived, no one would report. If you came late, how could you be justified? However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were both Jidushi. They were important officials who oversaw a region. Of course, no one would care if they went to Xingqing Palace to eat, drink, and play. If they came to court with official status, they would have to report. At the end of the road, under everyone's gaze, a group of figures slowly appeared. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were wearing the official robes that their families had hurried to send to the outside of the palace. They walked side by side at the very front. The two of them looked indifferent. No one could tell whether they were happy or angry. Xiao Bei and the other 9 people lined up in a goose formation, 5 steps behind their brothers and sisters. They maintained the formation, puffed out their chests and raised their heads. Their faces were full of anger. Hiss. Some of the officials could not control the shock in their hearts. They quietly inhaled the cool autumn air. Wei Wei lowered her head, feeling the pressure of the battle formation in front of her. In fact, Xiao Bei originally planned to arrange an arrow formation. Considering that the tip of the arrow would be pointed directly at Uncle Emperor, it was not good. Therefore, she changed it to a goose wing formation. The middle of the formation shrank back, and the 2 wings extended diagonally, luring the enemy to attack from the middle. As soon as Li Longji saw Xiao Bao and the others unexpectedly arranged a battle formation, he was stunned at first, but then he could not help but chuckling. Seeing Xiao Bao and the others slowly approaching, he first whispered to Gao Lishir, who was standing next to him, "Look. It's indeed Cuckoo, who is in charge of the army. Unexpectedly she can make a lot of changes in a goose wing formation. If it were a real battle, the most annoying thing would not be the 2 wings, but her and Xiao Bao. If there are 2 square groups of archers and shields there, it would be very awkward. You see, if the enemy attacks, take the 2 wings, the square groups of archers and shields will push forward, pressing against the enemy's formation. However, the enemy's main commander will be in the middle of the goose wing, so the enemy will face the enemy head-on, while the enemy's main commander will be protected. If the enemy attacks the 2 square groups, the cavalry on the 2 wings will move horizontally, while the 2 square groups will retreat slowly, encircling the enemy. If the enemy attacks one wing, the other wing will wait for the center formation to move. Look carefully at the goose wings she arranged. Is there any difference from what you usually see? Gao Lisher was also looking. He saw that the head of the goose wing formation behind Xiaobei was actually above the head of the character person. The goose wing formation was when a person wrote, the angle of the character person was facing the person writing, so it was not called the person formation. Normally, there would be a dot at the head of the character person, but now there were two dots next to Xiaobei. It seemed that Wei Wei was retreating. This was very puzzling. After thinking carefully, Gao Lisher said, could that be an artillery formation? What kind of formation is Cuckoo using? If there are artillery soldiers, it means that there are bullets in front of them. Why is there a need to arrange a formation? She could just charge forward and be done with it. I don't understand. We don't know either. We'll ask later. Li Longji was also very puzzled. During this short period of time, Zhang Xiaobao and the others had already reached the bottom of the stairs, where the officials were parallel to each other. They stopped in their tracks. Li Longji turned on the microphone and asked in a very gentle voice, did Minister Zhang and Minister Wang just come back from the examination hall? Replying to Your Majesty, that's right. That's why we came late. We hope Your Majesty will forgive us. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bowed together and replied. Not guilty, not guilty. With Minister Zhang's talent, becoming the top scorer will be as easy as pie. We congratulate Minister Zhang first. Li Longji suppressed the urge to ask Zhang Xiaobao if he had a good plan and tried to speak in a calm tone. The people who opposed the Zhang family and the Wang family looked nervously at the 11 people and silently cursed. The emperor's words were too empty. What did he mean by becoming the top scorer? Wasn't the fall quarter examinations just for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? If he couldn't become the top scorer, what was the point of the fall quarter examinations? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care what other people thought. He replied, many thanks for Your Majesty's words. This subject has come to deliver the imperial edict and report that the post-disaster reconstruction of Hongnong County in Guo Province of Hunan Province has been completed. 613 Hunan Province officials involved in the disaster have been escorted to the capital. Me too. I'm this subject. Zhang Xiaobao had just finished speaking when Xiaobei shouted from behind. Following her words, the two wings of the wild goose formation immediately separated. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Hai, who were on either side of her, stood in a straight line with her. They were no longer in a horizontal line like before. Xiao Yuan was in front, Xiao Bei was in the middle, and Xiao Hai was at the back. This caused the main line to become a long snake formation. The three people directly walked towards their older brother and older sister. When they saw the position behind the two rooms, Zhang Xiaobao took a step forward to the left, while Wang Wan took a step backward to the right. Zhang Xiaobao took a step forward to the left, while Wang Wan took a step backward to the right, strengthening the main line's offense and defense. The two wings of three people each formed a word formation. One was in front of the main line, while the other was in front of the main line. They formed a long snake formation diagonally with the main line, moving forward and backward slowly, with the main line following. The military officials in the imperial court secretly cheered, while the civil officials frowned. They didn't understand why Zhang Xiaobao and his group insisted on changing the formation in Hanyuan Palace Hall. After Li Longji saw this, he smiled and said, "Oh." Xiao Bei also came to deliver the imperial edict. Yes. Replying to Your Majesty, this subject and my colleagues received Your Majesty's imperial edict and traveled through the night to Hongnong County. We immediately stabilized the situation and captured the fugitives who wanted to escape. This is now done. This subject is waiting to deliver the imperial edict. This time, Xiao Bei didn't mention the 1,300,000 strings of string of cash. Li Longji breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. He agreed with Xiao Bei's words. They did get up immediately after receiving the order. Whether it was day or night, not all officials could do this. Some people curled their lips in their hearts. They didn't believe that after Zhang Xiaobao and the others returned, they didn't meet with the emperor and insisted on coming to the imperial court to deliver the imperial edict. Li Longji waved his hand at Xiaobei and said, "Minister, come to Zhen's side. Zhen has something to ask. If Jidushi Zhang doesn't have anything important to say, please return to your seat first. Zhen will continue the imperial court." Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't say anything now. He and Wang Wan stood next to Zhang Zhong, squeezing the people around them down. Xiaobei and the other 9 children ran up the stairs by stepping on the carvings in the middle of the steps. Xiaobei leaned against the side of the dragon throne. The other 8 children weren't as noisy as Xiaobei and stood at the back. The back was warmer than the front. The weather wasn't too cold, so the heater wasn't on. Just now, Jin mentioned the matter of investing in the Ministry of Works. Have you all thought about it? As Li Longji spoke, he moved to the side, indicating that Xiaobei could sit next to him. Xiaobei looked at her father with a frightened expression and shook her head. She didn't dare to sit next to him. The last time she sat next to him, she was scolded when she went back. Not only did her father scold her, but her mother and grandparents also scolded her. Only her brothers and sisters were the best. She didn't know that her brothers and sisters didn't care about imperial power. It was just sitting there for a while. It wasn't like they were stealing your position. It was just a country's leader. Who was afraid of who? After Li Longji finished speaking, only Zhang Zhong glared at Xiaobei. The others pretended not to see it. The censorate always remained silent in front of Xiaobei, because no one had a clean tail behind them. The main issue was whether or not to participate in the investment. Your Majesty, I am willing to invest 1,000 strings of coins into the research of the Ministry of Works. Zhang Jiuling was the first to stand up. Your Majesty, I am also willing to invest 600 strings of coins. Li Linfu followed. Your Majesty, I would like to invest 2,000 strings of coins. Another person spoke. It was obvious that he came from a wealthy family. Your Majesty, I. The officials began to speak one after another. Without waiting for them to finish speaking, Li Longji coughed and said, "Everyone, please don't be anxious. After the court is dismissed, I will get someone to record the amount for the next topic. Your Majesty, I have something to say." Under Wang Bei's signal, an official from the censorate gritted his teeth and stepped forward. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold wind in the late autumn morning or because he wasn't feeling well, but his voice was trembling. He looked at the tablet in his hand and didn't look at Zhang Xiaobao. "Speak." Li Longji spat out a word. The person who stood up took 2 deep breaths and swallowed his saliva. His voice was still trembling as he said, "I am not accusing you. I am just casually speaking. There are too many guards around General Shui Yun's house. Your Majesty sent the Jinwu guards, which is against the rules. I hope General Shui Yun's good friend can reduce the impact." Li Longji sneered in his heart. Since you dare to stand up, why hide? If Shui Yun was a person, of course I wouldn't send the Jinwu guards. But he is an eagle. He doesn't have a mansion or guards. If the Jinwu guards don't go, will Xiao Bao agree to give me 2 eagles? Li Longji was, after all, the emperor. He said, "Oh. Let me ask General Shui Yun's good friend." Without waiting for him to ask, Zhang Xiaobao stood up expressionlessly and said, "Your Majesty, I have been busy these past few days. Shui Yun and Hong Wan's son is still young. I plan to finish my business in the capital and take them with me when I return to Sanshui County. Your Majesty can withdraw the Jinwu guards first. I will shrink the defense circle and deploy more hot air balloons and small boats in the lake. When the little eagles won't be tortured to death by moving around, I will immediately take them back." Thank you for your reminder. May I know your surname? In the future, I, Zhang Xiaobao, will return to Shui Yun's family and properly repay your kindness. Xiao Bei pouted. Her big eyes widened even more as she looked over angrily. The person from the censorate sat down on the ground and looked up at Wang Bei, hoping to get help. However, Wang Bei lowered his head with a gloomy face and ignored everyone. He didn't expect that after testing the waters, Zhang Xiaobao would have such a big reaction. He was too arrogant. If this continued, the country would no longer be a country. The person from the censorate felt cold. He clenched his fists and stood up again. He first said to the emperor, "Your Majesty," this official's legs suddenly cramped. "Please forgive me." Then, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Lord Zhang, this official is the censorate's attendant censorate. Please excuse me." After he finished speaking, he stretched out his neck and looked like he was about to be killed. Zhang Xiaobao saw him like this and nodded, "Thank you." He immediately said to Xiao Bei, who had left the dragon chair and was about to walk out of the Hanyuan store, "Xiao Bei, come back. Just stay here." "Oh." Xiao Bei stopped her stealthy movements and turned back in dissatisfaction. The censorate's surname Qin was no longer cold. His whole body was drenched in sweat. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao gratefully and returned to his position. He knew very well that he wouldn't be retaliated against. What Xiao Bei wanted to do was very simple. She wanted to go out of the palace and find someone to bring his information here. Was his but clean? Was there a need to ask? If he really let her go out, he would be arrested by her before the morning court ended. Even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. "Zhang Xiaobao, you're a good person. You don't want to lower yourself to my level. Wang Bei, you're good. Just you wait." Li Longji saw that Zhang Xiaobao didn't pursue the matter, so he didn't care anymore. He said, "Since that's the case, I will first withdraw the Jinwu guards and let General Shui Yun's family be alone. She can ask her comrades to help protect them." The so-called comrades referred to the people from Tubo. Usually, they would stay outside the city. Once Li Longji opened his mouth, it meant that they could come in and stay by the lake. This group of people was stronger than the Jinwu guards. Some of the officials secretly laughed, while some felt sad with Wang Bei. Next topic. Gao Lisher shouted from the side. Chapter 957. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have anything to do with this. Li Longji asked the officials to discuss how to spend the money. After the autumn harvest, most of the regions would hand in the grain and pay taxes. The grain collected by the local government would first be stored locally and then distributed according to the needs of each region. The cost and demand would then be verified and distributed in a unified manner to reduce losses during the transportation process. The money would be directly deposited into the bank. When the local government needed money, they would send a telegram to the higher-ups and allow them to keep some private savings according to the different regions and ranks. If there was an emergency, the local government could temporarily borrow from the bank without interest and the bank would send someone to monitor whether the money was used for the specific purpose. In this way, the statistics would be compiled very quickly. Before the end of the year, the financial accounts of the imperial court would be more or less clear. The remaining income before the end of the year would be calculated again at the beginning of the year. Originally, some officials thought that there was no need for a second calculation. They said that there was only 1 or 2 months left and that there wouldn't be much of an impact after the autumn harvest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan firmly disagreed. If the local government was given 2 months of free time, the funds would not be deposited into the bank. 2 months of free cash flow was too terrifying. At the same time, before the new year, the consumption would increase exponentially, so the taxes would naturally not be low. Li Longji didn't have to think too much about what he said to the various officials and Zhang Xiaobao. The second calculation was settled. Today's court assembly was only for the sake of spending money. Li Longji asked the various departments what they wanted to do in the coming year and how much money they needed. Then, they wouldn't give the money immediately. They would have to conduct an audit first. Perhaps this was the reason why some officials hated Zhang Xiaobao. Before the audit, Li Longji had to understand the general situation. Li Longji was in a good mood as he watched the provincial officials bicker about how they wanted to get a bigger share of the money. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, looked much better. At the very least, the Ministry of Revenue had an additional 130 million strings of cash this year. He was full of confidence. When he saw the emperor looking at him, he would nod to express that he didn't feel any pressure. Because the Ministry of Works didn't need to pay for the Ministry of Revenue's scientific research, the remaining expenses were nothing. Oh, it should be said that it was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, Zhang Zhong might not ask for money from him. His son could just casually think of a plan and the funds would come out. The officials were still arguing. Now that there were more and more departments under the imperial court and the local governments, there would always be artificial overlaps when doing things. For example, the Ministry of Revenue was in charge of money, but the Ministry of Justice also had a subordinate office that was specifically in charge of economic cases. If an official committed an economic case, the Ministry of Civil Affairs could also intervene. Even the Supreme Court and the Censorate had to intervene. The head of the Secretariat could skip over the department directly under him and issue a decree to hold him accountable. The officials knew that the imperial court had money, but it had to go through an audit. Normally, the imperial court's audit department would just audit it. The private bank could not ask about the details of the direct transfer of funds. If the imperial court gave it, the other party would ask for it. You just had to take the money. But the money earned in the private bank belonged to the emperor, and Zhang Xiaobao was always in charge of it. How could he not have someone investigate? How could the emperor not ask when he found out the problem? In other words, they could bribe the auditors of the imperial court, but not the manager of the bank. This caused the auditors to not dare to accept bribes. At this moment, the officials were fighting for places where their functions overlapped. They wanted to snatch the right to speak and thus obtain more funds. As for whether there would be a situation where the funds were not used, it depended on the situation. They didn't dare to do big things that involved the people's livelihood, but they could always do small things. They could use a small portion here and squeeze out a little there. That way, they would have more money to live. Noisy, you only know how to quarrel. Let's quarrel. I'll see who wins and gets more money. I'll set my eyes on that person. The Ministry of Rights wants money for office supplies. Didn't they change a batch last year? Xiao Bei was still hungry and was annoyed by the noise below. She leaned against the chair and muttered. Suddenly, she heard the loud voice of an official not far away. She was puzzled. Li Longji was in a good mood. He saw Zhang Zhong, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo whispering to each other. When he heard Xiao Bei's voice, he stretched out his arm and carried Xiao Bei to the side. He whispered to Xiao Bei, "Your father is busy talking to your brother. It's fine to sit for a while." "Thank you, Uncle Emperor. I'm really tired from standing. I haven't eaten yet. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm thinking about how to deal with the officials." Xiao Bei shrunk her body as much as she could. The armrest of the chair was high so she could hide her eyes. Since she could not see her father, she felt her father could not see her as well. As for her swaying legs and hair that was adorned with many accessories, she could not care less. Li Longji held back his laughter. "It's indeed tiring. What do you want to eat later?" Xiao Bei smacked her lips. "Let's have some porridge. Sister said that brother was so angry that he vomited blood yesterday. Let's have a dish of Lu Zhou's local shrimp sauce. The main dish. We'll eat whatever we have. We won't trouble the people in the imperial kitchen." We have to prepare more porridge. Brother can't eat anything hard. Who angered him so much that he vomited blood? Li Longji was not sure. He did not hear anyone barging into the palace last night. I don't know. It should be about the explosion. When I woke up this morning, I heard someone say that there was an explosion in the Ministry of Works. A huge fireball flew up, and someone was injured. Xiao Bei shook her head. She was very concerned about the Ministry of Works. At the mention of the Ministry of Works, she heard the people from the Ministry of Rights talking about the money for office supplies. She turned to Li Longji and asked, Uncle Emperor, I remember that you renovated the various ministries last year. The Ministry of Rights also sent office supplies to my house. Why do they still want money? Should we send them to him again? Li Longji patted Xiao Bei's head and explained to her, he wants money, not things. As for the so-called office supplies, he doesn't dare to mention tables and chairs. So, he said that it's brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. He also wants paper clips, tacks, and thumbtacks. Also, the various ceremonial items from the Ministry of Rights are worn out. If you give them the money, they'll buy them themselves. If you give them the money, how is he going to spend the money? Ha! Xiao Bei had never heard her brother and sister say such things before. She did not understand why she had to spend her own money. You don't understand, right? Li Longji asked. He did not wait for Xiao Bei's reply. He continued to explain, if he spends his own money, the price can be slightly higher. The seller's profits have to be lowered as well. With the excess, he can, embezzlement. Ah! That's smart. Wait for me. Xiao Bei jumped down and ran to her brother's side. She said a few words before she returned. She looked at her father warily. When she saw that her father was not looking at her, she climbed back onto the chair. She met Li Longji's gaze and said, I asked my brother just now, and he said that he knows. He doesn't care because he doesn't have enough money. He said that if he really wants to manage it, it's simple. All he has to do is buy everything and add a supervisor. But he also said that even if he does that, the effect won't be great. There will always be a way to obtain benefits. It will also give the supervisor too much power. But if we use bidding, it will still be effective. My brother said that he doesn't have time to manage it. He asked me to think about it and discuss it with Xiao Yuan and the others. Li Longji's eyes lit up. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao. When he saw that Xiaobao was still talking to his father, he turned back to look at Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher gave him a look that said, my adopted son is only capable of this. As for how capable he was, it was obvious just now. When he was talking to his father, his sister went to ask. After that, he came up with an idea and coaxed his sister. Brother said that it's not okay. Xiao Bei asked. It's fine, it's fine. After the meal, I'll look for the officials to discuss. Although there will be benefits as long as someone manages it, it's more convenient to manage a small number of people. I'll save money and treat you to candy. Li Longji really planned to do as he said. Although Xiao Bao said it casually, it was still worth 1,000 gold. Xiao Bei smiled and blinked. Okay, I want to eat the candies and candies from Darling's Candy House. Darling's Candy House. Where is it? Li Longji imitated Xiao Bei and blinked his eyes. Have you heard of Savant's restaurant? Darling's Candy House has rented a small room below the flagship store. This shows that they are a very capable business. In the future, they will have branches all over Great Tang. They will sell all kinds of children's candies, and the slogan is Savant starts from a child. They have also set up a membership system and often give out beautiful toys. The quality of the products is good, and the price is reasonable. The packaging is beautiful. It is the best gift for friends, family, and children. Xiao Bei excitedly introduced the candies, as if he was very familiar with them. Li Longji pretended to be interested and asked, "Can adults and elders eat them?" "We can't let the children eat by themselves while the adults watch, right?" "Ah." Xiao Bei was stunned. After a while, he said, "Wait for me for a while." Then, he ran to the back and gathered with Xiao Yuan and the others. They began to discuss in low voices, and it was very lively. Listening to the quarrel that showed no signs of stopping, Li Longji closed his eyes and rested for a while. At this time, Xiao Bei ran back. He smiled at Li Longji and said, "I went to tell them what to eat later. I asked them to eat the same as I did, and they all agreed." "That's good." Li Longji nodded. "Uncle Emperor, what were we talking about earlier?" "Oh. I remember now. We were talking about adults and elders, right?" Xiao Bei tried to recall. Then, he smiled and said, "Uncle Emperor, your problem will be solved soon. When I came back from Hongnong, I heard something about Darling's Candy House." "What is it?" Li Longji cooperated. "It's about the problem you raised. Darling's Candy House will be launching a new activity tomorrow." "Yes, tomorrow is about right. There's enough time. They will launch a new activity to make candies and pastries suitable for adults and elders. They will use high-quality ingredients and taste good." "Why are they doing this?" "Because they have the same idea as you." Great minds think alike." Yes. Great minds think alike, but there's a slight difference. They don't sell directly to adults and elders. Instead, they sell sets. For example, a tiger father won't have a dog son set, a war brother set, a mother-daughter set, a parent-child family set, 3 generations under the same roof, 4 generations under the same roof, and so on. Their marketing slogan is, "The sweetest thing is Darling's Candy House's pastry honey. The happiest way to eat it is to taste it with family." How about it? Is it good? Xiao Bei smiled proudly and took 2 deep breaths. It was not easy to say the words that he had just memorized word for word. Hiss. Li Longji's teeth started to hurt even before he ate the candy. He looked at Xiao Bei in shock. Then, Wei Wei got up and looked behind them. He saw the 8 children staring at them with wide eyes. Gao Lisha revealed a gratified smile with a hint of pride. Just like when Xiao Bei said there was a difference, there was a hint of pride. Li Longji turned around and met Xiao Bei's expectant gaze. He nodded fiercely and said, "Good, that's great. Compared to Darling's Candy House's money-making methods, those noisy officials should all be farming. They have lived for so long in vain. They should feel ashamed and ashamed." Xiao Bei was satisfied. He smiled sweetly and humbly and said, "That's not necessary. They are also very hard-working. There are specializations in every field. It's good that they are old. Big Brother said before that living is wealth. If it weren't for the fact that there are young people who are good at being officials and making money to compare with them, they really are not bad. These officials are also afraid of comparisons." Li Longji seemed to be talking to Xiao Bei, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Then, he turned on the microphone and said, "Everyone, please wait for a moment." Hanyuan Palace Hall instantly regained its silence. It was as if the commotion just now was just a dream. Everyone still felt that it was normal. Life was a dream, after all. Seeing that everyone had quietened down, Li Longji said, "Make a detailed report of the various expenditures for next year and submit it to the Secretariat. That's all for today." Dismissed. After that, Li Longji walked back. Xiao Bei and the others, as well as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, followed him. Zhang Zhong rejected his son's suggestion to eat with him, saying that there was good food back at the ministry and that he had brought food boxes at home. It was better than the Ministry of Works canteen. The other officials also left one after another. Those who felt hungry again wanted to go back to look for food. They didn't dare to leave with the emperor to eat. After knowing that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't suitable for strenuous exercise recently, Li Longji didn't let him cook or give him medicine. He didn't lack medicine. The only thing he could do was to let the chefs in the imperial kitchen put the rice and chicken together and cook it over a large fire. They cooked until the rice grains couldn't be seen and looked like paste. In the end, there was a layer of paste under the porridge, which was the rice crust. He asked Xiao Bei to take it and divide it among the 9 of them as snacks. Everyone chatted as they ate. Gao Lisher told Zhang Xiaobao about what happened just now. It was about the candy house. Xiao Bei was so embarrassed that he buried his head in the bowl. Wang Wan sighed. What kind of person taught what kind of students? If the 9 of them were to do this, they would have to open up many chain stores to form a brand. During the meal, Zhang Xiaobao suggested a few more ideas, and Li Longji agreed to them one by one. When he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about what the other country was like, the 2 of them were speechless. Zhang Xiaobao could only choose what he could to describe to Li Longji. He did not dare to tell Li Longji that an airplane could fly around the earth in a day. If a small nuclear warhead was dropped on Beijing, the entire city would be destroyed. He was afraid that Li Longji would feel despair, and he was even more afraid that Li Longji would ask why they could come over in a day but didn't come over to fight. He couldn't possibly tell Li Longji that they were peace-loving and invented the nuclear warhead to make it easier to develop. They wanted to plant crops in a large forest in a few years, so they blew it up and waited a few years to plant crops there. Not to mention Li Longji, even Xiao Bei wouldn't believe such words. After the meal, Zhang Xiaobao had finished talking about the matter. He was only 40% or 30% full, and he always felt that his stomach was empty. After the meal, he brought his siblings home and went to the lakeside in the afternoon. Xiao Bei and the others were busy implementing the new candy house plan and looking for people to design it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gathered a lot of information to prepare for the upcoming military examination. That afternoon, more and more officials came to invest. They handed over their deposit certificates and asked if their relatives could participate, but Li Longji bluntly refused. There were many officials above the 5th rank in Beijing, and there were also those who were qualified to participate in the morning court. They belonged to special departments, but were below the 5th rank. The officials who were most hesitant were those who opposed the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to earn back the money they invested and would be cheated, but they were also afraid that if they didn't invest, they wouldn't get any benefits in the future. At noon, they received news that other than their group of officials, the other officials who could attend the court had things sent in the name of Savant's restaurant. For example, potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes, ginseng, velvet antlers, and other good things. They were the kind that couldn't be bought with money. All of them scolded Zhang Xiaobao for being vengeful, but none of them were willing to change their attitudes. After some discussion, they felt that it was better to invest. When the time came, they would split the money with the other officials. How could Zhang Xiaobao not give it to them? Thus, a rare scene occurred. The officials who didn't get along with the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families raised more money and sent it to the cashier's office with the spirit of the wind. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he shook his head helplessly. He knew that if his son Xiaobao really wanted to split the money, it was impossible that he wouldn't give the officials a portion of the money. However, his son could make the money not generate profits and use other excuses to compensate the other officials. Sigh. I'd better pretend to be weak. It's not good to be too strong, Zhang Zhong muttered. He lowered his head and continued to think about the Ministry of Works. The afternoon sun shone down warmly. Without looking up, one could see the white clouds. One moment they turned into a pig, and the next moment they turned into a sheep. Zhang Ju, who worked in the Ministry of War, planned to find a restaurant to eat. Before that, he went to a state-owned telegraph company to send a telegram to his family. Someone would help deliver it to his home. He had already made up his mind to bring his family over and bring his 2 children who had never seen each other to play in the capital with his wife. They would go to Hibiscus Garden, the zoo, and Savant's restaurant for a meal. Then, they would walk around the East and West markets. He might not be able to see the new animals in the zoo, but if he really couldn't, he would ask Zhang Jidushi for help. He had to let his children kowtow to him. Yes, Zhang Jidushi said that he would think of a way to solve the housing problem. He wondered if he had gone to see the emperor today. Zhang Ju walked along the road. In this environment where the sky was high and the clouds were light, he couldn't describe what he was feeling at this moment. He kept feeling like he was in a trance. During his days in the capital, he had to walk this road every day, but today, it seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. Everything around him was right in front of him. It was as if he was walking on the edge of the sky. Zhang Ju, who seemed to have lost his soul, strolled to a small shop selling soup pancakes. He could only come out to eat by himself or bring a food box. There was no one to make food boxes for him, unlike the Ministry of Works and the Western Agriculture Temple, which had a special canteen. "Lord Zhang, you're here." As soon as Zhang Ju entered the shop, the waiter greeted him with a smile. "Don't call me Lord." "What kind of lord am I?" "I'm just a small official. Give me a bowl of zhajiang noodles with meat sauce and no more noodles. It's just a copper coin. Thank you for teaching me how to speak and do things yesterday." Zhang Ju waved his hand and found a place where no one was around to sit down. "Then call me Big Brother Zhang." "Big Brother Zhang, did you use the method I told you yesterday? Who is the high official you want to see? I might have heard of him." The waiter habitually wiped the clean table with a cloth and asked with a smile. Then, he shouted to the kitchen behind him, "Zhajiang noodles. I used it, but it didn't work. I want to hear the truth." "I understand now. The higher the official, the more amiable he is." Zhang Ju sighed. "Big Brother Zhang, you haven't said who it is. Tell me, I might know." The waiter was curious. Zhang Ju was amused and said, "Of course you know. I saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. I'll give you the money first. Otherwise, you'll forget about it after you finish eating. Here, take it." Zhang Ju pulled the stupefied waiter over and gave him 3 copper coins. "Hold it well. Don't lose it and say I didn't give it to you." Zhang Ju reminded him again. Only then did the waiter react. His hands trembled and his voice trembled. "Big Brother Zhang, you saw the 2 of them. Did you see them? What did they look like?" "See, I told you. I saw them, but they were different from what I imagined. They looked like a perfect match. When they talked, I didn't feel the power of an official. It was like chatting with a good friend. They even taught me how to sing and gave me wine." The more Zhang Ju spoke, the more excited he became. As a result, many people gathered around him. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly and listen quietly. As they listened, they also became excited. No one knew why they were so excited. It wasn't until the waiter in the kitchen called out several times that everyone moved back and chose a new seat. The tables around Zhang Ju were all full. Because there were too many people fighting for the table, it was empty in the end. The waiter served the noodles and returned 1 copper coin to Zhang Ju. Zhang Ju looked at the noodles. In addition to the meat sauce, there was also a spoonful of mayonnaise. Puzzled, he asked, "This is?" The mayonnaise was added for Big Brother Zhang. The meat sauce noodles cost 2 copper coins. The waiter was much more respectful. A person who could see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and talk to them was worth a small spoonful of mayonnaise. Didn't you say the price of meat increased by 1 copper coin the day before yesterday? It increased from 11 copper coins to 17 copper coins. Is your shop planning to lose money? Zhang Ju thought that the waiter was deliberately saying this. Before the waiter could answer, another person who was also eating beside him said to Zhang Ju, it increased by 1 day. Just 1 day. Yesterday, it was 10 copper coins. Today, it became 9 copper coins. Someone said that Zhang Xiaobao was angry and said that the price had exceeded 50%. He told the meat sellers to reduce the price and spit out the extra money. After spitting out the extra money, he would return to the original price. It wasn't that meat seller, it was that meat seller. Which meat seller? Zhang Ju was puzzled. It was those who delivered meat to the capital. Carts and boats. Someone said that they were frightened and knelt in front of Zhang Xiaobao for the entire night, another person said. Nonsense. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaobao took the exam. How could meat sellers enter the exam hall? I only left at midnight. Why didn't I see them? Zhang Ju refuted with facts. How would I know? Anyway, it dropped. Other than Zhang Xiaobao, who else could make these merchants so scared? It was like a mouse bumping into a cat. That person said unconvinced. Zhang Ju sighed again in his heart, this is fame. But who knew that the person who said this and made the entire Great Tang upper realm tremble also likes to tell jokes? In that case, you'll be busy again with more meat sauce. Zhang Ju asked the waiter. Busy. Busy is the only way to make money. I'll be even busier in 2 days. I'll have to work outside the city to deliver noodles. The waiter looked happy because the shop belonged to his family. He would take over as the shopkeeper in the future. There's work outside the city. Brother Zhang, don't you know? The Ministry of War mobilized many imperial guards today to work with the soldiers from Tufan outside the city to expand the city. Originally, it was to expand to the west. Didn't Zhang Xiaobao enter the palace today and tell the emperor to expand in all directions? The emperor agreed and expanded in all directions. He also mobilized the army, saying that this will be considered as military training. First, he wants to build a house near the current city for the soldiers' families to live in. He also said that they will spend the new year together. The waiter was well informed and told Zhang Ju everything. Zhang Ju took 2 deep breaths and lowered his head. In just a few moments, the bowl of noodles had been stuffed into his stomach. He didn't even bother to drink the thick sauce soup anymore. After bidding farewell to the waiter, he hurriedly ran out. Chapter 958. Zhang Ju displayed the same reaction speed as when he was guarding the Fengzhou Pass. His legs alternated rapidly while his eyes looked forward. He very naturally dodged the pedestrians one by one and ran quickly toward the west gate. He didn't lose his mind and foolishly ran toward the east gate, which was the furthest away from the store. Instead, he instinctively chose the shortest path, which was the west gate, due to his high level of excitement. As a captain who was good at guarding, judging the situation was a basic skill. Physical strength, horsepower, distance, speed, obstacles, enemy reaction, and so on. Even if the enemy launched a surprise attack, he had to quickly respond. Of course, most of the time, he was on the defensive. This was because when it came time to return to the flag, he had to lead 2 groups of people and stand under the mountain flag. Being as immovable as a mountain wasn't a tortoise. It was stability and scheming. At this moment, he had already calculated the distance and his physical strength. He controlled his speed to the optimum level and ran toward the west gate. The passers-by who were overtaken by him all raised their eyebrows and praised his good leg strength. After running for nearly half an hour, Zhang Ju stood at the west gate of Chang'an, which was also the gate of Golden Light. He even crossed a bridge along the way. After adjusting his breathing, Zhang Ju walked toward the outside of the city. As he looked around, he could already see the dust flying in the air. He continued to walk forward. After another quarter of an hour, he was even closer to the construction site. From time to time, carriages carrying thick planks and sand would pass by him. Zhang Ju didn't care about the dust at all. He closed his mouth and breathed through his nose. With his eyelids closed, he could even endure the wind blowing through the grassland, let alone the dust from the construction site. As he strolled around, Zhang Ju felt a sense of familiarity toward everyone he saw. Even the boil-ridden wooden planks appeared so unique and full of artistic aura. He recalled what Zhang Xiaobao said last night. He said that it wasn't worth it to think of a solution for him alone. It would be even easier to gift him a courtyard. Today, he finally understood the meaning of those words. Zhang Xiaobao would either not do anything, or if he did, it would definitely be a big deal. No matter how amiable he was, no matter how good his singing was, his status as a person above everyone else was unshakable. Along the way, Zhang Ju wasn't stopped by anyone. It wasn't because of his status as an official, but rather because he wasn't wearing an official's uniform. In the capital, other than Xiao Bei and the others who would swagger through the streets wearing officials' uniforms, it was very rare to see someone wearing an official's uniform. A rank 6 official was a county magistrate in Shangxian. What was he in the capital? He couldn't even enter the morning court, let alone a minor official like Zhang Ju. The others didn't stop him because he couldn't take much away, and they didn't dare to cause trouble. The Imperial Army and the soldiers from Fan Di were in charge of the construction here, so how could ordinary people dare to find trouble with them? Zhang Ju had assessed the situation himself, and the Imperial Guard had seen it as well. He believed that the other party dared to fight to the death, but in terms of fighting prowess, he could tell from the other party's eyes that he was far from being a match for the other party. The most threatening ones were the people who came from the countryside. Their pupils were always shrinking to the smallest degree, and the flesh on their cheekbones moved slightly. With one look, he knew that they were all people who had killed before, just like him. This is the present that Zhang Xiaobao gave to Wang Wan during their engagement. It is indeed extraordinary, Zhang Ju thought to himself. He had seen the scene of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's engagement, and the shock it gave him was indescribable. Who would dare to steal in such a place? Zhang Ju continued walking and arrived at the construction site where the workers were hired from. Individually, their skills were pretty good, but when they were organized, they couldn't compare to the military. After walking around for half an hour, Zhang Ju arrived at a new construction site. He was shocked by the efficiency of the other party. It was fast, steady, and accurate. Building a house was like a child playing with building blocks. It was very easy, and it even gave people a feeling that it was as smooth as flowing water. The rhythm of the construction made people feel comfortable and beautiful. When he saw the flag erected at the construction site, Zhang Ju was no longer surprised. This was because the word Xing was written on the flag. This word represented the Xinjiang Construction Group, a group set up by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This was what they usually played with. This was a group that didn't purposely pursue profits. Instead, it created a brand for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's other businesses. Zhang Ju understood, and he also understood that many people understood as well. Zhang Xiaobao had said that a business group that only pursued profits in the livelihood of the people had to be suppressed. This was because there were too many smart people, and they would always be able to think of good ways to reduce costs. Those that were achieved through technology could be supported, but those that were done through materials were unforgivable. Zhang Ju stopped walking and stood at the side of the construction site, admiring it. He decided that when his wife and children came over, he would settle down here. He found an excuse for himself. It's not that I don't believe in the houses built by the Imperial Army and others, but I'm more willing to believe in Xinjiang Construction's reputation and capability. What if there's a missing wedge somewhere else? Zhang Ju looked and waited. He knew that when his family arrived, the houses here would definitely be completed, and the facilities inside wouldn't be bad. Zhang Ju looked and wanted to enter the construction site, intending to see how Xingjing Construction was doing with his own eyes. However, he was stopped by the people guarding the entrance of the construction site, telling him that it was dangerous inside. Not daring to challenge the authority of Xingjing Construction, Zhang Ju could only move to the side and look through the fence. He saw the people inside working busily and calmly. He imagined the situation after his family arrived, and he felt the sun getting warmer and the sky getting bluer. Zhang Ju wasn't the only one who came to join in the fun. There were old people who came out for a stroll, women who had just finished their chores at home, and toddlers who were carried to the side of the construction site. The servants who came out to buy things from the large mansions also wanted to take a look so that they could inform their masters when they returned. Those who are carrying the child, hurry up and leave. A few people come here and ask those who are carrying the child to leave. With the sky full of dust, whose responsibility will it be if they fall ill from choking? I'm talking about you. Why are you stuffing things into your child's hands? What if you put the wooden wedge in his mouth and swallow it? Zhang Ju was dreaming of his own dreams when a voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned around and saw a person ordering people to chase away those who were carrying the child. This person's bearing was much better than ordinary people. Most likely, he was in charge of more people. The person carrying the child felt as if he had committed a crime. He didn't dare to say a word and protected the child as he walked out. Wait. Zhang Ju saw that person speak again. I told you to wait. I have candy on me. Everyone, take a piece and put it in your mouth. It's fate that we met. You have to watch the child carefully. Doesn't the Dai Hospital in the capital give out free booklets? Why don't you go get one and read it properly when you go back? Zhang Ju saw that the person who spoke stopped 3 people carrying the child and took out the candy from his pocket. It was obvious from the beautiful packaging that it came from Precious Candy House. In reply to this, big brother, I'm illiterate. A woman carrying a child took the candy and said to the man. She peeled off the candy wrapper and took a look. She bit off a corner of the candy and stuffed it into the child's mouth. The child, who tasted the sweetness, closed his mouth tightly and raised his eyebrows with a smile on his face. If you're illiterate, ask someone. There are many examinees in the capital. Ask the examinees who have words on their chests and white clouds on their chests. If anyone dares to not answer, drag them to the savants' pavilion and tell them that they will be disqualified from the imperial examinations. Even if they pass, they will be removed. Zhang Ju was shocked this time. From the words of this person, it seemed that he could decide the future of the examinees of Jinjia Academy. Who was this person? After the woman happily expressed her thanks and told her child that she had met a noble person and that she would be rich in the future, she left. Before Zhang Ju could approach the man himself, the man turned his head and smiled at Zhang Ju. Lord Zhang, you're really here. It took me a long time to find you. Ah. You're looking for me. Zhang Ju was surprised. Yes. Why else would I go to the construction site? It's not my turn to be a supervisor. Lord Zhang, are you here to look at houses? That person asked politely. You are. Zhang Ju was puzzled. It seemed that this person had come for him. You can just call me Su Si. Lord Zhang, can you come with me? The person who called himself Su Si was still as polite as before. Zhang Ju swallowed a mouthful of saliva and waved his hand repeatedly. Don't call me Lord, and don't say you. Su. Brother Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Without the other party's introduction, Zhang Ju already knew who this person was. This was an old man, who had followed the Zhang family and Wang family out of Sanshui County. He had great power in his hands. It was no wonder that he could casually take candy from the Precious Candy House. It was also no wonder that he felt that Jinjia Academy was alienating the examinees. The name was ordinary, but the person was definitely not simple. How could someone who could be sent out by the Zhang family and Wang family be ordinary? Then, I'll call you Brother Ju. Let's find a place to talk. Su Si's voice was still as deep and gentle. When one's status reached a certain level, there was no need to deliberately pretend. Besides, he had always thought of himself as a servant who had been recognized by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Compared to his master, he couldn't show his ability. Zhang Ju didn't expect that after meeting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan yesterday, Su Si would personally come looking for him today. He was really flattered. He didn't ask how the other party found him. That was a question that only a fool would ask. After nodding, Zhang Ju was led by Su Si to a room not far from the construction site. Just as he sat down, someone brought in 2 bowls of hot vegetarian soup. Su Si blew on the soup and drank a spoonful before saying to Zhang Ju, "I won't treat you to tea. It's cold outside, so drink the hot soup." "Actually, I haven't eaten yet, so I'll drink a bowl of soup to fill my stomach. After talking to you, I still have to drink with others." How could Zhang Ju be picky about this? Besides, the soup was pretty good. There were actually fried potato strips in it. He had eaten potatoes once before, and it was very similar to taro. It was said that he ate more French than taro. This bowl of soup was much more expensive than the fried noodles he had just eaten. After drinking a mouthful of soup, Zhang Ju felt a warm current flowing into his stomach. It was indeed very comfortable. He asked, "Brother Su, why are you looking for me?" "Xiao Bao's eldest son asked me to come and choose a set of furniture for you. He said that you have to be comfortable when your family comes. He also said that there will be a new set of amusement facilities in a few days. It's at the unsinking lake, the soaking pool, the clothing, the jewelry store, and so on. In short, it's to let the children have fun." Su Si didn't stand on ceremony with Zhang Ju. He chewed on a piece of meat and explained. Zhang Ju was very touched. Zhang Xiaobao was so busy all day, but he still remembered him and specially sent a trusted aide to arrange things for his family after they arrived. He was clearly fighting for his face and letting his wife see his ability. He was also letting his child know his father's ability. He really couldn't repay this favor. "Brother Su, you specially came to the capital for my matter. How is that possible?" "I've been in the capital since last month. I was busy with the matter of merchants from other countries coming to the capital for a social gathering. Just now, I was caught by Xiao Bao's eldest son. He asked me to work for the Ministry of Works and raise funds for the Ministry of Works." Su Si wasn't afraid that the other party would be dissatisfied and spoke the truth. Zhang Ju was surprised. "Isn't the Ministry of Revenue paying for the Ministry of Works?" "Recently, the Minister of Revenue has been blocking the Ministry of Works money. The eldest son said that there's no need for the Ministry of Revenue. Isn't it just money? Do you really think that you can take it?" Su Si's mouth twitched. "The Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei. Is he delaying the Ministry of Works official business?" Zhang Ju stopped what he was doing and asked. "Don't worry about it. It's official business. There's no need for you to assassinate him. The eldest son has plenty of ways to kill him." However, the eldest son said that there needs to be voices of opposition. It's not good for ruling a country by one person. Su Si's ability to read people's expressions wasn't bad. When he saw Zhang Ju's casual manner, he guessed what the other party wanted to do and hurriedly dissuaded him. Sure enough, Zhang Ju sighed and drank a mouthful of soup. It's still Military Governor Zhang who is benevolent and righteous. That's not it. Xiao Bei made the first move, and the eldest son tacitly allowed it. After being bullied, one can't not fight back, but it's not to the extent of taking one's life. For people like this, not taking one's life is benevolent and righteous. Alright, if you say benevolent and righteous, then so be it. After all, we're good people. I'll give you a list later. You can think about the time and fill in the blanks if there's anything missing. Su Si didn't argue with Zhang Ju. Benevolent and righteous or vicious, that was up to the benevolent and the wise. Just now, Zhang Ju had really planned to vent his anger for Zhang Xiaobao even if he had to give up his life after seeing his family. Even if he didn't assassinate them, there would be quite a lot of security over there. However, he could at least burn down a few houses, right? Seeing that the other party didn't want him and wanted him to look at the list, he felt that it was embarrassing that he couldn't help much. He hurriedly said, Big Brother Su's arrangements definitely won't be wrong. Let's do as Big Brother Su says. I won't look at it. Big Brother Su still has big things to do later. Even if it's a small matter, you can't leave the big matters to me. I'm just here to help you out, so there's no harm in telling you. It's just that eldest son Xiaobao doesn't want Master to go to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for money. He's afraid that eldest son Xiaobao won't be able to hold himself back and will seek revenge. That's why he discussed with Master during the morning court session and came up with a method to find money. I'll do the specific things. Since Su Si had nothing to do, he decided to chat with the other party. Zhang Ju nodded repeatedly. Yes, isn't it easy for Jidushi Zhang to kill someone? Even if it's just a minister, it's said that the previous prime minister was removed from office by Jidushi Zhang. Don't mention it, don't mention it. Speaking of which, the Ministry of Works has made some small gadgets that aren't very technical. If they're sold to the people, even if they don't meet the standards and can't be used in the Ministry of Works research, they can still be used elsewhere after some slight modifications. I'll be in charge of looking for merchants and selling them at the cost of materials, labor, technical, and other costs. It's not expensive. For example, you know about methane cooking, right? When the Ministry of Works was researching a type of gasoline engine, they made a lot of nozzles that didn't meet the standards. Even now, they still don't meet the standards. However, the nozzles can't be used. Methane and other things are fine, but the pressure isn't too big. Therefore, they also used a mixture of ores to create something that isn't very pure. Eldest son Xiaobao and Miss Cuckoo also deliberately asked people to get lead plates for protection. The main reason was that Miss Cuckoo suggested it. She said that if too much of that stuff was used, it would be life-threatening. Then, a new type of thing was created. It's a lamp that's lit with methane. I'm going to sell this thing to merchants at a cost. The Ministry of Works will send people to guide the installation and collect the fees. Also, I don't know if the things that other people make are useful. The Ministry of Works will also send technicians to check and teach them. They'll get a certain amount of money for their time. It's like how it's cold in winter, especially in the north. If you learn how to make an earth heater, smoke will leak out when you start the fire. Moreover, the heat won't be good. There are people in the Ministry of Works who know how to do it. It's just a small problem and they'll solve it for you. A portion of the money will be given to the technicians and a portion will be left for the Ministry of Works. The rest is up to me. I'll announce to the outside that as long as you make something that you don't understand, we'll help you solve it. If you really make something that we don't understand, we'll hand it over to eldest son Xiaobao and Miss Cuckoo. The two of them will evaluate it and give you an evaluation. If you're good, we'll arrange for you to enter the Ministry of Works and let you enjoy very good treatment. If you're not willing to enter the Ministry of Works, we'll work with you. If you don't want to work with us, we'll support you to a certain extent. If you still want to sell your technology to other countries, then he deserves to die. What is the point of us soldiers risking our lives? We're risking our lives to ensure that you have a stable life so that you can research things, but you still want to sell them. Even if you go to other countries, we'll hunt you down to the end, Zhang Ju finished for Su Si. Yes, that's how it is, but that's impossible. Eldest son Xiaobao won't give anyone the chance to sell their technology, not even if you're the one who researched it. When you enjoy the benefits of the Great Tang, you have to be controlled by the authority of the Great Tang. Eldest son Xiaobao said that he's a kind person and is willing to help anyone in the world who needs help, but he won't help them obtain weapons that can easily destroy them. Peace. The world is filled with love and peace. It's not just the egrets that fly, but also the clouds. Su Si said with a solemn expression. Zhang Ju lowered his head and drank his soup. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao would be so kind to people outside the Great Tang. When Zhang Xiaobao killed people, he didn't even use a knife, just a file, tormenting them bit by bit. See, you also understand. Eldest son Xiaobao is this kind of good person. Drink your soup. After you're done, look at the list and arrange your family's affairs. You're in charge. Su Si also drank his soup. He, who had never blushed during negotiations, finally became embarrassed when he talked about eldest son's love for peace. He didn't forget to rub his nose to see if it had grown longer like the main character Pinocchio when eldest son told stories to Xiaobei. While Su Si and Zhang Ju were discussing the details of their family's trip, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were studying maps and generals, welcomed a guest. Jiang Cin was a person from the Sinongxi temple. Jiang Cin came and left very quickly. He was in a hurry, and he carried a gift in his hand. It was covered with a cloth, so it was unknown what it was. After being let in, he first greeted, "Hello, Lord Zhang." "Hello, Lord Wang." "Ha, are you busy?" "I'm not busy." "Please take a seat, Lord Zhang." Zhang Xiaobao rolled up the map, and Wang Wan went to make tea. When the tea was served, Jiang Cin held the gift in front of him and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Today, I have something good to give to the two of you." Chapter 959. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao reached out his hand to lift the cover. The moment the cover was removed, Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened. They stared at the object without blinking, stunned. Jiang Cin said as if she was showing off, "What do you think? Are you very surprised?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded. Jiang Cin continued, "This vermicelli is made from corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes that the two of you brought back from other places as raw materials. Most people wouldn't think that these three things can be made into vermicelli." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded again and slowly. "You can taste it when you eat and see if it's good or not. Let me introduce it. The black one is sweet potato vermicelli, and the slightly yellow one is potato vermicelli. Then you should know about the remaining one, which is slightly yellow and slightly black, right?" Jiang Cin asked with a smile. "Corn vermicelli." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said affirmatively at the same time. "Guess again, which of these three vermicelli is the best?" Jiang Cin put on an unfathomable expression. "They should have their own strengths, right?" Zhang Xiaobao sat up straight again and stopped looking at the three vermicelli. Wang Wan also seemed to be quite helpless. She said to Jiang Cin, "Lord Jiang, the agriculture temple is no longer thinking about farming and grafting, and is planning to enter the food processing industry." Jiang Cin wasn't stupid. When he heard Wang Wan's words and looked at the two people's expressions, he knew that the vermicelli he came up with wasn't strange at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Cin no longer had the mood to show off. He looked very embarrassed. "Lord Wang, it's not that the agriculture temple wants to make vermicelli. We are responsible for cultivating and improving the seeds, so we need to know their uses so that we can carry out targeted research. However, we are not very clear about how much corn, potatoes, and other things can do. I hope Lord Wang can explain." Jiang Cin had no choice but to explain. At the same time, she wanted to see how many uses Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew. "I see. Wang Wan expressed her understanding. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, Xiaobao, go ahead. Me again. Then. Alright, Mr. Jiang, the three things you mentioned just now, first of all, they do have some use in industry, but they can't be used right now. They're more useful in terms of food. These three crops were easy to store, and there were many ways to make them. When needed, the seedlings of sweet potatoes could be made into salted vegetables. The stalks of corn, the skins wrapped around them, and the sacks in the middle could be used as fuel and rations for livestock and poultry according to the harvest time. Corn could also be used to extract oil and wine like soybeans. Potatoes could be used as a staple food when there was not enough food. Since they could be used to make noodles, they naturally had starch. They could also be used to make sugar. To be honest, the taste of potato starch and sugar was really worth remembering. If you have to say which one is more important, my personal opinion is corn. When making targeted choices, the investment in corn research should be tilted. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he picked up the corn starch and looked at its color. Wei Wei shook her head, indicating that it was not done well. Jiang Tsin listened carefully and even took out a notebook and a pencil to write down what she was afraid of forgetting. When Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, she said, tilt the investment in corn. I've noted it down. I'll go back first. Wait, it's already noon. Have you eaten, Mr. Jiang? Zhang Xiaobao asked with concern. I haven't eaten. Before I came, I ate a lot of noodles. The sweet potato noodles are too sticky, so I can't eat anymore. Jiang Tsin touched her stomach and prepared to leave. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly stopped her. Wait a moment, I remembered something. The Sinangxi temple must have a lot of stalks and peels of various crops. Don't throw them away. You have to save and use them. Go back to the Ministry of Works and ask them to help the Sinangxi temple make a crusher. You can achieve the purpose of crushing by rotating the blades and feeding the crushed materials. After the crushed materials are crushed, you can do experiments on them. Some of the particles can be mixed in the coal to see if it can increase the combustion efficiency. Some of the particles can be fed to the livestock to see which kind of livestock likes it. Some of the particles can be sandwiched in the wood to be used as insulation material, and some of the particles can be used as raw materials for biogas. Jiang Tsin took out the notebook again and wrote down one by one. After he finished writing down, he looked up at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, Your idea of making corn starch is very good, but your thinking is not broad enough. The Sinangxi temple is responsible for agriculture, which is a very big and important department. You have to think more about how to use agricultural technology to cooperate with industry, animal husbandry, fishery, and other related departments. Yes, Lord Zhang, I've written them all down. When I go back, I'll let the people in the Sinangxi temple think about it. Each of them will come up with an idea and then discuss the feasibility. Jiang Tsin said with a serious attitude. He didn't have such an attitude when he met the head of the secretariat, because the status of the Sinangxi temple was getting higher and higher. He was a person who knew technology and sometimes even looked down on the head of the secretariat, but he didn't dare to face Zhang Xiaobao. He always felt that his technology was not good enough in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Lord Zhang, is there anything else that needs to be considered? Jiang Tsin felt that he was right to come here today. He should visit more often in the future. He couldn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao to come here personally. The Sinangxi temple had gained a lot of benefits, so he should take the initiative. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and waved his hand. I don't have any other ideas. I'll add something. Wang Wan, who had been silent just now, said, the job assignment in the Sinangxi temple is not detailed enough and not systematic enough. I've read what you wrote in the newspaper of the Tang Empire. How about big radishes, green radishes, and carrots? It's a mess. Why don't you just put them in the radish family? As for the specific aspects, the Sinangsi temple can subdivide them. Almost all the people who can read the newspaper are children who go to school. How can you expect a child to understand it thoroughly? Do you think they are my Xiaobei? You can use pictures and tables to classify things with similar habits and components into a family. It's not easy for you to grasp. Go to the medical school and let them do a section analysis. They need all kinds of materials that can be made into medicine. They can also help you analyze bacteria and make pesticides. In the future, you should also set up a special research project team, or department, to conduct experiments on pesticides and fertilizers, and then control them to minimize the harm to the human body as much as possible. When it can be industrialized, the Sinangsi temple will make more money. Jiang Tsin was extremely focused, his brush flew as he scribbled in his notebook. By the time Wang Wan finished speaking, his forehead was already covered in sweat. He stopped writing, gasped for breath, and asked curiously, "Can the medical school do this?" That's what the medical school does. They have already established a system and gradually strengthened research and subdivided subjects. The money spent by a medical school is more than 10 times that of the current Ministry of Works. Zhang Xiaobao interrupted. Ha! Jiang Tsin never knew that there was such an inside story. He knew that millions of strings of cash would not make the slightest splash in the Ministry of Works. According to this, wouldn't the medical school have already spent hundreds of millions of strings of cash? What did they do? You don't understand. Let me tell you, the development of medicine includes many disciplines such as physics, chemistry, biology, and so on. When there's no rubber, there's the cost of purchasing animals and poultry for experiments. When there's a need for certain ores, there's also the need to capture natives from other places to experiment with new drugs. Forget it, you don't need to know about this. Let me bear the sins that can fill the 18 levels of hell alone. I'm already used to being a bad person. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he laughed self-deprecatingly. Wang Wan placed her hand in Zhang Xiaobao's and smiled. There's also me. This world doesn't have much light to begin with. In the universe, darkness is the mainstream. Otherwise, how can it set off the radiance of the stars? It's like the shadowless lamp in the operating theater. When it brings light to others, it leaves its shadow behind. Jiang Tsin wasn't a fool and immediately understood. It turned out that under the orders of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the medical school was still using people from other places to conduct live experiments. After gaining experience, they would then treat the illnesses of the great Tang people. Just thinking about it made one shudder. However, Jiang Tsin felt that he couldn't blame the two of them. It was just like how many great Tang people weren't afraid of Demoness Cuckoo. She was an evil spirit in the eyes of the Tubo people, but a fairy in the eyes of the great Tang people. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he suddenly realized that although they were still young, how many things had they done that were beneficial to the great Tang. Thinking of this, Jiang Tsin was filled with respect. He stretched out his arm and placed his hand in Zhang Xiaobao's hand and said sincerely, "To say something disrespectful, it's the two of you who are holding up the sky of the great Tang today." Of course, His Majesty is also very supportive and wants to take the first credit. His Majesty has suppressed countless impeachment memorials. Sometimes, he even doesn't allow the officials to mention the two of you. If you really go to hell, I'll go back and do my best to experiment with pesticides and fertilizers. I'll catch Japanese and Shinlua people and eat them first. Damn it, I don't care what happens after they die. I only care about the fields of the great Tang. Okay, you have a bright future, but don't touch my wife's hand. Zhang Xiaobao took Jiang Tsin's hand away, patted him on the shoulder and nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I'll give you another profitable business. You send people to Jili province to learn and study the breeding and planting of marine products and the freshwater breeding technology of Shuzhou province. Then you can guide the people by the sea and the lake to do it. You can buy shares and make money. You can increase the welfare of the people in the Sinongsi and increase the research funds. Zhang Xiaobao mentioned a benefit. Jiang Zhen shook his head hard and said, "No, no, that's your family's business. The technology is confidential. If others take it, you can't make money. You have quietly spent too much money for the great Tang. I can't take your benefits to others." Jiang Zhen knew a lot about the business of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. At first, it was the ugly and expensive greenhouse. Then it was the supermarket and restaurant. Then it was the cement and glass. Now it was the various specialties of the north of Hebei province, including mountain delicacies, seafood, and pearls. In addition to this part, there were ships and animal husbandry. Yes, there was also the small food production. Now, they gave away a lot. It would be too much to take their family's things. Damn, Wang Bei of the Ministry of Revenue is really a jerk. And some of the relatives of the royal family. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are like this, but you are still like this. You should go to hell. Jiang Zhen had begun to consider the problem from the perspective of the alliance. Zhang Xiaobao was embarrassed. He patted Jiang Zhen's shoulder and looked up at the roof. Wang Wan was also surprised. Why did Xiaobao suddenly lose his cool? The breeding technology had nothing to do with the people's livelihood. Why should he give it away? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaobao said to Jiang Zhen earnestly, "Listen to me. You can't make enough money. I just thought that people should do good deeds. If you can help others, you should help them. Why keep the technology to yourself? This matter is settled. You have to arrange for people to go there quickly. It's best if it's at the beginning of spring next year. The people by the sea and the lake have to learn how to breed shrimps and pufferfish by the lake, and oysters and pearls by the sea. My family can do it." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he signaled that the other party could leave. Jiang Zhen looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then at Wang Wan. She hesitated and asked uncertainly, "Do I really send people to Jili province?" "Yes, ask them to go quickly. First, take the train to Luoyang, then use the fastest boat to go directly to Jili province by water. I will arrange for people to receive them there." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. "Goodbye." Jiang Zhen also waved her hand and walked to the door. She stopped and turned back. "Are you sure you want to go? Go quickly. Don't make the seeds into vermicelli. This vermicelli is made by you. There are still starch lumps that have not dissolved in it." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand to drive her away. "Yes, yes. When I grow more in the future, I will study the vermicelli." Jiang Zhen replied. When she walked out, she lowered her head and sighed, "A good person. A good person." After Jiang Zhen left, Wang Wan leaned over and said softly, "Don't, it's broad daylight. Don't seduce me. If you have something to say, say it." Zhang Xiaobao trembled and said fearfully. Wang Wan sat back down. "Okay, let's talk about business. Let me ask you, what do you mean?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "People like you who did bad things when you were alive and didn't dare to accept you when you died. They hurriedly arranged for you to be reincarnated. Would they be so kind as to give away their family's technology for free?" Wang Wan thought hard just now, but still couldn't think of a reason. Zhang Xiaobao nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I only thought of collecting some money after you reminded me. 1 or 2 coins is not too little, and 10 coins is not too much. Since we have time now, let's make a list and collect the corresponding fees according to the different groups of people we work with." After Xiaobei and the others finish studying the candy, they still have to go to the lake. "Hurry up. You don't even blush when you lie now." "My face wasn't red before. I just vomited blood, so how can I be energetic? Why don't you give me a kiss, and I'll tell you something else." I'll bite you. Tell me, what bad ideas do you have? Until Xiao Bei and the others finished arranging the matters of the candy house, Wang Wan still couldn't get what she wanted to know from Zhang Xiaobao. She first took a ride in the carriage, then got off the carriage and walked toward the lake with her younger siblings. The defensive perimeter had already shrunk from 3 li to 2 li. The 200 people of the Jinwu Guards were all withdrawn and replaced with a battalion of Tibetan Imperial Cavalry, a reinforced battalion of a total of 1,000 people. Each of them unsheathed their swords and loaded their guns. In a radius of 1 li around Shui Yun's family's platform, more than 60 platforms were added. They were arranged in picturesque disorder, with 4 snipers arranged on each platform. Their eyes were narrowed behind their scopes as they aimed downwards. A very small number of machine guns were also mounted on the platforms. In the sky, no less than 100 eagles were circling above the Shuiyun family. From time to time, a group of dogs would run past on patrol. They should have flown over from Sanshui County. Naturally, the dogs were led by the eagles. This display of force left those opposed to the Zhang family and Wang family speechless. From the looks of it, it would have been better to leave the Jinwu Guards behind and let Wang Wan lead the soldiers in front of them. A rebellion could be started with a single thought, because the imperial army was still working outside. This was what Wang Bei was thinking. He felt the fear in his heart spreading, because he was following the emperor right below the Shuiyun family. He watched as the emperor chatted with Shuiyun. At his side were only Gao Lisher, some officials, and a few miscellaneous guards. This was Wang Bei's view, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a different view. The one being protected this time was actually Li Longji. In a few days, Li Longji would be going on an autumn hunt. This was something that Zhang Xiaobao had arranged. He wanted to maintain the steady development of the Great Tang in a state of peace, so he had Li Longji bring the envoys from Silla, Japan, and several small countries to the southwest to hunt for fun. He wanted them to see the current military strength of the Great Tang with their own eyes and achieve the goal of subduing the enemy without fighting, giving Zhang Xiaobao time. 1 year, only 1 year. After 1 year, those who should return to their homeland would return to their homeland, and those who should be destroyed would be destroyed. General Shui, just now, we said that we would ensure the safety of your family. Don't be fooled by the fact that we have withdrawn the Jinwu Guards, but we have let in 1,000 men from the Iron Cavalry camp. Tell us, how is your family? When Zhang Xiaobao and the others arrived below the Shuiyun family, the first thing they heard was Li Longji's words. Looking forward, they saw that Shuiyun was sleeping on a wooden stick next to Zhang Ying, listening to the conversation. Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan, "He's a capable person. It's said that it takes a very long time to train an eagle. I didn't expect Li Longji to have such an ability. Has he learned hypnosis?" "Don't talk nonsense," Wang Wan sternly warned Zhang Xiaobao, and then said, "This is the charm of a person's personality." After saying this, Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Hearing the noise, Li Longji turned around, and Shuiyun also opened her eyes. Little Bei rushed through the crowd and ran to the wooden stick that Shuiyun was standing on. He raised his head and said, "Let me tell you, someone is plotting against your family. You have to be careful. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to avoid a stab in the dark. Look carefully at the people around you. Don't they all look sanctimonious? They're all wearing third-ranked court robes, purple crowns, and beards that aren't white or black. They look just like a pig. You definitely don't know this, but people who look like that are all bad people." While speaking, Little Bei didn't forget to glare at Wang Bei. Wang Bei could only lower his head and pretend that he didn't see anything. After all, he couldn't stare at a child. Little Bei didn't back down and continued, "But you don't have to be afraid. It's just a third-ranked official. Our family lacks everything, but we don't lack third-ranked officials. We have plenty of them. If you don't believe me, just wait. Once the 9 eagle leaders fly, I'll have Big Brother get you a third-ranked official. The reason is that you're good at raising children. Shueyun suddenly raised her head and squawked twice at the sky. When Wang Bei saw this, he was furious. Even animals knew how to laugh at people. Little Bei ignored Wang Bei and took out a small bamboo box from her bag. She opened the lid and held it up for Shueyun to see. This is meat for you and your wife to eat. I just killed a sheep and dirted my bag. Try it. Shueyun didn't hold back and lowered her head to pick up a piece of meat. She moved her neck and swallowed it directly. Wang Bei shook his head and sighed. Feeding animals by killing is cruel. If you're a man, say it out loud. What are you mumbling about? Xiao Chao is also alive. If you have the guts, why don't you go on a hunger strike? Little Bei seized the opportunity and used her words to attack Wang Bei. Little Bei, what are you talking about? Why aren't you apologizing? Zhang Xiaobao, who had just greeted Li Longji, scolded when he saw his sister provoking Wang Bei. Little Bei hurriedly changed into her ladylike appearance and gently bowed to Wang Bei. She said, I'm really sorry, Minister Wang. This official is young and doesn't understand human relations. When I eat human food, I don't know how to be soft-spoken. When I accept other people's things, I don't know how to be short-handed. I use the excuse of a gentleman's righteousness as an excuse to do things that go back on my word. I hope Minister Wang can be magnanimous and teach me what is Tao and what is virtue. Wang Bei's face turned red. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Wan saw this and shook her head. Another one. She didn't know whether it was the bronchus or the cardia. Chapter 960. Xiao Bei, look at you. If you don't know how to answer a question, go home and ask me. Why do you have to make things difficult for Minister Wang? Look at how you asked Minister Wang. Zhang Xiaobao rushed over and slapped Xiao Bei's butt twice. He said in a low voice, don't laugh, cry. Xiao Bei giggled, but he couldn't cry. He could only cover his mouth with his hand and let out a whimper. Wang Bei just took a breath, but when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Wang Wan looked and ordered, find a doctor and tell them to get an ice pack. I'm sure it's bronchiectasis. Cold compress. The other officials tacitly stepped back at least 5 steps. They were all terrified. Your Majesty, look. Even in autumn, the lake is still rippling. It's a pity that there are no fish and no lotus. Gao Lishir stood beside the emperor and sighed for the lake. Li Longji frowned. He was also dissatisfied with Wang Bei's words. As an adult, why do you have to be angry with a child? If you really bullied a child, no one would say that you have the ability. Unfortunately, you were bullied by a child. Can't you be a little more tolerant? He didn't care about Wang Bei and followed Gao Lishir's words, it's true. AI. Xiao Yuan, tell me, what is this? Xiao Yuan was surprised by Xiao Bei's ability. When she heard the emperor's question, she casually said without thinking, autumn goose, autumn water, autumn wind, autumn rain, autumn people, autumn clouds, autumn deep in the clouds, autumn deep in the spring, autumn difficult to dispel worries, chaos, chaos, really chaos. The sea, feeling lonely, tears, fish nose salty, gather together to eat. The sea thinks that the fish are happy because of the salty water, and sprinkles salt, the fish retreat, a brave fish, into the middle of the sea, dusk, and the sea, have no regrets in this life, the soul follows you. Xiao Yuan said and cried. Li Longji also took a deep breath and hugged Xiao Yuan, asking, Xiao Yuan, why are you crying? Is it because of the fish that your heart is troubled? No, the daughter of the sea that big sister talked about is even more heartbreaking than this. What I mean is that the water is too salty, and the fish that come in will die. Therefore, other than the swimmers, there are no other living creatures. Even the grass won't grow by the side. I cried because I learned from Minister Wang. There is salt in blood and tears. I think that if there is too much salt, the fish will die. Will it also make people uncomfortable? That's why Minister Wang vomited blood. I don't have Minister Wang's ability, so I can only cry with him. Xiao Yuan said innocently, as if those words didn't come from his mouth. Pfft. After Wang Bei heard this, he coughed up blood to express his intention. Letting out a long sigh, Li Longji asked Wang Bei with concern, "Wang Qing, are you all right? Your Majesty need not worry." Wang Bei waved his hand and looked around. "Your Majesty, I just remembered that the Ministry of Revenue still has some documents that have not been signed. I will go back and take a look." Wang Ke planned to leave. Otherwise, he would die of anger. As for the doctor who wanted to come, it was better not to. He would go back to the palace to find a doctor. Li Longji could also see that Wang Bei's condition wasn't good, so he signaled the two guards to accompany Wang Bei back. "Minister Wang, you are leaving. See you later." Xiao Bei saw that Wang Bei was about to leave and didn't forget to greet him. Wang Bei quickened his pace and didn't say anything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other officials who followed him remained silent. They couldn't blame Xiao Bei for flipping over small scores and saying things like, "You took my family's things and ate my family's food, so you can't deliberately attack my family." They couldn't blame Xiao Bei for taking advantage of kindness. After all, some people were the ones who repaid kindness with enmity first. Just as Xiao Bei had asked, you used righteousness to suppress others, but it was actually for your own selfish reasons. Who was the gentleman and who was the villain? Li Longji saw that Wang Bei had vomited blood and remembered that Zhang Xiaobao had also vomited before. He asked with concern, "How is Minister Zhang's health today?" "Your Majesty, don't worry. I am fine." "Did your Majesty come personally to see Shuiyan's family?" Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly replied. "Take a look. The young eagle is still young and can't be moved. It's a pity. I also wanted to take a look at the unsinkable lake. I was going to ask if it was possible to raise the creatures in the sea, but little Yuan Yuan has already explained to me that if there is too much salt, the fish won't be able to survive. Xiao Bei, come, let me ask you, what is a gentleman and a villain?" Li Longji first raised his head to look at Shuiyan's family, then turned around and called Xiao Bei over. Xiao Bei really couldn't explain it clearly by quoting the classics. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "How would I know? In any case, I think that those who treat me well are gentlemen. Those who treat me badly are all villains. This is what I think. When I do something, I have a clear conscience. Even if it is clearly wrong, I am still a gentleman. When I do something, I feel ashamed. Even if I do something right, I am still a villain. There is no right or wrong in this world, so how can there be gentlemen and villains? Oh. There is such a thing. What if others say that you are a villain?" Li Longji asked again. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. "Then it must be because I have offended someone. The offended person is unhappy, so of course he will attack me. If I didn't offend someone, he will also say that he is a villain. He wants to use belittling me to elevate himself. When the donkey is mocking the eagle for not being able to run on all fours, the eagle's eyes are on the flowing clouds around it. Only when it is hungry will it look down on the earth to find where the donkey is." Xiao Bei opened his arms and fanned himself, making a flying gesture. The words he said at the end were meant to be funny, but when the surrounding officials heard it, they couldn't laugh. Some reflected on themselves, some were stunned, some were shocked, and some sighed helplessly. Li Longji looked at Xiao Yuan, then looked at Xiao Bei. He exchanged glances with Gao Lisher and asked Xiao Bei, "Do you still remember June, and Pan, I do." Xiaobei nodded vigorously. When I went home, Mother took them to play. They can run and talk now. The little ones are very cute. It's just that they have to be given candy before they call me big sister. Yes, they are little ones. They are younger than you. Next time, I don't care if you call me big sister, I will slap their palms. When Li Longji heard Xiaobei call his son and daughter little ones, he felt that it was very interesting. Did Xiaobei grow up? No. Force is the last resort when you don't want to give up other benefits. If you use force to send people, they will be afraid but not convinced. If you meet people who are not afraid of death but are afraid of death, it will be troublesome. When I have other ways, I will definitely not use force. Xiaobei spread out his hands and acted as if force was the last resort. Li Longji was puzzled. Xiaobei, you still recite Laozi. Laozi? Book? Xiao Yuan only recites it. If I recite it, I will die of exhaustion. Xiaobei finally heard of this book. Then how do you know Laozi's words? Li Longji was even more puzzled. I don't know. So Laozi also has the words in the stories that Big Brother and Big Sister tell. I rarely read such books. What I learn is different. I just listen to stories. Xiaobei patted Xiao Yuan's shoulder as he spoke, meaning that he would leave all the things on his back to him. Xiao Yuan was silent. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, you actually hid it from me. Is your Majesty talking about money? Zhang Xiaobao played dumb. He didn't want to take Li Longji's children with him. If he taught Li Jun every day, the other princes would feel a lot of pressure. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he asked Xiaobei, Xiaobei, are you willing to take little brother Jun and little sister Pan, with you and teach them? Okay. Tomorrow, I will take them with me and teach them the Analects of Confucius. Xiaobei acted as if he was very knowledgeable. When Li Longji saw that Xiaobei agreed, he turned around to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently, since Xiaobei is willing to take little brother and little sister to play, then it's Xiaobei's business. I don't care. Wang Wan also showed an indifferent expression and asked Li Longji, Your Majesty, did you come here for something else? Yes. I originally wanted to see if I could raise fish, but now I know that it's not possible. It's a pity that I wasted so much salt. Li Longji's gaze returned to the surface of the lake as he spoke with regret. It's true that you can't raise fish in the lake. However, there is a type of fish that can survive in the hot spring. Next year, when the weather warms up, I will send people to search for it. It's very far away, and there are tribes in the area. I will send the army to find a way to bring the fish back and draw a map. Wang Wan thought of the fish in the hot spring. Of course, she couldn't send troops just for one type of fish. She had to add in other more important objectives. There was no need to tell Li Longji now. Li Longji was surprised. The water in the hot spring was very hot. He had never seen a fish that could survive in it. However, since Wang Wan said it, it shouldn't be wrong. Is the journey long? Send cavalry. It's long and the road is difficult. We have to send special forces that can adapt to all terrains and weather. They have to follow us all the way, build tents, help raise horses, and push the supply line. Otherwise, they might not be able to come back alive. Wang Wan thought for a moment and added, let's go over there first. We also have to send out teams on the sea. Whoever can get there first will get there first. Even if they can't, there's no need to rush. Use a steam engine for a boat. Or a diesel engine. When Li Longji heard that they were going somewhere else, the first thing he thought of was to expand his territory. A boat that uses both a steam engine and sails needs to use sails most of the time. It's too far away. It's not easy to bring the fish back alive. We have to raise them along the way. Xiao Bao and I will do this. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Wang Wan didn't intend to continue. Li Longji thought hard, but he really couldn't think of where the fish in the hot spring lived. He shook his head gently and stopped thinking about it. He said to Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, since both of you are here, come here. Since the two of you are here, accompany me to the outskirts of the city to take a look at the construction of Axiangua. In the beginning, we only planned to expand a certain distance from the west, but Xiaobao suggested expanding in all directions. We don't lack money, so we'll expand in all directions. Li Longji's words were very generous. They had money. Not only him, but the officials also didn't object because of financial problems. Only some people raised the issue of whether the expansion at this time was inappropriate for the season and they planned to delay it until after spring next year. There were also people in favor of building it now. There was a lot of labor. It was spring, and everyone was busy with spring plowing. They were afraid that it would delay the production of the fields. In short, there was never a lack of different voices in the imperial court. Xiaobei bid farewell to Xu Yun and followed her brother and sister to accompany Li Longji in the carriage. Li Longji's visit was simple. He didn't have any ceremonial procession. He seemed to be more and more peaceful now. The main reason was that he had just gone to Mount Tai for the pilgrimage. Before his arrogance could continue to swell, he was defeated by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with advanced weapons. After knowing that there was a country that could easily defeat the Tang Empire, he really couldn't find a reason to be arrogant. Thus, Li Longji's life, which was influenced by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, was very contradictory. He was nervous about the speed of technological development and research, but at the same time, he knew how to enjoy life. Of course, if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't there, he would also know how to enjoy life. That kind of enjoyment without a sense of urgency. Money was spent faster than money was earned. Coupled with other circumstances, it dragged down the strong and prosperous to the weak. Now, he had Zhang Xiaobao to earn money for him. In a situation where he didn't have to worry about money, he was more willing to care about the people's livelihood. When he went out for a stroll, he became more easygoing. He brought guards with him and casually picked 2 carriages. He didn't have any ceremonial procession at all. He finally understood that majesty didn't lie in the gorgeous carriage, but in the hearts of the people. Thus, Li Longji's casual and simple travels made things difficult for some officials. They wrote memorials to persuade him and directly remonstrated in the imperial court. Every time he encountered such a situation, Li Longji would put on a humble appearance and accept it. He would also reward the officials, but in reality, he didn't change his behavior. Look, our carriage is much better than before. There's no need to care about its gorgeous appearance. Being comfortable in it is more important than anything else. Li Longji's carriage was very large. Other than him and Gao Lishir, even if Zhang Xiaobao and the other 11 people were squeezed inside, it was still spacious enough. There was a bar counter in the carriage, a small table in the middle, and sofas on both sides. There was also a small kitchen, a bathroom, and a study room. There were also bedrooms and baths above. It was designed by Zhang Xiaobao. In the past, he had a large caravan. No matter where he went, he would drag it. Because the caravan gave him a feeling of home, he had a house that belonged to Xiao Bei and the others. At this time, Li Longji was enjoying the comfort of the caravan. It was much more comfortable than the previous carriage. He patted the wide armrest of the sofa to express his feelings to Zhang Xiaobao and the others. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, then shook his head. You still lack things. It would be better to have a TV and a computer. If that doesn't work, we can get someone to study a phonograph. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan frowned and said, I understand the principle. Actually, I understand a lot of the principles. For example, the principle of the camera's imaging and film. Should we find someone to study it? I think it's fine. In the future, we can take more photos of Xiao Bei and the others. Then we can make a movie. I'll be the director, you'll be the female lead, and I'll be the male lead. The two of us will act out the movie, The Smiling Proud Wanderer. You'll sing, laughing at the mundane world, and I'll sing, laughing at the vast sea. Zhang Xiaobao said longingly. Li Longji was depressed. Can the two of you tell me more about it? Oh, actually, Cuckoo and I want to make something that can record other people's voices. For example, Your Majesty, if you sing a line, that thing will remember a line. When you stop singing, that thing will sing according to your singing style. It's very interesting. There's also a way to use it as a substitute for painting. Oh, it's not a substitute. Art can never be substituted. It's like painting. The appearance of the thing is printed on a kind of paper. It's more like a painting. Then, after a lot of pictures, it will be connected together and become a moving painting. As Zhang Xiaobao said this, he suddenly thought of something fun. He turned to look at his younger brother and sister. Xiao Bei, go back and finish your homework. I'll make a cartoon for you. In the future, you can put it in Hang Nong Amusement Park and watch it for at least 10 times. Really? Then I'll go back now. Xiao Bei suddenly sat up straight. No rush, no rush. Brother, I have to find someone to draw it first. I can't let brother draw it. Zhang Xiaobao thought of something good. He rubbed his hands and seemed very excited. Li Longji was still at a loss. He could only give up. He picked up a glass of wine and sipped it. He told himself that there was no rush. He would know when the thing was made. Chapter 961. For a moment, the carriage fell into a state of silence. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were both thinking about what they could do with a phonograph and a camera. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about popular education and earning money, while Wang Wan was thinking about collecting information on the battlefield and aerial photography. The two of them were already working very hard on the application of technology, and they wanted to apply every little bit of technology to their daily lives. For example, with the current generator on the axle, as long as the switch was turned on, the lights in the carriage would turn on, and the resistance wire in the carriage could convert kinetic energy into heat in 2 steps. Li Longji was thinking about what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said. Could he benefit from this? He didn't want the money, but the joy of participating in the process. He understood that he didn't care much about money. Sometimes, having too much money was a burden, and he couldn't spend it all. Every time he asked Xiao Bao to help him spend the money in the manner, Xiao Bao would always disagree. He would always say that he was using his personality to protect his professionalism in a situation where the system wasn't perfect. He said that people had to prove themselves through perseverance, to prove to themselves that they hadn't lost their soul. He said that the scariest thing was to lose one's faith and constantly change one's ideals. When one felt that one had lost one's sense of self, one would choose to commit suicide. How terrifying was that? Li Longji agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Wang Wan had also said that the people were loyal to the emperor, not to a specific person, but to the position. The people needed a leader to lead them to do things. Thus, as the emperor, he had to show his image to the people, tell them about the future of Great Tang, and arrange some small tasks for them. For example, he had to tell the people to work hard and plant millets for next year's harvest. The one who was truly afraid of losing their ruling position wasn't the emperor, but the people. If they were suddenly told that the imperial palace in the capital was gone, they would be very confused. If the imperial palace was gone, the emperor wouldn't be changed, but also gone. What would they do in the future? Thus, an emperor who could force the people to rebel was no ordinary person. Li Longji nodded in agreement. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He wanted to say something, but he held back and remained silent. Gao Lisher didn't say anything. His eyes swept back and forth between his godson and daughter-in-law, as well as the other 9 little fellows. The more he looked, the happier he became. He really had good taste. It was 100 times, no, 10,000 times better than other people's adopted sons. Their adopted sons only knew how to give valuable things like gold, silver, jewels, and so on. Vulgar. In Xiaobei's words, it was unbearably vulgar. Only the poor would give such things. Did they lack such things at home? She looked at the gifts that Xiaobao gave her. He gave her food and clothes that were made of pure cotton. He said that it was more fitting than silk. He even gave her something called a music box. It was very interesting. A plate of tune beans, a bowl of aged wine cellar, and a bowl of aged wine cellar. This was life. What was it called again? Yes, it's called taste. Therefore, Gao Lisher also fell silent, feeling very happy. Xiaobei was also silent. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as if there was a very big problem that she needed to solve. In the end, the silence in the carriage was finally broken by her. Little Yuan, what's my homework? Xiaobei nudged Little Yuan and asked. How would I know? Our homework is different. Little Yuan seemed to be sleepy and yawned. You've seen my homework, big brother Yuan. I think it's memorizing a poem. Let me think, I remember. It's from King Wen. You just have to memorize a small part today. It's very simple. King Wen is above, and Yu Zhao is above. Although Zhou is old, his fate is new. When Zhou is not clear, the emperor's fate is at hand. King Wen descends to the left and right of the emperor. Little Yuan, whose willpower wasn't very strong, directly helped Xiaobei memorize her homework. It was too simple for him. Of course, his homework wasn't simple to him. It was a math problem. It was very troublesome, so he had to ask Brother Xiaohai. Oh. Book of Songs, I'll memorize one line after you say it. Xiaobei's desire for knowledge was very strong. Seeing that Little Yuan didn't say anything, she pouted. If you don't say it, I won't be friends with you. Little Yuan still didn't say anything. That meant that Xiaobei was too quick to burn bridges after crossing the river. Just now, he was calling him Brother Yuan, but the moment he turned around, he was calling him Brother Yuan. Seeing that he couldn't scare Little Yuan, Xiaobei could only change his tactic. Think about it. After I finish my homework, Big Brother will make something fun. If you help me, you'll be helping yourself, right? This was called reasoning with reason. Little Yuan hesitated for a while but still didn't compromise. Why are you like this? If you make something new and make money, the 9 of us will split into 10 portions. I agree to give you 2 portions. Will that do? Xiaobei started to tempt her with benefits again. Look, I've always treated you as my most respected big brother other than the other big brothers. I've even peeled candy for you. When you cut your hand last time, I helped you apply medicine. This was considered persuasion. Big brother Xiaoqiang, big sister Xiaofeng, big brother Xiaohai, little. I've decided that after I make money, I'll split the extra portion equally with the 7 of you. What do you think, Little Yuan? Xiaobei was currently using a diplomatic strategy. Without waiting for Xiaobei to speak again, Little Yuan nodded and agreed. Okay, I'll say you memorize it. Be more serious. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed loudly and said to Little Yuan, are you afraid that she'll attack you? No, I'm afraid that she'll attack me if she can't achieve her goal. Last time, my hand was cut because of her. Little Yuan was very helpless and began to recite the content of the Book of Songs, King Wen. Xiao Bei tried hard to remember. Li Longji watched and shook his head enviously. This was the true meaning of teaching according to one's ability without discrimination. When Xiao Bei started to learn, Zhang Xiaobao felt pressured. He said to Gao Lisher, "Foster father, is there a drawing in the car?" "Yes, Xiaobao, do you want it?" As Gao Lisher spoke, he had already opened a small drawer and took out a precious drawing. The production of this paper was too low. It was not on the same level as the cheapest paper used to practice calligraphy. Zhang Xiaobao took the paper, folded it in half, tore it open, folded it again, and tore it open again. He repeated this process 3 times and turned one sheet of paper into 8 sheets of paper with 32 sheets of paper. He also asked for 2 pencils, one black and one red. He folded the 8 sheets of paper and handed them to Wang Wan together with the pencils. Zhu Beiji eats watermelon. First, take the watermelon. Second, eat. Third, spit out the seeds. Fourth, wipe the mouth. 2 pages per action. Why me? Wang Wan asked while taking the things. Because your basic skills are solid, especially when it comes to drawing. You're fast. Zhang Xiaobao had a matter-of-fact look on his face. Next time, do what you promise yourself. Wang Wan helplessly began to draw. Her speed was really fast. With just a few strokes, the outline was drawn. Then, she compared the dimensions and drew the next one. Li Longji looked at it curiously and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Is this something fun for Xiao Bei?" "There's no need to be in such a hurry, right?" "Your Majesty, it's impossible not to be in a hurry. Can't you see that Xiao Bei has already started to memorize? Let's do some simple things first." Zhang Xiaobao gestured for Li Longji to look at his sister who was seriously memorizing. He then explained, "Children can't compare to adults. If the adults go back on their words, they will understand you. Children don't understand. Small things can make them happy for an entire day. They will put all their energy into the small things that they look forward to. Once they fulfill the conditions that they promised you, but you don't let them fulfill their wishes, they will be sad for a few days. They won't have the energy to do anything. What we need to do is very simple. We need to make the children feel that their efforts are proportional to their returns. In fact, the people who work at home are the same. This is the ability of the Qi family." Li Longji looked at Xiao Bei's serious and expectant expression and slowly nodded. "I understand. You're talking about the Qi family. You're telling me that the seeds of the Sinong temple are especially important. You're in charge of the bank. It's like the seeds of the Sinong temple. If the people can't grow them, you have to compensate them. Just like Hongnong, if one of my officials didn't do a good job, I have to compensate them. Merchants still have credibility when doing business, let alone when it comes to the governance of the entire country. I'm not an emperor who doesn't recognize his words. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a proper emperor. I don't want to sit on this throne. Your Majesty is benevolent." Gao Lisher's voice was the loudest. Even Xiao Bei stopped to praise him. "Uncle Emperor, if you really think this way, even if you don't want to be the emperor, the people will recognize you. When the 9 of us, as well as my brother and sister, went out, the people all knew that it was you who sent us. When I stood in Hongnong County, I didn't need to say anything else. I just said that I was Zhang Xiaobei, and the people understood that the emperor was serious. He even sent me here as a special investigator. Uncle Emperor, think about it. I, Xiaobei, won't be easily dispatched. When the people saw me, the first person they thought of was you. At that time, I told you that Yan Jing was scared to death. He actually wanted to run away. This made me angry. If I let him run away, Uncle Emperor, wouldn't you have used the wrong person?" The way Xiao Bei waved his fists made Zhang Xiaobao stare blankly. "Yes, Yes. Li Longji nodded vigorously. Would we use the wrong person? Xiao Bei is our precious treasure. He won't be easily dispatched. Xiao Bei, who taught you to say these words? Li Longji was puzzled. Why was Xiao Bei so cute? His words made people feel comfortable. Could it be that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo taught their little sister this when they had nothing to do? Li Longji was only thinking about this matter. He didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would waste their time because there was no need for that. Even if Xiao Bei didn't say a few nice words today, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The more he thought about it, the more comfortable Li Longji felt. It was always easy to believe the words of children. Xiao Bei said these words naturally, but his eyes were looking at his elder sister. At this time, Wang Wan had already finished drawing the stick figures. According to Zhang Xiaobao's instructions, there were a total of 4 actions and 8 pieces. There were 2 pieces for each action. Li Longji followed Xiao Bei's gaze and looked. He was also very curious and asked, "This is the animation that we were talking about earlier?" What he meant was that he had drawn it, but he did not see anything special about it. Especially from a literal point of view, it was an animation. Not only was the drawing untouched, it was also very ordinary. Of course, this was according to his aesthetic point of view. Zhang Xiaobao was very impressed with Wang Wan's foundation. When he heard this, he nodded and said, "It's an animation, but it's just a simple one. There's not enough time for a real animation, so let's just make do with it first." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao had already taken the 8 pieces of drawing from Wang Wan's hands. He flipped through them and adjusted the order. He placed the topmost piece at the bottom, and so on, placing one piece on top of the other. At this time, the one who was the most interested was Xiao Zhu. She usually liked to draw, and she was quite good at it. She could even draw a map. She stared at it without blinking, trying to see if there was anything special about it. The other children had never come into contact with something like this before, so they all looked over, wanting to see what their older brother and sister had done. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Zhang Xiaobao first pressed the drawing down a little, creating a curve on the paper that was specially used for drawing. It wasn't big, and the curve was very small, but it was obvious that this piece of paper wasn't as flat as it was originally. Then, Zhang Xiaobao pinched one end of the paper in the opposite direction, then released it at a balanced speed, 1 piece at a time. The 8 pieces of paper of Zhu Beiji eating watermelon also fell down one by one. At this time, everyone in the bus, including Li Longji, stared with their eyes wide open. Xiao Bei's eyes were the biggest, because her eyes were usually a little bigger than others. Her long eyelashes were fixed on her eyes, and her small mouth was wide open, revealing a shocked expression on Weiwei's face. Even Gao Lisher, who was usually able to control his emotions, started to be shocked. He had never seen such a novel thing before. Under Zhang Xiaobao's actions, the 8 pieces of paper became connected, one after another, and people's eyes couldn't help but watch the changes on the paper. Zhu Beiji held the watermelon, then his mouth moved towards the watermelon, and then he started to eat. After eating, he spat out a few seeds, then used his sleeve to wipe his mouth, and the whole picture ended. Ha! Why is it like this? Xiao Bei felt that she had watched carefully enough, but she still couldn't understand how Zhu Beiji's actions were formed. Xiao Hai, who usually liked to be quiet, reached out his hand and took the drawing from his older brother. Then, he copied what he did just now and released his grip. Although his control wasn't as good as Zhang Xiaobao's, it still didn't affect the effect much. Zhu Beiji's actions were still as smooth as before. This thing. Why is this thing like this? Li Long thought that he had seen a lot of things, but he didn't know that there was such a strange thing in the world, so he couldn't help but ask. Gao Lisher also had a face of confusion. If it was his godson and daughter-in-law who used advanced technology to create something, he could understand. After all, technology represented magic. But what he saw today had nothing to do with technology. It was just 8 pieces of paper, and his daughter-in-law used a colored pen to make simple sketches on them. Not to mention 8 pieces, even if you found a craftsman and asked him to draw 80 pieces, it wouldn't be strange. But why was it that with his godson's actions, what he saw was different from what he imagined? Let me try. This time, Xiaobei didn't feel that memorizing things was difficult. In order to play with something interesting, she first memorized the contents of the book of songs with her brother and sister. Then, she snatched the drawings and flipped through them again and again. As she became more familiar with her actions, the continuity of the picture also became more and more balanced. Cuckoo, can you tell me more? Li Longji looked at it again and again, and finally couldn't help but ask. This. Draw the curtains. Zhang Xiaobao shouted outside. Following his voice, 3 layers of curtains were drawn, and the entire carriage immediately turned dark. After all, the people outside didn't know what was going on. If it was someone else who shouted and the carriage turned dark, Gao Lisher would probably make a move. Although he usually looked like a good guy, he was actually quite skilled. But at this moment, he didn't make a move. Li Longji, who could shoot action movies and was very good at playing polo, also didn't show the slightest bit of nervousness. Because both of them knew that there was no need to. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo really wanted to do something bad to them, they wouldn't have waited until now. Just now, the people below the Shuiyun family were all members of the Fan Metro Cavalry Battalion. They didn't care about whether the emperor was the emperor or not. If Wang Wan really wanted to do something, all she had to do was shout, and there wouldn't be a single person left alive. Moreover, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were quite skilled to begin with. Li Longji thought about many things in an instant. He didn't think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wouldn't be able to obtain the support of the people after killing him. In terms of reputation, first and foremost, it would be himself, then it would be Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Even the crown prince would have to stand aside. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think too much. He just wanted to do an experiment. When the carriage turned dark, he lit a match and said, "Your Majesty, adoptive father, please take a look. I'm holding a match in my hand, and there's nothing else. So, let's just watch first." When Zhang Xiaobao's voice fell, his hand moved slightly. His movements weren't too fast. However, what appeared in the eyes of Li Longji and the others was no longer a little bit of light. Instead, it became a ray of light. Xiao Bao, we also know about this. We even played with it before. So what? Li Longji had naturally seen the same thing before. In the past, when he played with candles, even if he didn't play with them personally, he would still see the same scene when he had someone light the lamp at night. Xiao Bei's eyes moved back and forth, as if she was trying to separate the ray of light bit by bit and restore it to the trace of light that she should see. However, she always failed. As long as she saw it, she couldn't help but think of a line. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded. Her meaning was, go on. Okay, I'll explain. In fact, it's not that complicated. The reason why a thief's movements are so difficult to detect is because the speed of his movement has already exceeded the range of a person's vision. Zhang Xiaobao helplessly gave an example of a thief. Just as he was wondering how to be more specific, Xiaohai spoke. I know. It's just like the 2 people you sent to protect us. Their firing speed is too fast. I can only see a blurry and uncertain image in my eyes. Is it because they are like thieves? Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. Wang Wan laughed softly and continued the conversation. Indeed. Now, let me explain. The things that a person sees will stop for 0.1 seconds. Your Majesty and adoptive father should be familiar with this second. The two people protecting Xiao Bei's group of 9 fired their guns too quickly, exceeding 0.1 seconds. Under normal circumstances, they would complete the action of taking out their guns, firing, and putting them away within 0.3 seconds. Xiao Bao and I have done a comparison. Xiao Bao is a bit slower, and I am a bit slower than Xiao Bao. Of course, this refers to firing guns. If we are talking about stealing, Xiao Bao's speed is different. Xiao Bao, demonstrate your fastest stealing speed. Let His Majesty broaden his horizons. Don't always hide. Zhang Xiaobao took 2 deep breaths and replied, I'll take that as a compliment. Your Majesty, can you put something by your side? You don't need to tell me the specific location. You just need to tell me what it is. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he lit another match and gently shook it. Li Longji had never played such a fun game before. Hearing this, he didn't move and directly said, I have a piece of jade with 2 dragons carved on it. Take it and see. After saying this, Li Longji thought for a moment. At first, he didn't want to be shameless. Later on, he thought, why not make things difficult for Xiao Bao? Thus, he reached out to touch the jade below his left rib. However, when his hand came into contact with that area, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The jade was gone. Xiao Bao, you. Open the carriage curtains. Zhang Xiaobao shouted when Li Longji opened his mouth. When the carriage curtains were raised, Li Longji saw the piece of jade in Zhang Xiaobao's hand that should have been at his waist. He first took a deep breath and then exhaled deeply. He nodded and said, I've seen today. You were actually able to untie the rope that binds the jade. What if you didn't take the jade, but took someone's life? Who can stop you? Zhang Xiaobao was very embarrassed and said, Your Majesty, that rope of yours is a live knot. What we care about is that if you can avoid cutting it, then don't cut it. If you can avoid being confused, then don't be confused. A live knot is fine as long as you untie it. Otherwise, how can you eat this bowl of food? After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao reacted and said to Wang Wan in dissatisfaction, Is this what you wanted to talk about? I just wanted to see. In truth, I also didn't know how fast you were, so I didn't see it. I reckon that even if it was lit up the entire time, I wouldn't be able to see your afterimage. This is how close-range magic works. It's not that the audience doesn't pay attention, but that the eyes can't see it. It's the same for anyone. Wang Wan took the jade and put it back on Li Longji as she spoke to Zhang Xiaobao. Li Longji had never encountered such a situation before. Today, he had learned something new. In the past, he only knew the concept of seconds, but he didn't understand it very well. Now, he finally understood that it wasn't just about time, but also the distance between life and death. He couldn't help but size up Zhang Xiaobao again. He asked, Xiaobao, how long do you need to kill a person? A lifetime, but killing 10,000 people might be very simple, Zhang Xiaobao replied. I understand. If you kill one person, you will have thoughts in your heart. If you kill 10,000 people, you will have no traces in your heart. I won't casually kill 10,000 people. Is that drawing of yours related to speed? Li Longji's reaction wasn't slow. He immediately got to the point. Yes, this is called visual retention, or rather, visual retention. When the speed reaches a certain level, the individual's image will be connected. To be honest, if Cuckoo and I were to attack each other now, it would be a lose-lose situation. As Zhang Xiaobao explained, he gestured another hand gesture. Li Longji didn't understand. Doesn't the person who attacks first get to live? No, there's a time limit to a person's reaction. Even if I hit Cuckoo, she can still counterattack. Even if she dies, she'll definitely drag someone down with her. Even if she clearly lost consciousness, she can still complete her actions. So, at this distance, this reaction can't appear in front of your Majesty's guards. Otherwise, they won't be able to stop it. If you consider coincidence, the speed of the spear can't compare to the flying dagger. Zhang Xiaobao explained again. Gao Lisher nodded. He admitted that it was really dangerous just now. It seemed that he couldn't casually let people get on the carriage in the future. The emperor had to keep a certain distance from other people. Of course, Xiaobao and Cuckoo were exceptions. So what you showed me just now was an animation. Li Longji didn't consider as many things as Gao Lisher. He took the drawing and flipped it over in his hand. Yes and no. If it's really that simple, who would be willing to spend money to watch it? Isn't that right, Xiaobei? Zhang Xiaobao asked his sister again. Xiaobei nodded vigorously and said, I can give you 10 copper coins for what you did just now, but not 10 strings of paper. It's not worth it. There are only 8 pieces of paper. It's too little. Right, there are only 8 pieces of paper. It's indeed not worth it. So, we need to increase the number. Of course, we don't need to increase the number of pieces of paper, but the number of pieces of glass. Zhang Xiaobao explained to everyone. Only Wang Wan knew what was going on. How much do you need? Xiao Yuan asked in puzzlement. Her hand was still mimicking the action that her brother had done just now. That depends on how coherent the picture is. Normally speaking, it's 24 pieces per second. This is very difficult now. A lot of glass will be damaged, so it only costs 10 strings of paper to watch it once. Zhang Xiaobao drew a very fast hand shadow. Of course, it didn't reach 24 times per second. It wasn't that it was impossible, but it couldn't be seen clearly after reaching it. Xiaobei frowned when she heard her brother's words. She seemed very distressed. Xiao Hai, who was next to her, opened her mouth and asked, according to what you said, it's too troublesome to draw a lot of pieces of animation in a quarter of an hour. Wang Wan smiled and patted Xiao Hai's head. Animation is indeed troublesome, but if something new comes out in the future, then it won't be troublesome to film it. Moreover, when you watch animation, in addition to the visual residue, there is also a pause and continuity of thought. In other words, the picture is not always moving. Occasionally, it will stop. When you see the pause, you don't actually think that the picture is interrupted. If you properly assign the pause, you can save a lot of glass in the animation. Wang Wan's explanation was very straightforward, but Li Longji and the others still didn't understand. If it stopped, it was stopped. How could it be said that it was continuous? Wang Wan looked helplessly at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands. I can't explain it clearly. It will be more convincing when the animation is done in the future. The carriage once again entered a period of silence. Only the sound of the 8 pieces of drawing paper being passed back and forth let people know that there were still people in the carriage. The clattering sound never stopped. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Gao Lisher lifted the curtain and looked out. He said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, we've arrived. Oh. We've arrived. That's fast. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, Xiaobei, and the others, come with me to take a look. As soon as Li Longji's voice fell, someone opened the carriage door. The group of people went out one after the other. In front of them was the scene of construction. Under the protection of the guards, Li Longji walked leisurely. When he saw the trench, he suddenly stopped and asked Zhang Xiaobao, do you think we should install a few more cannons? Chapter 962. Hearing Li Longji's question, Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He looked around and asked, Where does your Majesty want to set up the cannons? On the city walls. After the expansion, we will need to pass through 2 walls to reach the capital. Set up 1 cannon on the outer wall, and another one on the inner wall. With layers of defense, there will be no need to worry about the capital. Li Longji waved his hand. It really did feel like he was talking about the country, except he was talking about the capital. Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. Li Longji's idea was completely different from his. To be more precise, it was completely different. Of course, the earth was round. If one walked in the other direction, they would still be able to reach their original destination. Li Longji didn't hear Zhang Xiaobao's reply. He turned around and saw Zhang Xiaobao's helpless expression. Wang Wan also seemed to be dispirited. He couldn't help but ask, "Xiaobao, do you have a better idea in terms of defense?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao replied and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded, indicating that she supported him. Zhang Xiaobao continued, "I plan to tear down the entire city wall. If someone comes to the capital from the outside, we will set up a boundary marker on the road with the words Capital City, Chang'an written on it." After making a few gestures, Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the direction of the imperial palace. "Not only do we need to set up cannons in the palace, we also need to store a large number of firearms. The exterior is loose, but the interior is tight." Wang Wan continued, "If your majesty is worried that someone will bring an army to Chang'an, you should first defend against the enemy outside the country and not outside the capital. The Great Wall of the pre-Qin dynasty couldn't prevent its destruction. The truly indestructible Great Wall is in the hearts of the people. The people are willing to sacrifice their lives for the country, the merchants are willing to sacrifice their wealth for the country, and the officials are willing to sacrifice their lives for the country. If one day someone can really reach the capital, the people will be able to build a wall of flesh and blood for your majesty without using bricks or mud. Otherwise, even if you use steel, there will be a day when it will be burned down." Li Longji didn't say anything else and fell into deep thought. Surrounded by people, he walked aimlessly in the middle of the open space outside. Step by step, he walked very slowly. After a long time, he made a decision that made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hair stand on end. He instructed the surrounding guards, "Don't surround me. Keep a close eye on those who aren't from the Tang Empire. I want to put on a show. Yes, put on a show. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will accompany me. I will personally go and ask the people who are working." "What?" Zhang Xiaobao quivered and stretched his hand back. Immediately, someone handed over a revolver. Wang Wan's eyes also suddenly widened, and she also asked for a revolver. The two men tucked their guns into their sleeves and placed their other hands behind the firing pins. He nodded at Li Longji, who had a resolute expression on his face. What he meant was, "Fine, if you dare to attack, we'll accompany you with our lives." Gao Lisher hurriedly took a few steps forward and stood diagonally in front of the emperor. He fiercely signaled to the surrounding guards. When Li Longji walked towards a construction site where the common people were hired to work, dozens of figures jumped out from the guards around Xiaobei. They were all dressed very normally. Some of them were dressed like foot carriers, some were carrying jobs, and there was even an artist who was carrying a large drawing board on his back. There were so many of them. Needless to say, these people were plainclothes. They belonged to the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. Each of them was very self-aware. They didn't need others to remind them where they should stand and carry out cross-surveillance. It wasn't clear whether it was because Li Longji trusted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, or because he was confident in his own charisma. In any case, he walked all the way to the construction site. The gatekeepers who were guarding the entrance to prevent people from entering saw the group of people coming from afar. Not only did they see the people, but they also saw the flag that represented the emperor's identity. She had long been scared silly. She watched as a person in gorgeous clothes walked over with a dignified aura. She stood there and swallowed her saliva with all her might. She couldn't even say a word. "The two of you, are you still tired?" Li Longji walked in front of the two people and tried to speak in a calm and caring tone. His Majesty is asking you two a question. Are you tired? Gao Lisher leaned over and touched one of them with his finger. After being touched, the person reacted and shook his head vigorously. Then, he suddenly knelt on the ground with a thump. He kowtowed and shouted, "Long live His Majesty." The other person also knelt on the ground and kowtowed, but he couldn't say a word. No need for formalities, no need for formalities. The two of you have worked hard. Li Longji reached out to help them up. Gao Lisher didn't even have time to rush forward and help them up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were accompanying him on the left and right, narrowed their eyes, but their faces were calm. The plain clothes around them were the same. Under the calm surface, there were turbulent waves. This person seemed to be braver. He didn't need Li Longji's help and stood up on his own. As he stood, he said, Your Majesty, I can do it myself. Don't dirty my clothes. Your hands. Li Longji was putting on a show, so he naturally had to go through with it. He held the person's hands and looked him up and down. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on the person's hands and he sighed. Chilhan, your hands are cracked. What do you do? Who else is at home? Someone, bring me my mink oil hand cream. This is a pair of hands that silently contribute to the peace of the great Tang. Xiao Bei. Zhang Xiaobao called out. Behind them, Xiao Bei pouted and took out something from her bag. She complained in a low voice, "He's so generous. How did he know that I took 2 unopened bags today? I wanted to give them to Shuiyan's family." After taking out the bags, she pulled Xiao Yuan forward and muttered to Xiao Yuan, "Next time when you come out with Uncle Emperor, remember to remind him to bring everything. We're here. If we don't come, how can he give them to us? We'll go to the palace for dinner tonight. Then don't be so picky about porridge. How much porridge can you drink to get back 2 bags of hand cream?" Xiao Yuan, who had always been unwilling to be calculative, also felt sorry for her. When the two of them walked forward, the person whose hand was held by Li Longji was already crying. He couldn't wipe his tears because his hand was held by the emperor. He sobbed and spoke incoherently. When Xiao Bei brought the items over, Li Longji finally understood what the other party meant. He said that he was doing carpentry. His 2 parents were here, and he also had 3 children and 1 daughter-in-law. The eldest child could help out and was cleaning the wood. The other 2 children were still young and were in school. He also knew to thank the emperor for sending Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to organize the Chaoyang operation. He also thanked the emperor for governing the country well. Anyway, that was what he meant, not what he said. Take 1 box each. Apply it on your hands when you go back. Seeing you like this, I feel guilty. You work hard for the great Tang, but I can't take care of you often. Sigh. Apply this on your hands and it can prevent them from cracking. To be honest, I came out in a hurry and didn't bring anything. I'll borrow Xiao Bei's first. Xiao Bei, you're my great Tang patrol officers. You can cut down corrupt officials and impeach the emperor. Li Longji took the things from Xiao Bei and told the truth. He didn't forget to introduce Xiao Bei, making Xiao Bei feel that he shouldn't have been thinking about going to the palace to eat. Instead, he should have just eaten porridge. The person who was supported by Li Longji was so moved that he couldn't speak. Tears flowed down his face as he nodded his head repeatedly. Li Longji patted the person's shoulder again. The weather is getting colder by the day. I'll have people prepare lamb bones and pig bones soup for you to drink. I'll pay for it. As for the things, Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't dare to relax in the slightest. He was vigilant as he replied, I'll be in charge of buying them. Also, I'll be providing a batch of roasted chicken on behalf of Zhuangzi. Behind them, There were officials who wanted to step forward and say how much they were going to donate, but they were stopped by the guards. They meant that they shouldn't join in the fun. It was easy to get into trouble if they were in a mess. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." "Thank for your kindness." The person holding the 2 boxes of hand cream quickly expressed his gratitude. Li Longji nodded his head in satisfaction. As he walked forward, he didn't forget to joke, 1 box per person. "Don't keep them all for yourself." I don't dare, I don't dare." The person repeatedly promised, provoking laughter. Everyone continued to walk in. Just a short while ago, someone had already passed the news of the emperor's arrival to the official in charge of the construction site. The person in charge ran out alone. There were still oil stains on the corners of his mouth that hadn't been wiped clean. As soon as he arrived in front of Li Longji, he wanted to kneel down. "You're in charge. The food is pretty good." Li Longji frowned. At this time, the person in charge didn't kneel down. Instead, he sat on the ground. He could still tell whether the words were good or bad. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He wanted to defend himself, but he didn't dare. Xiao Bei went up to him and asked, "What were you eating just now?" The person in charge looked at Xiao Bei gratefully. If someone asked, he could go along with it. He replied to Xiao Bei, "Lord Zhang, I was eating donkey meat just now." "You know me." Xiao Bei was puzzled. "When did I become so famous?" He asked again, "Why did you eat donkey meat?" The person in charge suddenly realized that Xiao Bei was so cute. It seemed that his life could be saved. He hurriedly said, "I know you." Who doesn't know Lord Zhang, who patrols the Great Tang? The donkey was born from a worker's family. It was crushed to death by a log. I saw that he was distressed, so I paid for it. I'll treat everyone to some donkey meat soup and try the donkey meat buns. You paid for it yourself? Xiao Bei asked again. Yes, yes. This official's family is quite well off. You can tell just by looking at this official's stomach. It's probably gone down after the expansion. It's really bitter. Even I, who am in charge, have a hard time, let alone the workers. This official's family also has a pig farm in Wanyan County. I'm planning to ship a batch of pigs over to give everyone more oil. In fact, this official is afraid that I'll be too thin from hunger. It's just convenient for me to eat with the others. This official is too selfish. The person in charge touched his stomach and explained. Li Longji glanced at him and didn't say anything. He walked straight in. A maid in the crowd ran out first, accompanied by 2 guards. After a while, she returned and pointed in a direction. She said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, the kitchen is over there." Li Longji looked at the maid's clothes and knew that she was from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. He secretly praised her for her ability to observe people's body language. There were too few people in the palace who were so clever and dared to do things on their own. Nodding to the maid, Li Longji walked towards the kitchen. After 100 steps, a light breeze blew, and the aroma of meat drifted over. That's right, this is the place. The person in charge followed at the side. He didn't dare to raise his head and only looked at the ground. When they arrived, Gao Lishir went forward to take a look. Many people were in the kitchen. Some were holding bowls, while others were holding cakes. Gao Lishir first looked at the bowls. There was a lot of soup in the bowls. He then looked at the pot and the wooden bucket beside it. The soup in the pot was boiling. 2 of the wooden buckets were empty. He picked up a spoon and stirred the pot. The meat was indeed cooked. He could even find seasonings at the bottom. Putting down the spoon, he turned around and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, it is indeed not freshly cooked. Let me find someone to ask." After saying this, Gao Lisher pointed at a person who hadn't swallowed the food in his mouth. You, come here. His Majesty has something to ask. His Majesty, the Emperor is here. He personally saw that you're here. Why aren't you coming over? The person in charge took the initiative to shout. A series of hurried voices sounded. A group of people knelt on the ground. Some spilled soup, and some dropped cakes. They all knelt there and looked up. Other than awe, there was also curiosity. Dispense with the formalities. Everyone, quickly get up. We're delaying everyone's meal. We feel uneasy. We smell the aroma. We're hungry. Make a jumma for us. Scoop some soup for us. Li Longji immediately persuaded them to get up. He asked them to eat. Gao Lisher called the person over and began to quietly ask. The person in charge lowered his head again. He didn't dare to look at the person Gao Lisher was asking. He was afraid that Gao Lisher would misunderstand. If that really happened, Gao Lisher probably wouldn't even bother to ask. The cook in charge of cooking was so nervous that his whole body trembled. He wanted to get up, but his legs wouldn't listen to him. What are you afraid of? Did you poison the meat? Xiao Bei shouted. No, no, how would I dare to poison it? If you don't believe me, I'll eat it first. If it's poisonous, you'll poison me first. The cook trembled and finally stood up. His face was flushed red. This was cooking for the emperor. He tried his best to control himself and finished making a jumma. Xiao Bei rushed over. I'm also hungry. I'll eat one with Xiao Yuan first. You can cook more for Uncle Emperor. As Xiao Bei spoke, she really took a bite. She smacked her lips twice. I didn't put enough salt. I'll just eat it. She didn't give it to Xiao Yuan. She took another bite and continued smacking her lips, It's not bad. There's pepper and coriander inside. Why didn't you put chopped green onions? I can taste cinnamon and cloves. I didn't expect there to be so many seasonings here. The meat is chewy and doesn't smell like rotten meat. Okay, it's edible. Xiao Yuan, try it. Xiao Yuan took it and looked at the cake first. Then she picked up the shredded meat and sniffed it under her nose. She nodded. There's a lot of ginger. Why did you put garlic? This is the first time I've heard of donkey meat with garlic and cabbage leaves washed clean. She took another bite and used her tongue to carefully push the meat against her teeth. Then she sucked the soup inside. It's not old soup. There's no numbing sensation. Only then did the other officials realize that Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were testing the poison first. It had to be said that their mouths were really useful, because the cook repeatedly nodded and admitted it. He sighed in his heart. No wonder His Majesty valued Xiao Bei and the others so much. The children were really too sensible. If it was an adult who came to snatch the jumma, people would think that Huang Hizang was not at ease. Children were fine. They liked to play. When the cooks saw that the first jumma was tasted and evaluated, they started to make the second jumma. He understood, but he couldn't say anything. When the emperor ate in the palace, there were also people in charge of testing the poison. When the second jumma was done, Gao Lisher took it and sent it to Li Longji. At the same time, he gave him a look, meaning that he had finished asking. Li Longji looked at Xiao Bei and sighed. He opened his mouth and took a big bite. He chewed hard and swallowed it. He said, "Good, someone thought ahead of me." "Good, what's your name? What's your official rank?" The person in charge felt relieved. He stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, my name is Yuan Yuan. I'm in the engineering department of the Ministry of Works. I'm in the lower 7th rank." "Oh, you're in the engineering department, right?" Li Longji directly promoted Yuan Yuan from the lower 7th rank to the upper 6th rank. It could be said that he had jumped 3 ranks in a row, surpassing the upper 7th rank and lower 6th rank. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send the pigs back." Yuan Yuan knelt down to express his gratitude and promised that he would do a good job with the pigs. He was promoted 3 ranks in a row. It was worth it to bring all the pigs at home. Li Longji no longer paid attention to Yuan Yuan. He took the gemma and said, "Eat, eat. Today, I'm just here to take a look. I don't want to do anything else." After saying that, he started to eat again. Seeing that the emperor was asking them to eat, and that the emperor was also eating, everyone went back to wash the soup. They picked up the flatbread and blew on the dust. They didn't want to throw it away and continued to eat. After eating a jiamo with them, Li Longji began to walk around other places. After Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan finished eating, he asked for more than 10 more. There were still people who hadn't eaten yet. He had to leave some for his brothers and sisters. The cook brought out his skills to the peak. The others didn't have any objections. It was just one less bite. It would be good to be able to eat in the same pot as the officials. After Li Longji finished walking around the place where the commoners were working, he went to the military camp. He ate 2 spoons of salted beans and asked a few questions. Finally, he came to the site of Jingjing construction. At this point, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. They cursed Li Longji in their hearts. Li Longji was in a good mood, but he was a little thirsty. He had eaten salted beans earlier, and he was still holding Xiao Bei in his arms. He had wanted to help someone carry the log, but he had been stopped by Gao Lisher, who had refused no matter what. In order to show his strength, he carried Xiao Bei. Along the way, no one dared to say anything. Xiao Bei was poisoned just now. How much courage did he have? He also had to be smart. Li Longji looked at the orderly construction site and coughed lightly. He asked, "Is there soup?" "Your Majesty, there is egg drop soup." The person in charge of Jingjing construction wasn't as nervous as the others and respectfully replied. "Is it salty? If it isn't, then give me a bowl." "What's the main dish?" Li Longji asked again. "Steamed buns. When you're working, eating steamed buns is more energetic." The person in charge replied. Xiao Bei slipped out of Li Longji's arms. A bowl of soup and a steamed bun. Uncle Emperor tasted it just now. The person in charge immediately went to arrange it. In less than a moment, he personally brought the food to the place. This time, Li Longji didn't need anyone to try it first. He blew on it and drank a mouthful of soup. He pinched a piece of steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. After that, he drank a mouthful of soup and let out a long sigh of relief. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "We'll let bygones be bygones. We don't need the city wall. We have millions of people. Why should we be afraid of the invasion of a small country? Xiaobao, spend the money in the bank when you need to. Do more, it's called public welfare." Zhang Xiaobao was also preparing a bowl of soup. When he heard Li Longji's words, he stopped what he was doing and replied, "Your Majesty is right. Only by spending money on public welfare can we earn more. The circulation of money is the only way to stabilize the economy. Since Your Majesty is talking about public welfare, this subject has something to say. Apart from repairing bridges and roads, this subject should also directly use the money on the people's livelihood. This way, it'll be more convenient for this subject to earn more money." "Oh. Xiaobao, you have another brilliant plan. Tell us about it first and let us guess." Li Longji's interest was piqued. Guessing Xiaobao's riddle was very interesting, even if he couldn't guess it correctly. Zhang Xiaobao was no longer anxious. He first drank a mouthful of soup, then cleared his throat and spat out 2 words, military horses. Chapter 963. Military horses. Li Longji repeated Zhang Xiaobao's words. He lowered his head, ate the steamed bun, drank the soup, and thought hard. Zhang Xiaobao continued to drink his soup. Wang Wan closed her eyes and rested. She also didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao wanted to do. She felt that this was very normal. If he could guess everything, who would he lie to? Xiao Bei and the other 9 people ran behind a woodworker and watched him carve. Xiao Zhu could also participate in a few words. She took a pencil and drew a cute picture of a rice seedling on a wooden board. She put it there and waited for the woodworker to finish his work and help carve it. The officials also put down their reservations and asked for steamed buns from the people in charge of the construction site. They cut a hole in the top and put some pickles on it. They made do with it and didn't dare to drink the soup. They were afraid that if they drank too much, they would go to the toilet when the emperor said something. The steamed buns were very ordinary. They were made of white flour and didn't use bleach. Even if there was bleach, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't use it to smoke the steamed buns. The pickles were thought-provoking. In fact, they weren't really good vegetables. They were cabbage and then made into spicy cabbage. There were fine shredded radish and preserved fruit stuffed into the steamed buns. They were bright red and made the buns crispy and tender. The officials were not surprised by the cabbage and shredded fruit, but where did the chili come from? Chili was distributed among the family, but they couldn't bear to eat it. How many people were in charge of the construction site? It was too extravagant. Gao Lisher peeled an orange and stuffed it into the innermost part. It was too sour and definitely couldn't be compared to the word honey orange. He ate until his face wrinkled, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. Li Longji, who had eaten more than half a steamed bun and drank more than half a bowl of soup, slapped his thigh and laughed excitedly. Zhang Xiaobao was the closest and almost choked on the soup. He turned to look at Li Longji, confusion and surprise written on his face. Xiaobao. Li Longji put down his chopsticks and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He praised, smart, really smart. Normal people can't think of your ideas. Good idea. I also pondered and pondered before I figured it out. Cuckoo, do you admit it? Wang Wan had already opened her eyes. She nodded, which meant that she admitted it. However, in her heart, she said, I admit that you are praising yourself now. Zhang Xiaobao played along and asked, Your Majesty, have you thought of it too? You thought of it? It's not easy, it's really not easy. Apart from you, no one else would have thought of such a good idea. As expected of the top scorer, extraordinary. Li Longji continued to praise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is too kind. Since Your Majesty has thought of it, can you tell me more? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't take it anymore. The officials looked over with various emotions. You go first, Li Longji said happily. Oh, okay. Zhang Xiaobao didn't ask Li Longji why he said, if I say it first, how can you say it's your idea? Instead, he nodded and said, Your Majesty, this is what I think. We need military horses mainly because, it's mainly for the Tubo, the Turks, and the tribes in the north of Hebei province. Xiaobao, am I right? Li Longji interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's words and asked excitedly. Yes, Your Majesty is really amazing. Zhang Xiaobao made a fist and palm salute to express his admiration. Li Longji made a fist and palm salute back, please continue. Your Majesty just said the main use. I mean, now there are a few places that don't seem to need too many military horses, so there are a lot of military horses idle. Am I right? Am I right? Ha ha ha. You can talk about it later. Li Longji clapped his hands and laughed. Zhang Xiaobao, when he was depressed, he finally felt the same emotion in the eyes of the officials. That was sympathy, deep sympathy. Zhang Xiaobao knew that those officials must be gloating in their hearts. It's not easy for him to suffer alone, but he can bring joy to many people. Isn't this a kind of contribution? Say it, Xiaobao, say it quickly. Li Longji urged. What else could Zhang Xiaobao do? He could only continue his contribution to the cause to the end. Your Majesty, since they are idle, I think that military horses can not only be used for war, they can also, this time, Zhang Xiaobao stopped himself and looked at Li Longji. Sure enough, Li Longji continued, they can also be used to play polo, right? Public welfare is to let everyone participate and watch for free. Isn't it a feeling that great minds think alike? Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He really didn't think of using military horses to play polo, but this was a good idea. So, he shook his head first and then nodded. Your Majesty, I didn't think that you were better than me. You are the hero. Your Majesty, can you tell me in detail? You didn't think of it. You actually didn't think of it. Ha ha ha. Li Longji was surprised for a moment, then laughed happily again. Even the sound of breathing of the officials became softer. The scene seemed very strange. Li Longji didn't wipe his eyes for a moment and continued, Xiaobao, how is it? Do you admit defeat? You said military horses yourself, but you didn't think of it. Then you. Li Longji stopped laughing, then you didn't think of it. You were the one who said military horses first. Let me think about it. According to this, can you say that I didn't guess it correctly? Zhang Xiaobao, he really couldn't answer directly. He felt that Li Longji was very happy today. It wasn't easy. Being an emperor didn't always make him happy. Wang Wan saw that it was time for her to come out and smooth things over. Your Majesty guessed Xiaobao's plan before, but later, Your Majesty came up with a better idea. Even Xiaobao didn't think of this. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. The officials said in unison. They didn't need to practice this sentence deliberately. It had become instinctive. At this moment, Xiao Hai pulled Danan and Xiao Nan over. Danan and Xiao Nan were more interested in the economy. They always asked Zhang Xiaobao questions. Since it was a public welfare project, it must be related to the economy. Your Majesty, please go first. My idea requires too much military horses. Let's talk about your project first. Zhang Xiaobao modestly declined. Li Longji was slightly discouraged. He had been guessing for more than 10 years. Why couldn't he guess correctly? But then he became happy again. After all, he had thought of a good idea. He looked around and looked at the officials. The officials were all listening attentively. Every time they encountered a situation like this, it was a test. Who knew if the emperor would suddenly stop and ask you questions? If you couldn't answer, it would be troublesome. Okay, I will speak first. Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo can pause. If I missed anything, I will add it. Li Longji said modestly. Some officials were smart and took out a notebook and pencil to take notes. Recently, I have been thinking about how to further improve the people's livelihood. Just now, Xiaobao said military horses. It suddenly enlightened me. Military horses can be used to fight, so naturally, they can also be used to play polo. It is a waste to leave them idle. I plan to transfer soldiers who are usually trained in various prefectures to play polo. The people who live nearby or have leisure time can watch for free. From food, clothing, housing, and transportation, think about the happy things. Xiaobao, what is it called again? Li Longji's tone became a little more formal as he asked Zhang Xiaobao. It is the construction of material civilization and spiritual civilization. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Yes, the people need spiritual civilization. Can the people also participate in polo? Xiaobao, you say. Li Longji probably couldn't think of the rest of the words, so he asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao thought to himself, are you treating me like a secretary? Fine, I'll be a secretary today. He then said, Your Majesty's meaning is clear. Your Majesty wants the commoners who can ride horses to learn. Those who can't ride horses can play with the buju. It's a ball that you kick with your feet. Adults and children can play with it. Your Majesty does not plan to collect tickets, but to build a platform that is convenient for people to watch from a high place. Those who go on the platform to watch from a good position will be charged a certain amount. In addition, there will be merchants who buy and sell food, drink, and entertainment in the stadium, so they will be taxed. With this money, 1. We can build the stadium. 2. We can provide rewards to those who participate. If there is any surplus, it will be deposited in a bank to be used for the expenses and management of this matter in the future. Your Majesty, I am slow-witted and can only think of part of it. Li Longji didn't say anything. The officials who were listening were really convinced. They were full of admiration for Zhang Xiaobao. It wasn't easy. The emperor said an incomplete idea, and he was able to immediately fill in the gaps. Li Longji came back to his senses and praised, with Xiaobao, the Tang Empire's economy will be fine. Cuckoo, you should also say a few words. Wang Wan agreed with Li Longji's evaluation in her heart. Suddenly, she saw Li Longji bring the topic to her. She first looked at Xiaobao and said, Your Majesty, in the past, there were places that organized lotteries. They limited the number of people who were willing to gamble. Then, they would draw the lottery and the money they earned would go to the local treasury. Later on, I know. It was stopped later on. The lottery gambling industry that Xiaobao set up in Tubo was too deceptive. Everyone in the court was afraid of it. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaobao didn't benefit from it, I would have thought that Xiaobao wanted to harm the Tang Empire. Li Longji thought of what happened in Tubo. It was also from then on that he saw how one could harm a country without using force. Wang Wan smiled and continued, the situation in Tubo is different from the Tang Empire. Now, the telegram can quickly send messages to all parts of the Tang Empire. It is time to integrate the gambling industry. There can be a sports gambling industry that will be managed by the capital. The money will be given to the banks and be used for sports. Sports, as the name suggests, is education that strengthens the body. The money earned will not only be used for competitions. In the future, there will be a lot of sports equipment that can be bought and sent to the schools. That's all. Lord Wang, I have something to say. That is. An official stood out from the crowd. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Longji glared at him. He was so scared that he continued, That's it. I support it. The other officials felt bad for him. They all understood and thought about it clearly. The gambling industry involved a lot of money. Can the imperial court send officials to manage it instead of leaving it in the banks? The emperor stared at him as if asking, Who should I send to manage it? Can you guarantee that no one will be greedy? So, that official stepped down. He could not find anyone other than Zhang Xiaobao who could guarantee that no one would be greedy for money. Money was a good thing. Other than Zhang Xiaobao, who was good at making money and did not treat money as money, others might not be able to suppress their greed. Li Longji nodded happily, Good. Let's start the Tang Empire's gambling industry. Xiaobao, tell me your idea. I have created a very profitable gambling industry from a military horse. With your operation, I believe it will be very beneficial to the people. You can't be worse than me. Zhang Xiaobao once again felt the sympathetic gazes from the crowd. Are you still being reasonable? Is this what you said? You only know how to play polo. Zhang Xiaobao cursed in his heart. Even Xiao Hai, Danan, and Xiao Nan were worried. Only Wang Wan was not worried. She was still calm. Gao Lishir looked at his adopted son with expectation and worry. Zhang Xiaobao was not in a hurry. He picked up the bowl of soup and intended to drink 2 mouthfuls, but was stopped by Li Longji. Xiaobao, you are not in good health. You can't drink cold things for the time being. Tell me your idea first. Zhang Xiaobao put down the bowl resentfully. He followed Li Longji's example, coughed softly and said, His Majesty just said that military horses can not only be used for fighting, but also for playing polo. I also think that they can not only be used for fighting, but also for plowing and pulling carriages. Let's talk about plowing first. When plowing dry land, horses are much faster than oxen. We just need to improve the tools. It's simple. In the past, we used people and oxen to plow because horses were too precious. Now there are too many warhorses, so it's better to use them for plowing. Let's talk about pulling carriages. In fact, next year, our Tang Empire will have at least 30,000 miles of railway. His Majesty promised to find me 1 million laborers. I will solve the problem of money. I believe you don't doubt it, right? The officials nodded. Horses plowed dry land really fast. There were too many horses left. After Tufan and Turkic surrendered, in addition to the Tang Empire's own horses, there were also many horses from the 2 places. If they wanted to continue the war, it was estimated that Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the emperor had the final say. As for the problem of money, since Zhang Xiaobao said it was okay, there was absolutely no problem. Seeing that the officials agreed, Zhang Xiaobao said, even if the railway is built, the main road is connected by the railway. There is still a big gap in local transportation. Therefore, horses can further replace manpower and speed up the logistics. The consequence of speeding up the logistics is that when the productivity can't keep up, it will also accelerate the inflation. After all, the taxes from the imperial court will also have to be spent. I digress. I will solve this problem. Everyone, don't worry. It's simple, very simple. Zhang Xiaobao smiled embarrassedly. However, the officials really wanted to hear about this. Among the officials, there were students of Zhang Xiaobao. They had just found a little bit of the feeling when they were in class, but it suddenly disappeared. It was very awkward. With these 2 applications, we can use up a lot of the remaining horse resources. Perhaps it is still not enough to further promote the raising of horses. Before the new farming and transportation methods are popularized, horses can't be replaced. Furthermore, the new technology can't be brought out immediately to the people's livelihood. Yes, it's still very far away. Zhang Xiaobao stopped talking and waited for others to ask. It wasn't that he couldn't continue, but he had to stimulate the thoughts of the officials. Sure enough, a student in his class stood up and asked, Lord Zhang, there is something this student doesn't understand. Speak. Zhang Xiaobao looked over. Then, this student would like to ask, how can horses be used by people? Buy. How much is the price? During the non-farming period, when the demand for logistics is not big, can the people who buy the horses afford to raise them? This person was very nervous. He was afraid that his question would make Zhang Xiaobao difficult. However, he was secretly looking forward to Zhang Xiaobao's solution. After all, in his heart, Zhang Xiaobao was omnipotent in the field of economics. Li Longji and the other officials looked at Zhang Xiaobao and waited for his answer. It was indeed a question. Zhang Xiaobao nodded to the person who asked the question, which meant that he was not bad. Then he said, this question is a good question. Since it is for public welfare, we naturally can't let the people not be able to raise horses. Previously, Lord Jiangzhen of the Sinangxi Temple came and gave me and Cuckoo some vermicelli. Yes, vermicelli. Vermicelli is actually not the main point. The important thing is that we discussed the functions of the Sinongsi temple. In order to strengthen the function of the Sinongsi temple, there is an aspect called Qing Chu, which is very good for raising livestock. If the Qing Chu is done well, it can even increase the fattiness of the main feed in the northern winter. In addition, I intend to take out part of the aquaculture technology at home and give it to the people of the Tang Empire for free. As the production increases, the logistics will be increased. At this point, all the officials and Li Longji showed the same expression as Wang Wan did at that time. You are so kind. Even Xiao Hai didn't believe it. She looked at Danan and Xiao Nan and found that they had reached a consensus. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to say, "What do you mean? Can't I be a good person for once?" But he knew that he absolutely couldn't ask, because they would not believe him. The problem of feed is not a big problem. The Sinongsi temple will speed up the cultivation of corn. Corn has a high yield and rich nutrition. Before it is fully mature, it is a good material for Qing Chu. The quantity is large and the effect is outstanding. Zhang Xiaobao followed the previous words. At this time, Wang Wan interrupted, "Xiaobao, it's really hard on you. You have to consider so many things together. It's what I should do. If an economic official thinks about a problem alone, he will lose a lot. It's time to talk about money. Money. The people who are willing to raise horses only need to take out the money for a horse. They don't need to buy, rent, or pay rent. They just need to be responsible for raising the horses. For the people who don't know how to raise horses, let the Sinongsi temple send out technical personnel to print the method of raising horses into a book and distribute it for free. Let the medical centers of the Dei Hospital and various places help to summarize and treat the diseases." Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that it was wrong to think more. It was normal. If you patted your head and came up with an idea, then the officials who weren't in charge of sales and management of pests and diseases would be beheaded. At this time, the person who asked the previous question asked again, "Lord Zhang, I have a question. From what you said, if the money is not used to buy horses, who will it be given to?" "It will be given to the bank. The people who really don't have money can borrow it themselves. The bank will be responsible for lending it to them with low interest. The people will then put the money in the bank without interest. The bank will be responsible for providing horses for the people. When this money is enough, I can operate it. Not only will the bank not lose money, but it will also make money. You can rest assured about this. If the people raise horses and they die, we will send people to take a look. The people won't have to bear the responsibility for the horses that die of illness or old age. Unless they killed the horses themselves, then the money won't be given. If they use things as low-interest mortgages, then the things won't be returned. Unless they directly take the money, then the things will be given to them. If the people raise horses and they die, they can continue to rent horses. If the people are willing to plant crops designated by the imperial court, the bank will also give a portion of the emperor's money as a reward. In fact, the policies are all good. The main thing is the local officials. If there is a situation where an official makes a false report, then... Zhang Xiaobao stopped and looked at Li Longji. Kill. Li Longji's answer was very simple. It was only one word. Chapter 964. After Li Longji said the word kill, he added, "A few years ago, when you and Cuckoo told me about this matter, I sent people to patrol the area every year. The results were pretty good, but there were still people who dared to commit crimes at the risk of being executed. The officials in the Hunan circuit, there were 613 of them. They didn't manage to find out anything. Last year, I sent 3 batches of people, but they managed to fool the patrolling officers. To be more precise, the patrolling officers couldn't figure out what the Japanese were talking about. The last batch of people discovered a small problem. I ordered them to send news, but the news was cut off. Only then did I send Xiao Bei and the others over. At this point, Li Longji glanced at Xiao Hai and the others and nodded. You guys are still the best. When you went over, the news wasn't cut off. They don't dare, and they don't have the ability. Big Man replied. Little Man continued, even if they can mobilize 10,000 soldiers, our guards will be able to bring us back safely. Indeed. This year, I sent 5 batches of people. The money spent by the people sent out was much less than the money the officials embezzled. It was worth it. I will give another order. I will let the people of Great Tang know that if they discover any corruption or bribery of local officials, they can report it to the department that sends the telegrams. I will immediately send people to investigate. The department that sends the telegrams will be independent of the local government, just as Xiao Bao had requested. It won't be investigated or controlled by the local government. Even if it won't be completely eradicated, it will at least minimize the losses. If any of the officials in the royal court dares to participate, their properties will be confiscated and their entire family exterminated. Li Longji spoke harshly. This subject doesn't dare, the officials replied in unison. Li Longji ignored the officials and instructed Zhang Xiao Bao, activate your family's intelligence network. I believe in your 2 clans. If anything happens, have Xiao Bei investigate. I will kill whoever is found. Their crimes don't warrant death. As long as they are caught by Xiao Bei, I will kill them. Since the monarch treats me like a national scholar, I will repay the monarch with a national scholar. Zhang Xiaobao said seriously. Since Li Longji had already started to ignore the fact that the 2 of them were trying to avoid suspicion, he had to make a stand. It seemed that he had to continue opening more branches. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the news. Of course, he wouldn't do what Li Linfu and Yang Guozhong did in history, because he was smarter than them. He didn't need to rely on those little tricks to get money and power. When people wanted to use power to obtain selfish monetary satisfaction, they couldn't rely on wisdom to satisfy the public. Student, may I ask one more question? The official appeared again. Under Zhang Xiaobao's signal, he asked, I want to know, how is that money different from the money in the bank? One is that the accounts are different, and the other is that the application is different. Your Majesty can spend your money as you please, but that money must be used for public welfare. The purpose of collecting deposits is not to make things difficult for the people, but to make them take it seriously and work hard. It's hard for people to cherish things that they get for free. By keeping a deposit, they will use the horses well. At the same time, when they don't need the horses, they can take the money back at any time. For example, if they can't afford to keep horses in winter, they can return the horses and take the money back. When spring comes next year, if there are still horses that are idle, they can rent them again. This fee is actually balanced by the interest generated from the money they put in the bank. I will run a perfect operation and earn a lot of money. Then, I will take out the money and use it for public welfare. For example, for families with low incomes, I will build houses for them and give them money to buy necessities for survival. Zhang Xiaobao's answer satisfied the official and he retreated. Not only was he satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao's answer, but he was also satisfied with his master's ability. He was indeed omnipotent and didn't let him down. Li Longji suddenly remembered something that Zhang Xiaobao said just now. Xiaobao, what do you mean by letting the people plant specific crops? For example. I haven't thought about it yet. It's just a suggestion. Yes, I haven't thought about it yet. Zhang Xiaobao had a calm expression. It must be related to the technology your family is releasing. Am I right? Li Longji asserted. After asking, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao carefully. Zhang Xiaobao smiled, Your Majesty, don't try to trick me. If you say it's right, then it's right. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't sure when he answered. Just as Li Longji asked, there was indeed a connection. Otherwise, who would be stupid enough to give away their technology for free? But now, they couldn't say it out loud in case someone tried to interfere. Li Longji was conflicted. He knew that even if he guessed correctly, he wouldn't be able to guess the connection between the two. If he asked Zhang Xiaobao again, he wouldn't get an answer. If he did get an answer, it would probably be a lie. I was just asking casually. Accompany me to the construction site and see what's the difference between your family's buildings and other buildings. Li Longji didn't want to think about it anymore because the more he thought, the more tired he became. He turned around and walked inside. After calling out, Xiao Bei came back with the carved rice sprouts. She looked very happy. She ran over and spoke to Zhang Xiaobao first. Brother, I found a way to make money. All the officials were speechless. They were really a family. Zhang Xiaobao's plan was to make a lot of money. His sister could also make a little money herself. It seemed that it would be difficult for her to starve to death in the future. Oh. What's the idea? Tell me. Zhang Xiaobao had to play along and pretended to be curious. Hee, it's about the candy house. Xiao Bei hugged the carved rice sprouts and swayed back and forth. Ah. Let me guess. Did you make a new flavor of candy? Zhang Xiaobao made a candy-eating action. No, right, just a little. Guess again. Xiao Bei continued to sway her body. Then you must have made a better pastry. Also wrong, let me tell you. We have a new thing, and the shape is different. In the future, Sister Xiao Zhu will design the shape. Just now, we asked the master to help us carve and he carved a lot of wood shavings. I asked the master if the wood shavings would be thrown away. The master said to throw away the worthless wood shavings, but keep the valuable ones and use glue to make various patterns. Guess what I thought of? Xiao Bei lifted the carved rice sprouts and shook it. Ah, what did you think of? What did you think of? I will tell you when I go back tonight. I have to think about it carefully. Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked forward. Xiao Bei caught up with him, let me tell you. I thought of our precious candy house. The colors of the candy are too simple. Red is red, green is green. When we make them, we use a mold, and the edges and corners are left behind. We have to reheat them. Also, the ones with sugar grains can only be sold cheaply. When we reheat them, the taste will change. Didn't you say that a real brand is not only innovative, but also consistent? In the future, we don't have to sell them cheaply. We can just stick the leftovers into various colors and shapes and make them into little people's clothes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded with satisfaction and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also very pleased and asked, is there anything else? Yes, this idea was not from me. It was from brother Zhang Chang. He said that he wanted to make a Baoan arrow candy. Then he asked if we could let the children who came to eat candy design it themselves. We will make it for them. We first came up with dozens or hundreds of designs. If they are willing to choose, they can choose. If they are not satisfied with any of them, they can think of their own or even draw it themselves. Then we will make it for them. We will charge more because some candy needs molds. Xiao Bei happily introduced the details and was not afraid that others would copy it. There was no protection of property rights now. The only thing that was protected, other than the official seal, was the cartoon rice seedling logo of the Zhang family and the Wang family. The former was compulsory, while the latter was consciously protected by the people of the Tang Empire. The cartoon rice seedlings were not allowed to be copied. Li Longji stopped, turned around, and said, Xiao Bei, did you use my idea in the imperial court? I can't use it for nothing. You want shares. Uncle Emperor, sure, you can have them, but I want to write in the project you are involved in that it is personally approved by the Emperor of the Tang Empire. In terms of business, we can give up the 1.3 million strings of coins, but we can't lose a cent of the candy house's money. Xiao Bei was not willing to lose out at all. Her small mouth was like a machine gun. The officials were stunned when they heard this. The little guy had really become a spirit. Li Longji was afraid of the words 1.3 million strings of coins. It was not that he did not have it and could not take it out, but he was used to this rule. He said helplessly, "Just pretend that I didn't say it just now. I will treat you to dinner tonight, okay?" "Okay, brother, you can have porridge. I want to eat a big crab. Just one is enough. Crabs are cold, so children can't eat too many of them. Wait a moment, I will discuss with them. We can't let Uncle Emperor come up with the idea for nothing." Xiao Bei ran to discuss with the other 8 children after saying that. What Li Longji lamented the most was that the 9 children worked together and each had their own strengths. In the end, they were omnipotent. He sighed and said to the officials who were watching the show, "See, there will be an idea in a while. A man who fights in battle is not the full strength of the battle, but the unity of the soldiers in the battle. A man who governs is not the ability to learn, but the trust of the people. Therefore, the rule of the country is smooth, but the will of the people is like a city. I don't build a city, but I have millions of people. Long live the emperor!" The officials shouted. Li Longji still ignored the officials. Instead, he nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to express his gratitude. It didn't take long for Xiao Bei to run back. "Uncle Emperor, we've discussed it. In Uncle Emperor's name, before the new year, we'll invite the children of Chang and to come up with ideas for our precious candy house and design candies and pastries. At that time, we'll choose the best ones and give them something from Darling Candy House. We'll let the children in the capital have a good new year. The other places are too far away, so we can't take care of them." "Oh. How are we going to judge? How many people won't be rewarded?" Li Longji asked. "I said, the children in the capital will naturally be rewarded. We'll give more suggestions and designs to those who are good, and we'll also give a share to those who aren't good." Xiao Bei looked at him with a "why don't you listen to me" look. "Can't we just give them directly? Why bother them?" Li Longji asked again. "We can't accept rewards without doing anything. Just call it charity and let them think of a way to get the candy. They'll feel that it's the result of their hard work, and it'll taste better," Xiao Bei explained. "Do you see? Do you hear me?" Li Longji first said to the official, then turned to Xiao Bei and said, "June, and Pan, are still waiting for you to play with them. You have to find them soon. We'll find them when we get back tonight. We'll lend them our original small house to play with. Our house is made of agarwood, the only house in the entire Great Tang that has a mercury balance. Brother and sister gave it to us back then." Xiao Bei's face was filled with happiness when she talked about her house. Li Longji also knew about that house and was very envious of it. He didn't live in it when he was young, so he nodded and said, "We're really going to make a big crab tonight. Let's go, we'll walk around a bit more before we return." Compared to the other 2 places, Xingjing Construction Group's construction site was indeed cleaner and tidier. The efficiency of the work was also higher. As for the quality, there was no need to say much. After all, a professional was a professional. Li Longji kept looking around and occasionally asked someone a few questions. It was only when the sky was dyed with a gorgeous sunset that he reluctantly left. He brought Zhang Xiaobao and the others into the palace. Li Longji still had memorials to approve, so he didn't have time to think about other matters. However, the news of the emperor personally coming to the construction site had already spread throughout the capital. What was originally a simple matter of putting on a show had been greatly exaggerated, causing the impact to become even greater. The simple commoners could no longer use words to express how moved they were. They could only display their loyalty to the emperor through other actions, such as burning incense and releasing whips. This made the people from different countries feel extremely helpless. They couldn't help but admit that the foundation of the Great Tang was unshakable. In terms of military affairs, the Great Tang had millions of soldiers, and Demoness Cuckoo was overseeing it. She even taught the other generals how to march. It was rumored that Demoness Cuckoo's military lessons were so fancy that they couldn't be described as a simple battle between two armies. There were many aspects involved, and each aspect had many details. Furthermore, it was coordinated with the actual situation, so it wasn't a simple theory. In terms of money, economy, there was no need to mention it. According to the people who asked around, the Great Tang's national treasury had more money than they could spend. The thing that the officials worried about the most was how to spend money. In addition to the national treasury, the current emperor had more money in the bank than the national treasury. In the end, they could only think of a solution in terms of the people's feelings. However, the Great Tang's emperor didn't give them a chance. Why did an emperor like you come to the construction site to eat GMOs? You clearly have nothing better to do. You can also tell them in advance so that they can make preparations and send men of sacrifice to assassinate you. In the end, you can really do whatever you want. You can just bluff your way through. It was said that even the city walls weren't built. What's the use of that? They had to attack the Great Tang first before they could attack the capital. The countries in the southwest were the most troublesome because the sea route was impassable, and the mountain roads near the sea were also impassable. Lu Zhou was blocking the key points. The gunboats and lighthouses in the sea, and the special forces in the 100,000 mountains formed a joint defense with the mountain people. What if they took the road in Jianan Circuit? The river was slightly below them, and water transportation was developed. However, the trackers of the Zhang family and Wang family were as developed as the fleet. If they went further up, they would reach Chengdu. What was the point of going there? There were many businesses of the Zhang family and Wang family in Chengdu. If they went around Chengdu from the west, they would hit the border of Tubo. How many troops did the Zhang family and Wang family have guarding the pass? There were also eagles in the sky, and they couldn't fly away even if they had wings. If they went further, they could take advantage of the fact that there were still tribes in Tubo who were not convinced. They could bribe and rope them in before entering the snow mountain. After that, they would reach Wing Prefecture. Was there a need to mention the prestige of the logistics camp in Wing Prefecture? If they continued to go around, it was estimated that 100,000 people would set off and go around the Tujue. By the time they reached Feng Prefecture, it would be considered a lot if they had 5,000 people left. As a result, the people of the southwest countries realized that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had sealed off half of the Great Tang. If they wanted to destroy the Great Tang, the first to be destroyed would be the Zhang family and Wang family. Compared to the southwest countries, the Axian Luo in the east had already accepted their fate. Only today did the Axian Luo royal family realize what it meant to subdue the enemy without fighting. Using money could also stun a country. If Zhang Xiaobao knew what the people of Axian Luo were thinking, he would definitely be very disdainful. They were just Axian Luo. Did they know how many countries were destroyed by the United States Wantao plan? I've already shown mercy. At least your Axian Luo didn't starve to death. The Japanese were also depressed. They had just come up with a plan in Hunan province, but it only affected a very small area. That spark was immediately extinguished. It was estimated that the interrogative edict asking them to send people back would soon reach their country. If they didn't send the people back, after the new year, Zhang Xiaobao might support Wang Wan in sending troops after he had settled the matters of the Great Tang. Once the gunboats arrived, the shore would definitely be lost. Then, they would seal off and divide. It was said that Wang Wan's favorite thing to do on the sand table was to cut through, divide, and then surround and annihilate. Li Longji didn't care about these things, so he didn't worry much. During dinner, he finished a busy day's work. He approved the big things himself and gave the minor things to the head of the secretariat. The main thing was that there wasn't much to do. There were no enemies invading the border, and there was no place rebelling. There wouldn't be a disaster that couldn't be paid. In addition, there were telegrams, and news was transmitted very quickly. There were very few things to deal with every day. Moreover, there was now a special think tank. When spring comes, will I be able to go out and have some fun? Li Longji thought as he closed the last memorial. When Li Longji arrived at the dining area, Xiao Bei was already waiting anxiously. The other side dishes were already set, and the aged vinegar ginger juice was also prepared. Xiao Bei was waiting for the big crab to be served. When Li Longji arrived, the hot dishes were served one after another. There weren't many kinds. He didn't pursue quantity now. The dishes that were used for show were all gone. He let the kitchen make whatever he wanted to eat. When he wanted to eat a bowl of noodles, other than the noodles and the gravy on top, a few small salted vegetables were enough. Only when he was in a good mood when meeting with an envoy would he put a pile of food for the envoy to taste. Uncle Emperor, you're here. There's no need to let people taste the dishes anymore. I'll send someone to the imperial kitchen to watch. Eat it while it's hot. You can't eat the crab when it's cold. Seeing Li Longji sit down, Xiao Bei was very active. He was afraid that Li Longji would let people taste the crab and make it cold. Eating cold crab could easily lead to poisoning. Zhang Xiaobao was already slowly eating the porridge. He didn't care so much. Li Longji, you can eat it or not, but I have to eat it. I'm a patient. When Li Longji saw Xiao Bei, he smiled happily. Eat, eat, I want to eat the crab too. When the crab was served, Xiao Bei grabbed a big one and put it on the plate in front of him. He didn't need to use the 8 pieces of crab made by his older brother and sister. He stuck his chopsticks into the plate and used his left and right hand. With a crunch, the crab opened. Then he picked up the spoon and scooped up the yellow, then dug into the meat. He ate to his heart's content. Li Longji followed suit. After eating a mouthful of meat, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, who had drunk half a bowl of porridge, Xiaobao, where do you think I should go next spring? Next spring? That won't do. At the start of spring next year, Cuckoo and I have something to do, so you have to stay in the capital. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment before rejecting Li Longji's suggestion. Li Longji wanted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to accompany him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't agree, he felt very regretful. Zhang Xiaobao said, Your Majesty, after the military selection, you can go. There's still some time before the new year. Really? Where should I go? Li Longji was delighted when he heard that there were places he could go. By right, we should go to Hainan when the weather is cold. That's where Luzhou is. However, it'll take too long to go there. It'll only be more convenient when the railway is built. It'll only take a few days. Since we can't go to hot places, let's go to cold places. We'll go to the north of Jili province to hunt for delicacies. Zhang Xiaobao suggested that they go to the northeast. Chapter 965. Li Longji didn't have any extra thoughts about where to go. He just wanted to go out. He felt that as an emperor, it was a pity that he hadn't even seen his own country. He really hadn't strolled around the northern part of Hebei province, so it would be good to take a look. When are we leaving? Li Longji planned to set a date. Wait a little longer. When the Yellow River Shipping Company's new ship is launched next month, we'll leave. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much about it and gave a rough time. Li Longji pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, the ship rented to Japan and Xinluo will go through the Yellow River. I can go with you and save money. Xiao Bao, you're still the best at scheming. It's just a basic skill. It's not that I care about this little bit of money. It's a habit. Zhang Xiaobao told the truth. Li Longji felt that he was being modest and asked, "Who else is going with you?" "There are also people from the Ministry of Works in Jili province. We'll go home together and earn some pocket money." Zhang Xiaobao reached out and touched a crab. In the end, he retracted his hand and shook his head helplessly. Wang Wan advised, "Why don't you stop taking the medicine first? It's just a minor illness. Try the crab." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. I'll be staying up late these few days. My health is more important. Crab, make it drunk. I'll eat it when I'm better." Xiao Bei stopped eating and looked at her brother pitifully. What kind of money? She was more interested in making money now, mainly because she was short of money. Li Longji also pretended to listen attentively. If the ship is rented to Xinluo and the Japanese, they will definitely find a way to figure out how the steam engine works. It's more troublesome to just watch. If someone asks, wouldn't it be much more convenient? If they don't master the technology as soon as possible, we won't be able to sell them the parts. We have to help them and let the people from the Ministry of Work stay on the ship for a while. They can bribe us, and we can collect the technical consultation fee." Zhang Xiaobao explained. Everyone understood. Gao Lisher continued, yes, we need them to first occupy places with resources to reduce our own losses. They won't be able to fork out more money in the future. Other than various resources, we can also capture slaves. As long as they manage the slaves well and send them to the Great Tang to do dangerous work, we can give them a certain discount. Isn't that right, Xiao Bao? Zhang Xiaobao quickly gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Foster father is still the best. You immediately thought of this child's plan. If I catch slaves, I will be scolded in the future. No matter what, I have to let others help this child bear some of the scolding. When they caught the slaves, they would certainly not treat them well. In terms of food and drink, they themselves were also very difficult. How could they let the slaves eat white rice and white flour, let alone meat? After we take over the slaves and give them ordinary clothes to wear, the slaves will feel better than before. Plus, with our food, I believe the slaves will think that we are their great benefactors, or savior," Wang Wan reminded him. "That's right, savior. Release a portion of them back and let them talk about how good our Great Tang is and how bad the Japanese are. The Japanese are putting in a lot of effort to capture slaves, and we can recruit them from behind. It's convenient and convenient. In truth, if it was easy to communicate with them, given the conditions of our Great Tang, there would be no need to capture slaves at all. Some of their tribes even eat other people, and death is a very common matter. Those who can live to 40 can already be considered to have lived a long life. Our Great Tang's work is dangerous, and it is easy for accidents to happen. To the people of our Great Tang, it is an extremely blessed life. They don't have to worry about fighting with wild beasts all day long, and they don't have to fight with other tribes and eat one another. Furthermore, they don't have to worry about malaria. To them, hard work that can kill people is heaven. This is the reason why we are working so hard to improve Great Tang's technological capabilities, increase production, and teach people how to read. When a tribe pulls apart from another, then..." At this point, Zhang Xiaobao paused to give Li Longji and the others some time to think. Wang Wan nodded silently by the side. In truth, she also understood what Zhang Xiaobao was saying. This was why she and Zhang Xiaobao were working so hard. When a strong tribe enslaved a weak tribe, the other party would feel grateful. The worst treatment would be the best motivation for the other party. Wang Wan believed that when she saw the slaves smile happily because the treatment given to them was countless times better than their original life and because they were doing work with a high mortality rate, she would never have the same happy thoughts. Instead, she would feel more sorrow and self-encouragement. She would feel sorrow for the other party's happiness and work hard to not be like them. Sigh. Li Longji sighed. With his intelligence, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to say anything more. He could already feel a special feeling. Turning back to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Longji began to reminisce. Everything that had happened to Great Tang seemed to have started with the first auspicious sign in Sanshui County. In the current era, when it was easy to eat cucumbers in winter, the cucumbers in Sanshui County seemed to be crispier. Not long ago, he had even joked that the auspicious sign had been tricked by the experts in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's clan. Now that he thought about it, Great Tang's current state had started with that auspicious sign, a true auspicious sign. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were the favored children that the heavens had gifted to Great Tang. Xiao Bao, are the people in your clan still doing well? Li Longji suddenly asked. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei were taken aback, but they soon understood and replied, they're fine. There's no need for your majesty to worry. Wang Wan pondered for a moment and understood what Li Longji meant. He was asking about the two experts in his clan. It wasn't appropriate for him to say it directly, so he could only ask in such a manner. Otherwise, others might misunderstand that he was plotting against the two experts. After all, the experts that he had never met were also a protective umbrella for the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans. Many officials understood that if they were to go against the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans, they would have to face the armed forces of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans in various places. At the same time, they would also have to face the thoughts of the experts in the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans seeking revenge for their disciples. What if they were to flee to another country in a fit of anger? That's good. Xiao Bao, you and Cuckoo have to work harder, Li Longji added. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hurriedly agreed. That meant that before the expert died, the two of them had to learn all his skills. After the meal, Li Longji excitedly thought about how he was going to leave soon. He had someone send Zhang Xiaobao and the others away. After chatting with Gao Lishir for a while, he directly went to the harem. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao left the palace, he immediately sent someone to ask about the progress of the Yellow River Shipping Company's ship manufacturing. It had already begun to snow. If they waited until the Yellow River froze, the ship wouldn't be able to come out. They would have to transfer it from other places, so Li Longji wouldn't be able to hitch a ride. Let's go back. Don't stay up late tonight. Sleep early. We've been tired for a few days. It's time to rest, Wang Wan said as she looked at her siblings who were full. Let's go to bed after we settle the matters of the candy house. We'll bring little brother June and little sister Pan, to sleep with us. The next day, just as the sun rose, Zhang Xiaobao, who had drunk half a bowl of porridge and a large bowl of Chinese medicine, began to arrange the matters that he had discussed earlier. The military horses from all over the country, those that weren't used and those that weren't kept for breeding, were to be gathered in the direction of the capital. Then, the people who were familiar with the horses would be gathered in the capital. Which type of horse could withstand the cold, which type of horse could withstand the heat, and which type of horse could adapt to the mountains or plains, had to be taken into consideration. In addition, once there were horses, the original cattle would have to be distributed. The horses would be used to trade with other people's land for cattle, and the cattle would be placed in the paddy fields. To perfect the rental system, the deposit had to be paid. It wasn't that the operation required that little bit of money, but that little bay had already said that it wasn't good to reap without sowing. People like that wouldn't know how to cherish it. While Zhang Xiaobao was working on the details, the common people were also looking forward to it. The news of yesterday's matter spread very quickly. Although there were some exaggerations, the common people could still guess the truth from the exaggerations. Furthermore, the common people still respected the imperial power. If the emperor personally went to the construction site, chatted with the common people, and gave them gifts, the common people wouldn't scoff in their hearts and say that the emperor was putting on a show. They would think that the emperor was a good emperor. Managing such a large country and personally visiting the common people meant that the emperor had the common people in his heart. The common people of Tang and knew what Li Longji and Zhang Xiaobao had said yesterday. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao was deliberately adding fuel to the fire. He didn't want to be the emperor, so he wanted to stabilize the imperial power. As such, the common people naturally knew that many military horses had been eliminated and were being used by the common people. Moreover, it was very convenient to raise them. There was someone to teach them, and they didn't need to pay extra money. They only needed to deposit the money in the bank. So be it, it wasn't like they didn't have money anymore. It was said that when the emperor discussed with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he allowed them to withdraw their money at any time without renting a horse. To the common people, this was a very worthwhile matter. They didn't care about how powerful Great Tang was. What they cared about was their own lives. At the side, Wang Wan was busy with the branch opening. Since Li Longji said that he wanted to get the intelligence network of the Wang and Zhang family to start working, she decided to go with the flow. Who didn't want to earn more money? Xiao Bao, how many branches should we open? Wang Wan listed out the properties of her family and realized that there were quite a lot of them. She sighed in her heart. Great Tang was a good era. She could casually come up with a good idea and earn money. Zhang Xiaobao was in the midst of making a list. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he put down his pen and ruler. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The more detailed, the better. As long as there are villages with a population of more than 100 people, we should have a branch. We have to make it look like a grocery store. No matter how difficult the transportation is, even if we have to pay a loss for every product sold, we have to open a branch in the village to cultivate the loyalty of the customers. Just treat it as advertising fees." All right. Wang Wan agreed. I don't think that the loss will be too much. Every village has their own local specialties. Usually, they can't sell them, so the grocery store will buy them. Then, when it's time to deliver the goods, it will be transported by manpower or carts to the next branch. This way, we will have products from all over the country. Basically, the profits will be balanced. Even if we earn less in the first 1 or 2 years, when you use Li Longji's money to start building roads on a large scale, we will be able to benefit from it. Did you think of this earlier? No. How could a kind-hearted person like me have any ideas about public affairs? Our lives will get better and better in the future. When we grow old, we won't stop. I don't want to think about the day when we grow old. I want to enjoy my youth. Wang Wan knew what Zhang Xiaobao wanted to say. She was already sick of it. These words might be able to scare others and motivate the servants, but they were not effective on her. All right. We will always be young. Xiao Bei will never grow up. Although she always wants to grow up faster, sigh. Life is actually a besieged city. When one grows up, one will realize that the best time is one's childhood. Just like us, we are carefree. Zhang Xiaobao's lips curled up into a smile. Wang Wan's lips twitched. I really don't know what it means to be carefree when I'm with you. The one who has fewer worries is Li Longji. He doesn't know how many things we have helped him settle. At this point, Wang Wan suddenly thought of something. Xiao Bao, do you think we should let Li Longji establish a constitutional monarchy? That's too far away, and we can't force him to establish a constitutional monarchy. When the time comes, the emperor will realize that he can't handle the development of society by himself, and there are many things that he can't understand. At that time, he will definitely consciously or unconsciously hand over his authority. This is inevitable. If we just push him down now, it won't do Great Tang any good. We need the loyalty of the people to the imperial power. Do you think we should publicize it now and print it into a book to tell the people that it doesn't matter if there is an emperor or not? Everyone should stop thinking about the emperor and focus on their own matters. How will the people react then? Zhang Xiaobao had already considered this matter. The disadvantage of having too much power was that once one idea was wrong, everything would be over. The advantage was that once it was right, the country would develop very quickly. It was a double-edged sword. Wang Wan pondered for a moment before saying, I think the people will be dumbfounded. They will feel as if the sky is collapsing. If there is no emperor, what is the reason for their existence in this world? It's very scary to not have faith. It's even scarier than having faith in chaos. When faith is in chaos, everyone will believe in their own beliefs. In fact, most of the beliefs are for the sake of the people with power. But without faith, what should we believe in? As Wang Wan spoke, she became confused. If we don't have spiritual beliefs, we will consciously choose material beliefs. Whoever can control and allocate more survival resources is the best. More accurately speaking, it's money. Without faith, there is no morality. There is only money. For money, people can do anything. There is no trust between each other. The purpose of communicating with others is to earn money or be earned by others. If it is not corrected by then, the result will be that the race will lose its spiritual pillar and split internally. It will be taken advantage of by people with faith. In the end, after paying a huge price, they will re-establish their faith or die out. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the wall. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be discussing with Wang Wan. This topic was too heavy. Wang Wan nodded and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. What is your faith? Mine. I thought that I had no faith when I first started. I just wanted to eat my fill, listen to the dean, follow my brothers and sisters, and bring up my younger brothers and sisters quickly. Later on, I didn't have any faith. I only had longing and the thought of living. When I found that I could live well, that longing turned into faith. This is what the dean wants to do. For this goal, I worked very hard. I didn't dare to stop. I was afraid that once I stopped, I would lose my memories of my grandfather. While waiting for the dean to complete his ideas, I came into contact with many things in the process. At that time, I realized that my faith is actually an incomplete copy of the dean. Now that you mention it to me, I understand. I am independent, but I have my own inheritance hidden deep in my subconscious, or even in the depths of my soul. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed his own inner thoughts and turned to ask Wang Wan, what about you? Me? Speaking of this makes me angry. I realize that my faith seems to have been affected by you. From the moment I investigated you, I was gradually changed by you. For a period of time, I almost couldn't define what justice was. Look at the things you did. It was a mess. It made me feel uncomfortable for a long time. I originally thought that the law was justice. Later on, I realized that there is a kind of justice called morality. When the law and morality clash, justice becomes blurred. When the world wants to use the law to punish you, you stand on the moral high ground. When the world wants to use morality to attack you, you are the representative of the law of the jungle. In the end, I realized that you are at the edge of the law, morality, and the law of humanity. You are everything, but also nothing. It was only when I came to the Tang dynasty that I understood that there is no need to give you an accurate definition, and there is no need to give myself an accurate definition, because we are all ourselves. As Wang Wan spoke, she would occasionally look at Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Occasionally, she would roll her eyes. Zhang Xiaobao nodded happily. I never realized that I could be so great. Thank you. You're welcome. When you recover, we will settle the score. Wang Wan looked like she was very easy to talk to. Make plans, make plans. It is more important to get down to business. I thought of a good idea. Let's have the army and people organize a few small activities in the capital and let the generals of the Tang dynasty observe. Then, they will give their opinions and suggestions. We will provide all kinds of expenses and help them fulfill their needs. We will create an atmosphere for them to discuss. We will highlight the relationship between the army and the people. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao was just about to write when he stopped and asked Wang Wan. However, he did a natural habitual action, using his empty hand to tap on his face. Wang Wan was confused by Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion at first, but after seeing Zhang Xiaobao's actions, she understood. You have a stomach full of bad things. Just by chatting, you can think of a way to scheme against others. I really admire you. Aren't you tired of living? General, you also have to scheme. Why do you have to do this? Wang Wan shook her head helplessly. Zhang Xiaobao put down his hand and retorted, how is this scheming? This is teaching. As an instructor, you have to know how to cultivate the ability of a general at all times. The saying that all is fair in war refers to this. Well, then tell me, what do you want to do by using the honey trap of supplies? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's serious expression and laughed in anger. Do you know what it means to retreat? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Can you not use the method of leading to answer questions? Isn't it just to gain more strategic space? Wang Wan said disdainfully. Oh, you really do know. Then what is it to do in the open and in the dark? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. It is to deceive people. One thing in the open and another in the dark. Continue asking. Wang Wan cooperated. In Sun Tzu's Art of War, there is a chapter called Strategic Attack. It says that if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be defeated. I will tell you the answer directly. Is this what you want to ask? Wang Wan asked. Yes, you are so smart. I am too busy right now. In a few days, there will be a military expedition. I want to delay it and gain more strategic time. To be precise, I want to use money to buy time. Give me time to gather troops and scout. I am not ready yet, so I can't fight a blitzkrieg battle. Zhang Xiaobao revealed an innocent expression, indicating that he was not lying and that he was doing everything according to the art of war. Wang Wan suddenly understood. Yes, now that you mention it, I realize that we still have a lot of things to do. You are right. Let me think. After thinking for a while, Wang Wan smiled. We can start a big discussion in the army. Who said that the army can only charge and break through the enemy lines? We also need to have a certain level of culture. Later, I will suggest to Li Longji that we first have a written exam. We will not test the art of war or battle formations, but only the relationship between the army and the people. Using the logistics camp in Izhou when I was fighting in Tubo as an example, we will discuss it as part of the military expedition. This will be enough to make it difficult for the generals for a while. You should quickly go and gather information. As for my written exam, you don't have to worry about it, right? No need. You are in this line of work. I understand. You must have read a lot of theses. Just copy one will do. This is called using one's strong points to attack the enemy's weak points. Okay, wait for me to draw the form, then we will go to the palace. Zhang Xiaobao laughed along with Wang Wan. Their eyes narrowed into crescents, giving the impression that they were a pair of foxes. When the two finished the general framework of the plan and went to the palace, the generals of Tang were gathered together to discuss how to defeat Wang Wan in Jiangnan province. They didn't know that the war had already begun. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, who they were going to deal with, were playing the strategy of exhausting the enemy and waiting for them to rest. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan met Li Longji was looking at a map. It was a regional map of the northern part of Hebei province. Even if it was the northern part of Hebei province, he didn't have a complete map. There was no more north from Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion. It is probably colder here than in the capital. I need to prepare more. I can't take the Empress and other concubines out. Lisher, how much do you think we should take? Li Longji asked Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher had just arrived and wanted to report about the heavy snow in Lingzhou. It snowed again last night and many houses collapsed. The local officials activated Chongping warehouse and asked for support from the capital. Gao Lisher wasn't angry about this. He complained that the officials of Lingzhou didn't know how to solve the problem by themselves and instead asked for help from the capital. In his opinion, this was a good thing. It meant that the local officials weren't as secretive as Xiao Bao said. A real good official was one who worked actively, had the courage to take responsibility, didn't hide the truth, and prioritized the lives of the people. Hearing the emperor's question, Gao Lisher helplessly persuaded, Your Majesty, it's just a small matter. I have something important to do. What? Something important. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Get to the point. Li Longji threw down the map without hesitation and said solemnly. Seeing this, Gao Lisher was very grateful to his godson, Xiao Bao. In the past, the more others didn't want him to think about fun, the more he wanted to think about it. He was afraid that he would be rejected. Now, it was not like this. If he wanted to play, he could look for Little Treasure at any time. Little Treasure would definitely have fun ideas, and he would also provide money. That was why he liked to play and was not so infatuated. He took out the translated telegram and said, Your Majesty, it's snowing in Lingzhou again. We sent a telegram to the capital last night, but it didn't get through until this morning. We suffered a great loss. We asked for help from the capital, and we also told the capital that the Yellow River might freeze early. What's the loss? Li Longji's expression turned serious. He didn't want any place to be affected. He felt that it was better for all places in Great Tang to have good weather. However, sometimes, things didn't change according to one's will, especially when it came to nature. Therefore, what he feared would happen eventually happened. Li Longji remembered that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo talked about Mo Fei's law. He let out a long sigh. Gao Lisher shook his head and said, Not yet, Your Majesty. The snow is probably too heavy. They only said that many houses had collapsed. The various prefectures and counties have already sent out troops last night to help the affected people. Chongping started the operation early. I think the people's grain was buried under the snow and couldn't be taken out. Go find Xiao Bao. It's too slow for the government to take action. Ask his family to help. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and gave the order. As soon as he finished giving the order, the eunuch Luobin ran in with a translated telegram in his hand. He stopped in a hurry, gasped for breath, and said, reporting, Your Majesty, a call from Fengzhou. Speak. Li Longji glared at Luobin. What's the hurry? A report from Fengzhou. The snow has crushed more than 614 houses. 3,722 people have been evacuated, and there are no casualties. The Zhang family and Wang family's ranches have been activated, and they have provided countless food and clothing. Lisher, do you see that? This is the speed of Xiao Bao and Wang family. I have nothing to say. Li Longji didn't wait for Luobin to finish and said to Gao Lisher. A smile finally appeared on Gao Lisher's face as he replied, Your Majesty, there is no comparison. If Xiao Bao and Wang family didn't have such speed, I would find it strange and wonder if they didn't help. Luobin nodded and said, Yes, Your Majesty, Gao Lisher is right. I think so too. Luobin was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't surprised at all when he read the contents of the report. This was the foundation of the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji's mood improved a bit. Indeed, there is no comparison. Continue. Yes, Your Majesty. The Zhang family and Wang family's ranches have sent out eagle flocks, dog teams, and deer plow. They have set off for Lingzhou at 4:45 a.m. The Zhang family and Wang family's fleet in Fengzhou stopped unloading and went against the current to cooperate with the other three teams. It is said that they intercepted a telegram from Lingzhou at 6:45 a.m. last night. The disaster situation is very serious and they are going to provide assistance. The Fengzhou government has requested the capital to verify this, and the army is on standby. Luo Bin continued to report. Only now did he catch his breath. Li Longji frowned. He understood the latter part of the report very well. The army wasn't on standby to provide assistance, but to deal with the Zhang family and Wang family. It wasn't his idea, but the other officials, including Gao Lishur and Zhang Zhong, had all agreed to it. Even if it was just for show, it couldn't be that there were no restrictions or precautions against the Zhang family and Wang family. In Fengzhou, once it snowed heavily, the three beast teams of the Zhang family and Wang family would be able to respond quickly. If one had to describe them, there was only one word to describe them: fast. They were so fast that they were even faster than when the roads were not blocked by snow. All the officials, including Li Longji, knew that one of the reasons why the Tujue gave up resistance was because of the rapid response forces of the Zhang family and Wang family. Speed was the most important thing in war, and the speed of the army itself was a type of deterrence. Order the garrison in Fengzhou to change their standby and prepare to provide assistance at any time. Cooperate with the Zhang family and Wang family. Quickly go and call Xiao Bao over. Li Longji mentioned Zhang Xiaobao again. Gao Lishur knew that the emperor had to explain to his godson so that his godson wouldn't think too much. I'm going to provide the fastest response to the disaster, but you're guarding against me? Although Gao Lishur knew that his godson wouldn't care about it, the emperor still had to show his attitude. After Li Longji gave the order, before Luo Bin could leave, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived with a telegram in their hands. Not long after they left, he also received the news. Compared to the imperial court, his speed was much faster. The two didn't need to be announced and could directly enter. This was the authority given by Li Longji. Not to mention Xingqing Palace, if there was a need, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could directly barge into the palace when it was closed at night. Even if Li Longji was pampering a woman in the palace, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the authority to pull him out of bed. Li Longji knew that if it really reached the point where Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had to barge into the palace, something big must have happened. Something so big that the two of them couldn't directly solve it and had to go through the imperial court. Just thinking about it made people afraid. How critical was it? Of course, such a thing hadn't happened yet. Li Longji was very gratified that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were still able to handle it with ease. Your Majesty, you also received the news. Then I won't say more. My family's team has already been dispatched and just sent me the news. Your Majesty, don't worry, nothing big will happen. When Zhang Xiaobao came in and saw Luo Bin and his godfather with the telegram in their hands, he knew what was going on. After exchanging a glance with Wang Wan, he said to Li Longji. Li Longji didn't know why, but as long as he saw Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he wouldn't be worried. It was as if he had eaten a calming pill. He ordered Luo Bin, in addition to what I just said, also send a telegram back to Ling State. Tell them that Feng State's ranch has been dispatched. The dispatch time will be 6 quarters later than Ling State's first report. Luo Bin accepted the order and left. Li Longji turned around and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with a smile, Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, I'm already jealous of your family's reaction speed. When the Ling State sends the report at 6 quarters, it will take at least 7 layers to reach Feng State. Your family's team was actually able to complete their preparations and set off in less than 2 hours after the Ling State's report. Can you tell me how they prepared? It will take some time before the report is sent out. Li Longji was speaking from the bottom of his heart. That kind of speed was terrifying because if it were Zhang Xiaobao, it would only take 1.5 hours. An hour and a half later, the news was sent from the spiritual state to the 7th level. Then, the Fengzhou state received the news and packed up the necessary items. After waking up the eagles, dogs, and deer, they set off. The fleet also stopped during the rest and unloading period to reload the necessary items and set off against the current. If one had to compare it to something similar, it would be the reaction speed of the logistics camp in Wing State during the journey to Great Tang. Li Longji exclaimed. However, Zhang Xiaobao didn't think much of it. It was normal. He looked at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan also had a natural expression on her face. They both knew that the reaction speed of their army was equivalent to a global 6-hour counterattack. It wasn't like intercontinental missiles, which usually flew over within half an hour and circled outside the atmosphere. 6 hours meant that when something happened, the troops would be ready and set off, the airborne troops, fighter planes, and bombers would arrive at the designated location, and the tactical arrangements would be completed. That was why the big countries didn't fight each other. Instead, they deterred each other and tried to rope in the smaller countries. If they played this game and started a war, they would all die together. Hence, Zhang Xiaobao appeared to be very calm. He replied, "Your Majesty, their reaction speed is indeed not fast enough. There's no other way. After all, they're not a strong seedling protection team. Although they're a little slow, I believe they'll be the first team to arrive. It seems that the Yellow River Shipping Company will have to speed up, and Your Majesty will have to set off earlier. Your Majesty, you must be prepared so that you won't be flustered." Li Longji ignored Zhang Xiaobao's humble words. He didn't know the speed of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's army back then, so he thought that Zhang Xiaobao was pretending to be humble. Therefore, he said, "The Chongping warehouse in Spirit State has been moved, and it will probably leave a lot of empty space. What do you think about this?" "I don't think so. I just hope that there are no casualties in Spirit State. Your Majesty, please issue another order and ask the medical colleges in the surrounding areas to hurry to Spirit State. It's too slow. It's really hard to live without planes." Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a better idea. Spirit State was too far away from capital city, and it was beyond his reach. Planes? What's that? Li Longji heard something different from Zhang Xiaobao's words and asked immediately. Zhang Xiaobao realized that he had misspoken and explained, "It's something like a hot air balloon. It can fly in the sky very fast, but it can't fly very far. It needs that thing made by the Ministry of Works that separates oil. Without it, it can't fly. I'll add that it can fly a little farther from capital city to Spirit State. I don't know when the Ministry of Works can make it, but I don't think it can be done in a short time. Let's wait." Wang Wan nodded repeatedly to prove it. She couldn't add that the planes could fly even farther with the help of the big planes that could refuel in the air. Li Longji understood a little and said regretfully, "Let's work hard. If we really have that thing, it will be more convenient for me to go to Jili State. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, you don't have to worry about other things, let the other officials do it. You two should prepare yourselves. Since I'm leaving early to inspect Jili State, we should start the military selection as soon as possible to avoid wasting time." Li Longji hadn't forgotten about Wang Wan's participation in the military selection. Zhang Xiaobao was the top scorer in the military selection, so Wang Wan was the top scorer in the military selection. This couldn't be changed. Wang Wan signaled Zhang Xiaobao to speak. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Your Majesty, we're here for the military selection." "Oh. You're planning to start it early?" Li Longji asked. "Yes and no, it's like this." Zhang Xiaobao repeated what he told Wang Wan to Li Longji and emphasized that the army supported by the people was the only army that could win. Li Longji listened quietly and nodded from time to time to show his agreement. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had thought it through very well. He didn't know that the two of them had other tricks up their sleeves. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he said, "That's good too." Then the battle on the sand table. It can be carried out on the ship. The ship is divided into several levels. One level is for the big sand table, one level is for the generals, and one level is for me, Cuckoo, and my family. If that's the case, it won't cause any delay. Zhang Xiaobao explained. The sand table deduction he was talking about wasn't two people sitting face to face with a sand table in the middle. One person would place a flag, and the other person would place another flag. That was called a debate. The military selection was like this. There would be a special place to place the big sand table. Both parties would first set the rules. For example, when the enemy and their side countered each other, the losses, the terrain, the types of troops, and the influence of the weather would be calculated. There were specific data from the past and also rough data from recent experiments. Then, at the sand table, there would be a special judge who would put up the flag. According to the rules, the judge would judge whether the two sides had met and what the situation was. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the generals at home were separated. They were in small rooms and didn't communicate with each other. Everyone had their own sand table in front of them. Then, they had an opportunity to have a meeting before the battle. After the meeting, they returned to their own places and began to command their own troops. The generals of the Tang Empire were the same. You couldn't sit together and discuss. No one would give you that opportunity. You could communicate by telegram, but there was a prediction of the time and various influences. When two generals could be together, it was when their troops encountered each other on the sand table. In this case, the two generals could move to the same room. When the troops under their command began to separate, they also had to separate. The judge in the large sand table would summarize the situation on both sides. If the logistics troops under Zhang Xiaobao's command were discovered when they were hiding, according to the judgment, the judge would give the data first, and the judge would tell Zhang Xiaobao. The judge would say, "Your troops are like this, like this, like that, like that. You will command at the last minute, and we will continue to evaluate the rules." And if they suddenly encountered a general who had really plotted against Zhang Xiaobao, they would also receive a prompt from the judge, saying that they had accidentally encountered the logistics troops of the enemy and had ambushed the logistics troops of the enemy. You will command at the last minute. This was the best method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could come up with at the moment. It was also the sand table deduction that was closest to the actual battle. Wang Wan really wanted to have a set of electronic equipment and put it on every soldier. Then, she could send soldiers to set up a formation in the Real Jiangnan circuit. Both sides would respond according to the electronic record. If they had to die, they would die, and if they had to break through, they would break through. If you suddenly sprained your foot in that situation, then you sprained your foot. If you accidentally fell off a cliff and died, then you really died. There was a death quota. Chapter 966. Wang Wan missed the military exercises of that time. The only difference between this and a real war was that the soldiers did not feel the pressure of facing death. Anyway, everyone knew that even if they died, it would be a fake death. Of course, this was excluding those who accidentally fell to their deaths. That was much more fun than the sand table now, and it cost more. It was not like now, where they just needed to make some money. At that time, the satellites in the sky really needed to cooperate. After the two sides came into contact, the first would be electronic warfare, followed by long-range warfare, and finally, an annihilation battle. Tanks, rocket launchers, and other cannons would really fire shells, but the shells would not explode. They would emit electronic signals. If there were enemy forces around the place where the shells landed, they would explode according to the irregular signals. There would be a simulated signal of flying shrapnel. If one was injured, one would be injured. Some of the functions would not be used. If one was killed, one would leave the battlefield. With a protective helmet on the head, even if the shell landed on the head, it would not be easy to die. If one was sniping from a tall tree and a shell suddenly landed on the head and smashed one down, then, one's name would be on the death list. However, the current sand table deduction judgment, no matter how perfect it was, there would always be loopholes, and the ability of individual soldiers to fight could not be reflected. For example, if one side used bows and arrows and flying knives, and the other side used guns, under normal judgment, within a certain distance, the one with the gun would kill you. However, in reality, there might be a situation where the one with the bow and arrows and flying knives could get close to you and kill you with a flying knife without any rules. A small team of elites could even determine the success or failure of a local strategy. The sand table could not accurately reflect, and the difference was very big. The simplest example was to let Zhang Xiaobao lead the people of the protection team to carry out tactical cooperation. Under the situation where the opponent had guns and cannons, Zhang Xiaobao's 100-man team could appear and completely defeat the opponent's 300-man team or even 500-man team. The individual qualities of the soldiers were not the same. How could you reflect it on the sand table? Did you want everyone to compete again? Therefore, Wang Wan felt regret as she set the rules. She could only do her best. It was better than sitting on the left and right sides of the sand table and arguing. Li Longji did not know about Wang Wan's regret. He thought that the current situation was already very good. Whether one was capable or not, one would know after a try. He immediately arranged for people to inform the generals and let them prepare for the written test. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left satisfied. The generals were dumbfounded when they received the emperor's notice. It was just a normal war. How did they get involved with the common people? Could it be a joke? Zhang Xiaobao didn't have time to consider what the generals were thinking. He left the imperial palace with Wang Wan and went straight to the Ministry of Works to find Zhang Xiaobao's father, Zhang Zhong, to discuss the business expansion of the family. Before they arrived at the Ministry of Works, they received news that Zhang Zhong was not in the Ministry of Works. Instead, he had gone to the experimental site that the Ministry of Works had cordoned off. The two of them found a carriage and headed out of the city. When they arrived, there were quite a few people gathered around to watch the show. Zhang Zhong was also in the crowd. He held a pair of binoculars and looked at a diesel engine 200 meters away. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got closer and took the binoculars from the person beside them, they saw that the diesel engine was operating normally and making a deafening sound. The other end of the engine was not connected to a hand tractor, but to a lathe. The axle on the lathe was connected to the diesel engine. As the diesel engine rotated, the cutting tool on the lathe also rotated. Someone had painted a little dot on the blade. What Zhang Xiaobao saw were lines of coils. After looking at them for a while, he felt that they were turning in the opposite direction. It was like a wheel. It was obviously turning forward, but the lines formed by the holes on the wheel were turning backward due to the rotation. It was a visual deception. It was a very common thing. Beside the lathe, there was a cabinet. Oh, no, it was a person. He was wearing armor made of some unknown metal. He was holding a metal rod in his hand and was approaching the cutting tool. Zhang Xiaobao understood. This person was wearing armor to prevent the cutting tool or the metal rod from hitting him. It was also to prevent the diesel engine from exploding. It wasn't easy, hero. The crowd was also watching. They watched as the person touched the rotating cutting tool with the iron rod. With a burst of sparks, the iron rod broke. Suddenly, the crowd burst into cheers. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that the diesel engine's noise was not very loud. The person picked up the broken iron rod on the ground and ran toward the crowd with it in his hand. However, his movements were very clumsy. After running for a dozen steps, he lost his balance and fell to the ground with a bang. Immediately, some people who were not afraid of death rushed over and dragged this person back. After helping to take off the person's clothes, the crowd looked at the 2 pieces of the iron rod that had been cut in half. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came forward and looked together. After learning, the crowd did not stupidly touch the cut just now. They knew that it was hot. Not bad. The cut is very neat. The cut surface is smooth and flat. This means that the blade does not have a large horizontal surface. Zhang Xiaobao commented after looking at it. Wang Wan nodded. The quality of the cutting tool was most directly reflected by the cut surface of the object being cut. Looking at the iron rod in front of them, the cut surface was not bad. It was just that they did not know how much the cutting tool was worn out. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Zhang Zhong realized that his son and daughter-in-law had come. He quickly pulled his son and introduced, Xiaobao, look. This is steel that has just been smelted from the blast furnace. It is very hard. It will take a lot of effort to break it using normal cutting methods. Also, the cut needs to be polished again. The people from the Ministry of Works were wondering if they could use diesel engines. In the end, they succeeded. Look at this cut. It is flat and smooth. It will increase the efficiency of the diesel engine. But the diesel engine is not very stable. We intend to produce more of this steel and use it to make diesel engines. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. This was how the industry worked. It was like a lathe. First, the finer parts were made by hand, and then the more finer parts were made by the lathe. Then the more finer parts were used on the lathe, and the more finer parts were used on the lathe. The process was repeated again and again. There was nothing that could be created out of thin air without the development of a system. Dad, the diesel engine should stop. Zhang Xiaobao reminded. Stop. No. Wait for the oil to finish burning first. After it finishes burning, it will stop. If it does not finish burning and suddenly breaks down, we will know what went wrong. Zhang Zhong told his son. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan winked. That means she knows how to spend money. Zhang Xiaobao was impressed by the technicians from the Ministry of Works. They knew it was not easy to build a diesel engine, but they still want the diesel engine to break down. This was another version of the saying, you are worried that the charcoal is cheap and the weather is cold. Building over and over again, testing over and over again. Take one step at a time and steadily move forward. Bold ideas and careful verification. This was the spirit of science. Other than their theoretical knowledge, they were not worse than the academicians from the Academy of Science. Zhang Zhong was still excited and said to his son, with the new steel, we can make better cutting blades. The lathe should also be replaced. Xiaobao, why are you here? Zhang Zhong remembered that his son did not come over often. Today, he must be here for something. Zhang Xiaobao was sure that his father had started to change from an administrator to a technician. Wang Wan did not give his father any lessons, but he had learned a lot. He replied, I have discussed with Cuckoo. We plan to expand our business and open more branches. We will come to the Ministry of Works to take a look at the waste. Waste? You mean the branches also need to produce steel? Zhang Zhong asked in surprise. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, that is not the case. I was thinking that no matter how bad the waste from the Ministry of Works is, it is better than the farming tools outside. I want to make a few sets of things that the people can use and sell. This way, the Ministry of Works will not waste too much. Many things do not need to be reheated. For example, if the cutting blades break, the quality is not good. It is not up to the standards of the Ministry of Works. But it is not a problem to use the shards to grind out some knives for carving. Zhang Zhong thought for a while and said, "That is true. But the parts cannot be sold casually, especially the parts with shapes. It is easy for others to get them. I don't care if we open branches at home. You ask your men to take note. If there is any meteorite, they must take it back. Just like what you said, there might be some very good alloys inside. The Ministry of Works will take a look and choose the ones that can be used to produce new parts." Xiao Bao, do you think the newly produced steel can be used for the cold rolling that you and Cuckoo mentioned? Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened. My father dares to think of anything. Cold rolling. Is there such a press equipment? Wang Wan continued, Father, it is not possible for now. Let's continue with the hot forging. When the smelting technology is improved, we will see if there is the ability to produce a large press equipment. This matter needs to be done slowly. Come up with a theory and discuss it with everyone. Do not rush. We will think of a way to find the meteorite when we go back. Actually, if we ask the Ministry of Works to mix different metals according to different proportions and smelt and forge, there might be different materials with different properties. For example, very hard, easy to mold, etc. Since we have already thrown caution to the wind and are not afraid to spend money, then let's experiment with all our might. Every small step in the project is a big step in the industrial system. Zhang Zhong could not hide the disappointment on his face, but he still replied, Oh, fine. Let's do as Cuckoo says. After all, his daughter-in-law was the professional. Zhang Zhong firmly believed in this point. Wang Wan was embarrassed. Was she a professional? Her profession did not seem to be this. She pondered for a while and said to Zhang Zhong, Father, isn't the oil used to separate various materials? You can ask someone to put it in the oil when annealing the steel and adjust the temperature to see what the effect is. You can put it in the oil. This was the first time Zhang Zhong heard of this. Let's give it a try. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. Wang Wan said. Okay. Anyway, we have a lot of money. With all kinds of materials and all kinds of mixing methods, I don't believe that we won't be able to find something good. At least we can guess one or two things, right? Zhang Zhong made up his mind. Zhang Xiaobao quickly agreed, yes, yes, yes. Father, you are absolutely right. Science is developed by trying accidents again and again. Of course, we have to think about why it is like this. First, we have to guess. Then, we have to analyze the good things that we guess. I know. There are experimental records. If we can't repeat according to the records, it means that we have missed something important. Zhang Zhong put on a scholar's face. Yes, Father is right. Then, Father, let's stop here. Cuckoo and I will go back first. We will summarize the theory and see if we can come up with something better. Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father kept glancing at the experimental diesel engine and the lathe when he was talking to him. He knew that his father was not paying attention to him, so it was better to leave quickly. Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo go do your work. I will take a look. Zhang Zhong waved his hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left. They passed through the layers of defense and stood at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the coachman who was sitting on the shaft and dozing off, Wang Wan asked, Xiaobao, do you think that when science develops, there will be a lot of people who will lose their jobs? For example, this coachman. How is that possible? The more science develops, the more industries are divided. There will be more people needed. It's just that technology has become more advanced. The coachman who drives the cart can be a driver. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried about this kind of thing. The so-called not being able to find a job was relative, not absolute. Those who could not find a job disliked the work that could be done easily. The low income was not a problem of ability, but a problem of perception. That's true. There are not many people in Tang right now. I am worrying too much. Let's go back. Wang Wan did not want to think about this matter anymore. They woke up the coachman and took the carriage back home. Xiao Bei and the group of children had already packed up and were reading books. If there was something they did not understand, they would ask each other. The others did not know how to memorize it, so they would wait for their brother and sister to come back and learn. Because Xiao Bei's development direction was different, she did not learn much. She quickly memorized what she needed to memorize and told stories to Li Jun and Panner. The two children were already more than 2 years old. They liked to listen, point at things and ask questions. They also liked to see something and run over to take a closer look. They were so serious that they seemed to want to do an atomic analysis of that thing. After looking at it, they felt that it was not fun and ran in another direction. They would casually throw a rubber ball on the ground and they would be able to run for a long time. They were very happy. Under the temptation of candy, the two children were now guarding Xiaobei's left and right, listening to Xiaobei's sister tell stories. At this moment, Xiaobei finally understood how difficult it was for his brother and sister. He clearly knew things, but he could not let Li Jun and Panner understand them. He had to become as stupid as them. Telling stories became teaching vocabulary. Ball, rubber ball, gulu gulu, far away, rubber ball, gulu gulu, look, it's far away, right? Xiaobei awkwardly organized his vocabulary and threw the rubber ball around on the ground. The two children were clearly more interested in the way the rubber ball was rolling. As for what gulu gulu, after playing with the rubber ball, they might be able to learn a few words. So stupid, so stupid. Teaching them is too tiring. Xiaobei looked up and sighed. Xiao Hai turned to look at his sister and said, "Brother and sister have never said that we are stupid. We also grew up at this time. Okay, I won't say that they are stupid. They are smart. I can't remember when I was their age. The things I know seem to be very natural. What's going on?" Xiaobei couldn't understand for a while and felt very confused. He watched Li Jun and Panner kick the rubber ball around, but they always missed. He calmed down. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came in, they saw Xiaobei in a daze. "Xiaobei, are you done with the candy house?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. Xiaobei nodded, then suddenly turned around and asked, "Brother, when I was their age, how did you teach us? Was it very difficult?" "It wasn't difficult," Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty, "because you are smart. I, Zhang Xiaobao, have the best little brothers and sisters. You play first, I'll go in with your sister to discuss some things." Zhang Xiaobao said this and went in with Wang Wan. Bei Bei thought for a moment, then smiled and clapped her hands towards Li Jun and Pan Jun, Pan, come here. Big sister will tell you a story. You're both very smart. Big sister Bei, my little brother and little sister are the best. I'm very happy today. The technicians are all working hard. I believe that soon, we will have a new surprise. Zhang Xiaobao sat down and made tea. He helplessly pushed it in front of Wang Wan and poured himself a cup of water. He was afraid that the tea would hurt his stomach. Wang Wan didn't hold back. She touched the handle of the teapot and said, "Yes, it's really not easy to build it bit by bit. Once the industrial system starts to be used, a lot of raw materials will be needed. Some can be extracted from oil, and some need to be refined from other things. For example, from ores, plants, animals, and even aquatic products. When the time comes, I'm really worried that there won't be enough materials. If we can advance." At this point, Wang Wan stopped and began to size up Zhang Xiaobao. She looked at him from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. Zhang Xiaobao's hair stood on end. "My water is not as good as your tea. Do you want to change it?" Zhang Xiaobao pushed his own cup in front of Wang Wan. He needed to use his words and actions to relieve the psychological pressure under Wang Wan's gaze. Wang Wan pushed the water back. Xiaobao, my good husband, you actually planned to hide it from me. Don't you see who I am? You are my wife, my wife. What did I hide from you? Zhang Xiaobao still didn't understand. Humph. Wang Wan coldly snorted and continued to stare at Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao was about to run away, she said, when I asked you why you gave away your family's aquaculture technology to others for free, you didn't tell me. When Li Longji asked you what crops to plant as compensation, you also didn't say. Do you really think I can't guess? I'm just giving you face. Now, I'll tell you what your plan is. You actually want to monopolize the industrial production technology. You're afraid of lacking raw materials. Is this how you act like a good person? Ah! Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. He thought it was something else, so he sighed and said, if I had known, I wouldn't have gone to the Ministry of Works with you today. Women can't be too smart. I only had a little thought, but you guessed it. I was careless. Actually, this is what I was thinking. When the industrial technology is applied, it can't be given to others. It can easily leak the secret. What can I do? I have no choice but to trouble you, right? Then think about it. What should we do if we don't have enough raw materials? Alright, let's do a great kindness and give away the aquaculture technology that can be refined into raw materials for others to use for free. We also have to subsidize the farmers and let them plant specific things. Wang Wan followed along with Zhang Xiaobao's words. She had a smug expression on her face that said, I can guess even if you don't tell me. Zhang Xiaobao bowed and said, my wife is really amazing. I only had this little thought, but my wife still saw through it. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. Wang Wan nodded in satisfaction. Then, she suddenly realized something and said, no, if I really guessed everything, you wouldn't be like this. Tell me, what else is there? Chapter 967. 2 months before the new year, the weather was even colder. A light snow fell in the capital and melted as soon as it hit the ground, but it still made people feel cold. Yellow and red leaves fluttered to the ground, bringing with them endless desolation and sorrow. When small ice shards began to appear in the upper reaches of the Yellow River, the people of Ling State and Feng State were in a lively mood. The people who were affected by the disaster didn't have to spend a single copper coin, and all the resources were provided by the imperial court. They actively built new houses that were sturdier and more beautiful than before. Some families who had more people built 5 houses from the original 3 houses. They weren't afraid of the freezing ground, and they dug with picks and set fires. Countless building materials were piled up into mountains. Even the families whose houses were not crushed could take them and go back to repair or rebuild their original houses. At first, the people were embarrassed. They had already eaten Chongpingzang's food for free, so how could they take materials for free? Why would they let the imperial court spend money on them? Later, Li Longji issued an imperial edict. It wasn't an imperial edict, which was usually issued when the imperial court couldn't help the people. Now that Li Longji had the ability to provide good conditions for his people, he wasn't convinced. In the end, he issued an imperial edict that shocked countless people. It was an imperial edict that condemned the heavens. He then told the people that the imperial court should give them money and goods. Why? It was because the people had paid their rent, and the imperial court couldn't just take the people's money and watch them suffer. The imperial power began to fight against the heavens, and the people were anxious. When the disaster struck and they ate meat porridge, they leaned toward the imperial power without much thought. The imperial edict saying that the heavens were wrong was written by Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Yuan made a draft based on Xiao Bei's words. Xiao Bei said, "You're too unreasonable. Who offended you? What else can you do when it's snowing? You're a child and don't know anything. You didn't snow when it was time for you to. Ask him, do you still want to be good?" Thus, Xiao Yuan wrote, the people sacrifice 3 animals. Spring and autumn have not stopped, summer and winter have not stopped, yellow rice is bright, incense is far away, take the lanterns, release the boats, and worship the mountains. When have they painted black? Ask the heavens, ask if they are jealous of the human world. The human world is deep in autumn and is happy with the family. Why is it snowing? Ask the heavens, ask how many envious Shihuan is. Could it be that there is no good in the common people? How can they bear the punishment? When the heavens do evil, Huang Yupian, vast and endless, the heavens overturn. Someone from the spiritual state explained the situation to the people. After some consideration, the people realized that this was indeed the case. Damn it! They had taken all the food from the heavenly sacrifice for nothing, they might as well keep it for themselves. The emperor is still the best. She lacks clothes, food, and shelter, yet he really gives her gifts. The commoners accepted Li Longji's goodwill and accepted the gifts. They prepared to build a new home and celebrate the new year. They would work harder next year and continue to pay their rent. The officials from the Ministry of Rights were depressed. What should they do in the future? Most likely, the common people would not agree to do something in the name of the heavens. They could only endure the helplessness in their hearts, change their etiquette, and accept their fate. At this time, Li Longji was preparing to engage in a verbal battle with the officials. However, what surprised him was that the officials were very calm. No one actually objected in the imperial court. After Li Longji sent out the imperial edict, he thought that someone would smash their head against a pillar or something. Thus, he arranged for the golden guards to guard every pillar. However, the truth was that Li Longji had been discussing other matters, but none of the officials stood up to mention this matter. When the court was dismissed, he asked Gao Lishir, and Gao Lishir also asked someone else. Only then did Li Longji understand the reason. Less than an hour after he sent out the imperial edict, the Zhang family and Wang family sent gifts to all the officials, including those who objected to their family. At first glance, the gifts seemed very valuable. However, after being introduced, the officials realized how rare these gifts were. They were the rewards for their investment in the Ministry of Works. Each family had 5 bolts of silk and cotton woven together. They were extremely fine, and no one knew how they were made. Of course, they did not know that the Ministry of Works' secret was due to the mechanical textile machine. There was also a can of liquefied petroleum gas. It was not that the Ministry of Works could not make it, but that they did not want this technology to be leaked. Once the door was opened, the fire would be ignited. If the door was slightly opened, the fire would be ignited. Along with the gift was a new set of hot pot utensils that specifically used liquefied petroleum gas. It was said to be the main item of the Zhang family and Wang family restaurant. The officials found it novel and thought that using this utensil would increase their value. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that no one would be willing to use this lousy utensil when eating hot pot. It was convenient, used electricity, and had to be made of charcoal. However, they could not use it. The process of refining petroleum gas was a byproduct. If they did not use it, it would be gone. It was also good to use it to cook. At the very least, they could use it to make some dishes. When the utensils and liquefied petroleum gas were sent, the officials were happy. Even the officials who objected to the Zhang family and Wang family temporarily chose not to oppose and not to compromise. Along with the utensils, there was also a sentence. The person who sent the utensils said, "These 2 utensils were sent by His Majesty when he looked at the heavens and lamented that it was not easy for the officials." The officials were not stupid and immediately understood. His Majesty looked at the heavens and then sent the utensils. Between the heavens and His Majesty, there had to be a choice. To accept the utensils or to give up the utensils and make trouble for the emperor. All the officials made a decision within a few breaths of time. They removed the other words in the sentence. Confucius did not speak of strange forces and gods, and only left, Confucius did not speak of gods. They also made a new translation and explanation, which meant that Confucius did not speak of gods and gods. I am too smart. If the officials were so smart earlier, they would have been the top scorer in the imperial examinations. After Li Longji heard Gao Lisher's words, he was speechless. He was too spineless. Wasn't it just that if they objected, they might not get a return on their investment and would lose out on the benefits of the Zhang family and Wang family? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are truly selfless. Some officials even spoke ill of them behind their backs, but they did not take revenge and still sent the utensils and liquefied gas jars. How rare! Li Longji praised them in front of Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, actually, there are some discrepancies in this matter." Speak. The jars aren't important. What's important is the gas inside. The jars don't cost money, and the return on investment is that once the gas is used up, a portion of people will have to spend money to get a second one. It's said that it's not easy to get a second one, and a single jar costs 10 strings of cash. Furthermore, because we can't reveal the secrets of Great Tang's pressure-bearing technology, the jars can't contain too much gas. It's estimated that after a few hours a day, it will be gone in half a month. Gao Lisher explained. He had many jars in his family, and if he couldn't use them, he would exchange them for them. How could his godson ask him for money? However, his heart still ached at the price. 10 strings of cash, half a month would be gone in half a month. Li Longji looked at the sky and thought for a moment before saying, half a month, 10 strings of cash, it's actually so cheap. Cheap. Gao Lisher swallowed. Your Majesty, do you think you're the one who doesn't feel bad about spending more than 500,000 strings of cash for spiritual state? That money isn't yours. I've misspoken. Ah, right, I didn't earn the money myself. If it were a few years ago, I would feel bad for spending 500,000 strings of cash. Xiao Bao didn't care, so I don't care. 10 strings of cash isn't a lot, right? Li Longji gestured for Gao Lisher to not apologize and did a self-analysis. He found that it wasn't that money wasn't important, but that it was too easy to earn. Gao Lisher said, how is it not a lot? Millet is worth 12 strings of cash. 10 strings of cash is equivalent to half a house of land. Yes, the Sinongsi contributed a lot to increase the yield of each mu, and Great Tang ate fewer and fewer millets. Then, maybe it's because liquefied gas is precious. Li Longji was still looking for an excuse. Gao Lisher rubbed his face with his hands. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao once told me that the refining technology couldn't keep up, and the liquefied gas storage wasn't perfect when decomposing oil. Most of it was burned and thrown away. Don't you think it's precious? Li Longji frowned and asked, why throw it away? Since it can be used to cook, why not use it? Xiao Bao said that it can't be used unless someone queues up to buy the liquefied gas. The gas isn't important, but it's hard to make the jars. If we use pipes, the pipes won't be easy to get. Xiao Bao said that the investment is not proportional to the gains. Gao Lisher also felt that it was a pity that so much gas was wasted, but he understood that he couldn't stop the Ministry of Works. In order to save gas, he stopped the Ministry of Works' research. If that was the case, Xiao Bao would probably go crazy with anger. Li Longji wasn't clear about the specific situation, but he knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a special insistence on certain things. Even if it was a waste of money, they had to push forward the development of the industry. This was how the diesel engine technology of 4 million strings of cash was created. A small country's annual revenue was used to create such a thing. If it were anyone else, they would have been scolded to death. But so what if Zhang Xiaobao lost? Li Longji thought about it and suddenly realized that he couldn't understand Xiaobao and Cuckoo. It was as if the two of them weren't from this world. They didn't seem to care about anything, but they also seemed to care about everything. They knew when to advance and when to retreat, they knew how to compromise, but they never backed down. When he was with the two of them, he didn't feel the respect of the other ministers. But why did they want to push the imperial power? Li Longji, who really couldn't understand, shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. It was tiring. He said to Gao Lishir, "Find Xiaobao and ask him if we can build a pipe in the capital. If it's possible, let him take the money from the bank. We can think of it. If everyone in the capital uses liquefied petroleum gas, there will be less smoke and life will be more convenient. Your subject will remember." "Your Majesty," Xiaobao said, "that we can set off the day after tomorrow. The fastest is 15 days for a round trip, and the slowest is 20 days. He wants Your Majesty to prepare in advance." Gao Lishir nodded and reported again. "Ah. We're leaving. What should we prepare?" Li Longji was happy again. Going out to play was such a good thing. He was bored of being cooped up in the palace all day. Xiaobao said that he wants Your Majesty to be mentally prepared. He has prepared the other things. Also, how many guards do you want to bring? He can arrange it. Gao Lishir said. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, the preparation of a trip is nothing more than logistics. Who dares to compete with Xiaobao in logistics? We will bring Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, as well as the eunuchs and palace maids. That's all." "What about the guards?" Gao Lishir asked. "What guards? With Xiaobao around, do we need to bring our own guards? If the two of them have other thoughts, how many guards will we bring?" That was Jili province. To be honest, it was the world of the two of them. "We will bring 100,000 soldiers. Can you guarantee that we will be fine? If the two of them don't have other thoughts, why should we bring people? We took a gamble at Xuanwu Gate. Why can't we take another gamble today?" Li Longji's words were powerful and resonant. Gao Lishir was stunned, but then he nodded immediately. "Your Majesty, I will gamble with you. I will gamble with you." The news that Li Longji didn't bring any guards soon reached Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ears. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said admiringly, "You are indeed an emperor of a generation. Good, you have guts. You are not worse than Mao. If he dares to go to Jili province with me, I will give him an iron country." Xiaobao, in fact, is also gambling. What's the name again? Oh, it's called persuading the king to change his mind. It is really a gamble. Well, let's not care about him. He can think what he wants. If he thinks too much, he will not have a good time. It has nothing to do with us. Let's discuss and see if we can arrange a big sand table on the ship. The generals are so anxious. I am puzzled. So what if they defeat me? Are they that impatient? Wang Wan considered the matter of the sand table and planned to start the military examination with the generals on the ship. Yes, it is easy to arrange a sand table. A 4-story ship is easy to do. I am almost ready. Do we need to call our people and practice a few more sets? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about what Li Longji was thinking. He pushed the information of a Daluo on the table and said. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Longji, Empress Wang, Wu Huifei, a group of maids and eunuchs, and Gao Lishir met up with Zhang Xiaobao and the others by the river. What surprised Zhang Xiaobao was that Wu Huifei actually brought her son, Li Qing, who was about the same age as him and Wang Wan. To be precise, he was a little older than Zhang Xiaobao. She was too bold. It seemed that people who could play in the palace were not ordinary. Empress Wang also saw Li Qing, but she didn't care. She only focused on her children. After seeing her son Li Jun and daughter Panner, she, who hadn't seen them for a long time, wanted to go forward and hug her children. But she also knew that children didn't remember people. Once they left for a long time, it was very rare for them to recognize their parents. Of course, there were special cases. For example, a mother and her son were connected. As long as they saw each other, the indescribable kinship would appear. "Mother, why don't you go and see Junior and Panner?" Wang Wan asked beside Empress Wang. She was Empress Wang's adopted daughter. Of course, she had to accompany Empress Wang. "I'm scared." Empress Wang said 2 words. "Mother, don't worry. They will definitely remember you," Wang Wan promised. Empress Wang chose to believe. Step by step, she walked towards her son and daughter, who were playing happily with Xiaobei. "Do you think it's the connection between mother and son?" Wang Wan asked. "Not all of them," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Some of them don't immediately form a sense of closeness. This seems to be a kind of genetic magnetic resonance. Another one is potential. You know about sleepwalking, right?" "I know. When sleepwalking, under normal circumstances, the sleepwalker's physical limits will be displayed. Scientists have studied this through drugs. When sleepwalking, the reaction speed of the human subconscious is faster than one would expect. It's just like how when some people are sleeping, a long time will pass in a slight trance. Some people feel that a long time has passed, but in the end, only a few minutes have passed. In theory, sleepwalkers are almost invincible. They can feel the slow transition of time and distance. Then, their muscles, nerves, and bones will react to the limit. In other words, they can see the trajectory of a bullet. Just like in a science fiction movie, at a certain moment, everything else stops. In contrast, they can do whatever they want. Therefore, many sleepwalkers can cross a very long distance. They can even fall from a height of more than 10 meters without any problems. "Xiao Bao, tell me, why are you fine?" As Wang Wan spoke, she realized that Zhang Xiaobao's ability to leap onto roofs and run on walls had something to do with what they were talking about now. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Yes, I can perform psychological hypnosis. I can tell myself that if the height is high, then even if it's 1 meter, you will sprain your ankle. If the height is not high, even if it's more than 10 meters, in theory, your muscles and bones can reasonably distribute the force. Then, you can jump without any problems." At this point, Xiaobao took a deep breath and continued, "However, I can jump a height of 15 meters, 2 or even 3, but I can't keep jumping. Other than the fact that it's easy for me to wake up from my self-hypnosis, there's another reason." "What's the reason?" Wang Wan asked. "I've already reached my limit. You saw me jump from a height of 15 meters. It didn't hurt me, but in fact, it hurt me a lot. My cells are very tired. There's a hormone that makes my cells excited. But, it's like a drug. This hormone. I understand. Someone has studied this before. Hormones are also toxins. If I have to describe it, it's like a super efficient machine. It's just that the human body is a more precise instrument." "What does that have to do with Empress Wang and the child?" Wang Wan didn't need Zhang Xiaobao to finish speaking to understand. She had received such training, but she couldn't reach Zhang Xiaobao's level. It had to do with talent. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and replied, "This is subconscious. In fact, when we find someone pleasing to the eye, it's not because they are pleasing to the eye, but because their eyes, bones, and muscles are relaxed enough to make us feel pleasing to the eye. This isn't important. We can imitate it, but there's another kind that doesn't need to be imitated. If we don't look in the mirror, we don't know what we look like. But if a person has been learning how to draw, for example, Xiao Zhu, your biological sister, and you let her draw herself, without looking in the mirror, she will still look like herself after she draws. Rather than saying that it is the soul at work as in religion, it is better to say that one's subconscious has already sketched the outline of oneself. Then, when genes are passed down, the parts that look similar and the genes affect the body's endocrine system to produce odor. This odor has always existed, but as human intelligence increases, their sensitivity to odor decreases, so. Xiao Bao, can I assume that people who can feel a sense of closeness are actually feeling different because they subconsciously have the same genetic growth outline, body odor, and magnetic field? Wang Wan tried to use the concept of science to describe it, not theology. Even if she and Zhang Xiaobao came to the Tang Empire, it could be attributed to the special effect of the electric wave energy of consciousness in a special environment. Yes, so you see, when Juner and Panner see Empress Wang, they can definitely recognize her and call her mother. This is a kind of deception. You said a lot of subconscious. Does it have anything to do with Li Jun and the others knowing Empress Wang? Wang Wan questioned. How does it have nothing to do with it? Zhang Xiaobao asked. You still have the nerve to say that. You asked me to draw a lot of pictures of Empress Wang from various angles, and then you asked someone to make a model. You found a person who sounded very similar to Empress Wang and put the model on her head. Then you told Li Jun and the others that you were their mother and played with them. You still have the nerve to rely on other aspects? Wang Wan understood too well. Once Empress Wang went over, the two children would definitely know each other. Zhang Xiaobao touched his nose. Is that so? Oh, then it belongs to another aspect. While the two of them were arguing, Empress Wang had already arrived less than 10 steps away from Juner and Panner. She squatted down and looked at her children with tears in her eyes, but she couldn't say a word. She was really afraid that her children would become strangers to her. When they met, they would look at each other blankly. That kind of feeling was hard to describe. However, reality was completely different from what she had imagined. As soon as Li Jun and Li Pan saw her, they immediately gave up on playing with Sister Xiao Bei and ran towards her, calling her Mom. Panner had already opened her arms and was waiting to be hugged. At this moment, Empress Wang didn't know what to say. She hugged the two children in her arms and kissed them. The others were shocked. It was too strange. Especially the palace maids and eunuchs who knew that Li Jun and Panner hadn't seen Empress Wang for almost a year. They were all dumbfounded. How was this possible? Could it be that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were a blessed land? Could it be any more exaggerated? The few people who knew the situation really admired Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For example, Gao Lishir, Li Longji, and Wu Huifei all knew the reason. Everything was because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hard work. Wu Huifei no longer had any feelings of jealousy or resentment. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that she didn't dare. She was clear in her heart. She believed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both knew what kind of person she was and why they wanted to deal with her. However, she still had to be grateful because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't kill her. She felt that the wisest thing she had done in her life was to scheme against Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan twice. When she didn't succeed, she retreated. She didn't insist. This was because she understood Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When they did things, they would leave a way out for others. It was just like the bridge over the river that led to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's villages. It depended on your intentions. If you didn't cross the bridge, it was fine even if you scolded them and they ignored you. If you crossed the bridge because you wanted to scheme, then it wouldn't be a stone bridge, but a bridge of helplessness. It was said that when men and women expressed their feelings, they didn't need to swear to the heavens. As long as you finished speaking and calmly walked across the bridge, it meant that you weren't lying. When you stood on the bridge and trembled, there was no need to say anything else. It was said that it was very accurate. People with ulterior motives wouldn't dare to cross that bridge. This was because that bridge pointed directly to one's heart. One step to heaven, one step to hell. Of course, if Wu Huifei asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them would definitely laugh. In fact, there was no problem with the bridge. The only thing that couldn't be crossed was the heart's demon. Wang Wan would also tell Wu Huifei that the bridge was useless against Zhang Xiaobao. This was because even a lie detector wouldn't be able to detect it. Even if they used drugs, it might not be successful. His psychological quality was good. If you saw him vomit blood even once, your life would be worth it. Wu Huifei had never studied psychology. Li Longji also didn't know what she was thinking. He only knew that giving the child to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo was the best choice. Because Pan was already telling a story to Empress Wang. She said that there was an mountain in front of the mountain, and on the mountain there was a hat temple. In the hat there was a big bite, and a small bite, jump. The big bite, jump, gave the small bite, jump, to tell the story of Ho Zi, jump. The Ho Zi, jump, was, there was an mountain in front of the mountain, and on the mountain there was a hat, and in the hat there was a... Li Longji clearly knew why the two children were able to recognize Empress Wang. He clearly knew that it was arranged by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he never would have thought that the last time he asked the two children to play with Xiao Bei, it would result in such a result. Wasn't this too monstrous? A child who was not even 3 years old was telling a story. What kind of joke was this? How was he supposed to teach this? Gao Lisher also opened his mouth in surprise. He had no choice but to be impressed. Not to mention an ordinary teacher, if such a young child was thrown to the grand tutor of the crown prince and asked if he could teach to such an extent, who would dare to answer? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't object and allowed their younger sister to play with them. The result was what they saw in front of them. Li Longji walked over to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to the two, "We must thank the two of you for teaching Jun, and Pan, Zhang Xiaobao quickly waved his hand. "Your Imperial Majesty, this has nothing to do with me and Cuckoo. I can't teach the two children myself. Otherwise, someone will be unable to eat or sleep. That will force me to make a move. I don't want to do that. It's all Xiao Bei's 9 children. They're playing with the 2 children." Li Longji stared at Zhang Xiaobao and believed his words. Indeed, if people knew that Li Jun had been taught by Xiao Bao, many people would be unable to sleep. They would then come up with ideas to deal with Xiao Bao. Needless to say, if they wanted to scheme against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, their skills were not enough. Many people had tried, but the results were very tragic. He could be said to be a pioneer, but didn't he become helpless after every confrontation? At this time, Xiao Bei pulled Xiao Fang over and had someone bring a guqin with 7 strings. She arranged it properly and had Xiao Fang sit there. Zhang Fang, or Xiao Fang, only tried a few notes, but she didn't deviate much. At least, she didn't notice it. Her sensitivity to music made even Wang Wan jealous, because Wang Wan could hear the difference of a quarter of a note, but Xiao Fang could hear it more clearly. Wang Wan estimated that it was a quarter of a note. The so-called semitone refers to the relationship between E and F, as well as B and C in the 12 equal temperament. 2 semitones make up a whole tone, starting from C and going all the way to B is called CDFGAB, which is Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti. According to the pentatonic system, it is Gongshangjiaqingjiz Yuchangong. The corresponding CDFGAB of the 12 equal temperaments was the whole half one whole double. There were a total of 12 notes. A quarter of a note meant that half a note was divided into 8 parts. If the note was slightly off by an eighth, Xiao Fang would be able to tell. This was because she felt uncomfortable, which meant that it wasn't harmonious. However, normally speaking, most people wouldn't be able to tell. It was already good enough to hear half a note. Unless it was a 7th degree harmony, a 9th degree harmony, or an even higher 11th degree harmony, the disharmony of a semitone could be reflected. If someone said that this semitone was incomplete because a semitone was off by half a semitone, that would definitely be abnormal. Wang Wan knew that there was a person who could. His name was Mozart. Without comparing the actual standard sound with the small letter A, he could tell if someone was off by half an eighth just based on his experience and years. There was a time when the genius Wang Wan thought that this was just a legend. However, when she followed Zhang Xiaobao to the Tang dynasty and heard the grassland songs, she realized that many folk songs actually had a quarter of a note in the singing process. This was because she could only hear a quarter of a note. However, when Xiao Fang heard it, she could hear an even finer half of a note. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, foreign things can only be bragged. Don't think that they're really that awesome. If you don't believe me, I can find a shepherd to compare with them. Let's see whose tone is more ethereal. Compared to the vastness of the snowy mountains, church music is nothing. Have they ever seen a real eagle? Do they want to resonate and fly above the clouds? They say that the dolphin sound is good, but how many people can resonate? The truly amazing one is Xiantianyu. Do they think that they're amazing just because they can play a few coloratura in an opera? Have the male and female voices in the Peking opera spoken yet? Wang Wan once said that Zhang Xiaobao was a nationalist. He always said that his own things were good. Then, she asked Zhang Xiaobao if he knew how wide the range of the violin was. Zhang Xiaobao said at that time, I don't know the 4 octaves of the violin. I only know that the horse-head zither can make a camel cry. I don't know how high the resonance of the organ can be. I only know the depth of the chimes. I also don't study the rap of foreign blacks. I only know what is called shulabeo. At that time, Wang Wan felt that even if she played the flight of the bumblebee with the violin, Zhang Xiaobao would still say that the guangxing of the era was pleasing to the ear. If he were to say that the horns were distant, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely say that the horns were profound and that there was no way to communicate with them. You could say that Zhang Xiaobao didn't know anything, but he knew everything. He could even name all the instruments and vocal arrangements in Western music. Then, he would take out his ethnic instruments to mock Western instruments. What kind of person was he? If you said the horizontal flute, he would say the bamboo flute. If you said the clarinet, he would say the vertical flute. If you said Carmen with rich background music, he would say the flowing water from the guzheng. Anyway, it was best to use things that belonged to one's own family. Other people's things could be used, but they would definitely not praise you. When Wang Wan was recalling, Xiao Fang had already started playing. It was the Spring River Moonlit Night that Wang Wan had taught her. Originally, this song had the name of a poem, which was said to cover the whole of Tang. However, Zhang Xiaobao had written a song line with many words, more than Bai Juyi's Song of Everlasting Regret. Wang Wan really couldn't bear to hurt Zhang Xiaobao, so she didn't mention his Spring River Moonlit Night. After all, when Zhang Xiaobao wrote the song line, he was busy with other things. It was impossible for him to only work on words. Wang Wan believed that Zhang Ruoxia didn't have the ability of Xiaobao. La 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 do relaso so sola dormi mi remiso mi zola la dor remi. Xiao Fang's music had already started. Without any other accompaniment, the Spring River Moonlit Night solo really gave people a feeling of coming from afar. In fact, the difference between zither wasn't too big. It was just a matter of the material of the strings and the resonance of the resonance box. Most of the problems could be solved by industrial means. The only problem was that Wang Wan liked the violin. The wood for the piano was easy to choose, but good wood for the violin was hard to find. The most standard kind of wood needed to be soaked in seawater. If it didn't rot after soaking, then it would be made according to the feeling. The requirements for the zither might have similar conditions, but it wasn't necessary. The person's playing skills wouldn't change much when the difference between the instruments wasn't big. When Xiao Fang played, the surroundings became even quieter. There was no way to not be quiet, because the mood of this song was like that. It was a pure pentatonic mode. Li Longji liked to play the jie drum. When he heard it, he thought of the rhythm of the drum and was completely immersed. Jun, Her and Pan danced with the song. This didn't need to be taught, because everyone would have a reaction to the sound, unless they were deaf. In fact, even the truly deaf had a sense of rhythm. The sound of the drum didn't completely require the ears. It had a vibration frequency with the human body and could be transmitted through the skin to affect the heartbeat of the person. Jun, Her and Pan Er's dance was honestly not good to look at. It didn't have the stretch and naturalness of dance art, but they were immersed in it and could step on the rhythm. Wang Wan's evaluation of this was that this was the true stretch and naturalness. Naturalness wasn't a show of strength or stretching, but relaxation and nervousness. There was no need to deliberately do it. Even if you rolled, it was still art. It was impossible to pursue perfection. If it was perfect, there would be no art. True art was regretful. Without flaws, it would lose its characteristics. No one who saw it laughed at it. It wasn't because of Li Jun's and Pan Er's identity, but because of their age and movements. For such an old child, even if they cried or laughed, they would be cute, let alone dance. Even if it was snowing and the ground was slippery, they would still be different from adults. In the snowy north, children wore very thick clothes, like balls. When they fell, they would always roll a few times. It was very fun. A 60-year-old could laugh at the actions of a 30-year-old, but a 30-year-old definitely couldn't laugh at the movements of a 2-year-old child. This is... Li Longji turned to ask Zhang Xiaobao. This is Xiaobei's matter, I don't care. Since you gave Li Jun and Pan Er to Xiaobei and the other 9 children, I agree, Zhang Xiaobao replied. Zhang Xiaobao's meaning was very clear. This matter wasn't done by him, so it had nothing to do with him. If you want to know the details, ask Xiaobei and the others. It really has nothing to do with you. Li Longji asked in disbelief. It's true, Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Then how should we thank Xiaobei and the others? Li Longji asked. Zhang Xiaobao understood Li Longji's meaning. Li Longji didn't want to pay, not because he lacked money, but because once he did, it would break the rules of the game. It was clear just by looking at Xiaobei and the others' clothes and decorations. The imperial court definitely wouldn't make such things for them. Xiaobei could wear them because their clothes were made according to their own ideas by their family. Li Longji didn't say anything. How could the current him care about this kind of thing? Even if Xiaobei wore the dragon robe, he would at most tell him in private that he couldn't wear it. It was easy to be seen by others and cause a lot of trouble. He wouldn't punish Xiaobei and say that Xiaobei wanted to rebel and so on. Li Longji knew that the Zhang and Wang families wouldn't rebel. If they wanted to rebel, they wouldn't have waited until now. Thus, he was very tolerant of Xiaobei and the others. If they wanted to wear it, then wear it. Was he not allowed to let the children be happy? Chapter 968. Wu Huifei looked on enviously from the side. She could imagine that it was not important who the crown prince was. What was important was who could enter the eyes of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Not to mention the son of the empress, even if it was the former prince of Huaining, Li Sun, and Zhang Xiaobao, who had interacted more often, how many people were on tenterhooks? Now, he was still in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office and had not returned to Shuzhou. Qing go and meet him. Wu Huifei was so bold. She clearly knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Empress Wang were close, but she still dared to bring her son here. Li Qing knew the relationship between his mother and the other party. He braced himself and went over to greet Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, I've always heard about you. It's good that I can finally meet you today. Zhang Xiaobao was quite familiar with Li Qing. It was not that they had met often, but the other party involved a person, Yang Furong. Li Qing was Yang Furong's first husband. Wang Wan had already explained the situation to Zhang Xiaobao. Li Qing still had another name, Li Mao, which meant that his wife was Yang Furong and Yang Yuhuan. This was a person that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very wary of. After meeting, they had to firmly suppress him and not give Li Longji any chance. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not very interested in this matter now. With them around, who could cause trouble? Wang Wan felt that Li Longji was wrong to steal his son's wife, so she had to help him. How pitiful. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Qing with pity and said, Okay, what are you busy with now? You're not in Jianan, are you? Li Qing did not know that Zhang Xiaobao had a good impression of him because he was a coward in history. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao speak, he felt that Zhang Xiaobao was a good person and easy to communicate with. No, I'm currently in charge of Haozhou in Hunan province. I've troubled you a few days ago. Really? Zhang Xiaobao turned to ask Wang Wan. Wang Wan carefully recalled and shook her head. Where? It was decided a few days ago. Li Qing explained to Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao. Oh, then what happened a few days ago has nothing to do with you. It's not troublesome at all. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate are in charge of the lives of the arrested officials. I'm just going to take a look. You are skilled in archery. Zhang Xiaobao warmed up to Li Qing. He found that Li Qing was still very honest. She did not rely on her mother to be arrogant and despotic. Li Qing was confused by Zhang Xiaobao's enthusiasm. He did not know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. If he knew, he would be very helpless. His mother was imperial concubine, but there was still the empress. What's more, who would dare to be arrogant in front of Zhang Xiaobao? Li Qing was stunned and quickly replied. I'm skilled. Do you want to hunt? Yes, but you don't need to be skilled. We don't use bows and spears. We can't ride horses in the mountains. Don't always think about riding a horse. You should practice your spear on the road. Don't hit people. Zhang Xiaobao said something that made people speechless. Since you said it was useless, why did you ask him? Wu Huifei raised her eyebrows. She could not understand why Zhang Xiaobao was so enthusiastic. Li Longji did not pay attention to it. He just watched his son and daughter perform. In less than half a month, Xiao Bei had already trained the two children to the point where they were almost as good as her. She always liked to show off in front of others. Pan was very smart. She already knew how to do math. She knew that 1 plus 1 equals 2, 2 minus 1 equals 1, 1 plus 1 equals 2, 1 plus 1 equals 3, 3 equals 1 minus 1 equals 1. When the adults heard this, they felt it was very complicated. Xiao Bei patiently corrected them over and over again. From time to time, she would accompany the two children and laugh foolishly. Xiao Fong played the zither on the side, making people feel more lively. She played the song, Spring River Moonlit Night, over and over again. She only knew this one song and never got tired of it. Wang Wan accompanied Empress Wang and Wu Huifei to chat. Dignified and elegant, they talked about the fabric of the clothes, the workmanship of the jewelry, and so on. If Wu Huifei did not know about Wang Wan's family, she would have thought that she was born in a famous family. Of course, she did not know that Wang Wan was born in a rich and powerful family. She had to learn diplomacy from a young age. When the fleet was ready, the group of people boarded the ship. They lifted the anchor, left the shore, and went downstream. The west wind blew, making the sails creak. In the cabin, Empress Wang first accompanied the two clingy children to play with building blocks. When the children were sleepy, they climbed onto the bed and fell asleep. Only then did Empress Wang have time to go to the other cabin to thank Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She thanked the two for being willing to play with the children and thanked them for their guidance. "Cuckoo, it's been hard on the two of you. June, and Pan are not like other children. I've troubled the two of you a lot." Empress Wang thanked Wang Wan. Wang Wan denied, "It has nothing to do with me and Xiaobao. Xiaobao saw it just now and said that we have to find a way to make June, and Pan play. It's not good for the children to be too obedient, so Xiaobei will be responsible." It was the first time Empress Wang heard such a thing. Wasn't it good for the children to be quiet and stable? She didn't understand, so she didn't think about it. She believed that Xiaobao and Cuckoo wouldn't harm her children. She would just let them play. She asked with concern, "The military exam may be held on the ship. Cuckoo, are you ready?" "Almost. It's best to wait for a while. When we're on the shore, let them deepen their theoretical knowledge on the ship. Let them compete with each other first and be more familiar with each other." Wang Wan had a look of, "I'm doing it for their own good." Empress Wang didn't say anything else. She chatted with Wang Wan again. In fact, the generals couldn't wait anymore. They rubbed their hands and wanted to fight. A few days ago, they were tortured by them. As a general who led the army to war, they didn't test the military formation and ranks. Instead, they had to test the relationship between the army and the people. When they finally got through it, they found someone to discuss it and colluded with each other. Only then did they finish the written test. In the end, the emperor had to go out again. It was almost the new year. What was the point of going out? They had to solve the seasickness problem first before the military exam. For a while, the generals were still pondering. They thought that Wang Wan would take this opportunity to start the exam immediately. In the end, they got the news that they should familiarize themselves with it. Moreover, the sand table was from the Jiangnan circuit. This made them feel relieved. It was a good buffer. Only Li Longji and Gao Lisher knew Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They thought that the two of them were definitely up to no good and would come up with bad ideas again. The two of them muttered to each other but couldn't figure it out. They could only put it aside for the time being. Wang Wan accompanied Empress Wang. Li Longji called Zhang Xiaobao over. He first asked with concern, "Xiaobao, have you recovered from your injuries?" Okay, it's been half a month. If it's still not good, I'll have the people of the medical college die with me. They can make my illness worse. With such ability, I'll take them to harm others." Zhang Xiaobao patted his stomach to prove that he was very healthy. That's good. Li Longji already knew that Zhang Xiaobao had recovered from his illness, so he tried to find a topic to talk about. Zhang Xiaobao should have followed up with a question, but he didn't say anything. He smiled bashfully and waited. "Ah. June, and Pan, I'm very relieved to see you two today. Xiaobei is really capable." Li Longji started talking about his children. Zhang Xiaobao was still bashful. "Yes, your majesty is right. Have you eaten?" Li Longji was really at a loss for words. He suddenly asked the usual greeting. "I've eaten. Is your majesty hungry?" Zhang Xiaobao was about to get up as he spoke. Li Longji was hungry, so he had to go cook. He really owed Li Longji something from 800 years ago. Li Longji hurriedly stopped him. "I've eaten. I'm not hungry. I just drank a big bowl of shredded potato soup before I came out. It tasted very good. Yes, I also like to make shredded potato soup with a layer of chopped green onions and oil on top. I also like to make radish strips, taro heads, pickles, and dry pancakes with a pan. It's the simplest and most acceptable combination. Many people will eat until they're full. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't afraid that Li Longji would talk to him about food. He could choose any of the 8 major cuisines. Li Longji didn't want to talk about food, so he was silent for a while. After a quarter of an hour, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was about to fall asleep, "Xiaobao, you planted potatoes in the northern part of Hebei province. It said that you planted a lot of them. Do you still plan to go back?" This was the main topic, so Zhang Xiaobao paid attention to it. "Whether I go back or not depends on my father's arrangements. If I enter the imperial court, my official position can't be low. However, my father's official position is higher than mine. With father and son in the same court, I might have to side with my father. It's easy to give people the impression that we're in control of the imperial court." "Then, what if you send your father out?" Li Longji suggested. He planned to keep Zhang Xiaobao in the imperial court so that he could ask him about it. After all, being an official in the capital was also a kind of honor. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Why don't I continue to stay outside? My father's role outside is not as good as staying in the Ministry of Works. I'm fine with going anywhere. I'm not picky." "Yes, I know you're not picky. The people and the places you go will enjoy life. However, no matter how much you manage, it's just one province. How many provinces and prefectures can you manage? I can't let you manage half of the country." Li Longji was speaking the truth. Gao Lishir had already discussed with Li Longji before Zhang Xiaobao came. At this time, he played along and asked, "Xiaobao, I see that you like to stay in the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. Is that place important?" Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head and thought about how to explain the importance of the Northeast to Li Longji and his godfather. At present, the Northeast didn't have any heavy industry, so it couldn't be considered a heavy industry. The resources weren't particularly good either. Other than animals and plants, Great Tang also had other resources. If one had to say that there were good resources, there were oil and coastal resources. There weren't many other places. However, he was only using the oil that was easy to find for research. He didn't plan to exploit Great Tang's energy and mineral resources. He wanted to leave them for future generations. When did they say that they weren't capable enough? If they couldn't get what they wanted from others and were beaten back, then they would just pick their own. If they were beaten back, then there was nothing they could do. They couldn't just wait for their ancestors to do everything. Their ancestors couldn't control the future generations. If there was really something that was hard to find in other places, it would naturally be the amber produced by the Fushin coal mine. It belonged to the economic category. It could be sold for money, but it had no other use. There was a fly in it, so its value could be raised. The importance of the Northeast lay in its climate and geography, as well as, "I want to go and snatch energy." The Bohai Commander-in-Chief's manor continues north and east. There are many energy sources and tribes there. I can't wait for them to grow stronger and leave behind a hidden danger for Great Tang. I have to eliminate them or assimilate them. Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the direction of Russia and said to his godfather. Gao Lishir was still puzzled. "You've always wanted to occupy territory, but have you considered population? Without enough people, who would be willing to go north with you? The further north you go, the colder it gets." Li Longji also nodded in agreement. "I don't intend to occupy the entire world tomorrow. There are many new species now. Other than those from Duoshi, there are also those that were found from distant places. I can wait for population to increase, but I have to hold on to my current position. The cold isn't a problem. I have to wear more clothes, live in a warm house, eat more oily food, and drink more wine. Otherwise, if I really lose that place, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Zhang Xiaobao couldn't talk about history with Li Longji and Wang Chong. He could only express his determination. Li Longji couldn't guess why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were so stubborn about a place that seemed to have no future, but they were still prepared to support it. Then you should go back and be a regional commander. Don't just stay there and not come back. Come to the capital 2 or 3 times a year and cook for me. Don't you want to build a railway there? It'll be more convenient and less time wasted on the road. Li Longji couldn't bear to part with Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Beijing. He would feel very safe if Xiaobao and Wang Wan were to stay in Beijing. He wouldn't have to worry about anything. He could call them over for a meal and chat, and he would be able to get good ideas immediately. It wasn't easy to have someone to talk to. This was especially so for Xiaobei and the others. Although they liked to show off in their official robes, they didn't show the emotions of an official in front of him. They were afraid of saying the wrong thing. They were very peaceful and were closer to him than his own children. When they ate together, they were unrestrained and called him Uncle Emperor. This made him feel less lonely. It was just like the book of poems written by Wang Wan. Oh, she said she copied it. The most heartless imperial family. Almost everyone was afraid of him. Only Zhang Xiaobao and his siblings were not afraid of him. It was rare. Zhang Xiaobao felt awkward when he heard Li Longji speak. You're a man, why are you being so sentimental with me? Seeing that Li Longji wanted him and Wang Wan to go back, he quickly rejected, Your Majesty, it's better not. Send a prince or someone from the imperial family. This subject won't go. Are you afraid that people will say that you have too much self-respect? There's no need for that. Zhuge Wuhou also had a lot of troops in his hands. He was also one of them. However, Lu Shan still ascended the throne. Your current position in the imperial court is still far from his. Li Longji was open-minded and used Zhuge Liang as a comparison. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened. He didn't know how to reply. Gao Lisher didn't agree with Li Longji's words. How was it far from his position? If he wasn't in the imperial court, wouldn't Xiaobao and Cuckoo's words be of no use? Not to mention managing money, even if they took over the current position, Yuan Qianyao wouldn't even have a chance to resist. A few days ago, when Cuckoo went to Hunan province, she didn't even need to discuss with the imperial court. She could mobilize the entire Hunan province army with just a word. Although His Majesty gave her the power, she didn't say that she was no worse than Zhuge Liang. It was almost the same. She didn't need the throne. But if there was a difference, it would be that she was better than Zhuge Liang. Did Zhuge Liang know how much oil to use when frying shredded potatoes? His godson, Xiaobao, knew. Did Zhuge Liang know how to teach children? If he really knew, Lu Shan wouldn't be like that. But look at his godson, Xiaobao. What did he teach Xiaobei and the others? If they could meet at the same age, Lu Shan would be bullied to death by Xiaobei. That. Zhang Xiaobao encouraged himself and tried his best to treat himself as someone more awesome than Zhuge Liang before replying. That, Your Majesty, I don't care what others say. As long as no one stops me, I will let them say whatever they want. What I mean is, you can send a prince or something over there to hold down the fort. I will still command from afar. I have discussed with Cuckoo. This time, I will go back to the Turk's place and stay there. I will bring 100,000 soldiers there to graze and train. I will plant potatoes, corn, and so on. Then I will exchange rice and wheat with other places in the Great Tang. For a year, I will not do anything else. I will stay there obediently. Occasionally, I will come back to see my parents. When Japan and Xinlua are settled, I will bring countless supplies and cooperate with Cuckoo to attack and eat more. Zhang Xiaobao finally spoke of his future plans. His tone was calm, as if he was chatting normally. However, Li Longji couldn't treat it as a normal conversation. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he sat up straight, his eyes filled with shock. No matter what, he had never thought that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would send troops. Gao Lisher also trembled. Couldn't his godson and daughter-in-law stay put? If Zhuge Liang knew, he would definitely be jealous. He was so tired that he wanted to vomit blood. When it came to Xiaobao and Cuckoo, it was as if they were playing. Yes, this was the feeling they gave people. No matter what they did, they seemed to be very relaxed. In the end, they either doubled the Great Tang's grain output or created medical, industrial, and other systems. Moreover, they would often plot against the country. They would look at the two of them all day, study how to eat and drink, tell stories to their younger siblings, play games with them, and then run around as if they were traveling. In the end, Tubo was gone, Turks were gone, Xinluo was crippled, and Japan was also troubled. The more Gao Lisher thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. Zhuge Liang's life was really sullen. He was busy with this and that, and he was always busy. Looking at his godson and daughter-in-law, he could even accompany the emperor for a stroll. It was all thanks to Zhuge Liang that he met Zhou Yu and Sima Yi. If he met Xiaobao and Cuckoo, he would probably die even earlier. Li Longji had the same thoughts as Gao Lisher. He still had doubts in his heart and asked, Xiaobao, is Japan worth so much of your attention? Can't you go to war if you don't pack up? That's not the case. Even if you don't pack up, you can still fight. However, it is difficult for the soldiers to adapt to the environment. This subject wants to transfer 100,000 soldiers from Tubo to the Turks. The changes in the climate there are even greater. This subject has to let the soldiers familiarize themselves with it before they can go to war. War is not a game. No matter how good Cuckoo's command is, she does not want to always fight a war like the one in Tubo. Who would be willing to dance on the tip of the blade for no reason? If they all fight like that, Cuckoo will die of exhaustion. After a year of adaptation, the chances of victory will be higher. This subject also wants to do something in this 1 year. We cannot let the people of Tubo be idle. We cannot stop small-scale conflicts. Firstly, it is to train the soldiers. Secondly, it is to confuse the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao said. Li Longji listened and nodded his head. He admitted that Wang Wan's battle was awe-inspiring, but he really did not want to let Wang Wan always take risks. He also understood what training soldiers was, but he could not describe the confusion. He then asked Zhang Xiaobao, how do you confuse them? What kind of goal can they achieve? To be proud of the soldiers. Speaking of which, things are getting interesting. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. Chapter 969. Li Longji thought hard about it, but he still couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's smile, he was certain that the so-called confusion was definitely not simple. Gao Lisher was also puzzled. Xiaobao, stop smiling. It's scary. Tell me, how confused are you? When Zhang Xiaobao thought about the methods he would use, he couldn't help but laugh. Hearing his godfather's question, he vaguely replied, it's just that it's sometimes strong and sometimes weak, making people feel nervous and at ease. It's the same idea as harassing the enemy at night, but it's more fun to use. Li Longji still couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do. Zhang Xiaobao continued, let me give you an example. If an official commits a crime, normally speaking, he should be convicted. However, I won't directly convict him. I need to find evidence and lock him up first. Through a channel, news from the outside world will be passed to him from time to time. One moment, it will be said that the emperor is angry, making him worry. The next moment, it will be said that the emperor is happy, making him feel relieved. The next moment, it will be said that the evidence is enough to behead him, making him feel fearful. The next moment, it will be said that the evidence isn't complete, making him feel hopeful. After a year and a half, he will realize that he is aging very quickly. The psychological torture is the most unbearable. I plan to do this to Duosher. After hearing this, Li Longji couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. He was thankful that the two experts had come to Great Tang and not the surrounding countries. Ruthless, this method was too ruthless. Xiao Bao wasn't even 20 years old yet, so how could he be nurtured to such an extent? How powerful were the expert's abilities? Gao Lisher's reaction was slightly better. This was because he had learned many methods of interrogation from his godson and daughter-in-law. There was a lot of that, psychology, such as using strong light, or locking someone in a dark place, or using soft objects in a house to prevent them from knocking themselves to death. These methods cause more harm to the person than physical harm. If they were used with torture tools, the effect would be very obvious. That's what it means, right? I don't care. As long as it can reduce the number of casualties when the army goes over, it's fine to do more, right? Zhang Xiaobao said some comforting words. Li Longji nodded. That's right. When we return to the capital, Xiaobao, once you've confirmed your position as the champion, you should head to the Turkic Khaganate. It just so happens that the weather is at its coldest right now. You must take good care of yourself. If anything were to happen to you, my great Tang wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm not risking my life. Besides, I still have to take care of Xiaobei and the others. While taking care of them, I'm also taking care of myself. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Xiaobao, can we still eat the small garlic growing on the mountain now? We are hungry again. It would be even better if we had some wild vegetable soup. After Li Longji asked about Zhang Xiaobao's motive, he realized that he was hungry again. This startling action was very taxing on his body. I'll make it. Your Majesty, the wild vegetable soup you mentioned is cat's ear soup, right? It'll be ready in a moment. What else could Zhang Xiaobao say? He had to break up the stuffing so that the Li siblings could have a taste. This would depend on one's skills. The fried box couldn't be cooked, and it couldn't be too brittle. It had to be soft after being fried. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao leave, Li Longji said happily to Gao Lisher, the palace doesn't have the ingredients to make it now. Only the Zhang family and Wang family can do it. Even their restaurants might not have a small garlic. In the future, when Xiaobao is far away, where can we find food to eat? Gao Lisher agreed. Indeed, when it came to food and lodging, the best place in Great Tang was definitely between the clouds and the water. Even the Jade Sea and Silver Sand were slightly inferior. However, even better than between the clouds and the water was the Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family. The only place better than Zhuangzi could only be the main residence. Xiao Bao's greatest hobby seemed to be cooking. He was truly someone who never got tired of eating. He would always think of ways to prepare ingredients for the 4 seasons so that he could eat them whenever he wanted. Licking his lips, Gao Lisher said, Your Majesty, since Xiao Bao went to the Turkic Khaganate, let's look for Zhang Zhong. I believe that Xiao Bao won't let Zhang Zhong suffer when it comes to food. We won't look for Zhang Zhong. If we look for you, Xiao Bao won't suffer. Back then, when we wanted to eat something, we had to rely on you. We believe that the items in your residence aren't inferior to ours. How can the tea you drink be the same as the ones offered to us? Li Longji directly targeted Gao Lisher. It's the same. You've taken plenty of things from this subject. Xinyang Maojian and West Lake Longjing tea, you didn't drink the ones offered to you as a tribute. Aren't the subordinates afraid that if you get too used to it, they won't be able to answer to you? Facing Li Longji's questioning, Gao Lisher felt somewhat wronged. However, he still had a trace of righteousness. Was it wrong for his godson to take care of him? We're not an unreasonable person. Let's not talk about this anymore. Go and get someone to mix some cucumber and cold dishes. The other chefs will definitely be able to make it. We'll drink a cup later. Li Longji instructed. He decided not to let himself suffer. It wasn't easy for him to come out and play, and he didn't know if he would be able to find another place to go next year. If he really wanted to go out, he would have to go to the place where Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were staying. Otherwise, the officials wouldn't allow it. If it weren't for Xiao Bao and the others, he wouldn't have been able to come out. The officials were too infuriating. Could it be that they wouldn't be worried just because he was with Xiao Bao and wouldn't affect national affairs? Couldn't they go out by themselves? When Li Longji ate the box and drank the wild vegetable soup, the other people in the group also followed and enjoyed. Zhang Xiaobao made a very big pot of soup. If they couldn't finish it, they would have to share it with others. The people who felt the happiest were not the bodyguards, palace maids, or eunuchs. This was because they usually served the emperor. If the emperor couldn't finish eating, they would eat it. It had nothing to do with wastage. The main thing was that the food was better than their own food, especially the food made by Zhang Xiaobao. They were very grateful to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao would always make a portion for them to eat. After all, some of them couldn't eat on time. There was no official who could be like Zhang Xiaobao and eat with the emperor and still think about the servants. The palace maids and eunuchs thought this, so they would always pass on the news in the palace. They didn't ask for much. Sometimes, they would repay the kindness of a meal with their lives. What they ate was not the meal, but the respect of Zhang Xiaobao. They didn't think that there was anything wrong with blocking other officials when they were looking for trouble with the Zhang family and Wang family. There was nothing wrong with saying bad things about those officials. They were used to it. When they thanked someone, they would also return the favor. The ones who truly felt blessed were Fengxiao Masao and the others. They were the ones who stirred up trouble and angered Zhang Xiaobao. Even if they failed at that time, they were still the smartest people that Japan could send. The people in Japan understood that it wasn't that they didn't work hard. It was that Zhang Xiaobao was too difficult to deal with. Zhang Xiaobao's strength was that when he didn't care, he was very peaceful. Once he paid attention to something, the troublemaker would definitely not be able to escape. No matter what tricks you used, you wouldn't be able to compete with Zhang Xiaobao. Thus, Fengxiao Masao once again took on the responsibility of renting a ship. Other than him, there were also Yamamoto and Yamanji. They were the two people who played with the silver ore and the agricultural byproducts. They were the ones who completed the handover. After being schemed against many times, the three of them became more experienced. They tried their best to keep a low profile and not cross Zhang Xiaobao's bottom line. Since they couldn't face him directly, they could only walk around the edges. Master Zhang, please eat. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you that we were able to eat such delicious food, Fengxiao Masao said to the manager of the Ministry of Works in front of him. This manager was Zhang Tianyu. He was a talent who was selected from the competition. Now, he was in charge of many things in the Ministry of Works. He and some other top talents learned physics and chemistry under Wang Wan's intermittent teaching until Wang Wan's junior high school level. Yes, junior high school. Graduating from junior high school was not enough to complete 12 years of compulsory education. This was because they didn't learn about the acceleration of free fall. They only completed 9 years of compulsory education. But this level was already enough to make them worship Wang Wan. It was the same for those who studied mathematics. They hadn't come into contact with calculus and linear algebra, but they were shocked by Wang Wan's talent. When Wang Wan told them that what they were learning now was only a part of the foundation and that it was still too shallow. Even she didn't learn much, they could only sigh at how vast her knowledge was. Just like what Xiao Hai had asked at that time, when one learned mathematics to a certain extent, they could be said to be omnipotent. Xiaohai's current goal was to be able to calculate the trajectory of a cannonball one day. He didn't dare to think about anything more than that. It seemed that mathematics shouldn't exist in this world. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both knew that it was nothing. For real prime numbers, it was just the foundation. Just like how Zhang Xiaobao never dared to say that he was the best in the financial world, Wang Wan also felt that she was still too young. There was the solar system outside Earth, and there was the Milky Way outside the solar system. There was also. The more you learned, the more you would discover your own ignorance. Therefore, Zhang Tianyu was very humble, or rather, he had an inferiority complex. He wasn't as arrogant as when he first selected me. Just like how students like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could tell who was a new student and who was a senior in a famous university just by looking at their temperament. Those who had just entered the university would walk with their head held high, afraid that others wouldn't know what they were capable of. If you saw someone with a deep and humble face, you would know that they were about to graduate. They were afraid that others would ask them what they had learned. Therefore, after hearing Fengxiao Shouji's praise, Zhang Tianyu became very nervous. He said, "I'm also lucky. To be honest, I didn't accompany you to eat Zhang Xiaobao's soup because I didn't complete the task. I failed you. Zhang San, don't be so humble. You're just like this." Fengxiao Shouji gave him a thumbs up. Sigh. Zhang Tianyu knew what Fengxiao Shouji was talking about. He made the seal himself using rubber. Based on the Japanese technology, it was indeed impressive. The Japanese might not even know how to make rubber seals. However, he knew. Wang Wan had told him that other than rubber seals, there were also metal extended seals, water seals, oil seals, inert gas seals, etc. She asked him to study it. After hearing so many methods, how could he still be proud? He didn't know how high the sky was until he was above the clouds, and he didn't know how deep the ground was until he dug into the cellar. Zhang San, this steam engine doesn't use coal. Can we use firewood? Fengxiao Shouji didn't know what Zhang Tianyu was thinking. He had just seen the steam engine on the ship, and he couldn't wait to ask. Well, it's a long story. Zhang Tianyu didn't forget what he had told him before he came here. So, as a technician, he knew how to speak. Fengxiao Shouji immediately took out a small paper bag from his sleeve and pushed it in front of Zhang Tianyu. Zhang San, thank you for your hard work. Yamamoto and Yamamoto lowered their heads and cursed in their hearts. Can't you make it short? Zhang Tianyu didn't care about that. He took the paper bag and opened it slowly. I need to say something about the heating efficiency of the boiler and the pressure it can withstand in a short period of time. The paper bag was opened, and it was filled with notes worth 100 strings of coins. Feng Yu pinched the notes and estimated the amount. There were about 100 notes, which was equivalent to 10,000 strings of coins. Zhang Tianyu nodded to Wei Wei. 10,000 strings of coins could be used to make dozens of accessories. He could still keep 5% of the money, which was 500 strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao had said earlier that he could use the money to buy things for his own research. Young Master Xiaobao, you are really smart. Zhang Tianyu was impressed. He had really bribed him. Zhang San, please continue. Fengxiao Shouji's heart was bleeding. Money was not easy to earn. Because of Watanabe Jichiro's scheme against the Hunan province officials, Tang dynasty had imposed a 200% tariff on Japanese exports to Tang dynasty. At the same time, Tang dynasty had also lowered the prices. According to the original price, every time they sold something worth 1 string of coins, they would lose 2. 4 strings of coins. The people in Tang dynasty were living frugally and couldn't bear to waste a single coin. But Feng Yu had to give the money away. What were the Japanese researchers doing? It was just the first generation of steam engines, and they had not made it yet. Zhang Tianyu did not care about what Fengqiao Shouji was thinking. He had gotten the money, and he had to reveal some secrets. Actually, it's very simple. Wood is not good. Because at the critical moment, it is not burning enough, and the power of the steam engine cannot be increased by much. So how can this problem be solved? When coal is not used, it can still maintain a certain speed and efficiency. This is related to the supply of heat per unit of time. At the same time, it is also related to the heating area of the water during the steam generation process. What do you think? Fengqiao Shouji nodded. Yamamoto and Yamamoto beside him were writing down what Zhang Tianyu said. However, this problem is not unsolvable. Whether it is coal or firewood, as long as they can provide heat, it will definitely work. If there is a difference, it is that when coal is burned, the heat produced per unit of time is continuous, but firewood is unable to do so. One is the problem of the flow of oxygen, and the other is the problem of the energy carried by the body. To give a simple example, if you spray some water at the place where the coal is burning, the fire will be stronger. If you spray water at the firewood, it will be over. Unless there is enough firewood and it is burning at the same time, right? Zhang Tianyu was not lying this time. This was the case in theory, but it would be difficult to make the corresponding changes according to the theory. He did not understand other aspects. For example, when a rocket was launched, no matter what fuel was used, the final goal was the efficiency of the unit of energy released per unit of time. Even if you used other fuels to provide oxygen when burning, the basic principle would not change. What would change would be the supporting technology, including nuclear power. This oxygen was not referring to oxygen, but the supporting conditions for combustion. Some things needed an anaerobic environment to release energy. It was very simple, but Fengqiao Shouji was stunned. It was too professional. He said, "Zhang-san, can you go to Japan and settle down there? My family is under the protection of the Ministry of Works," Zhang Tianyu said. When he said this, Zhang Tianyu was already full of admiration for Zhang Xiaobao. This was because when Zhang Xiaobao told him about this, he had even warned him about the questions he might ask. "Little young master, is there anything you can't predict? Continue to tempt me, I still have something to say." Fengqiao Shouji did not know how much research Zhang Xiaobao had in psychology. As expected, he followed Zhang Tianyu's idea and said, "Zhang-san, a good man does not have to worry about not having a wife. There are countless beautiful and considerate women in Japan, as long as I know. If I go there, can you promise not to send me back if Tang dynasty asks for me from Japan?" Zhang Tianyu followed the script. This Zhang-san is so important in Tang dynasty. Fengqiao Shouji did not dare to guarantee. Humph. Zhang Tianyu snorted. "Fengqiao, you should ask the important people. I won't waste any more time." After saying this, Zhang Tianyu stood up and left angrily. This, sigh. Fengqiao Shouji saw Zhang Tianyu leaving but could not stop him. He sighed regretfully. The 10,000 strings of coins were taken away by Zhang Tianyu, leaving only the steamed buns and soup on the table. This meal was too extravagant. After Zhang Tianyu left, he did not go back to his resting place. Instead, he went to find Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was also drinking soup and cooking. After being smothered by the oil, he did not want to eat anything else. He made himself a bowl of ginger soup, the kind without sugar. He also cooked some prawns and ate them while peeling them. Little young master, little young master. When Zhang Tianyu found Zhang Xiaobao had already eaten 2 prawns. "Did you earn money?" Zhang Xiaobao asked as he passed a prawn to Zhang Tianyu. "Yes. Do you have steamed buns?" I have been thinking about things and did not have time to eat. Zhang Tianyu took the prawn and threw the shell into his mouth. He asked as he chewed and looked around. I don't have any. Go to the kitchen. There is still a small box of garlic in the kitchen. Dip it in the chili sauce and eat more. Don't forget to arrange for others to interact with the Japanese so that they will not give up hope. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the things on the table and said to Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu nodded. I knew that little young master would leave something good. He gave me 10,000 strings of coins. Little young master, you eat your food. I know. I will send someone over later. Zhang Tianyu happily went straight to the kitchen and left the money. Zhang Xiaobao did not touch the money as he found it dirty. He peeled another prawn and said to himself with a smile, the good days are yet to come. What good days? Wang Wan came over with a fruit plate and heard Zhang Xiaobao's words. She put the fruit on the table and asked. The good days of the Japanese. Before the fleet arrives in Jili, they will definitely get what they want. 10,000 strings of coins. You put it away first. When the time comes, you can distribute it to others. If it is too little, the Japanese will not be happy. Why take money so seriously? Zhang Xiaobao raised his chin and motioned to Wang Wan to take the money. Wang Wan took the money and counted it quickly. Can I say that it is easy for you to talk and that a full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man? Chapter 970. The ship continued to sail on the Yellow River. The days of suffering for the Japanese had begun. Fengxiao Masato and the others didn't know that even if they didn't bribe him, Zhang Xiaobao would think of a way to let them understand the technology of the first-generation steam engine. What made them happy was that the technicians from the Ministry of Works were on the same ship as them. Furthermore, no one was watching over the technicians from the Ministry of Works, so they could easily come into contact with them. When will we have so many technicians in Japan? If we can bring all of them back to Japan, we won't be suppressed by Great Tang. After sending off another person from the Ministry of Works, Fengxiao Masato wrote down the technology that the other party mentioned. He was so tired that he shook his writing arm and said to Yamamoto and Yamanji. Yamamoto's gaze was still on the door of the cabin. From there, he had just spent 3,000 strings of cash. He calculated in his heart. 3 days. In 3 days, he had spent a total of 50,000 strings of cash. There was still more than half of the technology that he hadn't grasped, so he had to continue spending. Yamamoto was also under great pressure. He had to bring the technology back. On the sea, speed was life. Those who hadn't seen how fast a steam engine ship was would never understand how powerful it was. Once the battle started, the steam engine ships could easily circle to the upwind side. Even if they didn't have cannons, they could still shoot a wave of flaming arrows with the wind. A ship without a steam engine couldn't run away, couldn't catch up, and had nowhere to hide. If they didn't work hard to develop the technology, when Great Tang attacked, they wouldn't even have the ability to defend themselves. Great Tang won't let us go. We have to learn from Great Tang and build our own industrial system. Before we left the capital, didn't the Great Tang Emperor say that we can exchange labor for points? He wants to send 200,000 people over from Japan. Yamamoto thought about the exchange of labor for technology and felt that he should make a decision to send people over to Great Tang. Yamamoto and Fengxiao looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with worry. Yamamoto sighed, sigh. This probably has something to do with Zhang Xiaobao. Could it be a trap? Even if it's a trap, we have to jump into it. Even if all 200,000 people die in Great Tang, as long as we can exchange for the technology, they will still be proud. The Great Tang of the past wasn't like this. Fengxiao wasn't stupid. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was scheming, but he couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao, who could mobilize the power of a country, was thinking. Yamamoto also recalled what Windy Bridge had said. In the past, the great Tang was very easy to talk to. If one came over to give a small gift, one would receive a generous reward. If one said a few nice words, one could even receive a large reward. But it was useless. Japan. They had set up a technical college and spent a lot of money to get in. But they could not learn anything. Even the most basic technologies were locked up. Li Longji could not even reward the craftsmen to Japan. All the changes were because of the Zhang and Wang families. The more Yamamoto thought about it, the angrier he got. He suddenly said, "Why don't we think of a way to sink the ship?" Sho. Fengxiao Shoji put his index finger in front of his mouth. Yamamoto had already covered his mouth. "Do you want to die?" Fengxiao Shoji asked in a low voice. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Longji were on this ship. How could he not be on guard against them? Yamamoto waved his hand, indicating for Yamamoto to let go. After Yamamoto let go of his mouth, he lowered his head and sighed. Compared to the various negative statuses of the three Japanese people, Li Longji's cabin was a lively atmosphere. Li Jun and Pan were thinking that they had a father. After this father gave them so many things, they felt that he was a good person like their mother. He was the kind of person that they could tell stories to. Thus, Li Longji began to listen to his daughter tell the same story over and over again. Every time he heard it, he would praise her and make Pan more energetic. Accompanied by the music, Pan danced again. From time to time, she would stop and look at Li Longji. She would continue dancing after Li Longji praised her. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan accompanied her. Occasionally, they would listen to the news from the people who were monitoring Fengxiao Shoji. Wang Wan had just received the latest information. Looking at the lively scene in front of her, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I thought of a poem." "What poem?" Zhang Xiaobao asked subconsciously. "The curvature of the postnatal confinement shines on the 9 provinces," Wang Wan only said one sentence. Zhang Xiaobao knew what she was going to say. "I also thought of a poem. Waning Orchid sends guests off in Xianyang Way." Wang Wan rolled her eyes and nodded. She knew what Zhang Xiaobao meant. The next sentence of "Waning Orchid sends guests off in Xianyang Way" was "If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old." However, Zhang Xiaobao was definitely not referring to this poem. He was referring to another poem, "Should the remaining brave chase after the cornered enemy." I'm not saying that I pity the Japanese. I just feel that the 3 of them are really patriotic. I'm lamenting about the vicissitudes of life. It's not easy for everyone. I want to make it easy for them. I want to find them and tell them that I'll teach them all the techniques. I'm afraid that they won't accept it and suspect that there's something fishy going on. Humans are like this. Let them work hard to bribe. Only then will they believe that it's true. Zhang Xiaobao expressed that he was helpless. He didn't want to waste too much time with Fengxiao Shoji. However, they didn't want to cooperate, so he could only slowly grind them down. Wang Wan changed the topic. "Where's Xiaobei? I saw them wandering around the door just now. Ask them." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and signaled for someone guarding the door to come over and ask. This person was really clear. Xiaobei and the others went outside to the deck and said that they wanted to feel the wind on the river to see if it was tough. They wanted people to wear skewers and eat barbecue. There was only one opening left around the barbecue. The other 3 sides were covered with cloth curtains. They were afraid that the wind would blow the smoke in all directions. They were probably already eating by now. Look, they learned it all from you. They say one thing and do another. How can they feel the wind when they're surrounded by 3 curtains? Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Wisdom, this is called wisdom. Moreover, they didn't learn it from me. They learned it from you. You know how to attack a city and weaken the enemy's morale. Surround 3 sides and lack 1. Otherwise, the losses will be great. It's easy to have the effect of a desperate army winning the battle. Zhang Xiaobao argued irrationally. Who said that? I can surround them completely and not attack. I can surround them from all sides. Wang Wan argued. Then I won't commit suicide. I'll cross over. Are you scared? I'll make it so that you can't sleep well. You'll always dream of me killing my way back and making you scream for help in the middle of the night. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. Help! Help! Someone has fallen into the water. Just as Xiaobao's voice fell, a cry for help could be heard from outside. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao got up and ran outside. They were afraid that their younger brother and sister would fall in. The Yellow River was very cold. What if they caught a cold? Crow's beak. Wang Wan even complained to Zhang Xiaobao. If it's really that effective, then I'll call for the entire world to be unified and put under Great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao had already rushed to where his younger brother and sister were barbecuing. Seeing that Xiao Bei was gone, he immediately stood at the side of the boat and looked down. Beside him was Fengxiao Masayoshi, who felt aggrieved in the cabin and came out to call for help. This made Zhang Xiaobao instantly think that the 3 of them were the ones who pushed Xiao Bei down. Fengxiao Masayoshi didn't care about the people around him and didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao suspected them. Just now, when he came out for a stroll, he smelled the fragrance of barbecuing and looked at the scenery on both sides of the Yellow River. He planned to wait for Xiao Bei and the others to finish barbecuing and ask for 2 skewers to eat. He believed that Xiao Bei wouldn't refuse. In the end, he saw a woman washing clothes on the shore not far away. She was hitting her clothes with a stick. Beside her, a 3 or 4-year-old child wanted to reach for something in the water and fell in. Hence, he anxiously shouted for help. At this moment, his thoughts were all on Xiao Bei. He didn't care about the people on the other boats who kept jumping down. This was because after he shouted that someone had fallen into the water, Xiao Bei suddenly rushed out of the water. He looked around and then jumped down. He did a series of actions in the air and took off his half-cotton clothes, leaving only his undershirt on. Fengxiao Masayoshi had to admit that he was dumbfounded at that moment. He was afraid. If something happened to Xiao Bei and he shouted for help, wouldn't Zhang Xiaobao skin him alive? Hence, he stared at the water and prayed that someone would save Xiao Bei. But when he saw what happened, he was stunned. Xiao Bei, who had jumped into the water, shuttled through the waves of the Yellow River at an astonishing speed. It went straight for the child who had fallen into the water. As the child floated up and down, he could only see a small black dot with hair. Fengxiao Masayoshi watched without blinking. He saw Xiao Bei's amazing swimming ability and saw the people who had jumped down from the boats either gather or disperse. He saw the life-saving equipment falling down like rain. For a moment, he felt like he was in a dream. The woman washing clothes on the shore also jumped down anxiously. However, she didn't know how to swim. As soon as she jumped down, she floated up and down with the waves. Immediately, a few people took the initiative to swim over to rescue the child. Zhang Xiaobao also came over to take a look. He saw his sister stop moving for a moment. Then, her head dived down and disappeared. The people who had jumped down from the boat in front of them and swam closer were doing the same thing. Fengxiao Masayoshi felt that time was passing very slowly. The sky seemed to have darkened. Zhang Xiaobao also took a few deep breaths. Suddenly, Fengxiao Masayoshi felt that the sky was bright. The sun had risen. He saw the child who had fallen into the water earlier being held up like the moon surrounded by stars. At the bottom was Xiao Bei. While the people on the boat cheered, Xiao Bei had already placed the child on the platform that everyone had raised with their arms and started performing first aid. Fengqiao Masayoshi had learned this first aid movement in the Four Seas Academy, but he had never seen anyone perform it in such a situation. After a short while, the child reacted. First, he coughed. Then, he looked around blankly. Then, he started crying. This caused another round of cheers on the boat and on the shore. The woman was also brought over by someone. They found life-saving equipment and put her on. Then, they approached the boat and used a rope to hoist her onto the boat. At this time, they were already very far away from the place where the accident had happened. The water was still flowing, and the boat was still moving. However, many people's hearts were frozen in that short period of time. When Xiao Bei came up, Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to go over. Someone wrapped Xiao Bei up with clothes. Someone also brought over bowls of ginger soup and distributed it to the people who had jumped down. It was the same on the other boats. Fengqiao Masayoshi secretly wiped away the cold sweat and excited sweat on his forehead. He stared fixedly at the busy scenes on the boats and the blooming smile on Xiao Bei's face. However, there were huge waves in his heart. He finally experienced the power of the Zhang family and the Wang family. From the moment the child fell into the water to the successful rescue, it only took a short while. However, what was reflected was the speed of the Zhang family and the Wang family's emergency response speed. Everyone was on the boat, and the ginger soup was ready. Tacit understanding, efficiency, and division of labor were so clear. They were busy but not chaotic, fast but not impatient. Zhang Xiaobao walked in front of his sister and touched her dripping hair. "Our great hero, quickly change your clothes." Xiao Bei was still in a state of excitement. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing. My cotton robe was washed away, and the goldfish bag and silverfish bag on it are gone. It's worth it. Children can't swim well. Why didn't they obediently stay by the river? Why did they go to the middle of the river? They were washed to the middle of the river. You can't do that. If you don't change your clothes, you'll catch a cold and get an injection." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and threatened. When Xiao Bei heard about the injection, he hurriedly ran into the cabin. His legs moved a few times and disappeared without a trace. After Xiao Bei left, Fengqiao Masayoshi carefully came over and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Lord Zhang, I was the one who shouted for help just now." He came to apologize. If he didn't shout, Xiao Bei wouldn't have been the first to jump. The people on the other boats naturally saw the situation and arranged for rescue. He was grateful to Xiao Bei in his heart. He was good at swimming. Not only did he not get into trouble, but he was also the first to save someone. Zhang Xiaobao didn't understand what he was thinking. What did he mean? Why did you specifically tell me when you shouted? Do you want me to reward you? I plan to reward you with the technology of the first-generation steam engine. How can you be at ease with it? Got it. Zhang Xiaobao could only reply casually. If I didn't shout, Inspector Zhang wouldn't have jumped, Fengqiao Masayoshi explained. Oh. Zhang Xiaobao understood and comforted him. Just jump. Other than the water being cold, there's no other problem. Don't take it to heart. I still have to thank you for shouting. If you were any later, the child might not have been saved. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Fengqiao Masayoshi didn't expect this outcome. He thought to himself, Zhang Xiaobao, you're really not worried. The Yellow River in early winter. Aren't you afraid that your sister won't be able to come up? Even though he thought this, he said something else. Thank you, Lord Zhang. Treat me to dinner. There's no need. I was also shocked just now. I'll go back to the cabin to rest first. He didn't dare to eat at the same table as Zhang Xiaobao. He was afraid that he would be schemed against. Anything could happen when he was with Zhang Xiaobao. All right. Men, get a doctor to take a look at Fengqiao. Zhang Xiaobao made the arrangements out of courtesy. He turned to the remaining 8 siblings and said, "Thank goodness you guys didn't jump. I wanted to jump, but I didn't dare to. If I jumped, I might freeze and cramp. I would have to wait for someone to save me," little Yuan said honestly. "It's rumored that Xiao Bei is good at swimming. Today, I've seen it for myself. Look at the Jin Wu guards that I brought with me. They are said to be the best at swimming. Look at your family's protection team. They really can't compare." Li Longji's voice sounded. He was in the cabin just now and heard someone shouting that someone had fallen into the water. He also came out to take a look. He walked slower than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he also saw the scene of Xiao Bei rushing towards the child who had fallen into the water. Then, he saw the cooperation between Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family's guards. He sighed in his heart. Zhang Xiaobao had to be humble. He said, "Your Majesty's guards are used to protect your Majesty. They won't be separated. Furthermore, all my guards are good at swimming. Not all of them jumped just now. Those who felt that they couldn't swim well would be a burden if they jumped. I don't intend to rely on the protection of the Jin Wu guards. It's fine as long as my guard of honor is set up properly." "Xiao Bao, do you know why the child fell into the water?" Li Longji didn't care about the face of the guards at all and said on the spot. The Jin Wu guards lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Firstly, they didn't dare to refute the emperor's words. Secondly, they knew that they were the ones who had jumped down just now. None of them would be able to come up. Li Longji asked for the reason. There was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to send someone to ask. The mother and son who had been rescued had already changed their clothes and came over to kowtow. At first, the woman didn't know what the fleet was for. Because it was rented to Japan and Xinlua, there was no flag on the ship. While the woman was grateful, she was also worried that she wouldn't be able to go home in time. The ship had already gone far away. She was afraid that the ship would have to wait for a place with a dock before it could dock for her. If that happened, the man at home would definitely be anxious when he came back. When she learned from the maid who had changed her clothes that this ship was not only the fleet of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families in Sanshui County, but also the emperor, the woman was completely relieved. No matter how ignorant she was, she knew that there was no more reassuring combination in the Tang Empire than the current team. According to the reliable way that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families did things, the men at home should be able to get very accurate information. She brought her son and left with the fleet. Whenever the emperor wanted to let her go, she would go down. Of course, she still had to kowtow to thank him. This kowtow had to be kowtowed. Not to mention saving her life, even if she didn't save him, she still had to kowtow when she saw the emperor. Her son was really lucky. Even when he fell into the water, he could still meet a heaven-like benefactor to save him. Thus, the woman brought her son over. The child had already forgotten the danger just now. He was holding a piece of cake in his hand and eating it with all his might. He felt that it was very delicious. Under his red eyes, there was a small mouth covered in cake crumbs. From time to time, he would stick out his tongue and lick it. When the mother and son arrived in front of Li Longji, the woman's legs had already begun to tremble. This was the emperor. After taking another step, she could no longer control her legs. With a plop, she knelt down and kowtowed with all her might, but she couldn't say a word. Without Li Longji's instructions, the woman had just kowtowed a few times when someone came over to stop her. The woman took 2 deep breaths and found that her son was still standing there eating. She hurriedly scolded, "Li Zi, foodie, why haven't you kneeled down to His Majesty yet? Have you not been beaten enough?" As she shouted, she stretched out her hand to get her son to kneel. Li Longji impatiently said, all right, I don't lack people who want to kneel. Your son was lucky to have encountered Xiaobao's team. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be able to retrieve his corpse. I ask you, why did your son fall into the water? The woman was frightened by Li Longji's words. Her face instantly became deathly pale. Only when Li Longji asked for the reason did she regain her composure. She looked at the child, then looked at the emperor, and said in a low voice, This woman was washing clothes. Lotzi fell down while playing. This child really doesn't let people have peace of mind. Why did you bring the child to wash the clothes? If we leave the children in the school, there will be someone to take care of them. Li Longji first thought of education and suspected that the school there was not good enough. Your Majesty, not, enroll age, enroll at school, 5 years old, otherwise, children, make trouble, the teacher, cannot teach, lessons. The woman explained and looked back at her son. Her face was full of helplessness. Li Longji nodded his head and turned his head to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had been waiting for a long time. He knew that Li Longji would look at him. After looking at Li Longji's eyes, he spoke first, Your Majesty, do you have something to ask this subject?